What is LGMCU? LilGasmask Cinematic Universe. Like if you hear people say MCU, that's like the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I just called it the LilGasmask Cinematic Universe as a joke. You know what? Yeah, you guys get the Bane video today.
Or even any of the Borderlands
You
games,
get an
you know the guns
OG.
can get pretty wacky. Wacky doesn't always mean good though. And today we're going to be using
So you
everyone's
guys can
favorite
see
cursed
how
weapon
far I've
and
come
answer.
as an editor.
Can you beat
Oh my
Borderlands
gosh, I
2
didn't
with
even
only
have
the
this
Bane?
fade in on my first
All
video.
right, like every challenge run, we're going to lay down some ground rules. First
Loop
off,
it.
we're going to do an
Thank you.
OP10 playthrough to maximize
Chat,
the
we
difficulty.
have Lupus. Let's go.
I can use any Vault Hunter and any of their skills with discretion, of course, because I know the
Oh my
Gunzerker's a little
god,
busted.
look how thick
We are
that
going to be using
stroke
Maya.
is.
Some bonus
What
rules.
is this font?
We are making driving cars and holding other weapons for speed a sin punishable by death. For the gear, I kept it pretty simple. Grenade and shield are more boring than Sawtooth Cauldron, and the Vault Hunter Relic is there to maybe get some funny drops. Now I could have went with more OP stuff like magic missiles, the B shield, etc. But we're saying screw the training wheels and hopping right on the motorcycle.
No, I'm just kidding.
We do have a legendary cat class mod though, which is going to be a blessing and a curse. Alright, since we're in Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, the game actually has us skip the Knuckle Dragger fight. I'm not really sure why the game has us skip this fight, but it's probably an easy fight anyway, so don't roast me for skipping it. You can totally roast me for the video quality right here though. I'm not sure why it got so bad at this spot, but it gets better in a second. And if you don't believe me, does this not look like a face you could trust? So, as you can see, the Bane makes you slow. And I mean very slow. Which means every time we die, it's going to take a while to get back to where we were. It's also annoying. Like, very annoying. Oh, you guys just go full casual on me now? I'm not even past the first boss yet, and you can already see the instant regret. Speaking of the first boss, apparently Boom's cannon completely ignores Healthgate, so we already need to cheese a boss. First off, we lured Boom to the elevator shaft and just kind of took him out there. And then after that, the homie Claptrap actually found us a pretty good cheesing spot for Big Bertha. Anyway, you could see Alyssa there taking off my headset. She was a bit curious about what I was enduring. But even without the headset, I could still hear the gun scream. So pretty early on, I learned a few things. Grenade jumping was going to be our best way to move around. Fighting wasn't always necessary, but it was most of the time.
Last 2 hours gonna end up
if you're only pulling from one ammo pool, you're going to be stuck in this situation a lot. So if you haven't noticed, I have a death counter on the bottom left. That number's going to get pretty big.
Being done.
Also, this was the third time climbing up Flint's ship, and I literally
the
felt my brain cells
Subathon
dying. Anyway,
is
so we're at the Flint fight, and I have my first cringy moment of the run.
Or the
Your boy
Subathon
did do
is
his
over.
research,
There will
and
not
apparently
be
the Bane always
almost.
spawns with an element,
There cannot be
making the
almost.
version I used straight up illegal.
At any
I
given
only did this with 2 fights during the whole playthrough, and I went back and fixed them both, but here's me killing him with a shotgun.
A billionaire
10 deaths and
could
1 messed
show
up
up
grenade jump
and
later,
mag dump me with $1 million,
possible run ender.
and then I'd have to stream
and by
for 3
first
years,
run ender, I mean the 3 horns car jump. We do have to get into cars a few times, but we will never drive them, so don't worry about this.
Zero, okay?
I tried a few basic grenade jumps to get over the bridge, but they just weren't cutting it. I didn't want to have to do it, but we were going to have to use a forbidden cringe technique known as the double grenade. Perform this by throwing a grenade directly up, wait for it to apex, throw a grenade down, and with some tricky timing, the first grenade will hit you up, second grenade will hit you forward. Do be aware, using this comes at a cost. The Borderlands gods disapprove of this technique, and will punish you with stuff like this.
Was there ever a
snagging
flawless
the power core and totally killing enough bloodshots to avenge Reese, we were finally off to Sanctuary. As usual, I failed to satisfy Alyssa, so I let her take over for a little bit. She was kind enough to handle all the boring beginning Sanctuary tasks for me, but then we had a little bit of fun and customized our character. We decided on this outfit. It looked pretty cursed and it kind of fit the run. 3 hours in and we've made some decent progress and developed some new strategies. Here, you can see me performing a trick I like to call baby boosting. Baby creatures deal a lot of knockback, but not a lot of damage. And if they help me out, I usually spare their life. Usually. Frostburn Canyon was uneventful. Blah blah blah, talk to Lilith. Alright, time for the fun part. We're gonna go save our homeboy Roland. We needed a car again, but luckily we're strong enough to just move it by hand. Sadly, our car wasn't good enough, and we needed to go see Ellie for an upgrade. Alright, so we got to the dust, and I'm just gonna say this part took very, very long. On the bright side, the buzzards weren't as strong as I anticipated them to be. I actually didn't take any deaths while in the dust, but this part took like an hour and a half to find all the cars. I couldn't find the last coward until after it got dark, and I still had to run to Ellie, and then run to the Bloodshot stronghold too. After all that work making a car we couldn't even drive, it was time to face Badma. He was kind of a pushover, and in true Karen fashion, we took his kids. With the custody battle over, I had new problems on my hands. Roland's jailbreak wasn't going to be easy, and I had a lot more Bloodshots and a lot more loaders to fight through. While we were chasing down the warden to get Roland back, we seen a beautiful work of Borderlands nature. This psycho almost made it to heaven before we intervened. At first, the warden fight was going great, and then the warden fight was going bad, and then it was going absolutely terrible. And then everything went great. Surprisingly, we killed the warden fast enough so that Roland didn't have to go to the gulag. After we saved Roland, we updated our look, and then we set out for Tundra Express. Now this part of the game went pretty boring, so I'll spare you the little details. But I did develop a new investment strategy. With all the deaths I had in this run, I needed a way to keep my money for grenades and ammo, because Overpower 10 makes everything ridiculously expensive. The strategy was to keep a bunch of weapons in my inventory, so that I could sell them if I needed the money, but not lose that money if I die. It's kind of like how people used to hoard Counter-Strike keys as a form of money laundering. Anyway, I wasn't sure how the Wilhelm fight was gonna go, but it actually went pretty easy. He was even kind enough to drop me a Logan's gun. With the plot twist power core installed, Lieutenant Davis was the first of many Sanctuary citizens to be goopified. I was sure that Sanctuary was going to be reduced to a pile of dust by the time Lilith was even able to teleport it. 15 minutes of lunar bombardment later, she finally got everyone but me to safety. Things were looking grim for you, boy. I was homeless, and I had to go through the fridge. I got styled on by this plague rat, and it kinda hit me hard in the self-confidence, not gonna lie. I managed to get through it though. I did think it was kind of funny that I wasn't fast enough to skip the elevator because its slight forward moving angle was faster than my movement speed. Just thought I'd throw that in there and show you. With the fridge finally behind us, it was time to start our journey through the Highlands. I thought I was being a big brain by preventing the exploder from destroying the bridge controls, but I later realized I was being a tiny brain. The crate mover could have gotten me over way faster. The spaghetti monster on the other side of the bridge was easy enough, but it was all downhill from there. The run from here on out actually became a deep descent into madness. These baby turrets, for example, killed me like 9 times. So Maya's ruin skill lets her slag enemies with phase lock, but for some reason these turrets aren't affected by that. It just took me a while to realize it, but I was able to use a slag vein to slag them properly. And about 30 minutes later we made it to Overlook, and it was time for us to defend our beacon. With us having the movement speed of a dead snail, defending the beacon felt more like a Balloons TD simulator. At some point during the fight, my brain stopped registering the sound from the gun, and I guess I just became used to it. I don't know if that was a good thing, but other than that, the fight was pretty easy. This constructor did catch me lacking though, and then it nuked me at spawn too, but that was just a minor setback. And just like that, we were no longer homeless. Up next on our to-do list was to go save Bloodwing. Fighting through everything here wasn't bad, and it was probably because it took like an hour to walk here, and this was far more entertaining. Things started going good, and we even made a little skag friend. Not even about to lie, our little homie carried us through this next fight. Shortly after though, our fun would be over, and it was time for pain. This fight went down easy at first, but alas, it was done illegally. This was the second fight where we used the non-elemental Bane. And with the help of Gibbs' save editor, I reverted the game back to this mission and took Bloodwing on properly. Alright, if anyone's wondering, I also used Gibbs' save editor to give me the gear for this run, and I did not sell the illegal Bane, I just dropped it on the ground. Alright, back to the run. Long story short, the whole process sucked. I had to go through the preserve again. This fight was stupid hard. I died like 30 times, and this was my first instance of actual anger. Bloodwing was just relentless with her attacks. On top of that, I had to resource manage the few skags that actually spawned for revives and kill skills, and dodging any attack from her required a well-timed grenade jump. I came close so many times, so I knew it was possible. For the most part, this fight was luck-based. She ended up landing on the ground in her last phase, and I was able to finally take her down. This was honestly the worst part of the run. Next on our recruitment list was Brick. Running to him took about an hour, but convincing him to join us was a walk in the park. Only if that park was filled with target circles, though. With the squad finally reunited, they could all stand around Sanctuary while I did all the hard stuff. I'm gonna be real with you guys, I got really lucky during the Jack double fight. This phase lock right here would save the run in the oddest way possible. You see, the Jack double cannot be picked up with phase lock, and he is also programmed to run away from you. Mix that with our movement speed and it was obvious we didn't have a chance to catch him. But when I phase locked this loader, Maya's converge skill actually yanked the Jack double into this weird knockback limbo. I was able to get an easy kill and also hear some of his weird dialogue. He says some funny stuff like, "I can run a mile in 2 minutes." The rest of Overlook was pretty bad. Died a lot, took a long time, the usual. And on top of all that, Angel was making fun of me. Mission, right? Don't say or slowly. Don't say I'm going. I'm doing it. Thank you. On the bright side, at least Borderlands 2 is a totally fair and balanced game, with absolutely no glitches. Oh, I was not ready for this. Alright, that's it. You know what? I'm gonna write a bad review. Borderlands 2 is totally unplayable. Nothing is balanced, the gun noises are all unrealistic, the gameplay just feels really slow for some reason, and all the guns that drop are garbage. Psych, I love this game. Back on path, not much more was between us and the bunker. All it took was running through another target circle park, dealing with more invincible baby turrets, and cheesing this super constructor. And after all that, we had one more task before we went to the bunker. What's a Borderlands 2 playthrough if you don't do the most important side mission? That's right, we were gonna see if the Bane had what it took to snipe Face McShooty. Our accuracy even after firing a few shots was not good. I could have taken the class mod off just for the boosted accuracy, but I guess I'm just built different. Since this run is already cursed, here's the Bane being fired ramped up to 666% speed. It only took about 1,000 bullets to get the headshot, but the Bane can snipe Face McShooty, and it will be ranked appropriately on the Face McShooty tier list. I'll be using this same list for future runs as well. The large turrets protecting the bunker were absolutely nothing compared to their small turret counterparts, meaning everything that I've learned from my 2008 Monster Energy condoms is a lie. Killing the bunker was easier than I expected. I died a couple of times, but each fight was like really close, so I wasn't too worried about it. Control Core Angel was pretty average under this run's context, but I almost had an issue with getting back into the main area after dying. For some reason, you have to press this button to get back in after respawning, but the door just kind of closes on you before you can even make it through. Now I knew I could grenade jump through, and so did my homie Skybot. I just thought it was funny that this door required me to grenade jump to get through it. Just imagine the mental breakdown I would have had if this door ended the run. Despite our best efforts,
we destroyed the double grenade with the
and we had a
rod
lot
and
of
turn it
running
into
to
Swiss
do.
cheese.
You think running through
Have
the
a good
dust
sleep.
is
Thank
bad?
you, David.
Well, imagine running through the
I will
friggin'
be
iridium blight.
sleeping well.
The blight friggin' sucked.
Just gotta
because I
fill
knew
some
that
our
the worst
cups
part of
with
the
the
game was
water
coming
pitcher,
up.
and then
Yet
we
I still
are
had to
good
run
to
over and
sleep.
trigger the bridge blowing up scene, die a bunch, all this just to go to the friggin' cauldron. I decided to get there and pick back up where I left off the next day, because screw Sawtooth Cauldron. All my homies hate Sawtooth Cauldron. In between streams, I watched a speedrun of the Sawtooth Cauldron, and I had a plan to get in and out of here as quickly as possible. Step 1. Take out the guards. Step 2. Meet up with Double Agent Lil Lunatic. Step 3. Grenade jump like a boss. Step 4. Royally mess everything up. Step 5. Repent. Step 6. Repeat Step 3. Step 7. Get the goods and head out. Believe it or not, it only took like an hour to get all of Sawtooth Cauldron done, which is pretty fast all things considered. Victory was so close, yet so far away. Our second run through the Iridium Blight was terrible, just like the first one. We eventually made it to the Boneyard, and I had a strategy planned out in advance. I knew I needed a car, so the first thing I did was push the dang thing all the way to the pipeline. I tried a trick where I would bounce on it as I pushed it, and it kinda worked, but I don't think it helped much. The car was in position now, and I just needed to run to all the pumping stations. It took me a while to hit all the stations, but I had a few skags to baby boost me along the way. It also took me a while to figure out how to blow the pipe open without actually driving the car, but it turns out as long as the car is close enough to it, you can just get in the car and it will trigger the explosion. Some of you already know what's going to happen next. Saturn is a totally optional boss, and a lot of people run right past him. However, we can't do that for obvious reasons, so we had to take him out. My ammo when this fight started was pretty much full, but we still ran out. We were so close to the kill, but in the end he caught us lacking. We were too close to victory to give up, so I stocked up on ammo and went for the safety shed again. I didn't care how many bullets it took. We had some Tims to scuff and a challenge run to complete. We managed to get the kill this time around with about a clip left, and the badass constructor on the bridge was easily taken out from afar. The third run through the Iridium Blight wasn't bad, but that's only because I knew it was going to be my last. This last part of the run would prove to be the most annoying, besides the bird. First, I disappointed myself by not hitting this grenade jump first try, and the turrets that Mordo has to take out can respawn for some dumb reason. They're big and protected, so maybe those condoms weren't wrong after all. But you can see it here that dodging their onslaught at my speed was terrible. It gets worse though, so don't worry. Cause next, I beat Jack first try, and the Warrior after 2 tries. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Oh yeah, I forgot the part where my recording and stream both stopped, so I had no friggin' proof. Dude, it was so friggin' embarrassing too. I shotgunned a monster and everything. I was so hyped. Death counter reads what I know in my heart as the total deaths it actually took me, so that's not going to change anymore. Anyway, Gibbs' save editor came in clutch once again. I was able to reset the Jack fight. This time around though, was a lot harder. Jack took me out like 4 or 5 times before I finished him off again, but that was fine. Honestly, commentary can't grasp how angry this part made me, so I'm just going to let some raw audio go through. What is that? No, the f***ing hole again! The f***ing hole! Okay, this is our chance to go get our f***ing... Oh my god, not the hole! Not the hole! Oh no! Again with the f***ing hole! Oh, no, no lava, no lava. And we're gonna f***ing dive bomb me? That Crystalix cooperating, you guys should too. Oh, as soon as I say that, he puts me in the hole. He puts me in the f***ing hole as soon as I say it. Oh my god! Okay, okay. Think. How much time? 15 seconds. Get on this rock. Watch for Crystallis control in the hole. Oh, fuck. Hole troll! Hole troll. After all these hardships, after all of these deaths, after all 27 hours of this run so far, the Warrior finally accepted his fate. Which means you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the Bane. Like I said before, this run in all took a little over 27 hours spanned out over 7 different days. It was a long journey, and I'm glad that it's finally over. The Bane stats are definitely decent, so the only setback this run was the horrible movement speed. I could mention the screaming as well, but that was more of an annoyance rather than an actual performance variable. That might just be me though, I don't know, I'm pretty good at going brain dead. But if the Bane didn't have the movement speed impairment, then I bet I would see a lot more people use it unironically because it's a decent SMG. But it did get me through the whole game though, so I would say this gun is OP10 viable, believe it or not. I recently went back to see if you could get the Bane with the Bane, and during that adventure, I ended up getting another pearl from this tubby spider ant, and this boner got squished and made a wet noise. Anyway, I did manage to get the Bane with the Bane, and decided that I had my piece with this run. This is my first video, and it took a while to make. I put a lot of effort into this, so any feedback would be great. You could do that the simple way, or the specific way. And if I hit 100 subscribers, I'll even do a face reveal. I have another challenge run video in the works, but I'm still open to hear your picks for what gun I should try this challenge with next. It's also pretty obvious, but I did stream this run on Twitch, and I'll do the same for future runs, so maybe come and say hi. Anyway, that's going to wrap up this video. I hope to see you next time. Until then, breathe easy, homies. You ever play that one Borderlands 2 Space DLC and ask yourself, how could I make this any worse? Odds are, you probably aren't a masochist, so maybe it's just me. But today's challenge is going to be long, hard, and full of innuendos. Today's question is, can you beat Borderlands the pre-sequel with only the probe? The rules are simple. We're playing on UVHM to maximize the difficulty. I can use any Vault Hunter and any of their skills, with discretion of course, so I don't just avoid the challenge entirely. No bar allowed, and my gear shown here. I use this stuff for the whole run, but the general rule of thumb is that we can't use unique gear except for the class mod. Alright, so we start our run, and we don't have a probe. That is because the probe is a mission item, and that mission isn't available until after we fight the first two bosses. I thought about just using Gibbs Save Editor to give us one, but I decided that wouldn't be legit, and a little bit of foreplay would be fine. At first I wasn't sure if I should choose Athena to get me through this first part with all of the melee damage she has, but I later decided being able to hold double the penetrating power would be better for me in the long run. Also, Nisha kind of has a melee build that would do the job fine. First off, we had to save Jack, and it was actually easier than I anticipated. Nisha's The Unforgiven skill makes every enemy that was shot during Showdown explode when Showdown is over. And luckily for us, smacking their cheeks also made them explode. Nisha also uses a whip, so going into Fight for Your Life wasn't a guaranteed death sentence. Without being able to probe the enemies yet, we were going to rely on two things. Whipping, of course, and also stomping. Ground slams weren't as helpful on the space station because the gravity was normal here, but it would come in handy later. So Flame Knuckle shows up, and I'm ready to call this run not possible because I did not expect to win this fight. But it turns out, he deals like no damage. The first phase of this fight, he was mostly just focused on Jack, who was pretty much doing nothing anyway. So it was just 10 straight minutes of whipping and stomping. His second phase was a little bit tougher though. I will admit I did try launching him into space, but the game was too smart for that. The main struggle with this fight was the fire damage over time he could inflict. If I was ignited, it was certain death for me. I died a few more times during this fight, but I managed to take him out by using Jack as a distraction. And it turns out, he wasn't happy to see me. He just had a nukem in his pocket. Anyway, Jack did some curse stuff, I was yeeted at the moon in some fancy toaster, and we met the bestower of the probe. But our dominatrix days weren't over yet. We had one more client, boss that needed punishment. Getting to deadlift wasn't the worst thing, but it was definitely a little annoying. But when it came to actually fighting him, it was terrible. His attacks were very strong, and he wouldn't stop moving, so I had to lure him away from his beloved jump pads. I didn't think he would actually chase me down there, but I just had to be patient. He eventually came, and his torture began. After 10 minutes of precision slamming, he finally perished, and I could finally go get my trophy. I managed to rob him for everything he owned, but I also forgot the Moonzoomy key, so I felt kinda dumb after that. But everything was going great. We finally got our probe, Nurse Nina showed us how to use it on her lucky volunteer, and we respect our skill points so we could double fist our new weapon. The next target on our list was Red Belly, and it was going to take some work to get to him. So the probe's initial purpose was to aggravate some Kragans instead of killing them. So the damage on the gun is extremely low. For reference, one clip from the probe equaled about one bullet from a normal Maliwan pistol with matching parts, but it was still able to handle most mob enemies pretty well. Baddie enemies and bosses were a totally different story though. I would expend all my ammo prematurely, and Nisha doesn't have any ammo regen abilities that would be effective enough to keep us from running out frequently, and in some cases, I would resort to using my whip to finish them off. After being attacked by a swarm of numbers, we finally infiltrated Red Belly's base. This part of the run was the turning point from causing pain to receiving pain. The big enemies leading up to Red Belly messed me up a lot. The first one just let me kill him. I don't know if he ran out of ammo or was just into it, but we would meet again. We fought off a wave of baby scavs and their babysitter too, and found ourselves in a pretty spooky part of the run. You guys probably think Pyramid Head is scary, but Cylinder Head was my worst nightmare. Those guys hit like a brick, and now he's going to need a better probe to win this fight. Save quit farming to change the element of our probe would come in handy a few times during this run. I got a corrosive one because I thought it would be great for armored opponents like them, so I fought through everyone again, and the corrosive one also sucked. I tried a few times and I realized I needed some fire damage. So I fight through everyone again just to accidentally fire a torpedo gun, reset, and fight through everyone a fourth time just to get absolutely dominated by Red Belly. Belly was the main problem. He would be able to take me down a health gate in a single hit, and if he was lucky enough to set me on fire with that hit, I would have very little chance of surviving through it. I would have to use Showdown, shoot him as much as possible because the probe actually heals you slightly based on damage you do, and pray that it was enough to survive all of the burn damage. Even with the cheese strat that I'm doing right here, it took a lot of time and patience to get through all of this. The smaller one was easier to take on, so it didn't take too long to get rid of him. Back at Concordia, the Merif decided that he did want to partake in some of our services. It was apparent upon first glance that the Merif had a slime fetish though. He got a little rowdy after we told him that wasn't our forte, so Jack had to put him down. Ew, very nasty. Ooh, spaghetti. Anyway, alright, back to the run. We changed up our look, did the funny calculator thing, stole a stingray, crashed the game, and then we met up with Pickle Rick. That was probably the cringiest joke you've ever heard, so sorry about that. But anyway, we ran around the map touching knobs and pushing buttons for a while so that we could get on the bosun's ship. All of that was easy, but it was pretty hard when we got inside. The fights in here were pretty tough, and I died a couple of times because of this mugger, and I felt true humiliation when I couldn't even get a kill on this Lil Scab for a second wind. This clip right here really shows how annoying it is to try and kill with this gun. I could not imagine trying to do this challenge without being able to dual wield these pistols. This challenge may have been hard, but in all honesty though, the game itself is well balanced, and just like Borderlands 2, has absolutely no glitches. What? Anyway, the booster seat baby man was in for a fight, and so was I. Just like the baby man he is, the bosun relied on others to feed him, so taking out his turrets was the first thing that we needed to do. The turrets themselves were moderately beefy, so it just took time. But with no more turrets to suckle on, this fight was like taking candy from a baby. But instead of it being a baby, it was a grown man dating his own computer. We had our AI, and now it's time to build some robots. At first I thought I met a bunch of cute little Torque friends, but then they did the most sus thing I've ever seen. Like, I know this run was supposed to have a bunch of funny innuendos and stuff, but these Torques took it way too far in my opinion. What kind of synchronized f***ing like nut bust was that? Gross, dude. Oh, y'all motherfuckers nasty. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to do it to you. Rest of this joint was kind of boring. I mean, this is the pre-sequel, so I guess here's a funny gameplay clip. Credit for that. Oh, you're just vibing? You good? You gonna let me put the probe in? You gonna let me do it? Oh, you gonna let me put it in? Doink. The rest of this place was a breeze. There was one tough guy, but he was conveniently placed next to this abyss. But from here on out, it got pretty tough. There were a lot of baddie enemies in the robot factory, and at one point I was even getting double teamed by a couple of them. The turret calibration segment was annoying as usual, so that sucked. My game crashed shortly after, so that sucked. And then I had to redo the turret calibration, so that sucked. Alright, that's enough pre-sequel bad jokes for now. It's time for a boss fight. Felicity was a little angry about her new job, so we had to teach her a lesson. This was probably one of the toughest fights so far. She was pretty tanky, and she was also able to create repair surveyors. The surveyors themselves weren't that much of a threat, but I was on track to run out of ammo quick. During my second attempt, I ended up opening the last of the ammo crates in the arena, and the fight was really close. Alright, we're going in after this. I might have f***ed up. No. 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 No.
Why'd you do? Oh! Let's go!
You can argue that I relied on melee for that kill, but if I didn't open half the ammo crates in my first attempt, I would have had plenty of places to get ammo, so cut me some slack. I'm playing the pre-sequel for Pete's sake. We made it to Helios, and for some reason the Dahl troops weren't mad at us. That was until Claptrap decided to bone the whole space station though. They got real angry about that, so we had no choice but to fight. Okay, I think it's time I insert some more pre-sequel bad jokes. It's been like 2 minutes, so I think we're due for some. Bro, why did they take away the low gravity in this part? Oh, it's so boring. I want to jump. Bro, do we really need to get this guy's picture of his kid for him, dude? What the heck even is this writing? Yo, did they really bring back rabbit stalkers for this one part of the game? Oh my god, Gearbox. I don't want the crappy loot. Just hurry up. Jeez, man. Okay, dude. Oh, come on, dude. Why is this door so slow? Dude, there's a force field behind the door? Why? Why is this a thing? Oh, bruh. Dude, why is there a force field opening like this, dude? It's a force field. Who even made this friggin' game? Okay, that should hit the quota. Anyway, this bodybuilder took me out and is a real homie right after and just let me pass anyway. This guy was the closest thing I had to a friend all run. The brave lad jumped in like the buff anime protagonist he is and started chopping up this torque queen with his katana. Sadly, our homie's plot armor wasn't strong enough to take on the torque. We will never forget you, buff doll homie. Last thing we had to do here was take out this guy, which was easy, just time consuming, cause we're pretty much using a Nerf Maverick to fight things. We ended up saving everyone, then we decided we didn't need the Harry Potter lookalike and his goons, so we murdered him. All jokes aside, this part of the game is usually always enjoyable for me. There are a lot of jump pads and flying and stuff, and falling in the void is more funny than annoying here, so it's actually kind of vibing. I kind of blew right through this area too because there wasn't really any mandatory fights. This level of difficulty wouldn't last long, however. Let me show you why I almost lost this run. Honestly. No! Yeah, guys, that shield regen is friggin' busted. Every time I was close, she denied my satisfaction. Also, who put the new use station behind this electric field? Someone please tell me. Okay, time for some strategy talk. So it was obvious that this fight was going to be tough. So we had to save quit farm for some parts that would hit the spot just right. Which is basically shock element and a Jacob's grip. This combination would give us the best damage per shot. After many deaths, I was on track to beating her. At the time I thought that staying far away and letting her aggro on Jack would stop her constant shield regen move, but in reality there is a good chance that she just has a limited use of that move. So the fight got easier, I guess, but there's still a lot of built-up frustration in this fight that I ended up releasing here.
Oh, little baby. Oh, little baby. Oh no. Oh no, you can't do nothing. You can't regen no more shield, little baby. I don't got any more little rockets. Oh no.
Anyway, Sarpedon wanted to go for round 2. and this time, she didn't even last half as long. We finished her off, and Jack was waiting ready for the money shot. It was finally time to disable the eyeball laser, which was simple. We just had to use our big injector on it. I think we injected a little too much though, because everything got a little weird. Anyway, Jack sent us on our final mission to finally beat this game. On the way in, we came across this injured soldier, and I decided to let him go because I kind of felt bad that my man's was level 0. And we also needed to conserve ammo for the next boss. RK5 or whatever was actually kind of annoying. The two main problems with this fight were lack of ammo and actually landing shots. Molly 1 pistols in general have really low shot speed, and with Walmart Bunker being so far away and moving at pretty high speeds, I had to aim ahead of him in order to land any shots at all. Mix this with the limited ammo crates and the fact that Showdown doesn't account for the distance, and you get a whole lot of wasted shots. Things only get worse though, because I won the fight and beat the game. Wait, that doesn't sound right. Why does that sound familiar? Oh yeah, my footage cut out right at the end of the run, just like last time. How does this happen twice? I redid the fights, but I didn't have footage for this one still for some reason, so I fought Bootleg Bunker again for you guys. If you want a teaser for my next challenge run though, just look at the death counter. Make sure to subscribe to see what monster's idea caused this pain. Alright, we finally made it to the last boss, and for the peeps that are wondering about the pregnant alien boss, I'm sorry, you guys are getting kink shamed today. The Sentinel fight was actually really long. The whole fight has like 7 phases, and to give you an idea on how long it took, I grabbed this Mox Tail for a little bit of extra gun damage, and it's supposed to last 30 minutes. We made it to the arena with about 28 minutes left, and the long grind started. Like I said before, this fight took a while, but to be honest with you, it wasn't the hardest thing in the world. That title is reserved for me when I finally get to stop playing the pre-sequel. Okay, let's wrap things up. All jokes aside, I actually enjoyed this fight, because everything in this fight was skill-based. Every move that the Sentinel threw out was dodgeable with some sort of precise movement, and I think the pre-sequel should get some props for that, because in Borderlands 2, some enemies are just straight up undodgeable. I think we're going to end this fight by showing you guys a couple of clips from the battle and the finishing blow. The fight itself was probably a full 30 minutes, but I'll keep it short. I messed up.
Not that much. At least 5 naked people.
Oh,
We
come
can
on.
all work together.
Oh my god.
Not naked.
Oh no, that is not good. Dude, you need to perish like now. You need to perish like now. No, please. Let's go. No barf. No barf, gang. Hashtag boss melt. I am glad to say, you can beat Borderlands as a pre-sequel with only the probe. Alright guys, that's gonna wrap it up for this run. If you guys have any feedback, I'm always open to suggestions, so please let me know what you think in the comments below. And remember, 1 like equals 1 torque sent to horny jail. I also want to thank you guys for all the support. I definitely did not expect to hit 100 subs off my first video, and as promised, I'll be doing a face reveal video soon. And if you guys have any questions, post them below and I'll answer them then. Anyway, if you haven't seen my first video, you can check it out here, and until next time, breathe easy, homies. To quickly dispatch the constructor before it made more. The best way to do this was to use his defense turret as bore fodder. It was important that I did not slag the turret as to keep it alive so I could keep the extra bore damage while I stacked up critical ascension. Alright, before we talk about them, let's talk about this. And of course, let's not forget about this. Yeah, I fought those stupid f***ing bots again. I was a big idiot, didn't even see that the f***ing door was open, so I could have just ran past the whole time. But yeah, that took up another fraction of my life. Anyway, back to them. Long story short, baby turret's OP. If anything was going to end the run, it was going to be these heathens right here. Here's what makes these things so f***ing annoying. Number 1, no crisp spot. Number 2, their health regen is busted and my DPS wasn't even keeping up. And number 3, they're immune to most types of slag. These things can't be slagged with kunai or even take damage from my slag grenade. I tried to use a loader as boar fodder, but that just wasn't working. I also tried grenade jumping past them, but they were required kills to progress, so we were gonna have to do some cringe type stuff. I really don't like using shields, grenades, or relics that have gimmicks, but I had to pull out a grenade that could slag with these miniature raid bosses. A simple transfusion grenade did the trick, and after 3 hours of trying, they finally died. Oh. Alright, this place wasn't as bad as the preserve, but I did rack up like 80 deaths just trying to get to the friggin' bunker. Anyway, the super toaster on top of the mountain wasn't bad. It was mostly just this ultimate loader that was making the fight hard. But the critical ascension makes quick work of constructors, so nothing too painful. Speaking of pain, it was time to see if the elephant gun could snipe face McShooty. The main issue wasn't the lack of scope, but more a lack of natural accuracy. Even with the accuracy boost from my skills, it still took about 15 shots before I landed the crit. Nonetheless, the elephant gun can snipe face McShooty, so it will go on the top rank of the tier list. I knew the bunker fight was going to be tough. Yeah, the big turrets had crit spots, so that was in my favor. But was I going to have enough firepower to take on the... Oh yeah. I find it really funny that all those big turrets and the big defense spot were like super easy to take out, and then you have ion loaders who won't even let you in their bubble if you're down. Like for real though, whose idea was it to make it so you just start climbing the bubble? Who? Please, someone please tell me. On top of those fuckers, we also had more invincible baby turrets, but now they had undodgeable laser beams, which sadly means I had to bust out the cringe grenade again, which made me feel like a cheater even though I wasn't cheating. We managed to make it out alive with a little over 400 deaths on the board, and I practically dodged a bullet because my game crashed as soon as I made it back to Sanctuary. TBH, I wasn't hating the idea of going to Sawtooth Cauldron. After all, I've been fighting robots who resist normal bullets for the longest time, and squishy bandits seem to be a lot easier to handle. The ambush commanders weren't bad either because their heads are pretty big and deception can distract them pretty easily. I did get pooped on by mortar though. The buzzards probably would have went perfectly if it wasn't for this goon, but I think he tried to fight a buzzard and just flew away anyway, so he wasn't an issue for long. You could get through this next part of the game pretty quick usually. I don't think there is a single mandatory kill in all of the Arid Nexus, which is a good thing because our boy Saturn can't be slagged and doesn't have a crit spot. But even with running right past everyone, I managed to die right before picking up the info we needed. The final mission was upon us, and I was ready to end this. But the game would not make it so easy though. Taking out loaders with Claptrap was fine, but the combo of super surveyors took forever to kill. Eventually I managed to confuse them really close to each other and Boar took it from there. Hero's Pass was going fine, until I met up with my sworn enemy, Baby Turret. On top of having stupid health regen, no crit spot, and being hard to slag, they are also completely immune to molten lava, I guess. One last time I had to pull out the cringe grenade, cause not even Brick and his infinite hammer supply could take it out. With the turret dead, the path was clear. It was time for the big fight. Jack was our first opponent, and he was definitely a tough one. The fight was more intense than a 1v1 on Rust against the guy that said rude things about your mom on Xbox Live.
Hey kiddo, Jack here, president of Hyperion.
He had health regen, which made this fight last a while. He was also using a lot of crazy movement tech that I've never seen before. I managed to hone in on his one weakness, that being his big shootable face, and went on to the final fight with the warrior, which went a little something like this. With the stakes raised, I finally managed to take out the warrior. Which means you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the elephant gun. With the game finally beat, we did what anyone would do after a run like this. Celebrate with a monster shotgun, and then start a DLC. That's right, homies, you're getting some bonus content. Alright, I'll keep this short. So when I do these challenges, I usually like to see if the weapon I'm using can farm itself, and if it comes from a DLC, I try to beat that DLC as well. The DLC started out as normal. Our boy Hammerlock was even repping an elephant gun too. His shot explosive rounds though, so that was pretty weird. So on top of being everybody's least liked DLC, it was also nearly impossible. Landing any type of crit, which may I remind you is our only source of damage, was just impossible on these guys. Roll the footage.
World revealed. Weakness is now known to me. Time to go to work. Deceive you. An illusion fools you all. I move for the kill.
Ironically, the most efficient way of killing these guys was actually just to get them to level up to demon form. That gets rid of their impenetrable wooden mask. 2 hours and 30 deaths into this DLC, the last of the hunters got confused, and taking them out got 100 times easier.
Boat working out? Egg. Okay. Let's go!
With all the eggs procured, it was finally time to take out Arizona. And she was a pretty tough boss to figure out. So basically, her crit spots can disappear if they're shot too much, and if not fought properly, she can still have half her health left with no way to crit her. And with the amount of health she has, the fight from there is practically impossible. But if you play your cards right and slag her in deception, she can be killed with 3 precise shots. 5 kills and 3 hours of getting stick bugged later, we managed to farm an elephant gun. After beating Thermotage in a game of tetherball, saving Claptrap was up next. This took a while because I couldn't land any crits, so I relied on boar to get kills. I was doing this for a long time, long enough for the friendly worshippers to respawn. After this, the only mandatory fights for the rest of the game were Poop Spike and these elite savages. Both weren't bad because they could actually be critted, but Jackenstein was a straight up shit show. Every one of this guy's attacks is undodgeable. Mix that with the amount of ion loaders he spawns, you get a whole lot of pain. I had 2 options. Pull out the cringe transfusion grenade again for some type of healing, or use this cheese spot I knew about. After 80 attempts in this fight and 600 deaths total over the run, I chose the latter. So if anyone was wondering, you can beat Sir Hammerlock's big game hunt with only the elephant gun. Barely. Thanks so much for watching, guys. I really appreciate all the kind words I've been getting in the comments. Leaving comments like that and liking the video really helps motivate me to keep doing these runs. And if you guys want to see me suffer some more, consider hitting that subscribe button. And if you really want to see me suffer some more and you're watching this shortly after release, I'm live on Twitch right now starting my next challenge run. So come stop by if you want. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Captain Blade was the most feared pirate on Pandora long, long ago. Through treasure hunting missions, we can find the gear he used to become so infamous. Today we ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 as Captain Blade? Now obviously, Captain Blade isn't a playable character in Borderlands 2, but his gear scattered throughout the pirate DLC can make us pretty close to the real thing. And all of these items are cursed and provide some type of negative effect on us. To list them off real quick, the rapier makes getting punched hurt more, the orphan maker just plain out hurts to shoot, the manly man shield makes elemental damage hurt more, the auto idol makes fight for your life shorter, and the midnight star ejects child grenades towards the player. Now they do have benefits, but some are just not that helpful. The rapier is the best melee weapon in the game, but since we're on OP10, melee isn't really viable, especially on a gunzerker. The Manly Man Shield adds 40% explosive damage to our melee attacks, but it's also quite useless. The Auto Idol returns health upon kill, but it's only like 8%, and if the Orphan Maker is our main source of damage, it pretty much cancels it out for that one shot. And the Orphan Maker's damage output is pretty good. So we have that going for us. And the Midnight Star has wait, what does the Midnight Star have? Increased damage and reduced child grenade count. Huh. Anyway, we're also going to be using a legendary Hoarder class mod to keep on theme with pirate stuff, and it helps us gunzerk more, so all curses can be active at once. Alright, really quick on the rules. Geared OP 10 challenges are my style, so that's how we're going to go about it. All skills are allowed with discretion as to not avoid the challenge. No bar. And lastly, no left-handing the Orphan Maker. The reason for that last rule is because the self-damage doesn't trigger when left-handing, which would defeat the purpose of the run, and mom ain't raised no game exploiting bitch. Okay, on to the run. First thing I did was choose my skills. I chose Asbestos to counteract the Manly Man shield, and because of the cool gas mask icon. I also picked up Fistful of Hurt and Double Your Fun. I don't play the Gunzerker too often, so the rest of my build was trash. I really want to go back in time and slap myself for not grabbing no kill like overkill. Most of the beginning of the run was spent learning how not to die, and how to properly go about fights. It was immediately apparent that my fight for your lifetime was short, and 9% slag chance is absolutely infuriating. Also, I literally never played the Gunzerker on PC before, so I had to get used to a lot of dumb shit, like the inconceivable glitch where your guns don't auto-reload after they're empty. I really hate that one. And most importantly, I had to learn the shot pattern of the Orphan Maker. Usually this gun is pretty good, but the Jacob stock makes the accuracy recovery extremely low. 7 quick and brutal deaths in, I realized I forgot to turn my bar off, so we had to restart. Luckily I caught it early. I'd probably need a straitjacket if it happened any later. This time around, I decided to try and use some grenades, and well, that didn't go too great. I also tested how much self-damage the Orphan Maker does. Usually Borderlands gameplay goes, I shoot them and they die. But this time around, it went, I shoot them and we die. So if I don't have any shield, I'm practically not allowed to shoot my gun. I didn't fully learn this lesson until deep into this run though. Making my way to Boom Boom, I tried the Midnight Star again, and just like before, it was actually worthless. So to add to the challenge, I decided that the grenade mod wasn't allowed to come off. So grenade jumps were out of the question. Boom Boom was ready to blow, and I was ready to go. Psych, I got pooped on. Boom, as always, gave me a little bit of trouble before I got lucky and took him out. Boom, on the other hand, killed me many times. I was constantly seeing the blue respawn screen, so I decided to put my new blue light glasses on. Alyssa got them for me recently and said they were for when I was bad at Borderlands. Honestly, best gift ever. Anyway, Boom had too much health regen for my DPS to handle, mainly because I had to take long pauses so my guns didn't kill me. 38 deaths in, I got desperate and found something that will change my challenge runs forever. What? I didn't know I could do this. Dude, I wish I would have known this from my last run. The new strat of getting within neck snapping range worked great. I just lined the psychos up so they couldn't hurt me and started going to town. Also, here's a slagged armored enemy taking nothing but critical hits by this corrosive rapier, and it's doing nothing. This is just for reference on how little damage this thing does. Good thing we had the Orphan Maker though, because this wouldn't have been possible without it. After getting misted by my first monster shotgun of the run, we were off to fight Flint. You can't see it, but the word fight has quotations around it in my script. It also says something about foreshadowing, but that word has too many syllables for me to understand. A common problem I would face in this run is getting shot down to low health right before I tried to shoot the Orphan Maker, making me die. Another common problem was thinking the Midnight Star would actually work this time around. All these issues were building up, and day one of this challenge was really breaking me. I've never been closer to giving up than I was during the Flint fight. The health regen mixed with me always taking damage from other people made this fight impossible. I had one last idea before I was going to throw in the towel. Earlier in the run, I said something I was totally wrong about. 10. Melee Sal on OP10 don't exist. Okay. Yeah, you seen that right. In one last desperate attempt to best Flint, I managed to find the cheesiest cheese ever. I call it Flint locking. Knocking him out of his arena makes him really confused, and he won't try to attack you anymore. And if you try to knock him into the water, this happens.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Every night, I can feel my leg.
We might have done Flint bolder than Lenny from Of Mice and Men, but he would have the last laugh after tricking me into thinking I got a legendary and jumping into the cold water below. This point of the run was both the victory and the mental health boost. The amount of laughing that occurred from everything that just happened really helped. After that whole fiasco, we had to get the power core for Sanctuary and kill 20 bandits for Reese like the good Vault Hunter we are, and Sanctuary, as always, was no challenge for obvious reasons, so let's get to Frostburn Canyon. Running past every enemy in this place is always satisfying. I always wish that the game had some type of bee-hopping mechanic that would let you keep momentum if you time your jumps good. Like imagine if you grenade boosted for speed, and then you could just keep the momentum. That would be dope. Okay, I'm getting a little off track. Anyway, I tried doing the spike jump skip for the first time ever, and I nailed it, making my success rate 100%. Get flexed on. And fighting through the psychos here wasn't bad. Melee Sal even worked for a little bit. This might be common knowledge, but if you don't want Lilith getting in your way, I found that fighting on the bridge makes things a lot easier. Up next, we were supposed to get bandit car pieces, which I did, I just forgot to hit record. And when I tried to get the short clips of it from my Twitch VOD, the VOD was just gone, I guess? Which sucks because I got this pearl from a tubby, I just don't have the clip of it. Anyway, here's a fun fact. The saw blades from Bandit Technicals count as melee damage. So if you have a melee boosting skill or any type of gear that boosts melee damage, they take effect here. You can see that my saw blades are doing bonus explosive damage, and that's from the Manly Man shield. You could try this with the Love Thumper shield and it gets pretty crazy. Anyway, back to the run. Bad Ma was our next mini boss to take out. The fight wasn't bad as soon as his meat shields broke loose. Hubert was my helper this time around, and he was so excited to be free that my man started breakdancing. The Bloodshot Stronghold was one of those mobbing areas that felt really hard for some reason. It may have just been the number of Ironclad Psychos and Shield Nomads, but I'm also just bad at the game. I also felt kinda bad for killing these two during a private moment.
Oh, yeah.
But everyone else had it coming, especially Mad Mike. The guy just wouldn't die, and the fact that his corrosive launcher did extra damage because of my shield wasn't helping. After a few tries, I realized that he wasn't even a mandatory fight and the door to the next area was open. So I decided that flushing him like the turd he was totally fair. After saving Roland from getting kidnapped, we had to save Roland from getting kidnapped, which means the Warden was our next target. If you decide to try this challenge, which, save file in the description if you want, it is imperative that you kill Warden before he goes to the gulag. Be patient, be smart, and don't worry, he doesn't have health regen. You need to kill him first try or it's pretty much over. My mistake here was going for the kill instead of taking out that surveyor. If I were to have killed Warden here, it would have saved me hours. But I didn't, and now it was time for pain. Gulag Warden may seem like the same fight, but it's actually harder. Usually shooting Warden in the eye will stop any construction it is doing, but in the Gulag, you actually get ultimate loaders moonshot at you as well. Meaning getting close enough to do damage without dying is pretty much impossible. It wasn't until I realized that the loaders put me on their casting couch that the dread set in. Like holy shit, I really looked like I was gonna cry here. I tried a multitude of different strats, resetting the map to get a jump on the Warden, running around the map and doing run-by shootings, looking for cheese spots, but nothing was working. I had a few options. I could be a baby and reset the mission with the save editor to retry the Bloodshot Dam fight, but the same thing could just happen again. I could be a man and reset the whole playthrough because that would be more legit, or I could be a true man and live with my mistakes. With that being said, the final strat was devised. Step 1, break loaders' kneecaps to slow them down. Step 2, eliminate most loaders to have only 4 on the field. Warden will only spawn up to a certain amount. Step 3, be smart and patient, and do damage when it is a safe option. Even with this strat, the fight was tough. There was an angelic guardian dual-wielding Vladoff snipers that really messed me up, and I just wasn't able to kill it, so I just tried avoiding it. Eventually, the loaders got confused and stopped pursuing me for some reason, and I was able to slowly take out Warden from afar. I don't know why they stopped pursuing me right here. It's almost like Borderlands was meant to be played faster or something, and they just ran out of AI. Either way, I got really f***ing lucky right here. I really hope I never have to go to the Gulag again. Tundra Express was our next destination. The usual order of operations ensued there. Sing Campfire Song with Varkids, meet Mordecai, meet Tina, and try to grenade jump with the Midnight Star. Pretty basic stuff. I was a little overzealous and forgot to grab the damsels, so that was kinda cringe, but oh well. It was time to fight Wilhelm, and I was prepared for an intense battle. I planned to take him out in my first attempt.
It's a trap! The vault key's not on the train. Abort the mission, soldier!
Well, I really didn't know that the train could just delete you like that. Well, guess I'm adding that to the random Borderlands facts part of my brain. Anyway, the actual Wilhelm fight was a good fight. Wilhelm in particular is a pretty fair boss, which is ironic because everyone is so surprised when he dies. The best approach to dropping this guy when your gear is bad is to just keep your distance and kill off the loaders. After that, keep your eyes in the sky to see where the scatter missiles go, and always leave one surveyor for second wins. Any more than that, the shield regen gets to be counterproductive, and it also tricks him into making more, which sets up for easy crits. But most importantly, practice your train dodging before you go in and fight him. Do all that and he should go down relatively easy. After dooming Sanctuary and a not so quick run through the fridge, we were finally to the Highlands. My brain at this point was hyper-focused for no damn reason, so I was zooming past loaders and constructors alike. This actually helped me learn a new strat though. Dealing with the tickle monster is way easier if it's distracted by loaders, so taking him out was relatively easy as well. Protecting the kidney stone it dropped was a completely different story. For those of you who are too good at the game to know, the beacon can only be destroyed 8 times before it just becomes invincible. I still attempt to protect the beacon in my challenge runs, but it is usually just a waiting game. After a few unfortunate deaths, the fast travel landed, and I made a break for it. Our reunion with the Sanctuary squad was short-lived, as Roland gave us the bad news. We had to go to the preserve. If you've seen my other runs, you know that nothing but pain resides here. Also, if you watch my other videos, there's a 97% chance you aren't subscribed. So if you like the vids, please consider hitting that sub button. It helps the channel a lot and really motivates me to make these videos. Anyway, back to the run. I needed to mentally prep for the preserve, and by mental prep, I mean shotgunning 3 monsters in the span of 2 minutes. This was the run where I finally figured out how wounding loaders worked. It's not severing body parts like I originally believed, but it's actually just dealing enough damage to them. Which sucks when they have health regen. It's all really weird. Dying while they're wounded though makes it so that the counter doesn't go down, so theoretically you can wound the same loader 3 times if you die. I don't know, all I know is that my blood was practically battery acid at this point, so I needed a physical health boost to counteract my mental health boost. The solution was simple. 3 monsters plus 2 grilled cheese equals 1 monster. Disclaimer time, I'm not a mathematician, nor am I a dietitian, but I do know that a lot of caffeine is not good for you, so please don't try this at home. Make sure you're at a hospital first. After slamming those sandwiches in under a minute and burning my mouth in the process, we plowed right through the rest of the preserve. It seemed as the preparation was working because I was punching pupskags into mist. The only real setback that made me mad was this jump. Like, I made the jump right here, but after having to come back through, I just couldn't hit it again. Dumb problems aside, it was time for the fight with my arch rival. Spoiler alert, it sucked. Psych! That bird, she got messed the f up. The main difference with this challenge opposed to my other ones was the ability to actually kill things. Yeah, I might be in a fight for your life in order to spam my Orphan Maker, but at least I'm taking the heathens with me. Also, Cell's insight skill makes dodging Bloodwing actually possible sometimes. I managed to take out Bloodwing in only 3 tries. LilGasmask 1, Bloodwing 2. I still got bodied the last few challenges. After that victory, it was time to go find Mordecai's last remaining friend and then kill all of his friends. A combo of tough guys gave me some trouble, but I managed to glitch one out and it made things a lot easier. These guys often have Nova shields, so the key to giving them the sauce is to make sure you dodge the blast. After a few more little dudes, it was time to take on the final boss, Goliath Jackson. My mans was really moonwalking on me every time he had the chance. After a while, the smooth criminal met his fate. As for the secret ending boss, I decided we're gonna kill him Melee Sal style. Dual wielding rapiers gives us enough DPS to actually melee kill him, but that wasn't cool enough. We wanted to send him packing. Fighting loaders with Brick was actually pretty fun, mostly because he was a distraction and I got to punch an ion loader off a cliff. Fuck ion loaders. But our next task is where the run started to hurt again. Jack's body double was next on our hit list. If you watched me play live before, you probably have heard me call the heathens that run and hide cowards. The Jack double is the ultimate coward. His cowardice was so extreme that he ended up disappearing entirely, leaving me to reset the map. The strategy for taking him out was brute force and lack of patience, which worked. After an hour of attempts, with that show out of the way, we're on to the next one. The way to bunker is always hard, this time was no exception. I think jet loaders are moving up a tier on the most hated loaders tier list because they're the biggest cowards of them all. Fly away now! Yes. I also got bodied by this loot homie that didn't even drop anything. But the constructor was the real challenge. I was trying to kill this thing for a while. It was to the point where the beginning loaders started respawning and making it even harder. So I did what I do best. Find an obscure cheese strat for enemies that you should never have to cheese. The strat at hand? Constructor displacement. When this chunky dumpster is spawning, it likes to keep awkward eye contact with you, meaning you have a small amount of time to angle it to your liking. It's best to run up to the left of him so he's facing the door you need to open. This way, when he fires his missiles, they end up hitting the door before they can start tracking you, making for a much easier fight. The usually invincible baby turrets were only a minor annoyance this time around. After that, a wise man said wise words, I shotgunned another battery, watched the most awkward teabag of my life, cheesed the Omega dump truck, and started testing Face McShooty. At first, I wasn't sure what gun to use, but I decided to use the Orphan Maker. Reason being is I might redo a melee version of this challenge in the future, so the rapier can be tested at a later time. So basically, this took well over an hour. Early on, I found a strat that made it easier though. I would get my health really low so Inconceivable would proc more often, and spam shots until my shield was at its lowest before breaking. This was a bit risky though, and I ended up dying 3 times. Like, imagine dying to Face McShooty even once. Anyway, I finally landed a shot, and it was time to face Bunker's turrets. Irony came to play when the usually weak big turrets were the challenge, opposed to their baby man counterparts. The first 10 were fine, but this last one killed me several times. This turret wasn't slaggable for some reason. My guess is that glitch where slagging an enemy before they fully spawn makes them unslaggable. The most common example is slagging loot homies before they land on the ground. Or maybe I just had absolutely no luck, and 9% slag chance never came through. Honestly, both are believable. After a lot of patience, it finally died, and it was time to take on Bunker. The fight wasn't that intense if I'm gonna be real. Had a couple close calls, but the underside of the arena is super safe. Found a cool thing with ion loader domes where you can walk on the bottom side, but that's just random and not helpful. 35 minutes in, Bunker perished, and it was time for another shotgun. This time around, I tried to race with gravity. The goal was to finish the monster before Sal hit the bottom of the elevator. The result? Bad. The tap twisted on me. I couldn't open the top quickly enough. I feel like I could have had it, but now I gotta wait till the next challenge run. Angel Core was actually going great. I surprised myself when I was able to take out angelic guards for the first time, which made me believe this part was possible. After a good chunk of mobbing, the last injector was finally exposed, and it was invincible. No biggie, I'll just reset the map and... Oh. Okay, I guess the mobbing wasn't that bad. I'll just do it again and then destroy the... What the fuck? okay, I'll leave out the door so it doesn't reset the fight, and... Oh, brother, come on! Wow, a third time. Who would have guessed? Alright, Calm Gas Mask is back. So this was actually a hard lock. I literally couldn't proceed. On the third attempt, I noticed that the injectors respawn for some reason. I don't know why, but I thought that this might mess up the game, so I tried a fourth time, and I did it under 25 minutes, which is the time it takes for mobs to respawn, and it still was busted. 3 whole hours of Angel Core, and 1 hour of troubleshooting gibbed to make the mission complete. We figured it out. Alright, with that covered, it is time to cover Sawtooth. I hated this too. The ambush commanders actually spawn camped me for a while, and I was having trouble getting shots on them. My most viable strat was to get up close and fight for your life and spam the Orphan Maker. This wasn't a guaranteed kill though. After getting tenderized like a steak for a while, I managed to kill 3 of 4 of them, and the last guy was glitched out of bounds. Oh great, more glitches. My favorite. I thought I had a simple fix. I really thought I could just reset the map on this one, which I did, and I only still had to kill 1, but 4 of them spawned, all at once. On the bright side, I only needed to kill 1. After that, a cowardice buzzard killed me, and I found a weird glitch where if you die in the elevator, you'll respawn on the elevator. It was kind of weird. After finally taking the buzzards out in one of my most grueling Sawtooth runs, it was time for the final sprint. Every time I go to the boneyard, I rewire my brain for its prime directive. Locate valve, crank. Locate valve, crank. Locate valve, crank. After they were cranked, we telefragged the pipe and went to the Badlands. With the amount of mental deterioration these runs put me through, being able to turn my brain off for a bit helps, especially right before the big fight. It was also my birthday, so Alyssa made me baby plum cupcakes. Hashtag wholesome moment. Anyway, I usually run right past Saturn, but since I did that last time, and I really didn't want to deal with him firing at me, I decided we would kill him this time. Now I could have patiently killed Saturn with the Orphan Maker, but I really wasn't about that action. So I propped my Powerade bottle up on my mouse and killed Saturn while I bodied people in Smash Bros. Passive income, man. It will change your life. I bodied Saturn and Mr. Game & Watch practically at the same time. Killing Saturn made retrieving the data a lot easier. It was now time for the final stretch before Jack and the Warrior. Fighting the loaders with Claptrap went like most loader fights. I would kill a few, die, then repeat. This time around though, I was smart, and I baited out the super surveyors by severing their homies' limbs. I also found a couple of warloaders dabbing, and I wasn't about to let that amount of cringe exist in the same realm as me any longer. Like, bro, I'm already here. Quit trying to steal my spotlight. I somehow managed to get through this fight with relative ease, but a couple of bullloaders actually started rolling me. Yeah, I was really nailing this part of the Captain Blade cosplay. I would say bullet deflection, bad slag luck, and the weird double shot explosive thing these guys always have amounted to just the right amount of obnoxiousness. And my choice of gear played absolutely no factor in these fights whatsoever. After they were dealt with, the rest got a little easier. I might be a buffoon for thinking that the Midnight Star could get 1 kill before the run ends, but Mordo and Brick are true homies and backed me up. While Mordo was slagging the enemies, Brick and I were beating them to scrap metal.
Happy feet, wombo combo. That ain't Falco. That ain't Falco.
And after Mordo took out the turrets, the rest of the enemies became optional. The final fight with Jack was upon us, and like most of the runs so far, some weird cursed went down. What you're watching is a 40-minute fight sped up a whole lot. As you can see, his shield isn't really dropping. So when I eventually died, I needed a large refresher to keep me motivated. It was my birthday. I was gonna kill this. Shortly after the break, I thought of something. I didn't expect him to be so tanky. Can he spawn with different shields? What happens if the lava touch your no-no square? Hot balls. Oh, what the f***, dude? What the Yeah, so I guess my man's had a turtle shield on or something stupid. I don't even know anymore. Even with his shield down, there was still a challenge at hand. His health regen far surpassed my ability to keep up with him and stay alive. It seems like I would run off to recover health and he would have the same idea, except he was better at it. Out of pure desperation not to lose the run this far in, I decided to make the playing field more suitable for the fight. I started punching loaders into the lava, not to kill them, just to get them out of the way, and shortly after Jack just stopped. Yeah, I'll play most of the kill right here. I'm not really sure why he did this. My guess was he probably realized it was my birthday and decided to give me the win, but it's likely that this fight was just being glitchy like it always is. Either way, I got the kill, and it was time for the true final boss. This time around, I decided to take him on from a different spot than usual, but the same shoot monster till he dies strategy was used. After a few fails by the hands of Crystalisks, the warrior assumed fate acceptance position. Or so I thought. He tried to pull one last trick on me, but luckily, I'm a very paranoid individual, so my guard was already up. Once his health bar was finally down to practically nothing, I seen my chance to get a kill with the Midnight Star. The final boss, taken out with the worst grenade ever created. All to finish off this treacherous set. Nah, psych, it failed on me again. On top of that, I killed the warrior while left-handing the Orphan Maker. I decided that since I was in Fight for Your Life, the self-damage wouldn't have really did anything, so I let this one slide. The warrior dropped a terrible leech, and I finished Jack off with the obvious choice of weaponry. The proof is here. You can't beat Borderlands 2 as Captain Blade, even on your birthday. Alright, don't go yet. I got some bonus content for you guys. Really quick though, it'd be awesome if you guys subbed, liked, and commented on this video. It really helps with YouTube's algorithm, and I also love hearing what you guys have to say. My Twitch and Discord links are also in the description if you want to check those out. Alright, now let's shiver some timbers. The Pirate DLC plays a lot like normal Borderlands 2. You just get pirate shanties stuck in your head more often. Things started out a little rough, but after outplaying the last few Pirates action movie style, our first real test arrived. So No Beard always spawns with this corrosive stinkpot rifle, so we had to dance our way around this one. On the bright side, the guy's got no beard and 2 left feet, so taking him out was pretty easy. After talking to the most talented ventriloquist on Pandora and fending off a very angry Alfredo noodle, we finally had our first aircraft, sand skiff, which we properly flew into a bigger boat so that we could in return shoot the smaller boats. Whole lot of boatception. Upon meeting Scarlet, she said that we needed to put Sandman to sleep, so we were off to his lair. On the way there, we also dug up another rapier because I wanted to find all the treasures as a bonus challenge. I don't know why I added more challenges because Big Sleep and Sandman were actually pretty annoying to fight. Well, Sandman actually died like a baby man, but Big Sleep is just a dumb boss. Like most enemies I despise, Big Sleep has this undodgeable chain attack that can even hit through walls. On top of that, the guy can just hit the whoa out of nowhere and deflect my bullets that, may I remind you, already hurt to shoot. A little over a dozen deaths later, I had to bring out the special weapon, the gas mask. And before anyone asks, yes, this gear is also cursed. Whoever wears this thing becomes unbelievably sexy at the cost of undying masochistic urges. With my breath steadied, brain cleared, and on the 666 death mark, I noticed something. For some reason, Big Sleep completely whiffed his melee attack right here while I was standing on this crate. Being the large craniumed lad I am, I instantly knew what to do. A simple confusion strat was all it took to take on this heathen. Also, he dropped the 12-pounder, so that was pretty cool. After we dug up our Orphan Maker and Manly Man shield, we raided this Hyperion caravan. Nothing too eventful, just your average Sea of Thieves gameplay experience. Grabbing the auto idol was more significant than talking to Herbert, so I'll include that instead of him, but our next destination was Washburn Refinery, where even robots can be cowards. There was a group of 2 super loaders that took about 20 minutes to kill, and then there was Hurley, who took 2 minutes to kill. Gearbox did my boy Hurley pretty bold when it comes to balancing. The main attack that makes him unique does 4 damage. On top of that, you can blow his arms off, making him the easiest boss in the game. With all 4 parts of the compass found and or jerry-rigged, it was time to set off to the lighthouse. Here we found the last treasure we needed, the Midnight Star. Way to save the best for last, am I right? Surprise, surprise, Scarlet betrayed me and sent her biggest cowards after me. They really said, I'm about to head out as soon as I needed a revive. Nothing too hard, but the lieutenants did mess me up quite a bit before I managed to take them out. We somehow photobombed our own POV of getting eaten and fought Roscoe the Rat Hive. Thinking about it now, the Leviathan has some type of turducken situation going on. Like for real, you have the rack inside of the Rack Hive, and then the Rack Hive inside the Leviathan? I don't know, I'm probably thinking too deep into this. Anyway, Roscoe was a bigger baby than Sandman, both figuratively and literally, so he died in like 40 seconds. The Leviathan, though, was a whole different story. At first I was bombarded by sandworms and their deadly corrosive spit, but then after I respawned, they just disappeared. I don't know why, but it was just 10 minutes of dodging rocks and shooting his eyes and heart. After that was done, a whole wave of worms popped up, and I just took them out from a safe spot. It was a very slow process, mostly because when they go underground, they remove any slag applied to them. And, you know, the whole 9% slag. Yeah, you get it. After all that, I had to fight not one, but 2 sandworm queens before the Leviathan showed its neck. It would have been so simple. I just had to kill the last weak spot. But I left-handed. I had no excuse this time. It was tempting to let it slide, but I had to do what was right. Resetting the fight was the only option. So I did this 20-minute fight about 3 times before the Leviathan finally perished. Which means you can beat Captain Scarlet and her pirate's booty as Captain Blade. Alright guys, that's going to wrap up the video and the bonus content. I just want to thank you guys so much for watching, and until next time, breathe easy, homies. With Tiny Tina's Wonderlands coming out soon, I thought it would be fun to do a theme challenge to build up a little hype for the game. I ran the idea by you guys, and a majority of you wanted to see it. So here we are with today's challenge. Can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the power of friendship? In this challenge, we will be utilizing the Mysterious Amulet from the Tina DLC and the Unicorn Explosion Shotgun from the Lilith DLC. Before I show you the rest of the build, I'm going to throw the rules at you real quick. First off, we will be playing on OP10 as always. Second, we will be playing as Krieg and require a few specific skills to add to the challenge. More on that in a second. No bar, and most importantly, you gotta bring the homies. Now that everyone's been introduced, let's go over the rest of the skills and gear. We were all repping the Legendary Reaper class mod for that sweet, sweet Bloodbath boost, and to make kill skills last almost 5 times as long. We also have a basic shield and slag grenade just to balance things out. As for those required skills I was talking about, Fuel the Rampage is required so that team damage is something we have to consider, and Redeem the Soul because real homies would risk it all for each other. The rest of the build is centered around mostly bloodbath and explosive damage with very little melee boosts. I tried to balance it out so melee was somewhat viable, but not our main source of damage. And we also have 1 unspent skill point for a little trick you guys will see later in the run. Right off the bat, I taught everybody about the build we were working with. Basic stuff like how to heal, don't shoot your homies, try to proc bloodbath when you can, etc. You guys might also notice that we're all leaving glitter trails everywhere we go. And that's thanks to the Mysterious Amulet. The more people wearing one, the more intense the sparkles get. Often throughout the playthrough, we end up crop dusting each other with these sparkles. Our guns even make fart noises to really add to the immersion. We charged into our first battle not knowing how it would go. We were all still learning how to handle this challenge, and some of us even learned the hard way. I tried to go in for some melee attacks during Buzzak's Rampage and got totally decimated by friendly fire damage. We quickly learned to call out melee targets so that we could coordinate better. Like I said before, melee isn't the main damage source for this run, and it's barely viable. But on the other hand, I'd be lying if I said it's absolutely useless. For example, the benefit of getting a kill in Buzzak's Rampage is that you get a ton of Bloodlust stacks per kill, which is useful because getting stacks is hard with our current build. These stacks are what make bloodbaths so potent, and also help with mag size, reload speed, etc. I'm being real with you guys, the beginning fight really fried my brain. Like right here, I just shoot my homies for no reason. I didn't even notice this until editing, so sorry, Queen Knight. Well, the fight only resulted in 2 deaths, so that wasn't too bad. We were off to fight Boom Boom, or at least that's where we thought we were going. It's really hard to see anything in combat. The general rule of thumb is to shoot when you see your health bar or your reticle is red, and just hope you hit something. We weren't that coordinated at first, so this small bandit camp took a while. Eventually, we strategized amongst ourselves and all of us focused fire on the same baddies. Also, just as an FYI, from here on out, the death counter is going to be inaccurate. I just couldn't keep track of everything going on, so this one's my bad. And by inaccurate, I mean sometimes I just held the button down when I was dying, so it went up by like hundreds. Just ignore it. The plan for Boom Boom was simple. I would run in and lure Boom to the elevator first, and we would deal with him there. However, our grenade supplies were low, and we had already looted all the chests around. Buying more grenades wasn't quite an option yet because we were still broke since we had just started, so we had to devise a new plan. If one of us would run out of ammo, we would hop in and try to deal what damage we could while also trying to block him from running away. After we fought our best and did what we could, we would die for the homies, leaving a slag grenade behind from pull to pin. After brute forcing it with this strat for a while, we got the kill. As for Boom, we had a plan for him as well. Step 1 was for me to run up and jump on his turret and make him focus on me, while Lucas would be close by on psycho duty and helping with revives when possible. And Tom and Queen Knight were far off sending stampede after stampede of shots at the turret. I used some of the grenades Boom dropped to slag him, and after 3-ish minutes, the bloodbath kicked in and the last third of his health got decimated. A couple of close calls and insta-bleed outs later, we managed to get more bloodbath from psycho kills and good slag luck to take him out. After that, I noticed that the door was taking damage, so we thought it'd be funny to kill it without the turret. But... oh no.
Wait. Oh no.
Yeah, we soft-locked the game. But on the bright side, Boom Boom didn't spawn again, so it was a simple fix. The path to Flint was open, and it was time to make it to the top. A pre-game huddle decided that we would run past the first bit of enemies, which wasn't the easiest, so we made Tom our designated checkpoint grabber, while the rest of us made sure that no one was left behind. Homies never leave each other behind. Even if they fall into deadly hypothermia-inducing frigid cold ice water, we have to go for them. It's not an option. So when Queen Knight fell in, I had to think quick. The plan was to just chain revives back and forth and gain as much distance as we could before hypothermia kicked in. This wasn't Borderlands 2 anymore. It was Saving Private Queen Knight. We all died to save her, and she was almost back to safety. The best we could do from here was cheer her on from the sidelines as she ran back to the mainland. A couple of lads even seen us use the power of friendship and decided to join the cause.
Oh, there's some psychos behind us?
No, they're homies. They're homies.
Oh.
After a bit more mobbing, well, I think I was mobbing. It was kind of hard to see, like, anything at all. Anyway, we made it to the Flint fight. Before we jumped in, we devised a plan. One of us would lure Flint over towards our safe area, and 3 of us will attempt to deal as much damage as possible, while Queen Knight will be our designated medic that we can crawl to. Everything was going according to plan, and Flint looked like he was about beat, but we rushed in too soon and ruined everything. We all started dying, Flint kept healing and healing and healing. After about 20 minutes, we got our bearings together, and in an epic final stand, we managed to end his reign of terror. Finally, at 3 Horns, our next objective was to situate a car. There wasn't really any mandatory combat for this part, but these bullymongs were straight up relentless. We may have died, but on the bright side, our cars were straight up ballin'. That's right, everything is rainbow around here, even our exhaust fumes were glitter. You know what they say, if you're gonna pollute the planet, at least make it aesthetic. Corporal Reese was in some trouble, and since this challenge is all about friendship, the least we could do is go and save it. Oh, he's dead. Well, in that case, let's just make sure to kill the 20 bandits for him. Finally, Sanctuary, where all the homies are at. Speaking of homies, PK Lucas has a message for the YouTube squad. He also wanted me to show you guys this graph. We are up 8% from the last video, which is super awesome. If you have watched any amount of my videos and are enjoying the content, you might as well sub. And if you're already subbed, good job, I'm proud of you. Anyway, back to gaming. Speedrun Canyon had its usual start. I was thinking I was going to smoke everybody in this race, but Tom straight up teleported to the end, precisely why he was designated checkpoint grabber. We had a little bit of trouble on the way when Queen Knight decided that she didn't want to walk anymore and tried to have a psycho carrier. Don't worry though guys, she's fine. Watching her attempt at taming a wild animal gave me an idea. And right then, we devised a new strategy. I call it res running. This strat utilizes fight for your life riding mechanics and redeem the soul's insta-revive to make for an easy medic evac. To perform this when your friend is down, first call out that you're going to res them and tell them to get ready to run. Then jump above them and press the revive button, thus landing on their head and letting them run you guys to safety. If their redeem the soul isn't active, they can also revive you as you're running. The power of friendship and teamwork is a great thing. Our first non-homie NPC arrived to ruin our day. Honestly, Lilith wouldn't have been that bad if her phase blast didn't hurt us. Whatever, we can camp out on the bridge where she can't get us and deal with the 3 super psychos. Or wait, I mean 12 super psychos. It turns out 4-player difficulty also adds more enemies as opposed to just stronger enemies, so I guess that's good to know. All of us were running out of ammo quickly and frequently, and since we were all still broke, I ran back, acquired loot, hit the skip again, and shot my gun 8 times before running out of ammo. Some of us had other ideas, like Queen Knight, bless her soul. We were shooting, but mostly slicing as psychos for upwards of an hour. After saving the useless character, it was time to save the necessary character that the challenge may or may not have depended on. First thing we need to do is acquire a new whip. The cars we needed to destroy are weak, but I ended up getting ran over anyway. A few times. The second time I was just chilling when a car decided to ram the caravan into the back of my head. The deaths were worth it though, because now we have a truck that can hold all the homies. This is usually the part of the run where I say, Bad Ma hard, but honestly, there was another big psycho that took longer than him. We cornered him a few times, but good god, these guys are super tanky. Let's all take time to appreciate the fact that these guys don't have health regen, otherwise this would be a quick video. Bad Ma, like I said, wasn't as bad, but still took a while. It would have been nice to get Bloodbath from his shield homies, but we killed him off too early. The Bloodshot Stronghold was one of the most obnoxious parts of the run. The mobbing area before Mad Mike is literally a shithole. And the enemies here have the high ground, and getting close enough for efficient kills was just tough. Also, let's not forget about all the Ironclad psychos. But the absolute worst part was when Steam servers went down and kicked everyone from the game. It could have been a simple fix. Just had to wait for the homies to rejoin. But this wouldn't be a gas mask challenge run without dumb glitches. We had a game crash, meaning I had to run through all the obnoxiousness again. Since we got through all the mandatory combat here before the crash, I decided running through the next save was fair since we were practically right there anyway. Finally at the dam, we faced one of our scariest fights we were all dreading, the Warden. Constructors usually have upwards of 90% damage reduction to explosive damage, meaning we were going to have to put all of our offense into this fight. While going through the Friendship Gulag would have been pretty thematic for this run, it was not an option. With our plan ready, we charged in, and the fight went fan-tastic. I believe 2 or 3 of us were actually able to get Bloodbath to proc off loader kills, and with the 5 times duration, we absolutely annihilated Warden. And just like that, Roland was saved. Next up was our scheduled tea time with Tina. We decided to split up into 2 teams to get through this area faster. Me and Lucas snuck into the bandit camps for the badonkadonks, while Tom and Queen Knight talked to Tina and made the bombs. With the power of teamwork, it only took us 4 minutes to blow up the train and head towards the Wilhelm fight. This fight started off a bit rough just because he likes to spawn 16 loaders right as the fight starts, but after they were dealt with, Wilhelm created his own demise. The surveyors he spawns are like super easy for getting Bloodbath, so he didn't survive much longer. With the Logan's gun he dropped installed in the Sanctuary shield system, and having my life saved by the homies after Lilith's attempted assassination, it was time for the fridge run. It went pretty bad for all of us honestly, but Tom did a great job as checkpoint grabber as he usually does, so the pain was short-lived. After making it through the fridge with 8 more hard nipples than we walked in with, it was time to visit everybody's favorite thresher, Mr. Noodle. He was a real pain to deal with this time around. Damage was slow, and his shields just kept coming back. But with a lot of teamwork and close calls, we managed to get the beacon back. Now, I really want to tell you guys, we defended the beacon with everything we had, it didn't get destroyed, and we killed all the loaders. But no, this was just chaos and pain. The beacon eventually hit the invincible stage, and the fast travel dropped, but even with just trying to rush the fast travel, we kept dying. It took 10 minutes of trying to rush it and make sure no one was down before we managed to escape that mechanical nightmare. But the pain didn't stop there, because up next was the preserve. We started out getting our butt cheeks chomped by rabid stalkers. But if we're looking on the bright side, wounding loaders is way easier with 4 players, so that was pretty cool. The mobbing wasn't crazy difficult, except for the stalkers, based on how they're built and the whole invisibility thing. Basically, it was just really tough to deal damage to them. I managed to get a crazy bloodbath chain for most of the first mobbing area, which paired with the revives I was getting, saved a lot of time. The ultimate loader was surprisingly weak compared to other big enemies we have faced. The real challenge we faced was totally optional, but we needed to know who would win in a 4v4.
3, 2, 1.
Oh no, this is impossible.
Oh no, not the jet loader.
Well, we died pretty fast. We managed to take out 3 of them, but with no drops sadly, but the 4th was a jet loader and flew away. A bit more mobbing and we made it to the end. Bloodwing was upon us, and she knew I was bringing friends this time around, so she came prepared with her own secret weapon. Not only did we have to deal with Bloodwing, but the jet loader is dropping missile strikes on us as well. Bloodwing being fast and airborne made hitting shots extremely hard with the guns we were using. Her mistake though was landing on the ground frequently, allowing us to focus our fire. We brought ponies to a bird fight, and by God, it was actually working. Our teamwork was on point during this fight. Most of our deaths were fast bleedouts after too many soul redemption revives, but other than that, we were executing SWAT-style maneuvers. Bloodwing landed while 2 of us had Bloodbath, and we practically sealed the deal there, bringing Bloodwing and I's rivalry score to 2-2. Tie game, baby, let's go! We had 1 homie left to recruit, and he was a buff pony lover just like the rest of us. Obstacle 1 was another big psycho. Obstacle 2 was Brick's Goons. The age-old strat of getting a Goliath to go God mode was our best option. But in the end, we would have to slay the god we created. This is the part where y'all think too hard trying to find a deeper meaning in something I just made up. Anyway, after jumping the sarcastic slab, we started punching robots with Brick. Also, here's a classic Tom joke.
Hey guys, how does Brick kill loaders?
How?
I don't want to know.
He breaks their motherboard.
That's going in the video. With the boys, and Lilith, finally reunited, it was time to get the last thing needed for the bunker raid. The Jack Double was our next target, and let me tell you, this was a long fight. I feel like every time I fight this wannabe in a challenge run, I get some cursed, desperate POV of me trying to kill him. I can't get through this line without laughing, it's staying like that. This fight was extra tough because not only was his shield tanky, but he also has the power to instantly refill his shields, I guess? Lucky for us, however, he constantly summons reinforcements, aka bloodbath fodder. With both advantages and disadvantages in this fight, it was a real roller coaster. We got close a few times, but this insta-shield trick gave him a lot of time to regen his health. After a good 30 minutes, the game gave up and the Jack Double got stuck. Lucas and I would take turns going in for damage while Queen Knight and Tom distracted the reinforcements. Shortly after that, Fake Jack's fake face was sliced off. Finally, with all the tools acquired, it was time for the bunker raid. Obstacle 1 wasn't anything new for us, a simple constructor fight and the first door is open. Obstacle 2 was the one I was most worried about, the infamous baby turrets. For those of you who don't know, these turrets are completely immune to splash damage for some reason, meaning the only damage they would take were from direct pony contact. These guys also have some anime protagonist health regen, which makes progress incredibly fragile. Luckily, we were all Krieg and fought a glitch with another glitch. Infinite vertical melee is a thing in BL2 where you can melee anything directly above you, no matter how high it is. I know we didn't use just the unicorn explosion to take him out, but it's because of a glitch, so I think it's fair. If their blast immunity was intended, the word resist would show up instead of damage numbers, so I don't feel bad about this at all. The third obstacle before bunker was our tankiest enemy yet, the super constructor. We all hid and started laying into him as best as we could. Now, if you viewers learned anything from this fight, let it be that horses beat nukes.
No.
Oh, can I shoot the nuke? Please. Nuke, come after me. Please. Yes. I shot the nuke with a horse. I shot the nuke with a horse. Oh god. Somebody shoot the nuke. No, it's coming after me. Please, no. No.
This fight wasn't necessarily hard, it just took 20 minutes to finally take him out. And finally, the last test before bunker, base McShooty. We opened fire and aimed high to lob our shots in hopes to land a hit. We suspected that the shots were disappearing, and we were right. They were actually only making it about halfway. Sniping from this distance wasn't an option, so me and Lucas tried a closer spot. Even at this range, it took a solid 20 minutes to actually hit it though. Mostly because another one of these heathens kept throwing pipes at us. It was now time for us to start the epic bunker battle. The autocannons were a breeze to take out, but a few hot loaders in our area were giving us some trouble at first. Other than them, it was easy peasy. The bunker fight was going to be a long one, but by this time in the challenge, our coordination was more refined. We were hitting res runs with perfect execution. We were setting up bloodbath kills to unload on bunker, and our minds were more in tune than they ever were. Even with all these great things going on, this fight still took over an hour. Turrets not included, and no, we didn't even get a 94 sham for all of our effort. The Angel Corps was up next, and we were ready for anything after that last fight. Some tougher mobs were showing up, but with focused fire, we trampled over the angelic guards. Get it? Trampled? Because we're shooting horse. Come on, please. This time around, we discovered a new strat of saving the shock field generators because they're easy to kill and give second wins, which helped a bit. Also, we had Roland and his turret, which gave us tons of ammo. You know what didn't help though? Lilith constantly phase blasting us out of nowhere. Honestly, fuck Lilith, bro. She actually pissed me off with her bullshit. Why the f does she come in, murk us, and then just say,
Howdy, boys.
"Since when were you a f***ing cowboy, Lilith? We told you not to come here. Can you please leave and make sure not to cripple us on your way out? Thanks." F***ing A. Howdy, boys. What the fuck even is that? Okay, got that out of my system. Cool. Anyway, Control Core Angel took about an hour to kill everything, but on the bright side, it was time for the final stride towards the vault and Jack. Psych! Welcome to Sawtooth Cauldron, boys! This place was terrible. The good old spawn camping from the ambush commander prank really got on our nerves. This was probably the most visual pollution I have seen in this run. It was to the point where I couldn't even see myself dying.
Can't even see my body, dude.
There wasn't anything to do, except just unload into the horde until the objective checked off. Would you believe me if I said that wasn't even the worst part? The buzzards were pretty much impossible to hit consistently, and we had to kill 5 of them, bro. Oh my. I'll go over some of the strats we tried to use to handle these guys. First off, our best chance of killing buzzards was for them to just get stuck on some part of the tower so we could focus fire and take them out. That requires a lot of waiting and hoping though, so we also tried something else. We would ride the elevator down so that the buzzards would despawn and ride back up and try to catch the buzzards right as they spawned. I even attempted to ride the spawning buzzards by downing myself and landing on top of it, but it wasn't working too good. We also tried to go to other parts of the map to kill buzzards with low movement options, but couldn't find any. The actual method of how we killed them will surprise you. The first one got stuck and made for an easy kill. The second one got stuck and we managed to shoot it down. The third one somehow managed to get stuck, so it was a sitting duck. The fourth one, however, got stuck, so that one was easy. And the fifth one, get this, actually got stuck in a spot where it couldn't move. It's pretty freaking weird, right? It also only took 75 minutes, so we actually did all that pretty fast. Right, guys? Right? We weren't in the boneyard for too long because we split up to the different pumping stations and the pipeline, so teamwork saved us some time there. The Badlands, however, are usually tough because of a certain boss, but what if I told you we weren't going to need to deal with any of that? I think it's about time we use that extra skill point. Speccing into Light the Fuse gives us a new technique I like to call totem poling. As shown before, when you are in a down state or fight for your life, you can ride on top of your friends, but will bounce off as soon as you are revived. The reason for bouncing off isn't because we are no longer in fight for your life, but because of a transition from being crouched to a standing position. With Light the Fuse, you never crouch when going down, and can run and jump, so when revived, you will stay on top of your friend's head. Repeat this process stacking from the bottom until your tower is made. Using this strat, you can effectively reach heights of around 7 times higher than your normal jump, which gave us a way to sneak past everything.
Like I'm just jumping off the rock.
Yeah.
We both made it.
Both of you
Perfect. Perfect.
The true power of friendship prevailed again, and we made our escape. In a way, you could say we beat Saturn with only Light the Fuse, and that is truly awesome. After respecking out of Light the Fuse because it's terrible in OP levels 1 or higher, we made our way to the final stretch. The claptrap door wasn't too bad. We just needed to make sure we took out this super surveyor while it was distracted, otherwise we could have a sequel to the Buzzard's Nest.
The run through Heroes Pass should have been easy, since we have Mordecai and Brick there to help us out.
But a loot goon spawned, Brick glitched out, and I had to spec into Light the Fuse to skip a barrier because they wouldn't open the door. And we absolutely couldn't get past the super constructor with enough time to travel to the vault. To keep a long story short, we tried to fight Jack, but I was spec'd to Light the Fuse still, and it was doing more harm than good. The ending explosion radius is huge, and I would just down anyone around me, so going for a revive was a huge risk. We decided to run back to Sanctuary to respec and just run through Heroes Pass again.
This time wasn't bad because we got to the door before the constructor even spawned. And now it was time for the real fight.
This fight honestly was really tough, and the mask wasn't coming off until it was done.
This is supposed to be the part where I talk about the glitch where he went invincible and we had to reset the map.
But this is supposed to be a wholesome video, and I already let all my rage out on the cowboy giraffe. Okay, as for the real fight, Phase 1 was super easy.
His shield is pretty tanky, but his clones are super weak, so revives and bloodbath are practically spoon-fed to us.
Phase 2, however, was the real challenge. Jack's health regen is pretty tough, almost as tough as the baby turrets, and he also has a shield surveyor that has to be destroyed in order to deal more damage to him. This fight was a constant tug of war, and to show it off, here's the fight at 1 minute per second speed. Just look at the health bar. Bloodbath at the time was scarce, but things were looking up. Jack stopped spawning his shield drones, but started spawning his field turret instead, which was going to be our savior.
These things are relatively weak, so Bloodbath was back on the table.
I'm probably gonna lose. I'll win the bloodbath. Win it. Win the bloodbath kicking in. Win the bloodbath kicking in. Let's go.
Ooh.
Yeah.
The warrior was here, and it was time for a fight. Crystalisks started spawning, which were susceptible to both melee and explosive damage,
which were our specialties.
The warrior fought hard, but he was no match for us. We had everything we needed to win this fight, and that is each other. The warrior eventually seen what we were capable of, and willingly let us fill his heart with the power of friendship. With the warrior down, we all celebrated. Queen Knight high-fived Jack a little too hard, but in the end, at least we know. You can beat Borderlands 2 with only the power of friendship. The run, however, isn't done. We still have some bonus content to tackle if you guys want to stick around and see us take on these DLCs. First off, we did Turkey DLC because it was the day before Turkey Day, and what better way to celebrate massacres than to blow stuff up, am I right? This DLC got pretty chaotic. The key points were the opportunity tributes that took a long time to kill. We're talking about 30 minutes to kill Rose and this clown shoot idiot. We had the jabbers after that, which would have went fine, but we had to kill them while they were slagged for the mission to progress. Hitting these guys with bullets or grenades is already tough enough. Luckily, Tom snagged a homing slag grenade at some point and made this doable. This only took 15-ish minutes to do, but that's relatively still a lot for what it was. On the bright side, we were finally able to cook Lucas like the snack he is, and fought the Waddle Gobbler, which was just your pretty standard easy to dodge moves but really tanky health bar fight, nothing crazy. So we also did the Grandma Torg missions, but in Japanese, so she didn't really talk and the voice lines were just skipped, which is already cursed enough, but getting the candy for her got even more cursed. One of the heathens we needed to kill ran out into the ocean where we couldn't kill him. Guess we have to wait until Wonderlands to blow up the ocean. Round 2 went a little bit better. He was a lot closer this time, so we were able to kill him. The whole thing was just really cursed. We all kind of regretted doing the side mission TBH, but I guess you can beat the horrible hunger of the ravenous waddle gobbler with the power of friendship. Did you guys know that was the full title? Because I didn't. Let's move on to the first big DLC, which was the Tina DLC. Our mission, save the queen. Our first obstacle, total pushovers. Literally, the skeletons are so frail that a single shot actually staggers them like a grenade or something. Mr. Bony Pants guy was also a joke, so the docks went by quick. Flame Rock Refuge shouldn't have been hard, but the fire barrels used to light the blimps didn't work for some reason. I tried using Krieg's Fire Breath skill to do it, but that also didn't work, so we just did a quick reset and the problem was fixed. Finally, at the forest, the difficulty started to ramp up a bit. We were no longer fighting skeletons, we were fighting trees. Strong trees. Tina forgot to balance the combat, so this stump was level 138. Like, imagine the peak runs you would need to do to get to OP 58. Anyway, the rest of the forest was alright. We stole the blood fruit pacifistically and made it to the spooky version of the forest. Here we found the most important thing we needed to beat this run. Our homie Roland. After killing a dragon and realizing one of us was a dragonborn, we headed for the Tree of Life, where everything started to go downhill. Actually, downhill doesn't describe it. It was more like things were going off of a cliff. We planned for the Ghost Kings to be tough, don't get me wrong. What really grinds my gears is that someone over at Gearbox HQ decided to make these guys resistant to all elements and gave them health regen. I don't know the rules for who does and doesn't get regen in UBHM, but an exception should have been made for these goons. Taking the first phase out was easy, but when they turned into fast-flying heads of suffering is when we almost gave up. This was one of those times where I was about to ring the bell and deem this challenge impossible. We tried many strats to take these guys out, like luring them out of the arena and hoping they just get stuck somewhere, getting Bloodbath, but that wasn't easy because most of the enemies had the Immortality Sword in their back and it wouldn't give it to us anyway, and we even tried old-fashioned slicey-dicey strats, but to no avail. The 4v4 between the Ghost Kings and the GASMASK gang was looking grim, but we were looking at it the wrong way. It wasn't a 4v4, it was a 5v4. Roland, the absolute legend, was going to be our key to victory. We noticed that his turret was actually dealing relevant damage to the Ghost Kings. It was just a matter of the head being close enough for the shots to hit, and the body being far away enough because it would confuse the turret. First head was the easiest because we still had normal enemies to get Bloodbath off. The second was probably the toughest. At first we got close, but we ran out of Bloodbath and eventually healed back to full. We tried to reset the map for more enemies, but that was a bad idea because the first Ghost King came back. This time around we didn't get much Bloodbath for the first fight, but somehow still managed to kill him and get our progress back. This is when we tried the aforementioned lure strat that just didn't work, and right as I was about to give up, the second Ghost King just died.
Alright, let's see. Let's look at bug page on Ghost Kings. Ghost Kings.
Wait a sec. You killed it.
Wait,
What?
I don't know. I just went back in the arena and it's dead.
Huh?
Cheese strat, we just abandoned Roland.
We did it, yeah!
Wait, what the
My theory is that he went into a non-combat stillness and Roland's turret just laid into him. Which really surprised us because we didn't see Roland throw out his turret up until now. With our newfound hope, we went back in and fought through the other kings, making sure to fight the head as far away from the body as possible, so the turret would put in the work. Even with this strat, it was highly reliant on things mostly out of our control. After nearly 2 hours, we finally took out the last king and ended the worst fight in GASMASK challenge history. It was time for the mines. The dwarves here were a lot tankier than we anticipated, but nothing compared to what we just beat, so we were fine. After getting up on Ragnar the Emancipator, we completed the jumping and cube puzzles, both correctly, and then went to fight Greedtooth. We tried befriending him, but he was still mad about us punching his boss. Luckily for us, he spawns a bunch of dwarves, so Bloodbath is easy pickings, and Lucas also rolled a 20 on his perception check and noticed there was a damage shrine in the arena. We combined that with our Bloodbath for some major damage. Later in the fight, some aerial golems spawned in, but we kind of just ignored them because they were just kind of jokes. Anyway, 20-minute gold golem fight, not too bad. Hatred Shadow was our next challenge. First thing first, we had to kill a darkness with ponies, you know, because symbolism. And next we had a couple of mobbing areas filled with tough knights and wizards. And at the very end, we had the handsome dragon. First, we have established this already, but flying enemies are super annoying. We're shooting unicorns, not Pegasi, so it's kinda cheating on their end. Secondly, Bloodbath was kinda off the table because the baby dragons were surprisingly tanky, and even if we could proc Bloodbath, our stacks were usually low because sustained damage was hard to keep up with, so even if we had it, it wouldn't do much. And so the patience game began. Lucas and I, being the chaotic individuals we are, were right out in the open trying to do what we could. Tom and Queen Knight, though, were chilling on the sidelines acting as cheerleaders for us. Those two were roasting us more than the dragon during this fight, so yeah, I went there.
Do you guys know why that's the cringe end of the bridge and this is the cool one? Because you guys are there. Oof.
Got him.
After a long fight, we were so close to winning when disaster struck. Steam servers went down again. We could have waited and this would have been fine, but for some reason my game straight up kicked me from the map and Borderlands was soft locked into this restoring session cycle. So not only did we have to do that whole fight all over again, we had to do the whole map's worth of mobbing as well. Why can't things ever just go smoothly, bro? What's with all these glitches and bugs? Like, come on! It's never just, Claptrap said his voice line twice, that's a weird glitch. It's always some never before seen, Jack turned invincible, Tom fell through the map, Brick won't move, game soft locking bullshit. Okay, breathe easy, breathe easy. Okay, back to the run. Both dragon fights took about 30 minutes each, not including all the mobbing required, but in the end, we made it barely holding on to our sanities. The Lair of Infinite Agony was actually quick. There's no mandatory mobbing here, so the only thing we had to worry about was finding Mr. Miz to get our extra mysterious amulet. And finding him wasn't too bad, so all we had to do was buy the... Well, it's fine. Everything is fine. All four of us pitch in, we should have enough. I sold all my gear and asked Queen Knight for some money, but she thought it was a scam and wanted me to explain why we needed it and threatened to punch Mr. Wiz, which would have restarted the challenge. And Lucas was also killing him with jump damage, and I was just panicking across the board. Queen Knight decided to duel me for the money, and with hours of pain on the line, I decided to play it cheap for the greater good. With all of our life savings combined, we were able to buy the amulet with the worst possible friendship rating. The Sorcerer's Daughter was our next fight, and with all the fragile spiders around, bloodbath chains were easy to come by, but this fight still lasted a while for one reason.
This was not big arm. No!
We probably did enough damage during this fight to kill her 3 times, but the health regen powers were so powerful. We discovered that she could only leech us if we got too close, so the new strat was to stay as far away as possible. She still cut us lacking a few times after the new plan, but we eventually got our shit together and finished her off. I made a mistake right after the fight. I rolled 2 dice on this chest, and rolled 2 13s. You guys might not know, but this number always foretells bad luck for me. Rolling 2 of them meant something most unfortunate was going to happen. With paranoia high, we went to the top of the tower to face our final boss. Phase 1 seemed simple. His clones were easy bloodbath, just like in real life, but taking him out was going to take a while.
The shield doesn't regenerate? I hope not.
No, why'd you say it, Tom?
We quickly devised a new strat to save our slag grenades for when his shields were depleted to put as much damage into his health bar as we could. Even with this strat, he managed to recharge his shield 9 times during this fight. Phase 2 was honestly the easiest. No shield regen, and he summoned more pushover skeletons, so nothing much to note. Which brings us to Phase 3. This phase had the largest health bar so far, and the mobs he summoned were dragons again, so bloodbath was no longer an option. We were so close to beating him. But that double 13 I rolled earlier finally came into play.
What?
What?
Why does its health go up?
No.
No! What the happened?
No.
We lost a good 40 minutes of progress, and it only got weirder after that. We almost had to call an exorcist because there were 2 instances of us just flying off of each other.
We're flying! What's going on? We're flying!
Help me! Help me!
stuck on you.
What is happening?
I don't know.
Our spirits were on the brink of breaking. The only thing keeping us going was each other. And after 2 long hours of fighting the sorcerer, we finally ended his reign of terror. And all we were rewarded with was more ammo. And also the knowledge that you can beat Tiny Tina's assault on Dragon Keep with the power of friendship. One more DLC left, the draft DLC. We start off trying to defend Sanctuary before these insane X-Style military goons decide to start gassing us. And with us being the GASMASK gang, we didn't have an issue at all. But Lilith, for some reason, is still calling the shots and straight up kidnapped us, and Hector made off with the most important thing in the universe. Back on actual ground, the game showed us that we're bad at fighting plants for the second DLC in a row. There were a lot of plant psychos, and the chaos was really starting to get to us. We ended up shooting each other multiple times throughout this fight, but the last thing we were going to do is let some garden beat us. Anyway, we met Vaughn, and our next mission became clear. We had to figure out how this gas stuff worked. Testing included collecting infected brains and inhaling the gas ourselves for a sweet damage boost. We got the brains scanned, but the new Pandorans decided to launch an attack on our new base, so we had to defend it. This time around, the baby turrets were on our side, so we were practically Oh, what? They died already? These things were supposed to be invincible. No. So we fought these guys for a while before they ran out of vegetation to throw at us. Speaking of vegetation, our boy Mordo caught the plant disease, so we needed to save him. Luckily, Talon is here to help us kill literally only this one guy in the cutscene for us, and leave us to deal with the other 14 that all seem to have blast-proof shields. These guys were pretty tough, so we did what anyone would do. Inhale some plant gas so our guns were stronger, cause that makes total sense. Talon led us to where we needed to go by pooping out a trail for us, and Mordecai was officially diagnosed with plant. We needed to find a cure fast. Luckily for us, Cassius had what we needed. Getting to him was going to take some work. And by work, I mean using a giant space laser to open a door. We had to fight through some more Garden Gang members to get to the laser, but Brick showed up and he's been hitting the gym. Homie was level 116, so he could bite through any plant. Well, almost any plant. We made it to Helios Fallen, and I think you all know where this is going. We had to fill Uranus with unicorns. I will say the amount of unicorns Uranus was able to handle was impressive. The stamina as well. Uranus was taking unicorn poundings for a solid 20 minutes. Okay, that's my butthole joke quota for the year? Yeah, for the year. Let's get back to something that might actually be funny. The path to Cassius was open and we moved with haste because our homie Mordo wasn't doing too good. Cassius ended up consuming too much plant gas, but he didn't seem to care. He managed to create the cure, but ended up too far gone, so we had to take him out. The fight was going pretty slow just because we couldn't get kill skills, but then we found this hentai room that we farmed for bloodbath. Nothing too crazy here, honestly. We've had tougher 20-minute fights. A quick run-through of the gas-infested engine room, and we made it to the final boss fight. Hector. Yes, such a scary-looking boss, but such an underwhelming name for a finale. Plant Gang was going down whether they liked it or not. Lilith was also here, which wasn't too bad actually, because it seemed like her kills gave us second wins, but I don't know if that was real. Hector quickly found out he was no match for the power of friendship, so he had a clever idea to try to defeat us. He built big plant walls to separate us, but true friendship knows no bounds. The toughest part of this fight was the lack of ammo. We were desperate at one point and all started picking up shotguns and grenade mods off the ground because they provide a little bit of ammo, but we were mostly staying alive with teamwork and Buzzax rampages. Hector was no match for us, and after a good half hour, he fell to our power. Well, kinda. He tried the good old kamikaze bad guy strat, but the DLC is over. So that means, yes, you can beat Commander Lilith in the fight for Sanctuary with only the power of friendship. One last thing we needed to do was save our Queen Butt Stallion in real life. It was honestly super easy, we just needed to do some mobbing, plus Brick was there so we didn't really need to do mobbing. We fed the pretty pony using our amulet and... well, it didn't work. We didn't get a new unicorn explosion. Like always, the wiki lied to me and said a new relic would get me a new one. But oh well, she dropped a flacker, which is close enough in my opinion. And just like that, peace was restored to the world. To celebrate, I decided to pop open my last Monster Assault, probably ever. A while back, they rebranded them, and they just don't taste the same anymore. So as soon as I knew they were temporary, I I bought upwards of 200 of the OGs, and on this day, I drank my last one. These things have gotten me through a lot of rough days, and they've also made plenty of good days great. And I wouldn't want to finish it off any other way than with good friends after a monumental triumph such as this challenge. Let this video be your sign to go play some BL2 with friends like the good old days. Call up some old friends and do a playthrough, or find a homie in the comment section. I'll have these save files in the description if y'all a bunch of masochists like me too. And if you want to hang with me, I do stream these runs on Twitch. Link down below if you want to come stop by and say hello. Queen Eye also streams, so I'll add her link down there too. If you guys want to support the YouTube channel and more runs like these, make sure to like, subscribe, show a friend, and leave a comment. It really helps with the YouTube algorithm and also motivates me to keep making these challenge run videos. Thanks for watching, and until next time, breathe easy, homies. So a while back, a homie by the name of Obo Shoes Games created a video about all the reasons why you couldn't beat Borderlands 2 without moving. And that got me thinking, can you beat Borderlands 2 without walking? Well, yeah, you could just sprint, crawl, or jump everywhere, duh. Okay, let's make it more interesting than that. What if we didn't have access to the 4 basic movement controls, WASD? Well, in that case, you're still pretty much out of luck then. But there are still some loopholes we can consider. In order to succeed, we will have to really stretch the definition of beating Borderlands 2. My challenge runs are usually UVHM OP10 geared runs, where I test the viability of many cursed and terrible weapons. So we could do it that way, but the UVHM geared speedrun category pretty much already does this via double shot rocket jumping. They still do walk for parts of the run, yes, but most of the time they're just flying or spamming Norfleets. This also isn't a freshly birthed character, so getting to this max level geared scenario would require a save editor or walking while getting your character up to max level. If beating the game with a fresh character is what we are looking for, then a super easy, and in my opinion lame, way to do it is to play co-op and have someone else do all the work for you. But there is a way you can create a fresh character and beat the game without using WASD in single player. The quotation marks are there because this is where we really start stretching definitions. So the Giraffe DLC came out and gave the players the ability to create a new character starting at level 30. Each character also has a specific set of gear that is the exact same each time you create a new one. These characters also start at the beginning of the very last mission, the Talon of God. Okay, calm down. If you want to call me a cheater, I have the whole "you cheated, you didn't grow" copy pasta in the description, so you don't have to Google it to paste it in the comment section. Anyway, beating the game with one of these saves is a real speedrun category known as any % boosted. We will be doing a modified version of that, but don't think this is going to be easy. We still can't use WASD, so this ain't no walk in the park. Well, actually, it's not a walk at all, actually. So we set our movement keys to the arrow keys so we don't touch them, pick 0, and spec into execute. And bam, we can now dash toward enemies, allowing us to move. This should be easy, right? Well, not entirely. This is definitely a helpful skill, but there's one problem. It only works if we have line of sight to an enemy. And since we need to go talk to Claptrap first, we are pretty much screwed. But there's still hope. A level 30 boosted 0 starts out with a Rocketeer Assault Rifle, which we can use to do this. Okay, that was like 2 inches, but if you chain them together, you can actually get some momentum going. Throw some grenades into the mix, and we have a basic foundation for movement in this run. So our first goal of the run was to talk to Claptrap, but we were going to stop by Zed's place and hope for a better shield, since we are going to be shooting our feet a lot. We were able to use execute on his patient to get close quickly, and luckily we got an adaptive shield from the homie, so the corrosive dot we would sometimes give ourselves would be less of an issue. Getting out was tough because of the roof and the tight doorway, but we made it to Claptrap before running out of ammo. Here we could have save quit to get back to the fast travel, but we were low on bounce juice, so I decided to farm some by oofing myself to get some for free. Before we left, we bounced our way over to Crazy Earl's to buy an assault rifle ammo upgrade with the 12 Iridium we started with. This also filled our ammo so we could tackle the Iridium Blight strong. The first strat I tried here was punching a car while getting in and out of it to move, but it wasn't working as expected. I would have to rocket bounce to re-angle myself constantly, so we gave up on that idea. Luckily, we had a turret and some particularly buff rack we could use to just fly through most of the area, but King Mong also spawned and decided to delete a good chunk of my progress. After barely escaping that fight with my life, I slowly bounced my way to Claptrap and then proceeded to farm some more ammo at the respawn station. Fighting the bots at the door was probably the best point-and-click adventure game I've ever played. The strat that got me through this was just having one robot really close to death so I could just use that for a second win. It was definitely scary at times though, like when exploders decided to run up on me and all I could do was just... But we managed to kill all the bots and the door was open. I thought that these stairs might be too steep to climb and me and Claptrap were gonna have to cloak ourselves and cry at the bottom, but I was wrong and climbed them one step at a time. Spawning into Heroes Pass, the first thing we do is die. First reason for this is so that we could skip climbing another set of stairs, and also, anytime we hit a respawn station, we want to refarm our ammo because running out could cause us to reset the map. From here, we bounced and executed forward, but then got comboed right back by the power loaders. After dealing with those heathens, I tried to do a skip to get past the first door, but that didn't go too good. To make up for lost time, I tried to perform an execute jump, and well, that didn't go too good either. We were back at square one, and Brick was ahead killing everything, which was good and bad. Good because that means I didn't have to fight them. Bad because I didn't have anything to execute off of. But on the bright side, we were able to get more bouts practice in. There's still some enemies around by the time I caught up, so the bridge jump was easily hurdled with an execute. Execute also let me clear another large portion of the path by targeting these two defense turrets. I tried using the turrets to just jump over the door, but the line of sight just wasn't there, so I had to scratch that plan. I opted to just kill the rest of the loaders, and shortly after we almost had a big uh-oh moment when I got stuck on the respawn station. I tried to launch myself off, but the new station wasn't registering my shots. Luckily I had a grenade, so I managed to knock myself off. From here on out, I think everything just turned into spaghetti. I died multiple times trying to use the constructor to fly across the gap, and died one more time when the constructor was almost dead, so a lot of time lost there. Fourth time around, I actually made the jump and had some scary fights on the other end. I managed to get the constructor down, but an ion loader had an angle on me from afar. I knew all it wanted to do was land a fatal shot and bubble up like a coward. Luckily, I remembered I was in normal mode, and dot damage actually works, so we killed it with our Rocketeer and made it to the vault. After farming up some ammo to make it all the way over to the next ammo farming station, it was time for the final fight, the Warrior. Oh yeah, wait, there was Jack too, but he's kind of a baby in normal mode, so we dealt with him quick. Anyway, the Warrior fight seemed like it wouldn't be too bad. Plenty of opportunities for revives, racks to use for some fancy movement, and not too big of a health bar to deal with. But I somehow managed to get launched into lava not once, not twice, but 3 freaking times. At this point, the enemies just straight up de-aggro, so I couldn't even blind fire towards minimap dots. Fourth time around, I resisted the allure of the hot tubs and focused on the ammo stations like a true gamer, and managed to get the kill. If I had this mentality sooner, we could have had a sub 2-hour run. But the Warrior is dead, so at least we know. You can kinda beat Borderlands 2 without walking. Alright guys, this was just a short little challenge video. My next one will be back to the usual full game stuff. Before I go, I want to shout out Obo for the inspiration on this run. I also want to shout out Zubius for the footage he provided, and Holy Milk because he beat my time 4 hours after I completed my run. I'll have links to their YouTubes and Twitch channels in the description. If you want to support my channel, make sure to like and comment. It helps a lot with YouTube's algorithm. You can also check out my other videos and subscribe with notifications on to know when new ones come out. I'll also have my Twitch and Discord links in the description if those are up your alley. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. When it comes to the Borderlands games, the first thing you might think about is all the wacky guns you can find. But we can't forget about those scary looking rocks that make things go. So to mix things up this time around, today's question is, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the fastball? Alright, before we hop in, I'm gonna pitch the rules to you real quick. First off, wait, did we really just put 2 baseball jokes in the intro? Nah bro, we're cutting that one out. Anyway, this is going to be an overpowered 10 UVHM playthrough. The skills Nuke and Scorched Earth are both banned because they would probably carry us too much, but we will be using turrets for Slag since Gearbox decided a Slag fastball was too fun to include in the game. No bar allowed, and we must have a fastball equipped at all times, meaning we are not allowed to use the stock grenade for boosted jumps in this run. With the rules out of the way, let's get to the build. Here's a full view so that the build critics can start their 4-page essay telling me why I should have spec'd for more gun damage, but the skills I think are important are Do or Die because I need to be able to throw grenades while down, and 11 in Grenadier to make sure I have the balls to beat this challenge. As for turret upgrades, I snagged the shield, maglock, and extra turret skills for defensive help, and double up for the aforementioned slagging. Gear consists of a basic shield because I wanted to do it without a big boom blaster to really flex on them, Vault Hunter Relic because it has no combat utility and getting cool drops is fun, an Expert Grenadier so he can carry more nades, and of course, fastballs coming in explosive, fire, shock, and corrosive elements. Alright, now let's hop into the run. Right off the bat, I noticed that my self-conscious masochism decided to start me off with a whopping 0 grenades. I usually start myself with full ammo but no cash to keep it balanced, but this time I just had to search for everything. All the enemies in this beginning bit are fleshy, so fire fastballs were the way to go. Dealing with the bullymongs was simple, because they're huge targets, but I started having a little trouble when the bandits came into play. Simple math can figure out barely any grenades and missing my shots, or throws I guess, equals a bad time. I had a few bandits left and opened every container in Liarsburg to find more grenades with no luck. I would have bought more, but the town didn't have power, and I was practically broke anyway. So with nothing we can do, I guess the run ends here. Psych, you really thought I was gonna give up here? Not a chance. We save quit so all the containers were full again, and this time around I actually made sure to not miss and only hit enemies if they're perped up so my throws reached their maximum potential. We cleared out Liarsburg and started towards Boom Boom, but I realized I was going to need more than 4 grenades to take them out, so we decided to do some farming, which felt super weird for one of my challenge runs. Now's the perfect time to show off a strategy I will be using for a lot of this run. If Axton throws his second turret down and recalls the first one before it deploys, all of Axton's kill skills are activated, and since we're spec'd into Onslaught, we can use this strat to get a short movement speed boost. After snagging some guns to sell, we went back and made our first attempt at beating Boom Boom. I could also say it was my last attempt because Boom Boom honestly got bodied. Altogether with Slag, it only took 11 grenades, so not sure what to say except rip bozos. For the path up to Flint, I switched to my shock fastball because a lot of these guys had shields. This didn't change much though, they still took 1 to 3 grenades to kill, so no big deal yet. I jumped into Flint's arena for an epic fight, but turned out I was fighting Houdini because everyone just up and disappeared. Our first real attempt I used entirely for learning. I tested both shock and explosive fastballs to see which would deal more damage, and explosive was definitely the way to go. The difficulty rating for this fight is a solid 10 fastballs out of 21. Now, I know what some of you guys are thinking. Wait, a GASMASK challenge run and the first 2 fights weren't legally considered torture devices? What's going on here? And fair enough, it's been pretty easy so far, but I will say this challenge had a lot of ups and downs, so don't call it a win yet. Anyway, after shotgunning an espresso shot, or performing an espresso shotgun if you will, it was time to get to Sanctuary. We had to save Reese first, and somehow got a triple kill with 1 grenade. Okay, maybe it was a quadruple, because I think we murdered Reese too. It's fine though, we always avenge him anyway, so no bad karma on our end. We made it to Sanctuary and immediately had to leave because Lilith doesn't know how to just teleport to Sanctuary, I guess. It's fine, I like speedrunning through Frostburn Canyon anyway. Nothing along the path is mandatory to kill, but I do love breaking some ankles here and there. I wasn't worried about the mobbing at the end being too hard, I was mostly just worried about having enough ammo to deal with all the heathens. I made sure to switch back and forth from fire and corrosive grenades to really get my money's worth. That was when I noticed that constantly having to open my inventory to switch elements is a lot less fun than pressing a button to switch guns. Also, picking up weapons to sell is whack because they don't directly go into my backpack, so that's also obnoxious. On the bright side, time stops while you're in menu if you're in single player, so it's not like I was vulnerable. Vending machines are a different story though. The fight took 2 trips to the ammo vendor and 1 death. I would say I didn't suffer, but I also had to do this, so I'm gonna call it a net loss. Saving Roland was up next, and we needed a new car to fool those bloodshots. Cars aren't really balanced for OP levels, so this part was also super easy. I mean, the first car practically delivered itself to me. We made our new car bubblegum flavored because that's what baseball players eat, and casually drove ourselves to the Bloodshot Stronghold. Badma was up to bat, but it didn't take long for me to strike him out along with his 3 little bench warmers. Some of you guys might still be thinking that this is way too easy, like only 6 deaths so far, come on. But it's gonna get tough soon, I promise. The Bloodshot Ramparts and I have a weird relationship. Like, the mobbing here can be so fun at times, but then you get to the swirly bit and everything is just so tough. Everyone has the high ground on you, there are railings everywhere that enemies love to hide behind, and the frenzied marauders are all programmed to be cowards and run away as soon as you go down. I was super unlucky here because 2 of the goons had elemental weapons. Dot damage in UBHM done to the player is almost always fatal, but dot damage done by the player is a conspiracy theory because that shit doesn't exist. Also didn't have any friggin' ammo, so I had to backtrack. Only had 2 goons left before the door was supposed to open, but on the bright side, I managed to run past Mad Mike with little inconvenience. I probably could have killed him easy because he's slow and a big target, but I needed to conserve what ammo I could. We found Roland right as his kidnapception was taking place. Warden snagged him, and that was a big problem for us. I tried to play passive because I didn't want to waste my ammo, but my greed was getting me killed. Grenades or not, the game was rigged from the start. With 20 grenades to my name, I went in to fight Warden, and well... I kinda knew this fight was going to be bad because constructors have something like a 90% damage reduction to explosives, and it's not like we could have bought more grenades because the only ammo vendor's at the beginning of the map. I really tried everything for this fight. I even checked all the chests around but ended up with more pitchforks than grenades, so yay! With all hope lost, I faced the harsh truth. We were once again going to the dreaded gulag. I'm gonna play Psychic one more time and guess that some of you guys are wondering, how are you going to kill Warden when the fight at the gulag is harder? Worry not, I had a plan. So we head over to the frickin' Cromerax headhunter to farm this chest until we hit max cash, and had an inventory full of guns that were all worth at least $3 million. 30 minutes of that mind-numbing activity later, we headed towards the gulag to make our first attempt against Warden. So first thing I did was find a good little spot where I could lob away. After I ran out of grenades, I'd go back to spawn and top off, then repeat this process over and over and over. This kinda sucked because if I was too slow, I'd have to waste 6 nades on his shield, but at least he didn't have health regen or the run would have ended here. We also used a little strat that gave us some more survivability. If your second turret gets destroyed, you're able to place another one. So we would hide our first one somewhere safe so we could constantly have at least one bubble guarding us. With this strat, it took 8 trips to the vendor, $150 million worth of fastballs, another shot of espresso, and get this, 0 deaths to send Warden to the scrapyard in the sky. This did take a while though, especially if we include the necessary farming, so I give this fight a 160 fastballs out of 21. Yes, I counted. Roland and I dealt with the rest of the loaders together, but Warden decided to crush Roland with its dying breath and I couldn't turn the mission in. It's about time something cursed happened. This is a gas mask challenge one we're talking about. A quick save quit fixed it though, and Roland was finally saved. Our next homies Mordo and Tina were going to help us blow up and rob a train, surprisingly in that order. No mobbing here, just collection objectives, so I was on the defensive for this part. I devised a strat where I would throw my 2 bubble shields down as cover and use them as bases to run to, which is perfect, because I've never actually made it past second base. What? Why are you guys laughing at me? Come on guys, I only ever played baseball once, leave me alone. With the train derailed, we made our way to fight Wilhelm. So here I am, right? Preparing for my second tough fight in a row. My courage kicks in and I run in there. But like, homie just gets styled on.
Get nay.
I literally just stood there pressing one button. Like, you see this confusion in my eyes? It was so easy that I had to double check that I was still on OP10. Tell me, who would you rather fight? Wilhelm, the ultimate killing cyborg, or a blue f***ing toaster? Wilhelm fight, 12 fastballs out of 21. So anyway, Sanctuary got bamboozled, so our home plate was thousands of feet in the air, which makes it kinda hard to slide into if you ask me. Next we had to run through the fridge, which, here's a clip to sum that up. Milk it. Milk it. Running through the Outwash didn't seem bad at the time until I realized I forgot to hit the fast travel objective. Here's a pro tip. If you don't see a constructor spawn here, you forgot to hit the fast travel. Welcome to the Bozo Gang. Mr. Noodle's health bar honestly intimidated the heck out of me, so I noped myself out of there until the loaders came to help. Not only did he have a tanky health bar, but homie also got telekinesis from that beacon he ate. Anyway, I needed to play extra careful here because I was using a fire fastball to take him out, but all my potential revives were armored, so going down likely meant death. I played patiently until he was distracted, got him perped up, and took him out. With the beacon back in our possession, it was time to head to Overlook and set it up. The first few waves of gun loaders were going well. Slag and corrosive fastballs can easily take him out, so I just had to make sure I kept my stock up with the ammo vendor. Everything started falling apart though when this happened.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
You have to repair the beacon.
Holy fudge! I kinda held it together after that, at least up until another constructor popped up. Some speedy dodging and a whole lot of turret diversion is what got me through this fight. At one point I tried to hide from a nuke inside of my bubble and barely survived. I sold all of my leftovers from the chest farm and just barely had enough to kill the constructor, and the rest of the bots used up the rest of the ammo I could find in town, so that was a pretty close call. Finally at Sanctuary, we reunited with our homies and devised our next plan. I, however, didn't listen to the plan at all, because I ended up going to Brick's place instead of the preserve. Maybe that's just my subconscious trying to drown this heck hole out of my brain, I'm not sure. The loader wounding bit wasn't bad, but we had some close calls. The mobbing sections were alright, just obnoxious because I had to switch between shock and corrosive a lot for loaders and stalker kills, but the ultimate loader pretty much got deleted at the end. And so did all the loot homies, but they were kinda lame with no drops. The final bit of mobbing had me super spooked when I seen a pup skag hitting Mach 20 because of their shock power up. Honestly though, it didn't matter much. Pretty sure physics says that running full speed into my fastball just guarantees their death anyway. At this point, I was pretty much to Bloodwing, but I had no grenades to my name. Any I found were used to clear out the goons in my way, so I decided to run back to the nearest vendor and just top off there. We then bubble hopped our way back and started the Bloodwing fight. We killed one bird with 9 stones, and ironically enough, that means we were efficient. This fight is so weird, because you either body Bloodwing because your damage is so overpowering, or you get decimated because you didn't kill her fast enough and her attacks are friggin' undodgeable. Anyway, the bird is bodied, which means our rivalry score was 3-2. Wait, am I in the lead? Okay, maybe this challenge is too easy. Nah, just kidding. In like 2 minutes from now, I'm straight up hopeless. Anyway, Mordecai must have been really angry this time around because he straight up deleted a tubby stalker in his rage sniping montage. At least I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I didn't get to see it, I just found the corpse and loot. Brick was the next homie to recruit, and he is usually the easiest. I apparently found muscles on the way, which was cool, but I didn't even realize who I was murdering until chat pointed it out. Rip my homie muscles. Gone, but never noticed. Anyway, Brick's initiation went something like this. We put balls in the Goliath's faces until they got angry, watched them take out all their anger on all the wrong people, ate a donut in the corner while they coached a Little League game, swept in last second to take credit for everything, and trick-shotted the sarcastic slab. Fighting loaders with Brick was tough at first because I already grabbed all the balls in this map, so I decided to just help Brick punch the loaders by holding them in place and slapping them with my spaghetti noodle melee damage until they drop some more. Speaking of slapping, it would be cool if you popped on a roid shield and annihilated that subscribe button. Only about 9% of my viewers are actually subbed, so if you're a returning viewer, might as well sub since you enjoy the content anyway. Not only does this make me feel good, but it also helps me get these videos out more often. Anyway, other than the ammo being scarce, it was pretty easy considering the bots had 3 distractions before they targeted me, so let's move on to our next subject. Oh crap, we're already done. Oh brother, okay guys, I promise this is where the easy streak ends. It's all pain from here on out, you have my word. Up next was our climb to bunker, and to prepare, we did another run of chest farming. This time around, we found a matching grip stalker and a longbow, not sure if that word can get me demonetized right now, grenade mod. So that was pretty neat. So there are 3 doors preventing us from getting to the top of bunker. The first door is guarded by this constructor. This one wasn't too bad since I was able to use my patent pending strat of tricking it to look at a wall so the missiles don't hit me. Had this little hiccup, other than that, this door was doable. Door 2, however, was where our hearts were broken. Longtime viewers know about these little devils, known as the baby turrets. What makes these turrets so bad, you ask? Well, this. These turrets are completely immune to blast damage due to a glitch, meaning our fastball will never be able to damage them. And since they're mandatory to kill, that means you cannot beat Borderlands. Wait, hold up. Are we really going to count that as a loss because of a glitch? In my eyes, this is just a straight up oversight on Gearbox's end, so let's keep going. We could kill the turrets with our turrets if they want to be like that. After that, nothing will be able to stop. Oh, f***. Even if we consider the baby turrets as an invalid run ender due to a glitch, there's no way around justifying this thing. 21 fastballs barely scuffed the paint on them. I tried opening ammo crates to find more, but even with a godly amount of grenade RNG, I don't think it would be possible. Maybe if we had access to the whole map's worth of grenades, but the thing despawns if you get too far away and its health resets. And I wouldn't call that a glitch, but just an intended mechanic to reduce lag. The only way I could think to do this would be having a co-op partner holding it in place while you run back and forth buying ammo. So no, you can't beat Borderlands 2 with only the fastball. Because constructor blast resistance, lack of ammo, and despawn mechanics, and also those stupid baby turrets. On the bright side, Mama ain't raised no quitter, so we're going to see the rest of this challenge out by doing a cheesy turret kill on the constructor, and I'll make it up to you later in the run. Just you wait. Quick note before we get to bunker, I actually had to climb this hill twice and kill all the door guards twice because they all reclosed. Apparently you can open the first and second doors and save quit and they'll stay open, but if you open the third and save quit, they'll all close again, so just watch out for that if you're playing. Anyway, we refarmed some money for the bunker fight while also finding another fastball and legendary soldier class mod, so that was cool. Also got a bunny launcher from a loot homie while we were trying to snipe Face McShooty. I guess now's probably a good time to say I'll have this save file with all the cool drops in the bank in the description if anyone wants to try this challenge out or snag some free loot. Hitting Face McShooty seemed pretty unlikely because the grenades just kinda... Even if they did reach him though, they can't crit, so the fastball disappoints us one more time. Finally at the bunker, we started dealing with the big turrets who aren't lame and blast immune. The bunker spawned in, and to play it safe, I farmed these ammo crates here for a bit, which was probably a bit overkill since I had enough money to just buy the 33 grenades I needed to destroy it. Also, it's just really wacky how the greatest defense spot ever built took a fraction of what Warden took to kill. Angel Corps was up next, and luckily we had a siren and a trained soldier helping us. Roland was there providing cover fire and health regen, and Angel was providing us with plenty of grenades to take out bots with. Oh yeah, Lil showed up too, but she just straight up ruined my day.
Oh, she said the thing, bro, when I trick shot it. Oh my god. You fucking ruined my trick shot, Lilith.
Besides that bit, this place didn't go bad. The baby turrets here aren't as glitchy as the ones outside, and everything was armored, so there was no need for switching grenades constantly. Jack ended up killing Roland, which sucked, but also got Lilith to shut up, which was cool, so I'd say that was pretty chaotic neutral of him to do. Up next was Sawtooth Cauldron, which instantly became cursed the second I arrived. Moments after that, we were hiding for our lives as the ambush commanders waddled themselves ever closer and closer. Luckily, our turrets were ready just in time, so we managed to escape that fate for a far more toasty one. Our new purpose was now buzzard busting. We barely managed to destroy Boombringer with our last nade in breath. If a buzzard with no pilot was hard for us, 5 of them with pilot should be a piece of cake, right? Yes, actually. I don't know why, but it just worked. We speed ran through the boneyard and experienced what it truly meant to be a fastball, so that was pretty fun, but the Badlands was quite the opposite. Y'all remember that ultimate constructor I couldn't kill without using my turret? Well, I kind of feel bad for being such a filthy casual that I decided a new rule to beating this run was also to put Saturn out of commission. So instead of going to the Badlands, we farmed up some more money to fund our mission. Funny drops this time around included a WTF shield, homing Quasar, and an 81 champ. The plan for Saturn was simple. Lob balls until we ran out, buy more, repeat. We just had to make sure his little drone strikes didn't sneak up on us. With the strat we had, it took 14 trips to the vendor, $200 million, and way too much time farming. I rate this fight 201 fastballs out of 21. We made one last farming run and got a legendary Berserker class mod, so we threw it in the bank with the rest of the goodies I decided to hoard even though I can't use them. The claptrap door and all of Heroes Pass weren't too exciting, so I'll spare the details there, but finally at the vault, we face our next real challenge. Handsome Jack was watching me the whole time. He knew my fighting style, so he used his endless supply of riches to pay Gearbox off in exchange for constructor level grenade resistance. Getting through his shield alone takes more than half of my supply of grenades, and since the homie has some crazy health regen, there was no way we were going to keep up. We needed a plan, and we needed a plan fast. I knew that if we had a chance at taking Jack out, we would need him slagged, stationary, and have full ammo ready to go. Slagging Jack is super hard for some reason, so that part was luck-based. And having full nades for his health bar was going to be tough, especially because he would spawn his shield drone that just took up a lot of our resources. So with this knowledge, I devised a game-winning plan. Step 1 was to get rid of his shield. Step 2 was to use a little RNG manipulation. If you are below 1/3 of your maximum ammo for any ammo type, ammo crates are more likely to give you that type of ammo. We used this strat until we were full again. Step 3 was to get Jack backed into a wall. This part was a waiting game, but he eventually fell into our trap. Step 4, make a sandwich. What? No, not literally. I mean like wedge him between two turrets and just pray for slag. Step 5, start chucking. 18 fastballs into a purple Jack and he was finished. The turrets probably did a good chunk of the damage and they also got the kill shot, but I don't care. I'm taking that dub. The warrior was the last thing in our way of victory. Early testing showed that the shock fastball was doing the most damage. Not sure why exactly, but I didn't mind. Our game plan was to run from base to base, snagging ammo and keeping cover. Also making sure to keep ammo between 7 and 3 when possible. Below 7 so that more grenades would spawn, and above 3 so that we could get second wins in emergency situations. With this strat, the first attempt wasn't even close. The second attempt was so freaking close, but you know what they say, third time's the charm. Meaning you can beat most of Borderlands 2 with only the fastball. Thank you guys so much for watching up to this point. Before you go, I would like to say that liking, commenting, and subscribing all help me out a ton. Not only do the nice words drive me to keep doing these runs and making these videos, but it also helps with YouTube's algorithm, which helps me grow. And if you want to support me directly, I just rolled out channel memberships. 99 cents get you emotes, member badges, and videos a day early. I tried to make it cheap since I don't post too often yet, but the support could help get videos out earlier for everyone. You can also come hang out with me on Twitch or in Discord if you want. I'll have links to those in the description. And last but not least, thank you to It's Naraka for the absolutely awesome thumbnail art. I'll put links to their socials in the pinned comment. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. So on my channel, I've attempted challenges using only the cursed gear Borderlands 2 has to offer, but there's one cursed weapon that I have not touched yet. So for part 3 of GASMASK does permanent damage to his soul, we ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the gub? For anyone who's wondering how the gub is cursed exactly, let me explain. Many of you guys might know JoltsDude139. He's a great Borderlands content creator and has been creating content for the franchise for almost a decade. Another fun fact about Jolts is that he has a stalker. By stalker, I mean the gub. Everywhere he goes, the gub always seems to find him, even making an appearance in his super randomizer run where a perfectly normal gub dropped when the mods should make everything kind of like this. Anyway, a lot of people wanted him to do a gub-only run, but unlike me, he actually likes to have fun. He was cool with me doing the run, and a lot of you guys wanted to see it, so here we are. Still can't believe y'all passed up a pre-sequel challenge, but okay. Anyway, I'll go over the rules real quick. We will be playing on Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, which pretty much just means everything is 10 levels higher than us, and we're on the hardest difficulty. No bar allowed, and the gub is the only gun we are allowed to use. I feel like I'm forgetting an important rule. What was that? Oh yeah, if we get a world drop gub at any point in the run, we restart. Yeah, I don't think Jolts could even beat the run with that rule, honestly. As for the gear, we have a basic shield and a pretty decked out slagging grenade because, well, you'll see in a minute why we need it. We also have a Vault Hunter Relic to increase the chance of a world drop gub by like, this much, and a legendary Titan Comm for survivability. As for the gub, we're going to be using the ×2 variant because it has the best DPS, but also the worst accuracy and ammo consumption. But who cares, it's double the gub. And since we're the Gunzerker, we can hold 2, so it's double the gub. And if we equip 2 more to swap to, it's double. Anyway, here's a quick peek at the build. Gonna keep it short and just say I skipped a lot of the meta skills because the gub isn't a meta gun and they didn't work as good. Alright, with that out of the way, let's get to the run. The very first step in our journey was to make sure that we didn't get any bully rot spawns, because I'm 99% sure I wouldn't be able to kill one of those. The coast was clear, so we jumped down and started the fight. Right off the bat, you can see that, well, actually, that's the problem. You can't really see anything. The gub on the left likes to take up most of the screen, so that's just the first annoying part about this run. The second annoying thing is the gub's lack of lethality. For reference, imagine getting into a gunfight and you're equipped with 2 paintball guns loaded up with Mountain Dew rounds. You can do some damage, but to be lethal, you pretty much need to be within lobotomizing distance. The tutorial town of Liarsburg went pretty bad. I ran out of ammo, I ran out of grenades, and I died 4 times before I managed to clear the place out. After a little bit of ammo farming and a personalized dose of copium, we took on the first boss, Boom Boom. Lucky for us, these guys are weak against corrosive damage. Unlucky for us, the gub still sucks. Like, in order to kick Boom off his turret, I was gonna need full ammo, slag, the psychos to leave me alone, and the rack to not randomly aggro me and mess my rhythm up. What the heck even was that? After I massacred the rack's whole bloodline, I got some gear to sell for ammo, since I wasted mine on the last 4 attempts. I got a little spooked when I noticed it was a pistol chest. If I got a gub here, it wouldn't have been too bad of a restart, but pistol chests have 4 chances to roll one, so that's pretty spooky nonetheless. After we got geared up, I positioned myself so the psychos couldn't hit me and finally started Boom's dental checkup. It took pretty much all my ammo to get him out of his booster seat, but the hard part was done and finishing the job after that was relatively simple. After a little bit of mobbing, we jumped into the Flint fight. Then we jumped out because, yeah, sorry guys, but there's no way to do this fight normally. Flint being one of the few bosses that have health regen meant that we would have to play inhumanly well because our DPS just wouldn't be able to handle it otherwise. And circling around him isn't an option since his melee attack is a launching ground slam, so we need to do a little bit of cheesing. Some of y'all remember the Flint locking strat from a previous challenge, but for the new homies I'll demonstrate. First you need to get Flint to walk on this railing. After that, use some sort of knockback to launch him off. In our case, we used Fistful of Hurt to send him flying. Now that he's out of his arena, he gets a little bit confused and just stands there. If we look at our damage with slag and point blank fire, we see 2 things. First off, a lot of numbers. And second, that this strategy was pretty much needed for this fight. Anyway, Flint was beaten and we made it to 3 horns. As soon as I got there, I discovered something about myself that I didn't know. Apparently I could speak Bullymong. These bozos better leave me alone. Leave me the f*** alone. Well, that's what I thought at first, but it turns out I just have mind control powers. Anyway, we needed to get the power core and kill 20 bandits to avenge Reese, because that's the right thing to do. I'm not one of those heathens that find the specific bandit with the power core by looking at his clothes, only kill him, and then run out of there. Imagine being that guy. We made it to Sanctuary and did the usual shenanigans until we had to go to Frostburn. Along the way, we found a tubby spider ant and said screw it, the odds of getting a gub are low enough to risk it because I want to see what it drops. I killed the tubby spider ant, is what I want to say, but in reality, I let the bandits handle most of it. Lucky for us though, no gubs were dropped, just a legendary killer class mod. The rest of the run to Lilith went fine, and the mobbing at the end actually wasn't too bad. The ironclad psychos weren't as annoying as they usually are, but I can't say the same for Lilith.
Howdy, boys.
No, Lilith! Why do you have to say the cringe? Lilith, bro, why do you have to say the fucking cringe, dude? Lilith, don't! Lilith, if I die... Well, if I die. The big guys were a bit tougher, but they're definitely killable. I think I was getting a little cocky and a little loopy though, because I started acting up. Ooh. Ooh. I put the stinky on him. Yeah, not sure why I said that, or even what it means, but I think it's safe to blame some sort of insanity. Anyway, that's done, so our next homie to meet up with is Ellie. She was gonna help us get a new car to get into that Bloodshot Dam. This is usually the easiest part of the run, since vehicles aren't scaled very well for OP levels, so the gub works even without gun zerking. The cars were actually too easy to take out, so to add a little challenge, I decided to take out the caravan as well. The best way to defeat him is to stop it close to the end of its path and start punching until the van turns to a man and you can steal magical floating loot. We get to the dam, but Bad Ma was gatekeeping the place, and fighting him wasn't going to be easy. Lucky for me, I somehow released all 3 of his hostages, and their help with distracting him was invaluable. I probably would have had to cheese him pretty hard without these little guys. In the end, they got the final blow and launched his corpse into the abyss. Put the stinky on him. I put the stinky on him! Guys, no! Finally, in the ramparts, we experienced some of the most annoying mobbing sections in the run. Actually, wait, no, it's just the toilet room that's whack. Everything else is fine. This place always makes me feel like I'm playing a Dark Souls game. You know, where you run in, die, try again, die again, but this time slightly further than before, etc. Also, like a Dark Souls game though, some bosses can just get cheesed. Put the stinky on him. Roland was kidnapped by everyone's least favorite toaster, the Warden. Longtime viewers know the threat he possesses, but if you're new here, you might not know if you don't kill him fast enough, he will take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag where the fight is way harder. This part of the run is always a high stress period. It's also where things start to get really cursed.
What the?
The lack of any meaningful damage output means that we were going to need to first try Warden or we were doomed. So I played it safe and farmed up some ammo before we went in. The fight begins, and right off the bat, we're in a rough spot. We don't even break his shield before Warden is able to spawn 3 robots. I was calm and focused though. I knew that Warden couldn't be slagged, so there's no reason to save grenades for him. So I used them on the... Ammo was low, and we were so close to the kill. We scrounged for ammo, but found ourselves down, with the surveyors keeping their bullet deflectors up. I tried to go for a loader, but found myself out of ammo. I couldn't do it. Well, at least not without keeping you on the edge of your seat.
Oh.
It was still a close call. I went down again shortly after to barely get a revive with our last few shots. We managed to grab some ammo, but the final exploder got to us. In a last-ditch effort, the Warden tried to put on a facade, acting like he had full shields again. But in reality, the puny shield that the surveyors gave him was a false hope for Warden. Gub in hand, and ruptured guts hanging out of my stomach in another. I finish Warden off and pop off.
Oh, I don't even fucking care.
A psychotic euphoria came over me. I felt invincible. Then these 2 world drop class mods reminded me that if I get a world drop gub, I have to do this all over again and I'll probably die and just go to the gulag anyway. Still didn't stop me from opening chests or sacrificing myself, because let's face it, if I got a gub like that, that would be hilariously depressing. Our next objective was to will Killhelm, but I kinda crashed after my psychotic episode over at the Bloodshot Dam, so I was playing really sloppy. On top of that, this loot goon Goliath gave me another chest full of pistols. The Wilhelm fight seemed doable, and this fight's usually pretty fair. That was my mentality pretty much up until the point he put the stinky on me. I wasn't going to be able to fight him without full ammo, so I decided to head home and stock up. The second fight didn't go too well either, but the third fight went a lot better. I just had to make sure I kept grabbing ammo from the crates and keep my cool. The shield regen was making me panic a bit, but I quickly realized it's not really a threat, so I could regen my ammo as slowly as I wanted. Also, he kept chasing me, so he would just run out of range of his shield drones, which is kind of dumb on his end, but oh well. Adding that to the book of obscure strats. Day 2 of the challenge started pretty spooky when the first loading screen of the day showed me a gub. A very small part of me wanted to call that a reset, but the other larger and smarter part of me knows that you guys would want these videos out sooner than later. Speaking of getting videos out sooner, you guys should all hit that subscribe button and click the bell, This way YouTube's algorithm promotes me more, meaning I can divert more time to making videos. This way you get them sooner and you get notified when I post new ones. Anyway, back to the run. I don't recall exactly what happened at Sanctuary, but what I do know for sure is that Lilith kidnapped everyone, so that's pretty annoying. And on top of that annoyance, we also had to run through the fridge. Well, it's usually more annoying. This time I somehow made it through without a scratch. Like I didn't go down at all, which absolutely baffled me. Mr. Noodle was our next opponent, and this was probably one of the toughest fights I've had with him. The tiny things really added up during this fight. He had a big health bar, he had a recharging shield, slag would wear off every time he tunneled underground. I didn't have any ammo, and the loaders wanted to attack the poor sap using paintball guns and hiding in the corner instead of the giant whale squid. The one silver lining? One of those loaders had a slag weapon, so when it finally realized the real threat, it helped me keep Mr. Noodle perped up. I eventually had to retreat a bit because I was getting cornered. With no slag or ammo still, I ran even further back and found one grenade, which was enough to finally take him down. Finally at Overlook, we set up and started protecting the I was annihilated. Truly decimated. Absolutely rolled in the first 15 seconds. All I could do was watch as the loaders marched past me, not even recognizing me as a threat. The beacon was destroyed 8 times, so it became invincible, but I kept trying my hardest, throwing myself into the fight, even though the constructor would just mow me down. After a lot of pain and failure, the fast travel landed, and I made my quick and shameful escape. All that, and the pain is only just beginning. Our next goal was to get Claptrap's upgrade from the Preserve. Right off the bat, we agreed with this tubby stalker, and I probably would have killed it for the adrenaline rush, but the thing was too strong. I literally couldn't break his shield before he murked me, so sorry guys, I'm terrible. The mopping through this place was doable. Surprisingly enough, the normal stalkers weren't too much of a nightmare. The main strat was to make sure I had some loaders on the field to distract them while I tried to get rid of them. I usually never mention this guy because for some reason the super stalkers are just like 3 times easier than the normal ones. I'm not complaining though. Could you imagine if they were worse than rabbits? I'm willing to bet you can't because there's nothing worse than rabid stalkers. Anyway, I tried to kill the loot homies, but my DPS was straight up not enough. It felt like the gub on the left was for stopping their health regen, and the gub on the right was for dealing damage. So I enlisted the help of the local wildlife to get through this faster. Alright, let's check out the loot. So here we have a stalker pistol, that's pretty neat. Over here we have a bearcat. Those sell for a pretty penny. That's pretty cool. And what's that over there? Honestly, if there's a cutoff point where I would be okay with getting a gub or utterly heartbroken, it would be the Bloodwing fight. This fight was by far the worst fight in GASMASK challenge history. The fight's main 2 problems are the undodgeable attacks from Bloodwing and the relentless skag spawns. Usually the skags are good for revives, but during this fight they just used up too much ammo to be worth it. If I was lucky, Bloodwing would land and I could get some good damage and slag in, but it was so rare that it wasn't reliable. But I'm used to all that stuff. The thing that made this fight painful was phase 3.
Corrosion!
You see these damage numbers I'm hitting on shock phase Bloodwing? Notice the letter K to indicate 1000, so you could see 3 to 5 million per shot right now, right? Okay, now compare those numbers to these. Notice the lack of the K indicating thousands? A rough calculation of these numbers indicate I'm only doing about 1% of the damage I was doing during the other 2 phases. And on top of that, this phase seems to be the biggest of the 3. Since loading our gubs up with Mountain Dew Flaming Hot rounds isn't an option, this fight was going to be absolute torture. But I'm a large craniumed masochist who likes a little challenge, so I devised a plan. Step 1, puppy daycare. I had to lure the 3 skags up the elevator and make sure the loaders inside weren't there to kill them. This turned the fight to a 1v1 with me and the bird. Step 2 was to stock up for the fight. Max grenades and ammo were needed to give a good head start. Step 3 was to know how to fight her. Cell has some ammo regen with gunzerking, but it's not a lot with how much ammo we throw out. So if Bloodwing wasn't on the ground, we would make sure to just tap shots at her to activate get some, so our gunzerk cooldown would speed up, meaning more ammo regen. We would chill in this safe spot, only coming out to grab health sticks and ammo for Mordecai's drops, or to dodge certain attack angles from Bloodwing. In emergency situations, we would give the bird, for some quick health regen. I also made a mental note of where Mordecai was leaving health sticks for backup situations. The health sticks were often crucial for survival because corrosive dot damage lasts the longest, so surviving one at OP10 is really tough. Lucky for us though, we have 10 out of 5 in asbestos, so they don't last as long. First 2 phases surprisingly went good. We got lucky with landings and managed to deal with them quick, but phase 3... oh my gosh, phase 3, dude. Bloodwing did not land a single time, meaning this fight was going to take even longer. On top of being mentally drained at this point, I constantly had to be on my guard because a single mistake could set me back another hour. I just had to keep fighting with the little hope I had left. This isn't some anime where a bunch of your friends come in last minute to cheer you on to victory, so all I could do was... Hey, yo, wait, am I really accepting my fate when the bird is almost dead? I can't give up with all the homies rooting for me. Alright, let's get pumped up. It might seem far now, but we're closer than we think. We gotta be optimistic. This part of Bloodwing's health bar is fake for some reason, so let's hit it home right here and now.
MVP asbestos skill. Oh my god, let's... oh, I knew she had a fake health bar. Oh, let's freaking go, dude. Oh.
The perfect raid for the perfect fight. Thanks, Jolts. A quick recap so you can truly understand how long this took. The winning fight took an hour 20. An hour 10 of that was just the corrosive phase alone. And the entirety of the preserve took a whopping 4.5 hours. Bloodwing might have gotten the point on this run, but on the bright side,
I put the stinky on him.
victory in hands, we head over to recruit our next homie Brick. A Goliath called me a coward along the way, and I didn't appreciate that, so we tussled for a bit. We eventually let out all our anger and apologized to each other, and decided to be friends. Anyway, Brick's initiation went a bit differently than usual. I like to make a couple Godlights to help me out, but I wasn't sure if I'd be able to take them down after that. It also seemed like there was twice the amount of big bandits. The first 2 stood still for me, but everyone else would get so far away that I wasn't able to get the kill before bleeding out. Fistful of Hurt eventually bugged both of them out, and they just started floating in place, which was pretty neat. The real issue was this guy. It felt like my left gub was negating his health regen while my right gub was negating his health regen. In all seriousness though, I was very close to resetting the map because he seemed unkillable. It was like he didn't have a lot of health, but his health regen was crazy, if that makes sense. I don't know if there's like a weird gimmick thing, if he's got a turtle shield on or something. All I know is that UVHM health regen is the worst thing to come to Borderlands 2. I eventually got him with circle strats, but geez, this initiation took like an hour. The rest of the bandits were all normies, so let's move on to the beacon busting with Brick. And his adopted child. At first I didn't mind the tag along as long as he helped with the robots, but the little brat managed to put the stinky on me, not once, but twice. Can't really blame him though, kids are very impressionable.
I put the stinky on him.
I personally think Brick is going to be a great dad for this little guy. I mean, just look at this patience. Anyway, the next goal was to take on the tanky coward known as Jack's Body Double. My playstyle of getting in faces versus his playstyle of just running away as far as possible sets up for a very bad matchup for me. But bad matchups don't guarantee our loss. Like in Smash Bros, when I go up against a bad matchup, I usually win because of practice, luck, or they just go AFK. I honestly thought this fight was going to take at least an hour before I killed him, but the time from entering opportunity to killing Fake Jack was only 7 minutes. With all the puzzle pieces for the bunker raid ready, we start our journey scaling the mountain. Nothing too crazy happened on the way up. The baby turrets actually went well this time around since I'm not using anything with grenade splash damage, and my grenade was actually able to slag them. If you're new here and confused, these guys actually cause some major issues usually. I'll list any videos where they are a major pain on screen now. You know what, I have a better idea. I will just change this to become this. Much better. And the Super Constructor was defeated with patience and ammo regen. Anyway, yeah, pretty quick mountain run. This loot dude made me forget about Face McShooty, so I didn't do it till later, but we'll go over it now. I was expecting to do this for an hour, but lucky me, I landed a headshot within the first 5 minutes, so that was a big time save. Finally at bunker, we took out the turrets pretty quickly and prepared ourselves for a long bunker fight. Fighting with the bunker isn't too tough, honestly. The turrets he has on him aren't balanced properly or something, because they just kind of tickle my shield. It only really gets dodgy at half health, because he gets his slag laser at that point, and that most definitely does damage. But I was able to buy ammo and keep cover, so bunker only took about 15 minutes. And yes, I waited to make sure his nozzle didn't spit out a gub, and lucky me, I can keep going. So it's been easy for the last few minutes, but let me remind you, I'm fighting loaders, and since the gub is corrosive, this is where it excels. And Angel Core was pretty much the same. I played smart, Roland and Angel provided ammo, and I got through it without dying once. And then when I was doing a light pop-off because I didn't die, I got Nickelodeon slimed by the last injector, and then slimed again by Roland's blood, so that was depressing. Anyway, I looted Marcus's stash and found 2 more pistol chests, which put me back on edge. After that, we were off to the boneyard to uncover the location of... Oh yeah, I forgot about this roadblock. Well, in that case, let me introduce you to the Death Cubby. For some reason, they thought this little corner with only one way out was the best place for a new use station. This is literally Spawn Camp Central, and it made it so hard to kill the ambush commanders. My best hope for taking them out was to slag them and just spam gubs into their shins until it eventually worked. After what seemed like 100 attempts, we finally killed the last one and proceeded on. Mortar's prized buzzard Boombringer took like 2 bullets to destroy, so maybe I did Mortar a favor by getting rid of it, because it probably would have exploded upon starting anyway. Buzzards up top were a bit of a hassle, but I managed to get some slag on them with grenades, so nothing too painful. Okay, now we can go to the boneyard. Actually, nothing too interesting happened here, just your average run-of-the-mill gameplay stuff, so let's move on to the Badlands. Here we found another chest full of pistols and another loot homie, but still no gub luckily. After that, I decided to fight Saturn. I had the ammo regen, so I figured I could do it. I then also realized I didn't have to wait for the regen if I just went and bought more ammo, so that sped up the kill. We eventually dropped them, and homie dropped a regular doll sniper too, so that was pretty neat. After that, we got the info we needed and headed to the Claptrap door, where we handled our last bit of mandatory mobbing before skipping the entirety of Heroes Pass in a manner that would make Jolts proud. Finally at the vault, we face Handsome Jack, which should theoretically be the last hard fight. I'll be real with you guys, I tried fighting him normally without cheesing it, but in order to kill Jack, I pretty much needed to have him slagged, which is like a 1 in 10 chance per grenade throw, and on top of that also land consistent crits to combat his crazy health regen. On the bright side, I can show you guys how to cheese him if you ever have trouble. So as soon as Jack's shield breaks, he teleports to this moonshot console to spawn a shield surveyor. Using this knowledge, we can position ourselves to where we block him and he gets stuck. Just need to make sure any of his clones don't knock you out of it. Pro tip, the first wave of clones, you can kill them all except for one. If you do finish the first wave off though, the clones just seem to respawn as soon as you kill one off. I also recommend saving a clone with a shield, because accidentally killing them is annoying, and depending on your loadout, decide whether or not saving a shooter clone or a melee clone is best for you. Anyway, we finally nailed the setup and then farmed up some ammo using the same strat as we did for Bloodwing. This time though, we made sure to get headshots while doing it. After we were full, it was time to pray to the slag gods, because if I didn't have slag, I would run out of ammo and we wouldn't be able to keep up with the health regen. We had 9 grenades, which meant 9 attempts, and if they all failed, we would have to— oh, never mind, we got it first try. Let's go. The slag gave us enough DPS to kill him decently quick, and I was like super surprised that the fight went this well. Now I could go and use a cheese spot on Warrior 2, but that's a lot of cheese all at once, and I want to make sure my lactose intolerant homies stick around to see this challenge beaten. So even without cheese, this fight is pretty easy. He just has a lot of health to get through, which gave me plenty of time to mess up over and over and over and over. What should have been a 30-minute fight took almost 3 hours, because anytime I would go down, I would have no ammo, or the racks were too far away, and on 2 occasions, the warrior stole my revive because I guess he can do that? What the— a lot of my homies say, dang GasMask, you have some crazy patience to do these long fights. But honestly, I don't think I'm patient. Pretty sure I'm closer to stubborn. Eventually, the warrior went down, and I put the stinky on him, and not a single gub was dropped. Which means you can't beat Borderlands 2 with only the gub. Before we wrap up the video, I just want to say, I put the stinky on him. Okay, that's enough, dude. No more, no more. Get out of here. Shoot. Get. Jeez. Okay, anyway, I want to say thank you so much for watching up to this point. If you want to help the channel grow, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Also, don't forget to hit the bell so you get notified when I post new videos. It helps with YouTube's algorithm a lot. I also read all my comments, so please let me know your favorite part of the video, or if you have any ideas for future challenge runs. Honestly, all the nice comments you guys leave are the biggest motivations to keep making these videos. If you want to support me more directly, consider becoming a channel member. It's 99 cents and you'll get emotes and videos a day early. On top of that, helps me post more often so everyone gets videos earlier in the long run. I'll have links to my Twitch and Discord. Screw it. My Twitter too, in the description if any of those interest you. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Alright, so if you clicked on this video, you might be hoping I'm going to be running around the Borderlands as some crazy tentacle monster, like something you'd see in a COD Zombies map maybe. But sadly, Borderlands modding just isn't that good yet. So today, we will be trying our best to cosplay as everyone's favorite giant space whale squid, and ask ourselves, can you beat Borderlands 2 as Terramorphous? It should be common knowledge that all you need to cosplay as someone, or something in this case, is their hide, blood, teeth, and breath. If you don't know what these do, I'll show you real quick. The Breath of Terra is a neat fire grenade mod that makes tiny volcanoes under the feet of the bad guys. The Teeth of Terra is a shotgun that shoots bullets in a biting pattern and does a little bit of grenade splash at the end. The Hide of Terra is a Roid/Nova/Spike combo shield, usually regarded as the best Roid shield in the game, but I went to the absolute lowest Roid damage so the challenge wasn't too easy. And then there's the Blood, which is kinda... yeah, it's kinda bad. Then in our class mod slot, we're going to be using the Slayer of Terramorphous Com to keep it thematic. I will quickly go through the rules. We will be playing on Overpower 10 UVHM, which is just the hardest difficulty, and all the enemies are 10 levels higher than us. No bar allowed, and Terra gear only, of course. As a bonus rule, to make it a little more challenging, I have to full spec into every skill that the Terracom boosts. This might not sound bad, but I'll show you why this is a mistake in a moment. I would show you the build, but it probably changed a few dozen times during the run, but I pretty much switched between fire build and bonk build depending on the situation. With that out of the way, let's get to the run. So we hop in and near immediately get our first death out of the way, which brings me to masochistic fact number 1. I'm playing UVHM without slag. Anyone who has played Ultimate Vault Hunter mode knows that slag is practically necessary for this difficulty. Like, you can play without slag, just like you can wipe your butt with a sock. It works, but you probably need a counselor if that's what you're doing. Anyway, all of Terra's gear is locked to fire element, and Creek has no slagging skills, so yeah, this run is going to be painful. All the enemies in the beginning were flesh, which is good for all the fire damage stuff I got. I just needed to refine my playstyle and learn how to use this goofy shotgun. The Teeth of Terra works best when the biting animation completes and does a little bit of explosive damage, which is boosted by Strip the Flesh, which we have 9 out of 5 in, which is great. But please, can we get my boy Terra a dentist? Because mans has a 2-foot gap in between each tooth, making it so only 2 pellets hit per shot. This somehow still did more damage than point blank shots though, so that's cool I guess. Just kinda wish they'd all converge on one spot, might actually make this gun pretty good. Anyway, it took me a while to find that sweet spot where I would get the boosted damage. It was always way farther away than I thought, but I figured it out eventually. On the bright side, the Breath of Terra actually does decent damage on flesh-based baddies, and we're spec'd into Elemental Empathy, so a lot of fire damage goes to healing us. Like many Krieg builds, everything started dying as soon as I got the momentum going. The rest of Larisburg went great, except for when Hammerlock showed up. For some reason, I started getting violent urges to rip his other 2 limbs off. It's probably the Thresher hormones from Terramorphous's blood. I think that's how biology works, I don't know. I was going to take the relic off, but decided that wasn't allowed. I had to face my demons the right way, by severing the limbs of some guy that I won't feel morally bad about. It's time for masochistic fact number 2. Full specking the Terra skills. So some of these are good, like Strip the Flesh is great for explosive damage, and Thrill the Kill is good for healing, but in OP levels you only really need 2 points to fill your health bar. Burn Baby Burn increases fire dot damage, which isn't lethal cause UVHM health regen, but I think it's good for healing maybe? Flame Flare pretty much just makes me stay on fire longer, which can be absolutely deadly if an enemy decides to put a fire dot on me. And then we have Blood Trance. which makes Buzzsack's Rampage last longer based on how many Bloodlust stacks you have, which might sound good at face value. But a lot of melee builds use Release the Beast to get health back frequently, and if you're in Buzzsack's Rampage, you can't do it again until it ends. On top of that, you can't use grenades, or pull out a slag weapon, not that that matters, or pull out a moxie weapon, not that that matters, and I can't even light people on fire for stat boosts, unless I want to waste another 5 points for 50% chance to deal fire damage. Wait. What better way to combat a bad skill than with another bad skill? Woo! Hellfire Halitosis, or for the scientist watching, Fire Breath, is usually a skill that has very, very niche uses, but it's going to come in handy for this run. This way I can activate all my fire buffs and get a little healing while on Buzzsack's Rampage. After making it to Boom Boom, we find our first instance of masochistic fact number 3, fire only on armor. Boom Boom was going to be a tough fight, and I didn't want to cheese it if I didn't have to. We bopped Boom and decided to go for a cool gun kill on Big Bertha instead of the usual cheese strat. I wanted to proc Bloodbath from one of these psychos and spam shotgun damage to kill the turret, but this setup was super hard and took a while because I also had to fight against his health regen. We managed to knock Boom out of his turret and then we bonked him just like we bonked Boom. Shortly after our fire resistant boss, we face our fire proof boss. Oh boy. Okay, so Flint has fire resistance, but when he goes into fire phase, fire damage actually heals him. So it looks like we're gonna have to resort to... Oh, 1 second. Hello?
Hey bro, you can't melee kill Flint, dude.
What? Why not?
His launching AoE slam will just launch you away. It won't work, trust me.
Wait, what? Didn't they make Creek heavier than other characters so he wouldn't get launched in melee combat?
Yeah, but even so, your shield has fire spike and nova damage, so you'll just heal him anyway.
Okay, well, what do I do then?
You know what you have to do.
No, wait, are you... Please don't tell me.
Yep.
Alright, I'll tell him.
Good luck.
Alright guys, my boss called. I've got some bad news. We're going to have to cheese the Flint fight. I know, I've never did anything like this before. I usually body Flint face to face, but this time I'm gonna have to play a little unfair. So Borderlands 2 has this little quirk called Infinite Vertical Melee, which means anything directly above or below you can be meleeed no matter how far away they are. So we respec for bonk mode, lured Flint over to this pole, got some stacks, and started slicing from 3 stories away.
1 eternity later.
Woo, we did it! Good news, we officially made it past the part of the run I didn't think was going to be possible. Bad news, I didn't plan to make it this far, so now I have no idea what I'm doing. After making it to 3 horns, I managed to steal the interface adapter without a single bandit noticing me. Got some wheels, belly bump door guy vehicular style, saved Reese, avenged Reese by killing exactly 20 bandits and no less, and made it to Sanctuary. Lilith, being the immature human she is, left a cryptic note in my locker like some kind of cringe high school rom-com stuff, so let's get her mission done with. I usually like speedrunning this place, and this time I had an extra reason to skip a lot of the pointless combat. Anyway, we find Lilith and start fighting all the psychos, right? And I discover a cool trick with this Breath of Terror grenade. So I'm pretty sure bandits are programmed to dodge grenades if you try to chuck them at them, but when you throw a Teeth of Terra, they just kinda... Yeah, so the strat of just making a firewall to create distance and land the strong hits of the Teeth of Terror is actually a useful one. Not as useful as the low-hanging doorway, though. If you want to know how long all this took, just know that Lilith was able to say howdy boys 4 freaking times before we were done dealing with all these cowards. Our next goal was to infiltrate the Bloodshot Dam and save Roland. Only problem is that our car wasn't good enough apparently, so we needed to get an entirely new one from Ellie, even though I think a simple oil change would have been able to fix this one's issues. My favorite 56 seconds of every run is when I get to destroy the bandit technicals that aren't balanced properly for OP levels and feel like a super cool god among men. The Teeth of Terror was actually able to deal some damage even though it was a fire on armor situation, and we managed to get a new car pretty quick. Anyway, that one nomad before you enter the Bloodshot Dam was giving me a rough time. On top of that, I also had to fight Badma. Fire being good on flesh and Badma being a big target sounds like a benefit, but for some reason, I felt like I was just throwing teeth at a giant metal door. This was also where the super long Buzzsack's duration really started to melt my brain. After about an hour of all that, I finally managed to take him down. So I run into the Bloodshot stronghold and everything was terrible. We had ironclad psychos up the wazoo, so I decided to respec for a bit more fire damage to keep my healing up. This time everything went great, right up to the dreaded toilet room. where things started to go absolutely fantastic. And that's not me being sarcastic. I actually managed to get some great momentum going, plenty of fleshy vessels to use for healing, and the cowardice of the crazed marauders was actually backfiring on them. These guys usually run pretty far away if you get too close to them, and they ran just far enough for the Teeth of Terror to hit their sweet spot. I only died once here, but by the time that happened, the door was already open. Holy crap. We blew through the toilet room so quick. But like many small victories on this challenge, the next objective is going to utterly destroy my psyche. Roland was kidnapped by one of the scariest bosses in the game. You could call me an oikophobic all you want. This toaster has literally shaved years off of my lifespan. If you're good at the game or new to the channel, you might not know that Warden can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you don't kill him fast enough. And since killing things fast isn't my forte, I pretty much accepted my fate as soon as I seen an angelic guard. Oh, it's an angelic guard. Nope, we're done. Yeah, we're doomed. The fight at the Gulag is way harder because on top of Warden just being Warden, he also gains the ability to moonshot even more robots into the battle. This is also where I learned that the Teeth of Terra cannot kill loaders. Like for real, it just can't. So for the second time this run, I had to do some cheesy strats that I wasn't very proud of. I felt really bad for doing this, but as punishment for using too much cheese, chat sentenced me to cheese shaming, as I ate a block of extra sharp cheddar. After getting my public execution rescheduled to a later date, I made off to befriend Mordo and Tina. One of the objectives in this mission is to light 3 Varkids on fire, which you think would be super easy. I could probably just let a shield nova go off and it would be fine, but in reality it was 10 times easier than that even. So this Varkid tried to jump me, but somehow set off this whole fire melon, which lit both of us on fire. Now that I was on fire, Raving Retribution was starting to set off, and since it thought the fire melon was attacking me, it just started sending fireballs in that direction, and completed the objective. Absolutely nothing about my gear I was using played a part in doing this, and I just thought that was funny. Anyway, I got to taste grape flavored combat for a little bit since Mordecai was sniping the baddies for me. I mean, he still wasn't doing, like, any damage, but anything was better than Wilhelm. When I took on this challenge, I really didn't think it would be this hard. I knew I wouldn't have slag, and I knew fire and armor sucks, but I really thought that this gun would be able to do something, and that even the worst version of the best melee shield in the game would make this relatively doable. But no, every part of my kit was just absolute trash. This fight was looking impossible, but giving up wasn't an option. I couldn't let one boss, okay, maybe every boss after this plus a couple loaders, stop me from securing my victory. Step 1 was to respec, building for melee damage, Buzzax Bombardier, and Fuel the Blood. Step 2 was to fuel up, and step 3 was to mask up. In order to kill Wilhelm, we cannot rely on our gear. We need to rely on Krieg and his skills. The plan was to do what damage we could while waiting for surveyors to spawn, aka Fuel the Blood fodder. After we get a melee kill, Fuel the Blood boosts our explosive damage and makes the effectiveness of Buzzax Bombardier a lot stronger. The only thing about this strat is how risky it was. We had to get down to low health constantly in order for Released Beast to activate and have our action skill ready. If we went down, it was likely a death sentence, unless we were already within sweet spot distance of a surveyor, so I had to focus. I had to make sure I killed him quick as well. Otherwise, the loaders he spawns from under the trains respawn, and that pretty much means I'm dead. After 2 hours and 43 more deaths added to the counter, we finally survived long enough to take Wilhelm down.
Oh.
I was pretty drained after that fight, so I decided to take it slow on this sanctuary visit and really enjoy my relaxation time. But then Lilith was all like, "No rest for the wicked," and totally ruined it. So back to work for us. Our next goal was to fight the Gluttonous Thresher, and since I'm Terramorphous, the strongest Thresher known to man, I obviously won the fight. And by I mean the loaders that spawned in while I found a corner to hide in. If you're mad that I didn't do most of the work, first off, that's fair. Second off, leave me alone. I'd like to see you do this. And third, you're going to hate how I handled Overlook. Yeah, so I tried using the Saw Blade technical since the damage is boosted by Krieg's melee skills, but that didn't work at all. So instead, I shot at the loaders even though I knew I wouldn't kill anything and just hid by the beacon as it was destroyed less than a second after each repair. The constructor showed up and I'm pretty sure this is where my KD went negative for the run. I didn't even want to try to run towards the fast travel and quickly travel away, so I straight up just left and used a different one to go back home. Which I know doesn't make any canonical sense, but that was the least of my issues. On top of being truly defeated by the last 4 missions, now we had to go to the preserve. And we all know how that usually goes. Anyway, wounding the loaders didn't take long cause Mordo was slagging them, but we had plenty of loaders to kill afterwards. Melee is the only way to deal with these guys, so I pulled out my Bladed Teeth of Terra for some bonus damage, and for the most part, I was able to kill them. I think the only kind of loader we would have issues with are Angelic Guards, but I don't think I've ever seen one of those spawn in the Preserve before.
What the fuck is this? What is this, dude?
Yeah, so after a good 30 minutes of trying to get the door open, I had to reset the map for a second time. The first time was just because I took too long and the enemies started respawning whatever. For anyone wondering why I didn't just kill them off, let me show you a sped up clip of me trying to kill a bull loader. This leads me to masochistic fact number 4. This is now just a glorified melee run. The second half of this game has very little amounts of combat with non-armored enemies, and since my shotgun heals them, I'm pretty much going to be in bonk mode for the rest of this run. It wasn't until our 3rd attempt that we made it past the loader who skips leg day, and at this point we were probably in the preserve for a little over 2 hours. Up next, I hired the loot homies to take out the skags for me, while also hiring the skags to take out the loot homies for me so I could snag their loot, but they didn't drop anything because they're lame. Usually the significant mobbing is all done by now, and we could go straight to Bloodwing, but the game is cursed and decided to give me 3 rabid skags to deal with. I tried some bullfighting strats, but those didn't work well. Jump at me? I tried this for way too long before I just decided to commit to going for a melee kill. The funniest part is after I killed the first one, a bunch of pup skags spawned, and I just had to kill several of those to get the door open. Anyway, you know what time it is. Returning viewers will know all about Bloodwing hair baloney, you know, like the undodgeable attacks, elemental resistances, and this time around our attacks can't even hit her unless she's pretty much landed, so we were going to have to change up our strats. And by change up our strat, I mean do the same thing we did for Wilhelm. Skags periodically spawn during this fight, and Mordecai knows how UVHM works, so he was being a homie and slagging them to set up for melee kills. Again, with Fuel the Blood, my explosive damage was boosted. I don't know if I just don't hear people talking about this skill combo often, but it's stupid good, even without class mods that boost this skill. It's stupid good enough that using this strat, I took down Bloodwing first freaking try. Take that, Bloodwing. I'm back in the frickin' lead. Even Mordecai wants to party.
Vault Hunter, get down.
So glad Mordecai is changing his mind about the whole.
Oh, you guys seen it?
Okay, maybe not. Anyway, our next homie to recruit was Brick. The initiation was fine because of fleshy enemies and Godliaths doing most of the work. We even killed Sarcastic Slab in the most metal way possible. The loader combat afterwards went pretty decent too, since Brick was helping. Even looked like Brick watched my last video and learned some new combat techniques, so you know I had to hype him up.
Brick.
I put the stinky on him. Speaking of other videos, if you're new here and made it this far into the video, odds are you're enjoying it, so you might as well sub and hit the bell to know when new vids get uploaded. Because masochistic fact number 5 is that I go through all this suffering and a majority of you guys still aren't subbed. Joining the GASMASK gang is one click away. Anyway, Brick and I destroyed the rest of the loaders and we were off to our next objective, dealing with this coward. This fight is so friggin' buggy. It's a 50-50 chance between him booking a flight to Europe or just standing still and still managing to give me a hard time. Like, bro, why he standing like that? I'm glad he didn't fight back, but like, geez, this happens all the time, bro. Who coded you? Terra's dentist? Okay, now that that's done, it's time for the bunker raid. And I'll be the first to say that I was dreading this. I decided to unspec out a Buzz-Axe Bombardier because these guys resist grenade splash, so I was better off without it. Fighting this thing was weird because I had to purposefully eat some rockets for better axe throw damage until it died. The baby turrets ahead were no match for Krieg, which is nice because I hate these little buggers and their crazy health regen. And finally, the big constructor. Had to put a lot more forks in this toaster before it decided to blow up. Luckily, it's easy to cheese because I could just stand behind it this time. And our final obstacle, Face McShooty. Alright, here we go, guys. Uh-oh. Bet you weren't expecting that, huh? Yeah, so it looks like if you want to do Face McShooty with the Teeth of Terra, you have to be within biting distance. Anyway, on to the bunker. To be straight up with you guys, the rest of this run is pretty much what made me deem this the worst gas mask challenge run yet. First off, the big turrets are pretty annoying because, well, you know, the whole yellow health bar situation and whatnot. The ones within melee range were pretty okay just because of the blatant big red power button on the back, but the ones out of range took a while. And then he spawned. Bunker was absolutely will-shattering. He had so much freaking health, and in order to deal damage I had to play risky and get to low health. And if your playstyle is lighting yourself on fire and praying that you have a crippled loader nearby if you go down, you're not gonna have a consistent winning strategy. Like 20 times. 20 freaking times! Some hot loader would just sneak up on me, put an OP10 fire dot on me, and since I have 9 out of 5 in flame flare, it would just melt me. That's a skill issue, whatever. You know what really got my sanity dangling off the edge? So enemies in UVHM have this stupid health regen, and if you put any type of damage over time on them, they just kinda keep healing through it, right? Y'all remember that Blood of Terra relic that already seemed pretty useless? Well, I go and find out it doesn't even work if you're taking damage. Why? Why? This is all super rare gear that you get from killing a super hard boss. Why? Why isn't it good? Why does it make an edgy poem with all 4 pieces if it's not good? His teeth made them flee in shame. His breath was of fire. His hide turned the mightiest tame. His blood could inspire. It's all bullcrap. What even is this? Terramorphous? More like Terra Bowl. Okay, with Bunker's super huge health bar, I would have to take too many risks in order to get a melee kill. And I tried and tried with no prevail. So you know what I had to do? I had to kill Bunker, the flying, armored, tanky boss, with the Teeth of Terra. I had to be patient and only use my action skill in emergency situations, otherwise I'd just die. I was trying to kill this glorified frisbee for over 3 friggin' hours. The winning fight alone took an hour and 20, and I only used Buzz-Axe Rampage to damage him twice. The rest of Bunker's health bar was drained all thanks to this guy. No, not you. This guy. I was so dead at this point. I couldn't even pop off anymore, so all I had to say was this witty remark.
Oh boy.
With the bunker destroyed, you can...
Anyway, yeah guys, so that was terrible, but that wasn't the worst. Angel Core was the frickin' worst. I should have been fine. I knew I could melee kill loaders and even a couple angelic guards if I needed to. I even had Roland to help and Lilith to take out my anger on. But the absolute what the absolute worst thing that could ever happen happened. An angelic guard spawned with a slag sniper. Oh brother dude, I hate watching this. I could not kill these 2 angelic guards for the life of me, because slag was tripling all the damage I took. I really tried everything here. Separating these 2 and taking them on 1v1, confusing the robots by standing under them, trapping them in a corner, circle strats, but loaders have 360 view so nothing was working. Also, I am now convinced that getting slagged also triples the chance for Silence the Voices to proc because Krieg would not stop hitting himself. I am not joking when I say this. I didn't make progress here for 2 hours. Literally all because of this one loader, dude. Some of you are probably thinking, I reset Angel Core, and that's fair. But this time around, I played with the hand I was dealt, because I knew if I gave the game a chance, they would spawn this guy again with an even stronger, faster slag sniper. So after 60-something losses to this guy, I finally found a strategy. So usually you can't circle strat these guys like you can with bandits because they rotate 360 degrees, but we can sprint around them in circles, which is fast enough to dodge their attacks. Mix this with the fact that Krieg can melee while sprinting during his action skill, and we get some of the most obscure 1v1 mobbing strats I have ever come up with. After the first kill, I managed to get the slag sniper guard, who I just realized was maximum possible level, so that's neat. Glitched out how I originally planned. After we took this guy out, I had a pleasant little pop-off.
Okay, we're good.
This one loader brought me more pain than any other fight in any challenge I've done so far. Even you, Bloodwing. This was by far the worst fight I've had to deal with, but it's over now. Now I get to suffer elsewhere! Ironically enough, when I got to Sawtooth Cauldron, I was relieved, because the enemies here were all fleshy and I could get multiple kills before dying.
Yeah, the fire damage is working. It's working. The gear's working as intended. Everything's great. I can use my grenades and just burn everything and melt everything. And it's so good and fun. Look at my health bar. It's staying pretty much full.
You guys hear that optimism in my voice? Yeah? Okay, well watch this.
Take out those buzzers.
I don't need these buzzards, man. These freaking buzzards. It'd be one thing if they didn't have health regen. But every time I land a couple of shots, they just come back good as new. It wasn't until 4 hours of attempts that I managed to destroy one buzzard. And here's how I did it. First off, we need to rig some fights. Each attempt would consist of me spawning in, running to the buzzard nest, and checking the buzzard's level. If it was higher than level 89, I wouldn't even bother. After we found our level 89 buzzard, we would farm up stacks with our fire grenade and find a psycho or weaker mob. This wasn't always guaranteed. Sometimes I'd get nothing but scavengers, gravediggers, and juggernauts. Anyway, after we found a good setup with an 89 buzzard and easy mobs, we would do the good old punch and chuck strat using Fuel the Blood and Buzzax Bombardier. Once we had the setup, we had roughly 7 seconds to land 2 or 3 Buzzax throws on a buzzard. Which is tough since the first 3 seconds are wasted looking for the dang thing, but when the stars align, you could pull off a beautiful kill.
Let's go! Oh, that's 2.
4 hours into Sawtooth, the first one got stuck. At 4.5 hours, we got our second. At 5 hours, we got our third. And at 6 hours, this happened.
Come on. Let's go. Let's 4. Let's go. Oh, subcast. What was that you were saying, subcast? What was that you were saying? Ooh. Ooh.
This was by far the worst fight I've had to deal with, but it's over now. And for anyone wondering, yes, I did just copy and paste that last voice clip from the Angelic Guard fight like 30 seconds ago. After that conniption, I felt invincible for all of 2 minutes, mostly because I was just speedrunning through the Boneyard and Badlands. I did not kill Saturn this time around for obvious reasons, and if it's not obvious, the first 25 minutes of the video explains this in great detail, so go ahead and just rewatch that and come back. Or you could just download the save file in the description and test it out yourself. Up to you. Anyway, I was like 2 seconds away from getting the info first try, and it took 7 tries after that before he made it to the final stretch. The claptrap door was our last hard bit of mobbing, and everything was going relatively good. I even managed to kill the super surveyor that spawns. Whoops, I mean 2 super surveyors. 3, okay, that's a bit odd. 4, there's definitely something. Okay, what the 5? How is that even? Okay, there's absolutely no way a 6th one just spawned. 7. 7 of them. 7 of them spawn. Sorry about that. I kind of blacked out for a bit. Anyway, at this point, I was so shattered internally that taking a break wouldn't help, because it would be all that I thought about. So I kept going. Brick and Mortar definitely carried me through Heroes Pass, but altogether the Claptrap door and this place almost took 2 hours, and this challenge's playtime was really starting to wear on my mental. Jack and his stupid health regen was my last worry of the run. I made my few legit attempts before I decided that the good old block him at the terminal strat was going to be needed. Melee was definitely the way to go, but I wanted to show you guys my insane DPS I was getting with the shotgun. Mind you, this is point blank, doing nothing but crit damage. Glad I had 4 of these, because if I had to reload, I would just lose all my progress from the last mag anyway. So we took Jack out and started the warrior fight. And surprise, surprise, using a fire weapon on a giant fire-breathing fire demon from hell where fire comes from doesn't work great. And now that I think about it, whoever said fight fire with fire was an absolute bozo if I'm being frank. And I was being frank because the warrior is practically throwing me on his barbecue like a pack of ballparks. So we had to do something no one would have guessed. And go for a melee kill. Luckily, these crystal dudes are super susceptible to melee damage, except for when they're not susceptible to anything, of course. Anyway, the good old punch thing for explosive damage strat was working great, except for when it backfired on me, or the crystalisks would do more damage to me than I wanted it to, or Krieg would do more damage to me than I wanted him to. My favorite one is when I was throwing axes and this rack swoops in and takes it point blank, do it for the vine style, which downs me because that's just my luck. But I promised I wouldn't take the mask off until it was done. And there was one thing driving me.
You know I haven't had a fucking monster all stream? I can't fucking drink a monster with this thing on, guys. You're driving me nuts.
After 30 hours and 58 minutes, after 506 deaths, the warrior accepted his fate. I decided to finish warrior off using the Teeth of Terra, because I really wanted to savor this moment that I beat the hardest gas mask challenge so far. I proudly say, you can beat Borderlands 2 as Terramorphous. This run was 100 times worse than I thought it was going to be, but what matters is that we beat it, and the fact that you made it this far into the video makes it all worth it for me. If you want to see more runs like these, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. It helps with YouTube's algorithms and helps the channel a lot. I also read all my comments and love hearing your guys' ideas for future runs. If you want to support me more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you videos a day early and also supports me so I can get videos out faster for everyone. I'll have my Discord, Twitter, and Twitch channel where I stream these runs, all linked in the description, along with the socials of Mango Soda, who created this absolutely awesome thumbnail art. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. So a while back I made a video where I tried to beat Borderlands 2 with only the fastball, and that was actually pretty fun. And since my last challenge video's ad revenue barely paid for the resulting therapy sessions, I thought it might be a good idea to have a nice, fun, and wholesome run. So today we're going to try and answer, can you beat Borderlands the pre-sequel with only the snowball? Now before you guys ask, yes, I just said I was playing the pre-sequel for fun. I know I dunk on this game a lot, but if I'm being honest, it's my second favorite game of the series, right next to Borderlands 2. The third being Tiny Tina's One Shot Adventure. You know the standalone game that's just the BL2 Tina DLC? Yeah, that one. Anyway, jokes aside, let me tell you the rules. We'll be trying to beat Ultimate Vault Hunter mode at level 70 with no bar and no guns allowed. We are going to be playing as Jack the Doppelganger, and his action skill is kinda allowed, but I'll go over that more in a bit. And most importantly, the snowball is the only grenade we're allowed to use. As for the other gear, we have a pretty normal shield, a level 1 Oz kit so that we can abuse slams, and the best main class mod for grenade damage, and 5 extra points in just compensation, which makes grenade damage higher for every grenade ammo I'm missing. Here's a quick peek at the build. I feel like I had a lot of extra skill points, so if anything seems out of whack here, it's probably because it is. I'll explain the important skills as we go, so let's get into the run. We arrive at Helios and immediately start doing what you would expect. Beaming these doll guys with nice, wholesome, totally not packed with ice and gunpowder, snowballs. Also, as one would expect, we ran out of ammo pretty fast. Compared to Axton and the fastball, we seem to be at a major disadvantage. We only get half the ammo, and we can't throw snowballs while in fight for your life. But I'm here to say, both those problems are only half wrong. Thanks to the skill GASMASK, we get a free grenade for every 4 kills we get. And since we're spec'd into leadership as well, every time a Digijack dies, it counts as a kill. So if we activate our action skill and immediately cancel it, we can farm ourselves up a free grenade. Mind you, I cannot get actual ammo like this, I just get a free throw when I have 4 stacks built up. Another thing we can do after using our action skill is activate On My Mark, which makes the Digijacks throw a copy of my grenade mod at the bad guys. And let me tell you, these guys were surprisingly good at hitting their throws. Like sometimes they would just whiff, but other times they were super coordinated, and would just destroy extra enemies I didn't even target. Anyway, lacking ammo isn't an issue anymore, but now what if I go into fight for your life? Well, thanks to potential, I'm allowed to spawn my Digijacks while in fight for your life. And I can also mark a target for them to throw a snowball at and get up that way, or hope that one of my jacks dies. Because leadership can also get me second wins. And the most important skill of the build, Inspire, which makes Jack occasionally inspire us with words of greatness.
Everybody, you're looking super handsome.
Let's go. Honorable mention to promote the ranks, which would have made super Digijacks that might have boosted grenade damage, but they're kinda bugged out and don't throw grenades properly. Yeah, Gearbox kinda dropped the ball on this one. Since the Digijacks kind of have a mind of their own, they will occasionally shoot the bad guys with their wrist lasers. This didn't really have any effect on the gameplay because they're usually only out for a few seconds. So if anyone's salty because I used the Digijacks during this run, first off, stop being anti-fun. And second, the run would be impossible without them since I kinda need the ammo. Anyway, after dealing with these guys, we had to fight one of the several pyromaniacs in the Borderlands series, this one being named Flame Knuckle. Now if this was Pokemon, we would be pretty screwed right now. If this was Borderlands 3, he would be pretty screwed right now. But this is TPS, so the fight was pretty fair. Jack was super helpful with distracting him, so I was even able to fend off any extra troops that were flying in. Also during the fight, I used a little bit of RNG manipulation to get more ammo drops from the containers. So if you're below, I believe, 1/3 of your maximum ammo with any type, you are more likely to get that ammo type from ammo crates. So if we had 3 or less ammo, we could open up the crates and get more ammo than usual. Constantly having a low supply grenades is kinda good since we're spec'd into that just compensation skill, so we're getting the best value for our chucks. After we busted Flame Knuckles' power suit, Jack, and Jack helped me finish him off. Right after that, we got moonshot down to the moon and met Janie Springs. We needed to help her take out Deadlift. Deadlift tried to take her out, on a date that is, and when she said she wasn't into guys, he got all mad and stole her Moonzumi key, which we need to get to Concordia. If the Borderlands 2 players are confused, Concordia is just Sanctuary, but on the moon. Anyway, with a little bit of inspiration from Zarpedon, I guess, we set off on our journey to beat Deadlift in a snowball fight. But first, we had to take care of a bunch of his lackeys. My favorite part about using this grenade mod is that every time you kill a scav... Uh-oh, looks like the Borderlands 2 players are confused again. Okay, scavs are just bandits, but on the moon. Anyway, every time you kill a scav with a snowball, they get launched and literally break orbit. For real, they don't come back down. The scavs were getting so messed up by my snowballs that they eventually decided to chill out. We can finally fight Deadlift, and there's a lot more on the line than you think. This run was still on its first life, and when I'm on my first life, my focus and skill are tenfold, because I make diamonds under pressure. Just, don't quote me on that if you watch the last run, okay? Deadlift is like the Captain Flint of the pre-sequel. He's got enough annoying and unfair mechanics to absolutely torture you during your first playthrough. Talking electrifying the floor, homing blue balls, stop laughing that's not funny, evasive maneuvers, and a lot of minions to keep you on edge. Lucky for us, I know this guy's patterns pretty well and went straight for the safety stairs. Right here you have access to cover, you have an escape route, and the stairs don't get electrified. Patience was key to winning this fight. Well, that and a little Matrix-style dodging in order to get all the ammo crates in the arena. After some close calls, we finally broke his shield and the rest was history. Still a 1 life, baby, woo! Anyway, we got the Moonzumi station working and carefully jumped the scap. There are 3 jumps in this game that are very wonky and will punish you with death if you mess them up. The next one being on the way to Concordia. My first death being a cliff would be super cringe, so I made sure to hit this carefully. Right as we get into town, the cop claptrap was trying to give us a ticket, and I didn't appreciate that too much. Anyway, we got shafted by the Marif, that's an elevator joke, and Roland was busy dealing with the secondhand embarrassment of Lilith doing the hokey pokey on the dance floor, so there was only one thing left that could solve our loneliness.
Looking for me, sugar?
What? No, not Moxie. I'm talking about a monster inhale style and some inspiring words from Crazy Earl himself. After we hijacked some cellular towers and found the location of the jamming signal, we were off to Crisis Scar to shut it down so we could get Jack off of Helios. I was going to pick a cool icy looking skin for our car, but noticed that this one was literally my outro catchphrase, so I couldn't pass it up. Scavtrap said I had to show my worthiness of joining Red Belly's gang in order to get in, but I had a different idea.
The second option. Let me in.
So the Darksiders were our next target. One of the main bosses here ended up dropping a Jacko cannon. Not sure if it was because we were playing as Jack or the fact that it was October at the time, but I'm willing to bet it was both. Anyway, after killing all the edgy guys, we finally were allowed into Crisis Scar. We were blowing right through Red Belly's defenses. That was until this super bad mugger showed up. To my knowledge, the scaling in Ultimate Vault Hunter mode is a lot different in this game than in Borderlands 2. I'm pretty sure every enemy gets their health boosted, but big guys get a bigger boost. So this info's from the wiki, so definitely take it with a grain of salt. But according to them, normal enemies get a 1.5 times health and shield boost from True Vault Hunter mode to Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, and big guys get a 2.5 times boost to their health and a 3.5 times boost to their shields. So these guys are pretty tanky. I had to make sure I played smart and farmed my grenades safely. After killing Mugger number 1, I had to also kill Mugger number 2. Luckily, my mans fell right into my trap and I was able to get an early chunk of his health out of the way before I let the boys put the ice on him. We also ended up bullying the local grade schoolers, and that was pretty fun. And after that, we were off to fight Red Belly. The game made this pretty easy for me. Why farm up nades with Digijacks when I could just walk over to this vendor and trade all the loot I found for some more? We had a couple close calls early on, but Red and Belly split up, which allowed me to gang up on them one-on-one. Belly was a scary powerhouse who dropped us a striker, and Red was just kind of AFK for the most part. After we dealt with them, we shut down the jamming signal, got skimmed out of our moonstones by this chest, and found out the Marif was working for the bad guys. We started interrogating him, and he said Dahl was making him do it. So I was like, don't worry man, just be cool. Anyway, we were gonna let the Marif live, but he tried to kill Jack and started Jack's lifelong murderous trust issues. Now that Jack was rescued, we needed to start building an army to take Helios back. I tried using the snowball to put the door code in and was a little spooked when it didn't work, but I was able to just use the interact button to punch in the door code, so the run doesn't end here. Janie Springs helped us get a new vehicle. This one can fly. Kinda. So I wasn't about to trust it with my life. A cool trick you could do with the Stingray is to boost up a little bit, press the slam key, and then boost again as you bounce to get more height for your jump. I was a bit rusty, so I took a couple of minutes to make sure I got this, because holy crap, how am I still alive? I don't know if the snowball is just that good, or the pre-sequel is just too easy, or if Jack is too OP, or what. Actually, you know what? I think it's just definitely Jack being too OP. Anyway, after meeting Pickle, we set off to get a military AI from the bosun. I had to do a bunch of annoying things to get to his ship, but for the most part, I was ballin'. And by ballin', I mean bawling my friggin' eyes out, because I finally died.
Back. Beam him. No! No!
Soldier, being tall or being dead. Now pick again.
For some reason, the guy that killed me shrunk after I respawned and was easier to kill, so that's pretty neat. After a few close calls and dying again because I went down right as I hit a jump pad, we managed to get the methane flowing again so that we could get across this lava lake. Waiting for us on the other side were a bunch of cheaters, and I didn't like that too much, but I wasn't exactly playing fair either. The first thing we needed to do was destroy the bosun's engine, which was a bit tricky. The snowballs would go right through the thing we needed to hit, so I had to bounce the snowballs off other surfaces and have them explode close enough to the power stabilizers to deal damage. I just thought that was pretty weird. Oh, also, turns out the one mugger I thought shrunk didn't shrink at all, cause I found him here. Homie was screaming at me a lot, something about how could I do that to his son or something, not really sure what that was all about, but he seemed pretty mad. He got his revenge, and he was even fighting honorably using a snowball himself, and I barely had enough energy left to fight Poop Deck after. Stink.
What's wrong with you, my love?
Anyway, the bosun fight was up next and I had a game plan. First off, we had to take out his shield regen turrets because there was no way I was going to be able to farm grenades fast enough to outdamage them. And step 2 was to just let him have it. Me and the lads made an absolute hailstorm for him. Shields resist cryo damage, so that slowed us down a bit. But once he lost his shield, I found a plethora of grenades, and the lads and I finished him off. Now that we had a military-grade AI, we just needed an army to go with it. As we were fighting our way through the torque-infested robot factory, we came across Gladstone, aka the inventor of the toaster, aka the inventor of the blue toaster, aka the man that sent me to the gulag too many times. Okay, sorry about that pent-up rage. Anyway, he's going to help us create the constructor bot, which is good for us right now, but absolutely tragic for my Borderlands 2 runs. Once inside, I found a very obnoxious mugger who kept lighting me on fire. Guess it was super effective after all, because man's killed me 4 times before I beat him. Pretty sure these guys are to blame for most of my deaths this run, and this guy alone was responsible for half of them. Because of his fire weapon, not being in a vacuum sucked. Well, being in a vacuum would suck, but in a more literal sense, I guess. Anyway, after I realized getting lit on fire hurts and kills me, I played it safer and finally killed him. After we performed the first ever cryogenic castration, we were finally able to get the power on and start making our constructor bot. Step 1 was to create the eye of the constructor. By combining a bunch of other eyeballs from these guys who can't see where they're going, that might be counterintuitive. Step 2 was to secure the main body. Step 3 was to calibrate the turrets. To do so, they need to kill 12 bad guys themselves, and their damage is kinda bad. So this part took way too friggin' long. It seems no matter what game I play, turrets always seem to slow me down. Why did they spawn bad? Step 4 was to get the legs. Felicity was going to pilot the robot we were going to steal them from. Her health bar was dropping, and I was kinda curious to see what happens if she lost all her health, but she kinda killed everything too fast for me to find out. And just like that, the constructor was made. And this time, it was on our side. Oh, come on, I gotta fight a constructor in this game too? Okay, so this fight can get bad quickly if we don't manage our resources properly. Felicity often spawns 2 surveyors to aid her in battle. One that repairs her, and one that makes her invulnerable to damage. The protective bubble can be annoying, but the repair surveyor is where the issue starts to come up. If we can't gain our ammo back fast enough to keep up with the spawning of drones and repairs, we won't be able to take her down. A little bit of multitasking was needed to win this fight. I wanted to make sure my ammo was as low as possible, so that just compensation would make my throws as strong as they could be. And also, so that ammo containers would give me more ammo altogether. I was doing this while also farming up ammo with my Digijacks and having them throw their snowballs. Did I just describe the strategy I've been using for the whole run, but more dramatic? Yeah, pretty much. For real though, I needed to first try the boss, otherwise I would have to reset the map to fill all my ammo containers again. Luckily, I don't think Felicity has the 95% grenade damage reduction like constructors do in Borderlands 2, so that's good at least. I was running out of ammo crates, but luckily I managed to get her into her final phase right as that happened, so I didn't have to worry about any more surveyors. So my objective was to just survive. I just needed to farm up snowballs and make sure that these guys didn't pick up any guns. After a long fight, we finally got Felicity to short circuit and rejoin our side. As a reward, Jack gave me another Jacko cannon. I guess that's a moment of all time. Now that we had our army, it was time to retake Helios. The first place we wanted to retake is Jack's office, and we needed the help of Claptrap to get in. I was in my element here. Quite literally, since Claptrap somehow made a snowstorm on a space station. Hey doll guys, freeze! Fighting the trained military soldiers felt a lot easier than fighting the dumb scavs for some reason, so getting to Jack's office was a breeze. Our next goal was to save Gladstone again along with his other buddies. Nothing too interesting here, just waiting for the scientists to open doors, oh my god! Anyway, after I saved them all, I took a quick pee break and everyone played Among Us without me. Pretty sure all the scientists got ejected, and so did I, because next thing I knew I was flying through the veins of Helios, making sure I didn't fall into the endless depths of space. Zarpedon almost got me with her mischievous tomfoolery. After blowing some stuff up though, we managed to get out of that nightmare fuel area. The last spot before our fight with Zarpedon was the lunar launching station. Here we needed to disable a force field in order to pass. I defused all the power cells without blowing them up because I'm very good at this game and I would never make a mistake like that. After that, all I had to do was survive a few waves of some extremely casual bad guys. Lucky for me, I was able to activate some gun loaders to distract them. At this point, I was ready to fight a tough boss, and I didn't have the patience to wait for the shock field to go down or the patience to wait for Jack to hop on the elevator. Zarpedon was going down. If she was going to set traps for me, I was going to set traps for her. I had 2 things going for me during this fight. Number 1 was Jack distracting Zarpedon, and 2 was that ammo crates would continuously spawn during the fight. I also had 2 things going against me during this fight. First off, cryo damage on Zarpedon's big shield was doing very little damage, and 2, she can get her shield back pretty much instantly. On the bright side, this is the pre-sequel run where I finally figured out how her shield recharge move works. If you pay attention here, you can see that Zarpedon is draining the power cores from the floor, and when she is done, it breaks and she can't use that same power core again, which means she will eventually run out of recharges. During this fight, she used all 6 of her charges before committing to trying to kill Jack. To be specific, the real Jack, not the fake one or the fake ones. Without her shield, it was only a matter of time before I found enough grenades to take her down. It was now time for phase 2 of the fight. 0.8 seconds into this part of the fight, I get distracted by an orange loot beam and snag the ZX 1-drop from her power suit. I know all 12 pre-sequel players are mad right now that I got the designated drop from the one-time kill. After that, I started trying to fight Zarpedon, but geez man, she knows how to dodge. I feel like my accuracy went from good to bad so freaking quick. I feel like she was standing still trying to fight Jack and I was still missing. This phase also introduces a bunch of ascended doll soldiers, and at this point it was too chaotic to keep track of anything at all. All I could do was run around like a chicken with my head cut off and hope to find some grenades so that I could miss Zarpedon some more. I think Jack was the MVP for this fight, honestly. Still talking about the real one. Pretty sure he did more damage than me, but on the bright side, I can make all the pre-sequel players even angrier with this prismatic bulwark, another designated drop off a one-time kill. By the way, the save file with all the cool gear I found throughout the run will be in the description down below if you want it. Now that the bad guy was beaten and we had the Eye of Helios / Destroyer and its inspiration bestowed upon us, we could finally go to the vault. Feel like I'm missing something important? Probably not. Anyway, Virago Solitude was very short. The game played this cutscene for the Guardians, but also gave me the option to just run right past them. I don't know why they gave him a cutscene if it's not a required fight. Also not a required fight was this guy who surrendered. Snowball fighting etiquette is to spare anyone who surrenders, so I let him go. Unless... RK5 aka Romkampfjet Mark V aka Bootleg Bunker was our next boss to take down, and our most challenging one yet. Not only was ammo scarce, but hitting RK5 was really tough since it's usually way out of our range. My Digijax also had a lot of trouble landing shots on it, so I tried to use them to kill off the waves of churros? Also had to deal with a few more cheaters during this fight. Much like Felicity, if I were to die during this fight, I would have to save quit to reset all the ammo crates, or I'd just be making the fight a lot harder than it needed to be. My best bet with this fight was to fight Flyer with Flyer. There are 2 jump pads on this map that gave me a great deal of mobility. On top of getting me out of sticky situations, they also helped me farm up grenades, because Digijax die if they're too far away from you. Our game plan was to conserve our ammo best we could and only throw snowballs if we were sure we could land the shots. There's one attack where RK5 gets really low to the ground, and I was able to land most of my shots when he did this maneuver. This boss fight ended up killing me 4 times before I managed to get a winning fight, and that winning fight required me to dodge bad guys and bomb strikes for 30 minutes. As a reward, the game gave me a Boomacorn. Was a little scared I was going to get another Draco Cannon, but that would never happen. Now that RK5 was out of the way, I was allowed to do the pre-sequels version of the whole percent speedrun. After that, we finally made it to the vault and we were ready to reap our reward. Oh, come on, dude! Anyway, after some inspiration from Tina, yeah, I'm not sure how that one worked either, and fighting off whatever the heck this thing is, it was finally time to fight the Sentinel. Just kidding, I went to Moxie's bar and got one of those drinks for 30 minutes of damage reduction because I knew this fight was going to take a while. The Sentinel is a 7-phase fight, but it has always been fair. This time around, I was really able to take advantage of his bullet deflecting move by simply not using bullets. However, the 3rd phase was an ice phase, so my damage really dropped off and it took a while. But the game plan was pretty much the same. The big Sentinel was a bit more tricky to deal with. Instead of just running around in circles, I had to play an elaborate game of the floor is lava. I also had to make sure I was nailing this guy in the head, because my grenades weren't doing damage otherwise. We had a lot of close calls during this fight, and towards the end we were running low on damage reduction. This is also where the Sentinel started doing some really cursed strats. I don't know exactly what was happening. All I knew is that I was taking knockback constantly. I think he knew the end was near, so he was trying to get me as far away from him as possible. It wasn't gonna work though. In the end, he set himself up for the perfect trick shot, which means you can beat Borderlands the pre-sequel with only the snowball. Before we go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for watching up to this point. I know this wasn't the hardest run in the world, but I had a lot of fun this time around. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell, and all that good stuff. I do read all my comments and love hearing your guys' kind words and ideas for future runs. If you want to support me more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you videos a day early, and the support also helps me get videos out faster for everyone. I'll have links to my Discord, Twitter, and Twitch channel where I stream these runs in the description. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Pandora's always been a lawless place, but what if we wanted to bring some order to this wasteland of a planet? Today we ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 as a sheriff's posse? To start, let me tell you what exactly this challenge is. First off, the basic rules. We will attempt to beat the game at Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. To the new Borderlands recruits, that pretty much just means the hardest difficulty and everything is 10 levels higher than us. Also, bar will not be allowed during this run. On to the fun stuff. I will play as the sheriff and the others will be my deputies. The challenge is mostly centered around these badges, therefore I will be running Jacob's pistols while the deputies run Jacob's shotguns. The badges also provide us with a little extra fight for your lifetime based on how many deputy badges are equipped on the team. So I get an extra 60% while everyone else got an extra 30%. And for the real kicker, if at any point the sheriff dies, that's me, I must save quit and reset the map. This means my survival is of the utmost importance. Last thing before we get started, I'll show you all the rest of the gear and builds. We all have a basic shield and low level grenade mod just for slagging purposes, and in the comm slot I will be running the legendary Titan for tankiness, and the deputies will be running the legendary Gunzerker comms for some DPS and longer Gunzerk duration. Here are the builds so that all the Sal mains can go make me cry in the comment section. For the deputies, I pretty much gave them an AI generated deputy Sal build. They all have 2 shotguns out instead of the usual Grog and Lady Fist in the main hand, so I had to change some stuff to compensate for that. As for the sheriff build, I decided to suffer a bit and not give myself too much DPS, but on the other hand, I have the most deadly seal combo in the game. That's right baby, we're bringing the stinky back.
I put the stinky on him.
Okay, now with all that out of the way, let's introduce the posse. With my trained deputies, wait, you guys are trained, right? Raise your hand if you played Deputy Sal before. Okay, raise your hand if you've ever played Sal before. Oh god, what did I get myself into? Anyway, we started clearing out Tutorial Town and found that 6 shotguns all going off at once not only drops me to what I'm guessing was 30 frames per second, but it's also pretty funny to listen to.
Oh my god, hearing all the Jacob shotguns go off, dude.
Not too many issues came up here, and honestly, we kinda rolled the place. Anyway, we saved Hamulok and set off to take on Boom Boom. Along the way, we discovered that the accuracy and range of the shotguns was going to be the deputy's biggest challenge. Well, besides making sure my clumsy butt doesn't fall off a cliff or something, of course. I had a feeling that this would be an issue, so I made sure to give everyone 5 in insight and bust that can't slow down so that we could get into the enemy's faces quickly and also rush to each other's aid in case we went down. Mix that with the fact that our bleed out timer is super long because of our badges, and the fact that you can fire your left gun while reviving, you get a strat that just might get us through this game. The plan for Boom Boom was to let me take the cheese bowl fight with my lower DPS while my deputies handled the other boom. They did a great job, but on my end, I was having some trouble. Luckily, Deputy Lucas came in and helped kick Boom Boom out of his turret. I didn't have much ammo to help with this fight, so I decided to promote myself to Medic Sheriff GASMASK and just help that way. I started to run back so I could top off my pistols, and the lads accidentally let all of the outlaws out by blowing up the gate, so I made the call to go in and risk it for my homies like they would for me. This time around, I knew I couldn't revive everyone in time, so I made sure to slag everything I could so that they had a chance to get themselves up. earning me another promotion to Support Medic Sheriff Gasmask. Anyway, we dealt with the very thrusty bad guys, and we all made it out of this fandango alive. And then Queen Knight did the bleed out any percent speedrun on accident while trying to save me, so that was hella depressing. Oh, this is a perfect time to point out that the death counter will only count my deaths. If you need an explanation on why, just go check out our other co-op challenge. I'm sure that will clear everything up for you. Anyway, after many armpit moistening battles and stinky plays, we made it to Flint. Initial results showed that this fight was going to be super tough. After a lot of really scary close calls, we retreated and went to make a game plan. We decided that we should just go in and milk the fight for your life timer and just spam shotguns at ankle biting range, while I would try and stay back and deal damage from a distance. I really didn't want to cheese Flint by punching him off his arena again. Flint, however, never forgot that day, and he came for his revenge.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my
no! No!
That was pretty scary, honestly. Anyway, you probably want to see Flint die, so here's the clip of that.
Lock of me. When I get gas locked.
Oh my god, who's resing him?
Yo. Oh, he was getting real close though.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
we
you
did
guys
it.
did it. Okay.
Pretty wacky, right? Nah, for real though. As soon as I fell off, the deputies all grouped up and did some kind of triangle attack and milked their fight for your life timers like we had planned. This fight provided me with another promotion to Useless Support Medic GASMASK. Whoa, wait, that doesn't sound... Anyway, we hopped on a boat and found ourselves in Three Horns, where I got my real promotion of Support Medic Sheriff GASMASK, the Bullymong Whisperer.
Oh, sorry. Darn it. A man
You
named
make a
Stu
run for it
controls
in a
these
moment?
Azrael
Ow.
He may be short a few chromosomes, but he's a savant when it comes to vehicles. He's locked the station to prevent the bandits from...
Lucas confiscated the keys to a car, and I decided to doll it up with some Jacobs logos. In order to get into Sanctuary, we had to help Corporal Reese and get a new power core for the shield generator. I have like almost no knowledge on the ranking system, so I don't know if him being a corporal means he was higher or lower rank than a sheriff, but all I knew was that the rules only cared if I died. Superior or not, I still made sure to tell the deputies to kill the 20 bandits to avenge him like we always do. Anyway, after not being able to afford the best gun in the game and forgetting everything that happened at Sanctuary, we went to Frostburn Canyon. I usually speedrun to the end of this place, but this time I got to do it with the homies. I decided not to play it safe and go for the spike jump skip since my deputies have been really good at not letting me die so far. Let's see if they can save me from a cliff, am I right? Anyway, fun fact, still never missed this jump, and I'm going to keep attempting it until I do. So we found Lilith and started fighting off the psychos with her. I couldn't kill a single bandit here, but then Tom recommended that I try killing 2 instead and everything started to work out. So since we're in... Oh my god, Lilith, shut the... Wait, actually, Lilith, this is the perfect time to use that one-liner. Holy crap, okay Lilith, we'll let you slide on that one. Back to what I was saying. Since we're in co-op, enemies have a lot more health, and in some instances, spawns are a lot different. If some of you guys remember the friendship run, you might remember we had to take on 12 big psychos as opposed to the usual 3 that spawn due to 4-player co-op scaling. If that doesn't ring a bell, you're probably new and should subscribe and check out the rest of my channel for some good laughs. Anyway, why slowly whittle down a bunch of health bars when you could just put the stinky on them? Big guys were a bit tougher, but they're definitely killable. I think I was getting a little cocky and a little loopy though, because I started acting up. The sneaky on them. 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 Yeah, not sure why I said that or even what it means, but I think it's safe to blame some sort of insanity. Yeah, so I ended up dying and restarting this whole fight twice because I got counter-stinkied. And yes, I did do the spike skip again both times. Honestly, I didn't mind though because I got this crazy stinky clip. Oh, Lilith! No! Lilith was saved, and now it was time to rescue Roland. We needed to get a new car to fool the Bloodshots, but then I realized that cowboys don't use cars, they use horses, and since we didn't have any of those, we had to fight the bandit technicals on foot. These darned horseless carriages ended up destroying Deputy Lucas early on, but after we got rid of the big one, we destroyed all the cars we needed, and then another car came up and ran me over. Joke's on them though, they just saved me a trip of running through the dust. Up next was the Badma fight, and we came prepared with a plan.
Go? Here we go? Yes!
The only problem with this strat is that Badma kinda took the key we need with him, so we had to re-enter the map to get the key to show up somewhere reachable. It was now time to fight through the Bloodshot Dam, or as I like to call it, Cowardsville. Using our finely tuned coordination skills, we were able to combat the cowardice of these guys by simply punching them closer to homies that needed revives. I feel like there are a lot more enemies in here than usual, probably because of the 4-player co-op scaling and whatnot, but we were keeping each other alive. Mad Mike and his toilet room were the last things I was worried about here, but there was nothing a little teamwork couldn't handle.
He's standing by the fence. Can you do
Combo?
something? No.
Oh!
Somehow we turned one of the worst mobbing sections in the game into a really fun fight by putting the Stinky on so many bandits.
It's Stinky.
Lucas even styled on Mad Mike in the end.
He's looking at me. Oh, nice.
Oh my. Oh, I got him.
Oh, you got him. Let's go.
After that, we just had to run to Roland and then get stressed out about this toaster we had to fight. I'm willing to bet that some of you guys don't know that the Warden can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag if you take too long to rescue him. If you didn't know, don't feel bad, that just means you're good at the game. Anyway, I wasn't sure if dying and the resulting save quit would cause us to automatically go to the Gulag, so I had even more to stress about than usual. So running through the dam was pretty scary. We all went down a few times, and there were very few spots where we were actually safe. Deputies Tom and Queen Knight made it there before Lucas and I, and then I noticed that the Warden was already spawned, and the clock was already ticking. I ordered them to rush in and await our backup. Moments later, I made it to the fight and single-handedly saved everyone from the big bad scary toaster with no help from Tom whatsoever. No gulag for us, baby. Anyway, after clearing out all the loaders and saving Roland, our next job was to meet Tina and Mordo and help them with a good old-fashioned train robbery. That might sound like we're breaking the law, but I'm the sheriff, and I make the rules, and I say it's legal. Anyway, after roasting up some critters, we confiscated some TNT from the local bandits, and we blew up the train in a safe and controlled manner. It was the end of the line, and Wilhelm wasn't going down without a fight. A long, cursed fight. The plan was simple. Loaders were going to be our priority 1 enemies until Wilhelm ran out of troops. Priority 2 for the deputies was going after Wilhelm himself, since they had all of our DPS. While priority 2 for me was dealing with the surveyors, since I had the accuracy to deal with them better. We were able to put the Stinky on some of the loaders, but a couple of Stinky-proof big loaders really drained all our ammo and grenades. And then, something extremely cursed happened. Something I could only imagine would come from my worst nightmares. Something so unheard of and absurd that I still don't believe it happened, even though I see it with my own 2 eyes. This was the incident.
Well, yellow.
What? There's a badass constructor.
Constructor?
Why is it so small?
There's 2 of them.
What is going on? Yeah, bro, every time I think back to this fight, I genuinely feel like it's a fabricated memory. Like, even watching the footage right now, while editing, I feel like Ashton Kutcher's just gonna walk around the corner and tell me I got punked or something. Like, I still don't believe this happened. The fight was hard, and I had to really focus so that I didn't die. But, like, it only took 8 minutes to kill Wilhelm. I've had runs where I'm getting bodied by him for hours, and I have never seen these cursed baby turret toaster crossbred abominations in my life. The game really seen this and was like, oh, okay, let me help you out with that. I don't know if this is another co-op spawn thing going on or whatever, but what really has me baffled is that even with no ammo, and my mental state so shattered by what my eyes were perceiving, we actually survived the whole fight. What the fuck is even going on right now? Who am I? How am I?
baby constructors aren't real, they can't hurt you.
After I save quit to make sure I didn't have any mods running, we made it back to Sanctuary, and never mind, it's flying now. That's a problem. So we had to go through the fridge and try not to get ambushed by all the lowlifes dwelling there. Big emphasis on try here because I ended up dying. Deputy Tom was at the end of the map ready to travel, but we all went down, and hitting rats in general is just not easy. So here was where I had my first bleed out death. And honestly, I'm pretty proud of my deputies for lasting this long. Well, except for Lucas, because this rat picked my pockets twice and Lucas tried to snatch up all the money when he died, and I didn't appreciate that. On the way to the beacon, Alyssa challenged the bridge to a duel, and she was all like, draw! And then the bridge drew, but not in the fun cowboy way, so we all had to take the elevator thing. Well, this one goes sideways, so maybe we call it a horizontal? Editor, don't take that joke out of the script. Also, don't record yourself reading this. This isn't part of the script. Oh, come on, not again. Anyway, there were some close calls fighting the loaders before the gluttonous Thresher fight, and that fight didn't go too well either. The deputies barely killed it before I bled out, so resetting the map did not mean we had to do the fight over, so that was nice at least. Also, I'm a bozo and missed this death, so add 1 to whatever you see from here on out. Jumping over to Overlook, we set up the beacon and stood ready for the waves of loaders coming our way. And by ready, I mean I was buying ammo right as they were dropping in. I was kinda hoping the game would realize we seen 2 more toasters than we should have so far and that they wouldn't send in more, but surprise surprise, hope is useless when it comes to gas mask challenge runs. This was a tough fight. Other than Lucas redeeming himself after the whole fridge fiasco, we were getting real close to losing. We tried our best to keep the beacon alive, but it got destroyed 8 times and just became invincible, which is good for our progress, but harsh on our pride. Also harsh on our pride was the escape we had to pull off. Usually you can teleport away as soon as you choose a location, but in co-op there's this 5-second timer, and if one of you guys go down, it's just like, no, and makes you stay there in pain. After the 6th attempt at escaping, we made it to the dust. Yep, I was like, literally anywhere but here, please. Up next was the dreaded preserve. This is a big map, which means a death would make us lose a lot of progress and make us do a lot of the mobbing over again. I also made it a rule that we had to take out the loot homies in a 4v4 in order to progress, just to make it a little bit more challenging. Our first obstacle of wounding loaders was pretty easy since we could all focus on different baddies. We all probably went down like a dozen times at this little dock area, but we managed to set each other up with revives really well actually. Pomone and Toomba showed up after that to torture us, and attempts to kill them proved to be useless, so we decided that those guys were not our problem. Instead, we bullied this loot homie we found on the way to the other loot homies. The primary mobbing section here was chaotic. Fighting the stalkers here felt like fighting a Minecraft Enderman with a bow. Shooting won't help you, you're gonna have to whack them with it. Anyway, after dealing with those guys, the ultimate loader was surprisingly easy to take down, and now it was time for the 4v4 with the... Hey, yo, Queen, wait, we're not ready yet, oh my god. Oh, brother, dude. Okay, so I was afraid that this would happen, so I made sure to grab the feather so that we could respawn near the creature slaughter dome instead of at the very beginning of the map, so that lessened the blow. So after that, we did all the mobbing again, re-killed the loot dudes, got a stalker, participated in a stinky conga line, killed all the mobs again, killed the loot dudes again, got a storm again. Wait, no, that was the first time that happened, right? Anyway. Died again. Yeah, so this map really friggin' sucks, dude. Even with all these deaths, I'm pretty sure we're still on record pace for a preserve run. 4th time was the charm, and we finally had a run that got to Bloodwing, and we needed to make it count. So I fueled up to maximize our chances for survival. The last time the 4 of us tackled Bloodwing together, she brought a homie of her own in the form of a jet loader loot homie. This time though, she had nobody to back her. Okay, now, hold up, wait a minute, let's talk about this. Besides that scary factor, Bloodwing was in for a fight. She thought the sky would be safe, but from my point of view, all the pellets in the air made it look like someone snuck in a conference call to the fight. And it didn't take long before Bloodwing made the mistake of landing, and we took her down. The Tubby dropped a legendary Gunzerker if anyone was wondering. Also, I have the save files with all the cool gear I found along the run in the description if anyone wants to try this for themselves. Everybody say cheese! After our 2.5 hours in the preserve, it was time to recruit Brick to the squad. I wanted to hire a temp deputy to help us out, but homie's helmet did not want to come off for the longest time. It eventually worked and we gave him the orders of punch the purple guys, and that plan was working for the most part. I mean, he was punching us and we weren't purple, but he was punching the purple guys too, so technically following orders. The big guy didn't take being fired too well, but he's the one who was forced into a temp job, so his fault. Anyway, after our initiation, we worked together to take the sarcastic slab over to a cliff to do exactly what you would expect us to do with the bad guy in a cliff.
Everybody on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Still going.
Oh my god, that...
Yeah, homie got launched. I'm pretty sure multiple of us hit him, so that knockback was just amplified, and I thought that was pretty cool. I won't go over to the combat here, I'll just show you guys the good parts.
Oh, Brick. Line me up, Brick.
One beacon's already gone. Oh, nice one.
Nice.
Thank you.
Up next was taking down the Jack Double. Into this part of the run, we straight up turned to assassins. The double didn't last 10 seconds against us. We took his lunch money and then we split up to all the kiosks and made it out of opportunity in only 3 minutes and 52 seconds. It was now time for the bunker raid. Right off the bat, I learned that Lucas and Queen Knight were both not Hyperion robots, but buzzards are for some reason because that makes sense. Anyway, Tom used the strat he learned from a very cool and handsome YouTuber to get the constructor to look at the wall, which makes us safe from his rockets. This made it super easy to abuse his crit spot as a squad. The dreaded baby turrets were up next. Luckily, bouncing Betty grenades shoot bullets, which do hit these guys. For anyone new to the game or the channel, these guys are glitched and straight up don't take any splash damage at all. On top of that, they don't have a crit spot and they also have an ungodly amount of health regen, so these guys can be pretty annoying. This time around, however, we kinda lucked out. The third obstacle in our way was the big toaster. The useful strat of just standing behind the thing wasn't working as good as it usually did. The deputies were dying and having trouble making it back up the mountain. I also had to scale the mountain again due to personal reasons.
He's looking at the stick.
He almost
he
folded.
died though.
I gotta finish the job. Sorry, guys.
Wow.
Okay, I'm coming back up.
After about 10 minutes of struggling, we managed to all meet up and finally took it down. The final obstacle before the bunker was Face McShooty, who volunteered for death via firing squad. While we sit here and spam at him, I guess I'll give you a cool history lesson. Did you know that in old-timey firing squads, only one person in the firing squad would have an actual bullet? They did this so that the men in the firing squad could find some solace in the fact that the rifle they fired likely had a blank in it and not an actual bullet inside. We, however, did not do any of that goofy stuff because we weren't even sure we could land a hit on him from this far. Oh, look, we got him. That was so fast. The bunker fight was upon us, and I definitely didn't die to something embarrassing again like a cliff. Anyway, we took out the turrets, the actual bunker fight started, and the first thing it did was try to assert its dominance with a friggin' T-pose. But it kinda backfired, because it just made it way easier to hit for all the deputies. So yeah, homie just started T-posing and kinda kept T-posing every time he flew up to us. We were all capable of hitting the broad side of a bunker, so this fight was actually pretty simple. Jack was hiding something in this mountain, and we were gonna get to the bottom of this. Up next was the Angel Core, and I was dreading this place. Even if you destroy one or two of the injectors, save quitting will reset the whole fight, so you have to do everything over again. So I was pretty stressed out about this part. I already don't pay these guys to do these runs with me, so I didn't want to make them suffer more than what they already have. You're not— Wait, Tom, no, don't leave! Anyway, after giving away my foreskins to persuade Tom to come back, we started the Angel Core fight. We devised an order of operations for which targets we were to prioritize. Ion loaders were at the top of our hit list, mainly because of their cheap bubble. When they bubble, every loader in the area starts running to it like the cowards they are. Lucky for us, Fistful of Hurt is a great counter to this because we can interrupt the process entirely. Up next are Angelic Guards. With no way to dismember these guys, it was important to take the tanky ones out first. And last on the list were gun loaders. One could argue that killing these guys off before the Angelic Guards would be better since you could get incoming damage off the table faster, but in reality, these guys were just our revive fodder for emergencies. War and superloaders are arguably less dangerous than the rest of these guys because of their big charge up duration and lack of mobility, and the turrets were usually the first thing taken out while the rest of the wave was still digistructing in. Our coordination was kinda at its peak in here. We were saving each other, setting up slag, and oh my god, Lilith. You had one chance and you overdid it. I'm never letting you slide again. You know what? Fuck you. Frickin' howdy, boys. Good. Anyway, we made it through Angel Court and tried to kill Jack in the cutscene to save Roland. Don't think it helped at all though, and we're pretty sure all we did was slag Roland, so whoops. The next day I came down with a cold, so my voice was pretty bad. Even though I took proper precaution by taking my cold medicine and drinking my tea, I wasn't going to be able to give out orders to my deputies. Which really didn't matter because they all know how to play the game and know what they're doing. Our next stop was Sawtooth Cauldron. There was a scary part where we had to fight off a few big nomads, but luckily they came with instructions, so we knew exactly what to do. The rest of the instructions weren't that clear, like Boombringer? I hardly know her. For real though, this part was really scary. The first time we got up here, we had to bail, and the second time I was deep behind enemy lines when Deputies Queen Knight and Lucas kicked the bucket. I thought it was done for, but Deputy Tom finally managed to land the grenade jump with his across the planet 600 ping. Oh, did I forget to mention that Tom is practically playing in the past and the future simultaneously? Rubber banding, never knowing what is real? Because that's what he has been putting up with for the whole run. Tom, when you watch this, thank you. Anyway, my hero arrived and we made it back to the elevator. Up top, we were the most coordinated that we ever were.
Got Alyssa? Yep.
Sure about that?
I thought I was reviving Alyssa. I'm so sorry.
Whoa, wait a minute. That was the wrong clip. Hold on.
I got you. Jump on, Lucas.
Thank you.
Hold on, is there a bandit to put the stink? Hold on, I want to put the stinky on him with Lucas on my head.
Yes. Can I punch him? Yes!
Buzzards were actually pretty easy to take down because our nades stuck to them, so let's talk about the boneyard. I wanted to split up and hit all the pumping stations quick, but this one station has nothing but Sergeant and Ion loaders, so I wasn't about to go in alone. Glad I wasn't stubborn here because I definitely would have died instantly without my deputies. After barely escaping that with our lives, the rest of the boneyard went smoothly. We made it to the Badlands and decided that we weren't even gonna bother with Saturn. Deputies Lucas and Queen Knight went with me to grenade jump into the info stockade, while Tom hit the elevator checkpoint near Saturn for us. With our coordination, we were quickly in and out and finally on our way to the vault. After some quick mobbing at the claptrap door, I decided that I was just going to speedrun Heroes Pass. Well, minus the speed and the running part. Finally at the vault, we said screw the elevator, we want to fight Jack now. We dropped his shield pretty quickly, but that was but a small fraction of this fight. Not only was his health tanky because of 4-player difficulty, but this time around he kept teleporting away and spawning a bunch of these shield surveyors. Now this doesn't sound like that big of an issue, but Jack's health regen is kinda busted, so if he is suddenly invincible and on the other side of the map, it gives him plenty of time to get his health back. Even though we were doing significant damage, the fight still took about 15 minutes just because the absurd amount of coward strats Jack was pulling off. For reference, here's a clip of us dealing about half of his health in roughly 10 seconds, just to show how bad his health regen is, along with the coward strats. Anyway, we eventually took him down, and the warrior fight was up next. Let me tell you our detailed plan to make sure we got through this fight. Step 1, shoot the warrior. Step 2, until it dies. The warrior can be a pretty tough fight with its massive flame attack range and massive tail slams. Luckily, with all the defense stats I've built up though, I was handling the attacks pretty well. During the fight, we also managed to screw up so badly that one of the Crystalisks became invincible. Crystalisk? More like crystal-less, am I right? Anyway, it wasn't too long before the warrior couldn't fight any longer. And with it defeated, we now know. you can beat Borderlands 2 as a sheriff's posse. Hey, hold up, don't go yet. It's bonus content time, guys. Jack and the warrior might be dead, but there's still one threat to our lawful land that needs to be handled. I'm talking about the imposter who calls herself the Sheriff of Lynchwood. That's right, this town isn't big enough for the 5 of us, so she had to go. We can make room for Deputy Winger though, he's cool. In order to get her attention, we were going to need to rob a bank and blow up a train. We managed to blow the train up pretty quickly, probably because we already had practice blowing one up earlier, and I still say blowing them up is legal. This was our first time robbing a bank though, so we were dropping the ball on this mission. Tom put the Stinky on Mad Dog, which was pretty cool, not gonna lie, but the problem with that is that Mad Dog had the explosives we needed to blow open the bank door. So after reloading and killing him the boring way, we robbed the bank and set off to go hide the cash. Nisha's posse was playing totally unfair and hogging all the horses, so we were getting absolutely devastated during this part. These guys added 3 deaths to the counter with their horse strats, but the Nisha fight was up next, and she was no match for our homie strats. Before we go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps with YouTube's algorithm, which helps the channel grow. I also read all my comments and love hearing your guys' challenge ideas and kind words, so definitely let me know what you thought about this video or what your favorite part was. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you videos a day early and also supports me so I can get videos out faster for everyone. I'll have my Discord and Twitch where I stream these runs live, linked in the description, along with the socials of our homie Mango Soda, who created this video's dope thumbnail. He also does commissions, so if you like his style, definitely go check him out. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. With millions of guns, Borderlands 2 gives you so many options for your loadout. But today, we look at the nuclear option and ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the nukem? I will briefly go over the rules. First off, we will be playing on UVHM OP10. If you're new to the game, that just means we're playing on the hardest difficulty and everything is 10 levels higher than us. Bar will not be allowed for the run, and the nukem is the only gun I'm allowed to use, which means using a Logan's gun and a sham to absorb ammo is strictly off the table. In that case, you might be thinking I'm going to be using the big boom blaster to get ammo, but wrong. If I want ammo, I'm going to have to find some or buy some. The only other unique pieces of gear I'm allowed to use are the legendary point in class mod for survivability and the Vault Hunter relic, which doesn't help me combat wise at all and is mostly there as a placeholder. For our other 2 gear slots, we have a basic T-Yor shield and a low-level grenade mod for slagging enemies. Anything non-unique is fair game, but I only use these for the challenge. This run will introduce 2 emergency crutch items. If I deem that the run requires them, I will use a stockpile relic and or a non-unique absorb shield. As for the build, I'll show it here. Since this challenge is all about nukes, I decided that Axton's nuke skill was allowed. I also skipped all the offensive turret skills because I pick up the turrets immediately after they release their nuclear explosions. If you want to call this challenge Borderlands with only nukes instead of only the nukem, that's fine by me. I just figured that this would be more interesting than throwing on a big boom blaster and having a field day. Now the turrets might be able to get some shots off before they get recalled, but these things don't really deal that much damage, so as long as they don't steal any major boss kills, I'll let a few shots slide. Now that we got the rules and build covered, let's hop into the run. Right off the bat, the good old gas mask curse kicks in, and we start out with 2 bully rods. Dealing with them wasn't necessarily hard, but these guys are so tanky that we ran out of ammo before we even made it to Tutorial Town. With all of Crazy Earl's ammo upgrades, the maximum amount of rockets you can hold is 33. Divide that by 2 and round up, we're left with 17 shots since the nukem takes 2 ammo to fire. So with no ammo and no money to buy any more yet, we had to get creative. Cue the turret nukes. If we compare the nukem nukes and the nuke skill nukes, we get a sentence with the word nuke in it too many times and also see that the nukes are very different. For example, the turrets deal a lot less damage, but they also light the enemies on fire. The nukem's projectiles just deal damage, while the turret's explosion has some very strong knockback properties. Returning viewers know I love those. And the turret nukes are also pretty much infinite, but they lose their value past generic mobs, since the cooldown of our action skill is too slow to outdamage the health regen of most bad guys in UVHM. But here in Tutorial Town, everyone is soft. Soft enough to kill with a little grape juice and 2 turret chucks. After Hemlock got the power back on, we were able to buy a little bit of ammo and set off to clear the way to Boom Boom. That ammo was specifically used for the Ironclad lads, because the turret nukes were too weak for them. A little bit of patience and careful planning and we were able to finish the mobs off. So as we were steps away from fighting Boom Boom, we were once again broke and lacking the proper ammo to take on this fight. So I did what anyone would do when they're strapped for cash. Go to the beach and look for treasure chests. Here I would farm up until I hit the money cap and also fill my inventory with items so I had extra items to sell for when I ran out. Anyway, loaded up and ready to go, we start the Boom Boom fight. After I lured Boom to the back alley and mugged him at portable nuclear warhead launcher point, we made our first attempt at killing Boom. Testing the likely highly irradiated waters of this fight, we find that it was going to be a very close fight, even with full ammo. After a practically perfect attempt with lining up kill skill combos, slag, and making sure I fire all my nukes quickly, I was still coming up short. So this fight was undoable. Which means no. You can't beat... But wait, did you guys see that? Reroll the footage, hold on. You see it now? The run is saved, all thanks to this do cut. In Borderlands 2, when you pick up a gun or grenade mod, it gives you some ammo of the weapon type you just picked up. So when I opened up this porta potty and seen this long brown log looking thing, I was filled with joy. So on our next attempt, we made sure to set up everything perfectly, grabbed the launcher for the ammo, and managed to just barely kick him out of his turret. The moment of truth was when I ran back to fill my ammo, not knowing if he would just hop back into his booster seat. But lucky for us, he doesn't get back in unless you die, so we managed to finish him off for good. After clearing out all the mandatory bad guys on the way up to our boat, we start our fight with Flint. My plan was to just fight him from down here, but I forgot that my turrets had knockback for a second and I ended up launching him out of his arena, which bugged out his AI. Again. But it looked like this was going to be necessary to cheese him like this anyway. While lobbing these nukes, I was slowly realizing that I wasn't going to have enough money to keep buying the ammo I would need to take him down, so after round 2 of farming the money, we knocked Flint off again and spent like 10 minutes trying to get him into a good spot closer to the ammo vendor.
Slide to the left.
By now you've probably seen that the nukes we're firing don't go very far. That's because this thing is nothing but Torgue parts, so firing at anything while below eye level likely means I'm getting a dose of the radiation too. Anyway, after lobbing 61 nukes down at Captain Lead here, he finally died. Arriving at 3 Horns, I used my Bullymong whispering skills to convince the Bullymongs into fighting the local bandits while I decked out my new ride. I didn't know the blue steel skin was a Torgue skin, so I was pretty hyped to show up to Sanctuary with style. Dorguy thought it was cringe though, so I decided to give him the good old 1-2, or as I like to call it, the Deuce Nukem. Anyway, Corporal Reese needed our help. Excuse me. Should I leave that in the video? Screw it. Long story short, I learned a little something about collateral damage. To make up for my friendly fire shenanigans, I made sure to kill the 20 bandits in his honor. I shot a nuke into their camp, and realistically, there's no surviving that, so I'm pretty sure I killed more than 20. After making it to Sanctuary to realize that all the important people that we were supposed to meet there weren't even there, we set off to Frostburn Canyon to meet the least important person there is. Blowing up the psychos here was pretty easy with my noob tube launcher, right up until they class swapped into Black Ops 1 flak jacket builds. Joke's on them though, because they can't have flak jacket and lightweight pro, so using gravity against these guys made it child's play. We also dropped the nuclear stinky on the big psychos because I didn't feel like taking another loan out to pay for the ammo costs. Here we took our first death after running out of grape flavored grenades, but I didn't let that stop my gamer momentum and I was still bodying these bandits. Oh! This momentum carried on to our next task of upgrading our car to get into the Bloodshot Dam. Vehicles in this game aren't balanced properly for OP10, so they actually get easier to kill as you increase your OP level. So for a brief period in time, I got to feel like Duke Nukem himself by sending body parts and car chunks across the horizon. This was honestly therapeutic, and in my masochistic profession, you learn to milk the good times. So I destroyed a few more cars, bodied this tubby spider ant, and even took on the caravan just for the heck of it. I was going to ride the caravan back to Ellie's before this spider ant ruined everything, and I discovered some goofy stuff with the nuke turrets. I managed to hitch a ride on the back and experience the first ever Borderlands 2 cliché car chase mission, and honestly felt pretty cool doing so. After pulling a prank on myself, I decided that I wanted to destroy the caravan, so I set up a roadblock and blew the thing straight off the cliff, finding one more reason why nuke turret wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Anyway, Badma was our next target, and I wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible.
Wanna meet my girlfriend?
Watch out, they got a badass.
Yeah, haters are gonna be like, that wasn't a nuke, Brendan Valid, or whatever 8-year-olds like to say nowadays, but let's be honest, I was going to put the stinky on Badma anyway. After reloading the map to grab the key, we decided that we were going to need some more money in order to get through the Bloodshot Dam. After we filled up, we started clearing out the Bloodshots. I'll take this time to talk about some of the strats I've developed so far. First off, smart ammo purchases. Each set of rockets bought gives you 12 rockets, so if you were to buy 3, that would get you 36. But since our max ammo is 33, that third purchase is kind of a ripoff, so to conserve our well-earned funds, I would only buy 2 at a time, or make sure I was actually getting my 12 rockets per purchase. It might mean more trips to the vendor, but it also means less trips to Wham Bam Island, and there was already a lot of those in this run. As for actual combat, I found that swapping weapons is way faster than reloading, so in many situations I would use my 8 shots, retreat to reload, and run back in to deal some more damage again. Anyway, let's talk about Mad Mike and his toilet room. You guys know the drill here. Enemies with the high ground, cowardice marauders, all that jazz. The high ground proved to be especially tough during this fight since my nukes turn into boomerangs if I look too high up. Despite the hardships, I just made sure to play patiently and utilize the knockback of the nuke turrets to their fullest.
What the Angry Michael doing?
Oh! The next fight, however, will be the hardest one yet. The Warden posed an actual threat here. With no ammo vendor nearby, I wasn't sure if we were going to have enough firepower to destroy the Warden before he flew off and took Roland to the Friendship Gulag. So I had to make sure not to use any of our ammo on the mobs along the way, which resulted in a few of our untimely demises. We made our one and only attempt at Warden, with high hopes and on God, bro, is that 3 angelic guards? Okay man, whatever. Everything was going well, right up until the point it ran out of ammo. Grit, also known as the only thing keeping us alive, had an absolute field day with my health bar here to try and save the day, but I just couldn't find any more rockets lying around. And add insult to injury, these angelic guards were spawn camping the hell out of me, so all I could do was wait there and suffer until the Warden took off with Roland. Before we went to that dreaded place, we had to go farm up some more money to make this fight work. Here at the Gulag, the fight is usually a bit harder because now the Warden gets the ability to moonshot even more reinforcements in, as if 3 angelic guards wasn't enough. In order to nuke this toaster, we were going to have to use the good old vendor milking strat to get this fight done. It was hard to tell exactly how many nukes it took to kill Warden because I had to get like 4 second wins during the fight, but I counted at least 37 shots to destroy the Warden. After dealing with the rest of the loaders with Roland, it was time to meet up with Marto and Tina and blow up a train. I used the nuke turret's fire dot to light the Varkids on fire and felt way smarter than I should have for it. And then I had to help Tina get some bombs, even though there's literally an ammo vendor in her workshop, and also I'm literally holding a nukem. I feel like I could have just shot the train, but oh well. So we started our fight with Wilhelm and we ran into a very small issue. So I get his health down to here by the time my rocket ammo got down to here, and the ammo vendor was at the beginning of the map, which also required a grenade jump to get to. This long run to the vendor also gave Wilhelm plenty of time to recharge his shields. Luckily, the shields are pretty weak, and the shield surveyors also just kinda explode from the nukem's blast radius. Join the club, I guess. Anyway, it took 2 trips to the vendor and a total of 38 nukes to take Wilhelm down. Side note, since this vendor strat is going to be used very often during this run, I've decided to save myself the time and just call this strat Spud Running, because the nukem is kinda just a souped up potato gun if you think about it. Back at Sanctuary, I kinda accidentally the whole shield system and we had to evacuate the city. Like literally, the whole city had to leave. And I seen my opportunity to pull an assassination attempt on Lilith, which backfired. Not my proudest moment. Anyway, it was time to run through Ohio, or wait, I mean the fridge, sorry. This would have probably went terribly if it wasn't for Grit, but then again, you could probably say that for the entire challenge. Our next obstacle was the big old beacon-eating spaghetti squid. This guy gave me quite a bit of issues. Here's a list. 1. He has random shield regen, which means more rockets eaten up. 2. The loaders moonshot in to deal with the Thresher, just try and murder me instead. 3. Every time the Thresher tunnels underground, it removes the slag effect from him. 4. The ammo vendor was like a mile away, not to mention the way back. And number 5, the Thresher would wait for me right at this door and snipe me with its instant health gate needle attack. Woohoo. Anyway, it took like an hour to finally get this guy to die since I needed to go farm more money. When I went to grab the beacon, this happened.
Thanks.
Oh, game, don't fucking crap. Yeah, so another farming trip and another hour and a half later, we got him again, and we could finally go defend Overlook by dropping multiple nuclear bombs there. I didn't have high expectations for this fight, but to my own surprise, I was surviving and killing off all the loaders pretty well. I mean, the beacon got bodied like every 10 seconds, and it eventually went invincible, but I was on track to surviving all the way up until the fast travel showed up, which I did technically do. Anyway, compared to the rough rest of this run, that was a major dub in my book. The Preserve and the Big Bird were up next, and after a little preparation, we jumped in and started making our way through the bad guys. Wounding the loaders went fine, since wounding one loader at a time is super hard. Nukes aren't really the assassin's weapon of choice. Remember, I learned that the hard way. Anyway, after taking half an hour to kill Pomone and Toomba for literally no reason, and needing to refarm ammo again because of it, we pushed through and very slowly used spud running strats to handle all the mandatory mobbing before our 1v4 with the loot. Ah, I forgot Doctor's orders. Jeez man, I'm really dropping the ball, aren't I? Long story short, I decided to keep trucking towards Bloodwing, and then right before the fight, our homie Tom, you might recognize him from the co-op challenges we do, used his Twitch channel points to redeem Turn On PhysX, which is a Borderlands graphics setting that makes cool puddles of elements and stuff, but also makes your game crash from slag particles, especially during the Bloodwing cutscene. But we didn't realize in order for PhysX to be enabled, we would have to completely restart the game. Tom agreed that I could just turn it on after the fight, but he was also all like, I suppose, and I already felt bad for missing Doctor's orders, and I had to do it. So we restart the Preserve, this time with Doctor's orders and with PhysX on, with the agreement that it would stay on until the game crashed at least once. After refarming and remobbing, we killed the loot dudes and got one of the grenade mods of all time. After that, we made our way to our first attempt on Bloodwing. The strat for this fight was a bit different since there are no vendors we can run to, so we had to make sure to wait for her to land so we could get slag and utilize our 2 free nukes from the turret. The fight was going good, right up until the very end. Maybe. The slag's kicking. Oh my god! I was so close to taking this dub, but the game-winning rocket was a complete whiff of a shot. What could have been a spectacular ending set off a chain of events that really messed me up. Turrets, don't take my kill, that'd be cringe. Turrets, don't take my kill, that'd be cringe.
I'm loading the train dart.
Was she really that close?
Won't hurt, I promise.
That's cringe. Preserve round 3, here we go! Okay, real talk. Attempt 3 is when this run started to get really cursed. For example, this clip. Right off the bat, let's go. Oh! Oh, what the f***? No way! This attempt ended better, but it was a nuke from the turret that got her, and that was so freaking unsatisfying. But oh well, we had to continue. To round 4 of the Preserve! No, don't fucking steal my kill. Don't steal my kill turret. Round 5 of the Preserve really started to break me. Fun fact, if you save quit during the Bloodwing fight and retry it later, Mordecai just stops helping you, so I had to slag the Skags if I wanted to survive, but also resource manage my grenades so I had enough for Big Bird over here. I was in the Preserve for 5.5 hours in total, before I finally got over my skill issues and nuked this friggin' bird. The rivalry score between us prior to this run was 5-3, and I'm not really sure who to give this point to. On one hand, I technically killed her first try, and on the other hand, I was here for almost 6 hours, so, let's just give the point to the turret this time. The next homie we had to recruit was Brick. In order to recruit Brick, we had to get recruited by Brick, I knew that dropping into this fight that I was going to run out of ammo eventually, so I decided to recruit some of his recruits. Jeez, man, what kind of pyramid scheme is this? Yeah, I took this opportunity to take a break. I got back and I don't think the Goliaths killed like anything, so I just started nuking everyone. I was also making sure to get as many bandits in the blast radius as possible to conserve ammo. Fun fact, 1v1ing a scavenger is pretty tough when you have no ammo. I searched the whole place looking for more rockets and found some in a trash can, but I still had like 3 waves to go after that scavenger. I was able to use nuke turrets for the little guys, but the buff boys proved to be a little bit tougher, so I ended up dying and just buying ammo on my way back in. After a solid 10 minutes of ammo conservation and whatever the heck this is, we managed to barely kill the last Goliath with a couple of nuke turrets. I wanted to launch the sarcastic slab off a cliff, but homie just straight up ignored the nuke turret's knockback, so I went to get ammo so I could just trick shot him or something, but straight up forgot he existed apparently, and just started going after loaders with Brick. It was kinda nice to just play the support role for once, especially since Brick is a master at the craft. Get him, Brick! Yeah! We also had to fight 3 ultimate loaders, which was a big bite out of my wallet, so it was back to Wham Bam to prep for the next few fights. Up next was the Jack Double assassination job. Like most of my assassinations so far, I thought everything was going to work before something bad happened. This little rat straight up booked it as soon as I went down. You guys are like, silly gas mask, that's not a rat, that's a human. Well, I got news for you. God. Hold up. Wait, what? Who just heard a rat? This game is so cursed, bro. If I wasn't killing this double, I would be pointing him towards the nearest exorcist because he's got some demons inside him. As per usual, I died to the double, and when I came back, he just stood still for me. No idea why this happens, but it's not my fault the game is like this, so I took it and ran. Now that we had all the pieces required for the bunker raid, we started our climb up the mountain. Obstacle 1 was this constructor right here. We've dealt with these toasters before, but this one kind of mixed things up for us, which is a very Blender-like thing for a toaster to do if you ask me. But the issue was spud running wasn't going to be an option, since he despawns if you get too far away. Step 1 to winning this fight was reloading the map until I got lucky enough to fight one that's level 89. This would save ourselves some time and ammo. And step 2 was to hide while slowly whittling down its health with nuke turrets. I could only land one at a time because if I got too close, I was toast. So after hiding under these stairs for 20 minutes, we finally took the first obstacle down. Obstacle 2 were these demonic heathens. If you didn't know this already, these guys are bugged and just completely immune to splash damages, so no grenades, no rockets, and most notably, no nukes. So at this point in the run, you could argue 2 things. 1, the nukem can't do it, the run is busted, or 2, this is a glitch, so therefore it should not count. If you ask my opinion, I'm on the ladder. Not literally on a ladder, I'm actually just cowering behind a few boxes here in this clip, but you know what I mean. I think glitches like these shouldn't invalidate the run, but if you think otherwise, that's just your opinion and I respect how wrong it is. Anyway, we had to progress, so let's just kill him with our own turrets. They actually take nuke turret damage? Why do they take nuke turret damage? Okay, so for once, this cursed, confusing game is on our side. Let's go. Okay, I know these turrets aren't nukem shots. I realize saying that out loud, it sounds like common sense, but I already know if I didn't, someone in the comment section would tell me as if I'm some bozo who didn't realize. Like I said before, if you want to call this challenge BL2 with only nukes instead of with only the nukem, that works for me. Especially because our next obstacle introduces another type of nuke that will help us get to the bunker. So the super toaster has nukes of its own, and I didn't learn until recently that the toaster can hurt itself with these nukes, meaning I could T-pose here all day and just wait for the thing to die on its own if I really wanted to. Quick shout out to SpuddyCube for showing me this strat. He does challenge runs over on his channel too, so I'll have him linked in the description. I would definitely go check him out. Thanks to him, this also means one of my old challenges is no longer a failure. I won't spoil which one if you're new here. Speaking of new here, if you made it this far into the video, you're probably enjoying the content, and in that case, you might as well subscribe and check out my other runs while you're at it. I would appreciate it greatly, and would love to have you in the Gas Mask gang. Anyway, we used the same strat as the last toaster, but this time it only took 15 minutes, probably because I was able to use both turrets to damage it and also the whole nuking itself thing. The final obstacle before the bunker fight. Base McShooty. Oh. I forgot, it arcs. In that case, maybe we gotta do one of these. 45-degree angle up. Maybe we need a little bit more arc. Yeah, so our Nukums didn't have enough rocket speed, so I tried with a full Maliwan parted Nukem to see if hitting him from this distance was even possible. And well, it kinda exceeded expectations. Sadly, we cannot shoot Face McShooty in the face, but we can make all of his skin fall off if we have the right parts on our launcher. It was finally time for the big bunker fight. I could describe fighting the big turrets as straightforward, uncomplicated, self-explanatory, etc. But when it comes to the bunker fight, the only words that come to mind are nothing but net. Yeah, the bunker's hurt boxes are friggin' weird, man. To help you guys better understand his hurt boxes, I ripped this diagram out of the game files to show you exactly what's going on. Here you can see that in order to hit the bunker, we kinda have to aim for its butt. I mean, I think that's its butt, I don't know. Ever since I heard Oboe Shoes call this guy a Crunchwrap Supreme, I just get hungry every time I see him, so I might not be the best person to ask about robotic anatomy. Anyway, so began the 2-hour fight with the bunker. After our first heartbreaking death, I developed a strategy. Step 1 was to chill until he did his flexing pose, I like to call it. He doesn't move at all in this position, which helps when trying to hit his invisible hurt boxes. Step 2 was getting the proper setup in the form of slag and kill skills. The slagging part was simple, I just threw a grenade at him, and the kill skills were gotten using a cool Axton tech. If you throw your second turret and recall the first one before it lands, the game gets confused and triggers your kill skills, which in our case gave us some more fire rate and gun damage. And step 3 was to repeat and just make sure I was being smart about my ammo purchases. At first the only thing I had to worry about was some loaders sneaking down and putting the stinky on me or something, but after half the bunker's health is gone, he starts using his giant slag laser, which made it harder to actually get to him. Instead of having 2 safe spots where I could deal damage during his flex pose, I only had 1 now because I needed this weird set of party glasses to protect me. While we waited, chat started bringing up cursed Borderlands enemy crossbreed ideas like angelic jet loaders, so I at least had something to talk about while we waited 2 hours in order to progress. We eventually got through the whole fight and destroyed the bunker for good. All it took was 2 hours and 109 nukes. While sorting all the loot to sell for more rocket ammo, I noticed something a bit odd.
Oh, okay. Dude, I seen the Lil Maliwan tip. I was like, if I get a motherfucking 94 sham in the run where I'm not allowed to use it, but it would be the best fucking thing ever, I was gonna fucking...
The game was really tempting me. And I mean like, really tempting me, because it knew what we were going to have to do next. That being Angel Core. Let's do some math real quick. Multiple waves of loaders including angelic guards, plus there's no vendor to buy ammo, plus if you leave or save quit you reset the whole Angel Core fight, equals quite the predicament. I tried the fight and ran out of ammo pretty quick, and I waited around for like an hour hoping Angel Core would drop some rocket ammo, and at first I wasn't sure if it was possible to get more ammo. So with most of our hope lost, we started looking for answers. On a separate save, we tried testing absorbing super loader rockets for ammo. Yes, this would require the absorb shield crutch item, but I wasn't sure what to do otherwise. It didn't work anyway, but the crutch items would get us through Angel Core faster. Also while testing, we found that one enemy crossbreed chat was talking about.
Actually, let's test your volley. Oh,
Somebody clip that. I know that angelic guard didn't just fucking fly. I know that angelic guard didn't just fucking fly. Can somebody clip that? Was that not just a jet loader? Who was fucking joking about the flying angelic guard earlier? Who was it? Which one of you motherfuckers was it? It's not funny because now it exists. Anyway, it was confirmed by Dark Smoke 11 that you can in fact get rocket ammo in Angel Core. So I had 2 options. I could suffer through it without the crutch items, or I could use them and get through the core faster. And oh boy, did I have a decision to make. After the testing, I ended the stream and took a few days off. I went to my hometown, visited friends, I even drank a monster, normally for once. It was nice living life so calmly. I learned that not everything has to be balls to the wall all the time. It's okay to take the easy route and enjoy the ride sometimes. But this was not one of those times. Do you know what this is? It's an original Monster Assault. They don't make these anymore, and it's my favorite flavor of anything ever to exist. I've only got 21 left before I'm out for good. For life. To make sure I spread these out and don't burn through them, I said I get one for every challenge run I beat. Now, do you think I want to sit there after the run, sipping my assault, thinking to myself, did I really earn this? Hell no. Do you think that monster would taste its absolute best with that question swimming around in my head? Hell no. Do you think I'm going to take the easy way out? Say it with me this time. Hell no. I returned from my trip and I rode the elevator down to Angel Core. Not with dread, not with anguish, but with pure determination to get through this Angel Core without any unneeded aid. During the fight, I made sure to group up all the enemies to get the most out of each shot. Ion loaders were especially useful for once because they call all the loaders into one spot. But even with maximizing our damage per rocket, we ran out a few rounds in, and the waiting game began. I was able to slowly kill some enemies with slag and nuke turrets, but with the long cooldown, 95% of the damage I dealt was healed by the time I could throw more. On average, I was getting rocket ammo every 15 minutes, and each drop gives you 4 shots, which would allow me to kill about 1 angelic guards, assuming I didn't waste the ammo on failed kills. At some points in this, I was super helpless because I had 3 loaders and 3 laser turrets focused on me while I was trying to rush the ammo drops. So the death counter got a huge increase here. There was some hope along the way in the form of Roland and his turret. He was actually killing some of the loaders, but this help was short-lived when Lilith showed up. Don't get me wrong, with how dumb this situation is, I would take all the help I could get. But Lilith was literally doing no damage, woohoo. I got so excited every time I found a rocket ammo. It meant I was one step closer to getting away from Lilith and her aggressive cowboyism.
Howdy boys, howdy boys, howdy boys, howdy boys, howdy boys, howdy boys.
I was down in this place for 3 straight hours, not to mention the hour of testing I did days prior. And would you guys believe me if I told you this wasn't even the worst part of the run yet? Up next was Sawtooth Cauldron. The ambush commanders here ate up a lot of ammo per kill, so I decided to launch them into the lava. Every time I have tried this strat in the past, they end up just slowly floating up and out of bounds because this game is cursed. But flying didn't save them this time. Flying away definitely helped the next set of bad guys we had to deal with though. The lack of range with the rockets really came into play here. On top of them being hard to hit, it would take at least 2 shots with slag, and that's if I can hit them consecutively. Otherwise, they just fly away and get all their health back. With one exception of the level 89 buzzard, who would only require 1 nuke while slagged. So now it was time to farm weak enemy RNG again. This was actually pretty simple since all you had to do to reset their level was jump back down the elevator shaft and just ride it back up. Even with this strat, it took upwards of an hour and a half to kill them all. I partially blame this uncontrollable Goliath who put the stinky on everything it saw, including me. I mean, it's respectable as hell, but not something I want to be on the receiving end of. Anyway, you might want to remember this math for later. Why will we need it for later? Well, I decided that I'm going to tackle both the Torg DLCs for the bonus content in this run, so stick around for that. Fun. Anyway, we stole all the explosives, which again, I have literal nukes, not sure why we needed these, and then hitched a ride on one of the buzzards all the way to the boneyard. Which, hold on, why didn't they just fly us over the bridge? Dude, these friggin' plot holes, man. After another money farming run, we hit all the pumping stations. Some went smoothly, others didn't. But in the end, we were able to hit the pipe with our car and managed to even fit the entire bandit technical inside. Now I'm not really sure why, but I decided to kill Saturn on this run. Long story short, Saturn is a cheater. During multiple attempts, he would just disappear when he was almost dead. I found out that if the junk loaders respawned, that is what triggers him disappearing. It's like Hyperion was just like, this thing's almost broken, let's just scrap it, turn it to a bunch of junk loaders. Yeah, so I had to modify our spud running strats in order to kill Saturn fast enough. I threw the whole smart ammo purchases thing out the window and just full bot. We were spending too much time running back and forth and not enough time shooting potatoes, so this strat actually helped. Altogether, the win and kill took 164 nukes. Makes me wonder what would happen if we sent that many to the actual planet. To the scientists watching, feel free to teach me in the comment section. Anyway, we got the info we needed and set off to our last few fights. The claptrap door wasn't prepared for our spud running strats. Well, actually, it kinda was, because running too far away makes the turrets respawn and now they're hostile again, so yeah, that sucked. But overall, the door wasn't too bad. Heroes Pass has no mandatory combat, so a couple of skips got us through here, and now we could finally fight Jack and the Warrior. I was honestly worried about both of these fights, but let's talk about Jack first. Destroying his shield was the first challenge. His health bar has like crazy regen, but his shield doesn't regen unless you just stop damaging him for like 10 minutes. Knowing this, I decided to use the nuke turrets on his shield to save the rockets for his health bar. My first attempt at fighting him without blocking him at the terminal turned out to be very bad, slag being very hard to apply to Jack, and the shield surveyor he spawns making him immune to my nukes makes this fight super tough. Even with the blocking him at the terminal strat, nuking someone that you're practically hugging isn't the smartest thing to do, so this strat wasn't very foolproof. During a failed attempt at blocking him, I found out that he is very easy to slag while he has this bubble up for some reason, and I just kinda took the chance. Okay, everyone's slagged. Oh, let's fucking go! Yeah, so after an hour 40 of trying to kill him, I got the right setup of slag, kill skills, and the damage boost from last ditch effort to kick in to finally take him down. The final fight of the main game was here, and the Warrior was going to be rough. I made a legit attempt at fighting him and realized that 17 shots barely dented his health, so I accepted that I was going to have to cheese this guy. I had two options to do so. First off, the super safe but probably very long process of waiting for ammo drops here where he can't hit me, or the quicker and riskier strat of jumping up to this spot and spud running the Warrior to death. The latter being the one that gets this video out faster. Again, not actually on a ladder, I'm more role-playing a volleyball for the Warrior in this clip, but you know what I mean. So after practicing this jump and refarming for the fight, we start the slow process of killing the Warrior. Attempt number 1 ended in tragedy when I got distracted and jumped into the arena. I tried to grenade jump back out, which is possible, but I didn't figure it out in time, so there went an hour of progress. Altogether, I was fighting him for 3.5 hours. 2 hours of that was just the final attempt, and altogether it took 195 nukes to take him down. With the last rocket in our possession, we finished this challenge. Which means, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the Nukem. As promised before, the run is not yet complete. We're going to do a couple of DLCs, starting with the Waddle Gobbler DLC. We got here and Torg immediately turned some dude into a puddle. After that, he then proceeded to tell us we need to poison the Waddle Gobbler in order to kill it. And so we started blowing up the kitchen. We even styled on this Gordon Ramsay guy by putting the stinky on him with a meat grinder. After that, we went to the meat locker and blew up some pirates. Before you ask, yes, we're still in the same DLC. The last thing we needed was some poison, but in order to get to the jabbers, we had to fight this clown-shoed floaty dude that just reminds me of Sora from Smash Bros, and that just made me angry. The jabbers up ahead were a bit challenging, mainly because they needed to be slagged in order for them to drop a gland, and the hallucinogenic poison didn't help my grenade aim either. After a bit, I realized I have blast radius. I don't need to hit these guys directly, so I just martyr-styled the last one and started cooking. These kitchen crusaders did not want to let me cook, but my Nukem had something to say about that. Anyway, after stuffing myself full of money, I started my first attempt, and my ammo got me about this far, and since we don't have any access to vendors here, we were going to have to use some turret nukes to take the Waddle Gobbler down. I was kind of worried that all these tribute dudes would target me, but the baby gobblers took their full attention while the big one targeted nothing but me. Attempt number 2 ended in turret gun kill cringe, but attempt number 3 ended with a bang. So yes, you can beat the horrible hunger of the ravenous Waddle Gobbler with only the Nukem. After relaxing with Grandma Torg a bit, we headed towards the Campaign of Carnage. Well, actually, I wanted to see if the Nukem could farm a Nukem really quick, and lucky me, she spawned first try, and she also dropped it on run number 1, so that was cool. Anyway, the Campaign of Carnage. Right after this this DLC jumps right into the action, as we have a small mobbing section before the game introduces the Coward. Yeah, screw this guy. I At this point, he was our sponsor, I guess, and set us up with our first fight in the arena. At first, I thought this fight was going to have a timer on it, but we lucked out and there wasn't, so as long as we didn't die, which we did, we would be fine. Our second try, I decided to get as many nuke turret kills as I could so I could save ammo for the arena Goliath. Spud running wasn't an option here, so I was hoping to maybe find some launcher drops on the ground, but that's not exactly what happened. Oh no, there's another wave! Yeah, that was my first ever Cobra drop. It feels kinda wild that I found one during a goofy challenge run like this. I wanted to do a Cobra run eventually and call it an excuse to farm a Cobra at the end of it, but now it's not really an excuse anymore, so now I gotta get another Cobra eventually. Anyway, I literally failed my only job when I forgot to wear my gas mask like an idiot when the coward filled the arena with Armstrong gas, so big oops on my part. With our sponsor now being our enemy, we had to get a new one, and Torg knew exactly where to find one. During this challenge fight, we only had to kill off the buff dudes, which we had enough ammo to do so this part was actually pretty simple. Then we jump into the Pyro Pete fight, which shouldn't be anything too hard. Sure, we will probably run out of ammo, but we can just use our nuke turret. Oh, what is that? Okay, real talk guys. This fight is super dumb because of this health regen. If we break his shield before using any of our rockets, full ammo will maybe take 40% of his health away. And if we want more ammo, we have to use these 2 respawnable crates and get lucky. But even with extreme luck and getting 1 drop each, that only gives us 16 rockets, which would get him down to 40% health maybe. And since these crates have a timer on them, we still wouldn't have enough ammo. Even if we got a double drop and then immediately reopened them and got another double drop of ammo, it still wouldn't be enough. And to make matters worse, the game started tempting me again by giving me another Logan's gun and sham during a money farm for this fight. A homie by the name of Stormin said they would give me $200 if I managed to kill Pete that day, but I didn't want the allure of money to stop me from testing every possible strategy before I used a crutch item, so I had to get creative. If we grenade jump out of this arena, we could trigger the Moxie cutscene before we even kill Pete. This, however, doesn't help us since the Pyro Pete objective remains. Moxie wasn't the reason we came up here though. We came up here for these 2 red chests. If we get a rocket launcher in one of these, and or this porta potty I found out here, we might have enough ammo to kill Pete. But for the life of me, I could not find a launcher chest with launcher ammo in it. I did the math, and even with 4 ammo drops from the respawnable crates and 3 launchers, assuming we got one out of each red chest and the porta potty, we would have enough ammo to kill him. But we need to grenade jump up there, run to the back room, etc., which gives him plenty enough time to out-heal our DPS. I was straight up out of ideas, so I had to use the stockpile relic. With 64 rockets, we were sitting at practically double our old ammo capacity. A couple attempts with this strat and we managed to kill Pyro Pete with our last rocket. The worst part about this is that Stormin was a frickin' liar. They didn't give me $200. They gave me $300. Okay, jokes aside, the real worst part about this is when I found this after the fight. So, with this knowledge, I think this fight is possible without the stockpile relic. You just need to make an attempt and then open these chests when you're empty on ammo. Then pray for rocket launchers, I guess. If you're lucky enough and fast enough, I think this is possible. I made a few attempts like this, but with my hard drive running out of room for footage and some other fights coming up, I made the call to just put a bounty on this fight. The first person to show me that they can do this will get $20 on Steam. I'll have specific rules and the save file in the description for you, but I just want to see if someone with this build, this gear, and no stockpile relic can do this fight. If anyone beats it, I'll have a pinned comment letting everybody know, so make sure to check that first. Anyway, let's move on. We met Tina and blew up some heathenistic cookies as a training segment, and after that we did Death Race to get the attention of Motor Mama. Motor Mama didn't have health regen because, well, I'm not really sure actually. It's kind of weird who they do and don't throw the health regen at, honestly. Anyway, we blew up her ride and started phase 2 of the fight where we had to simultaneously dodge rockets and make sure her shield didn't recharge. Ammo wasn't too much of an issue since we were practically hugging a vendor the entire time, and after a while she eventually kicked the bucket. We now had the number 3 ranking and needed to go after Flyboy for the second place spot. So we headed towards the forge. We all think dunking on Sawtooth Cauldron is fun and funny, whatever. But after this run, I don't think I'm going to be able to come back to this map and not relive trauma. Let's talk about these buzzards I gotta kill first. Now, I usually wouldn't have to kill the cargo ones, but the Nukem can't break these wooden boxes for some reason, so the only way to get them is to just destroy the whole buzzard. And these guys are also way tankier than the normal buzzards, so that's neat. I've blown up buzzards before, so this should be doable, right? No. Yeah, remember that math I was talking about earlier? Yeah, you guys can see why this isn't gonna work. So after many tries, we had to mix things up. So I figured it was time to switch up the Nukem. I wasn't going to use the full Molly 1 Nukem from Face McShooty because all I needed was to switch from damage prefix to rocket speed prefix, and I was able to do this fight. And after only 3 hours, we were able to progress. And there goes Stormin again. Okay, well in that case, just like Pete, I'll have a bounty on this fight if you can do it without the rocket speed Nukems. $20 on Steam to the first person that can show me they did it. Save file and rules in the description. Anyway, let's get this part over with. The coward and his stupid blimp are truly something I do not wish upon anybody. Okay, well, maybe Lilith, but that's besides the point. Literally everything that could go wrong in this fight did, and with great intensity. I can just barely hit him with the limp shot Nukem if he flies over the arena, and I'm on the highest part of it. And on top of that, the damage I deal is quite negligible. Like it would take multiple nukes to see his shield or health bar even move. At first I thought I could just play smart and, hide until he flies over and just slowly kill him. And by slowly, I mean very slowly, since the ammo vendor was a mile and a tower climb away. If I played well and didn't nuke myself by whiffing a completely vertical shot, I could destroy his shield in 2 hours. But that's where the real kicker comes in. He summons 4 buzzards to help him, which fighting 4 buzzards with the limp shot Nukem and not dying proved to be extremely hard. Now I could have used these turrets up here, but that didn't feel very right. And I could also land a few nuke turrets if he flew past certain spots on the map, but the damage was so minimal it might as well have been nothing. I had multiple 3-hour attempts just fail because of death. I had to wait so long just for him to even be close enough to hit. I fucking loathed this fight. After some testing, I thought the buzzards didn't respawn after they died, making this possible, and that gave me some hope. I'm gonna be honest, guys, I kinda have newfound hope now. I am once again hopeful, knowing this.
2 seconds later.
The new plan was to take out the buzzards and not care about dying, since the buzzards wouldn't come back. And well, I was kinda rolling these guys and felt good doing it. That excitement was quickly destroyed when I came to find out they did in fact respawn after 20 minutes, so I went back to not knowing what to do. Oh yeah, did I mention the fact that his health bar has a 80% damage reduction to explosives? Because his health bar has an 80% damage reduction to explosives. Honestly, I'm too mad about this fight to make a Led Zeppelin joke, so you're gonna have to fill that one in yourself. Guys, I fought this thing for 20 hours. Nearly a full day. 3 days of testing and attempts with no progress whatsoever. I really wanted to find a way to kill this thing with the derp Nukem, but it just wasn't happening. From here, I had 2 options. Camp here and wait 5 minutes in between laps just to kill him with nuke turrets after another 20 hours. Or use the rocket speed Nukem and kill it from the safety of this cave spot right here, completely avoiding the buzzards. The latter, or this time I'm actually on one, was the way to go. Day 4 of Zeppelin was upon us, and I came ready. I brought a monster to get me through this fight. And then a Twitch viewer named Stinky on him redeemed Mask Up, making me wear the mask until my current objective is done, so no monster for me. I grabbed all the high-priced legendary items we found throughout our 31 farms so far, and started what I hoped was my final attempt. 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours of stress upon my shoulders. Of shooting the coward blimp and dodging its rockets before I decided that this was now personal. I sold almost all the legendaries I had left, so failure would mean further attempts likely would require more legendaries to be sold. Legendaries that I would have to farm. But I didn't let that stop me from finishing the blimp off the right way, with the derp nukem. I filled my pockets with rockets and started climbing up the tower. Or, I guess, the stairway to heaven. There's that joke. I went down twice on the way up, likely making my next bleed out very short. I made it to the top and rushed to the highest building and took cover, waiting for Piston to fly by. I can still hear the buzzards flying around me, circling, waiting for their chance to destroy what sanity I have left. They haunt me to this very day. I wasn't even gonna bother with slag or turret kill skills, just in the off chance that they stole my satisfaction of a nukem kill from me. My heart was racing, and you guys can't blame the monster, because remember, I didn't even get to drink one. The pressure was at its max, and I had to finish this fight.
Vault Hunter, you are now the #2 ranked badass in all of Pandora.
That's my
Get nay-nayed.
Put the stinky on him.
I'm still alive, coward. You couldn't stop me.
Well, let's fucking go, Starman.
You did great.
Let's fucking go.
Now get back here and we'll see about finishing Piston.
Can someone please tell me, in what world does it take 378 nuclear bombs to pop a fucking balloon? I can easily say this fight was the worst fight in GASMASK challenge run history. Honestly, this was the true final boss of the run, and I'm going to be a bit bold here with one last bounty. $100 on Steam to whoever can do this with the derp nukem. Rules, save file, etc. all in the description like I said before. Before you get overzealous and try this, realize that this fight took 4.5 hours, so the buzzards would respawn probably 15 times, which equates to 60 buzzards, and that's assuming you can hit the blimp as consistently as with the rocket speed nukem, so it's probably a lot more. Good fucking luck. The coward was the final thing I needed to take care of this run. His dumb dinosaur should have been fine with spud running strats, but I would randomly just blow myself up because my nukes hit some invisible wall, I guess. To combat this, I just made sure to poke out of my hole a little bit more, and it took about an hour to kill him. And it was time for the final fight in this hard drive filling godforsaken run. On the last run of our last money farm, we got our first pearl from the chest, which was pretty neat, and it would even come in handy. A few things stood out in this fight. First off, I don't recall his shock attacks looking this goofy. Probably a PhysX thing. Oh my god. How has the game not crashed yet? Imagine if it crashed during the blip. You know what? It's too soon. I can't think about that. I will die. Anyway, the other thing I noticed was Piston's shield starts rapidly recharging if you don't hurt him for like 6 seconds, which is not good considering it takes full ammo to break his shield. In order to combat this rapid recharge, I devised a strategy. When I would need to retreat to buy ammo, I would try to have him close to the barrier so that the nuke turret I threw put the fire dot on him, and then I would throw the other on the way back. This, however, was a tight window, and he often got most, if not all, of his shield back. A few heartbreaking attempts later, I was on the edge of victory, and the edge of bankruptcy. I had to make a sacrifice. The storm we got earlier would save the run and secure our win against Piston. Fuck you, Piston. Fuck you, Piston. Afterwards, we sold all the loot to buy the storm back, but sold too many items, and it wasn't in the buyback anymore. But after taking a victory lap, we got a different souvenir from this run. And I'm glad to say, you can beat Mr. Torg's Campaign of Carnage with only the nukem. Before you go, I just want to say thank you so much for watching up to this point. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Helps with YouTube's algorithm a lot, which helps the channel grow. If you want to support me more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets emotes and videos a day early, and the support helps me get videos out earlier for everybody. I'll link my Discord and my Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And last but not least, quick shout out to our homie Mango Soda. who made this video's thumbnail art. He does commissions and he will also be linked down below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Today's video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you can save money on the games you love later in the video. The date was March 15th, 2021. I had just posted my first video on this channel titled, Can You Beat Borderlands 2 with Only the Bane? Fast forward 2 years to today, and the channel has grown way more than I could have ever guessed or hoped for. And so for the 50k special, I've decided to make this challenge a throwback. Today we ask, can you beat Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep with only the Bane? I'm going to lay down the rules for you real quick. Bane only, Bane always. I can't equip guns that aren't the Bane, and I always have to have at least one Bane equipped. This way there is no way to escape its movement penalty. I will also not be using bar during this run. Any non-unique shields are fair game, and stock grenades are allowed so I can hit some sick grenade jumps. And for the relic, I'll just throw this thing in there as a placeholder because it does literally nothing in single player. Now, I usually do these runs on UVHM OP10, but to make this run truly cursed, I've made some decisions. First off, we aren't actually playing Borderlands 2 this time around. We're playing the standalone release of this DLC. This game only has normal mode and TVHM, so I'll be trying to beat TVHM. This might sound easier than what I usually do, but worry not. The Bane can only legitimately be obtained at level 7, 8, 9, 10, and 25. So for a majority of this run, we will be using severely underleveled gear. For example, we will start at level 17, matching the level on the first mission, and our Banes are already 7 levels under us. Cursed decision number 2 was picking Salvador this time around instead of Maya. That's right, baby. Double the Bane, double the pain. To make sure we can stay gunzerking more often and really minimize our speed, I'll be using the legendary Berserker for the cooldown rate. As for the skills, I'll go over them as we go, but Insight and Bust That Can't Slow Down are both banned for this run since they make me move faster and I'm not trying to get any motion sickness. And for the third and final curse decision, I'm going to play this whole run with all the volume settings set to 0. Some of you guys might be thinking I'm just trying to dodge the annoying screaming that the Bane makes, but you couldn't be farther from the truth. Returning viewers know my video format. I put muted gameplay in the background while I talk about challenges throughout the run and make jokes, kinda like I'm doing right now. But the only difference here is that this clip in the background isn't muted at all. For real though, it's not muted. This is just the gameplay when everything is set to 0. Well, that is until... The entirety of this challenge was an audible roller coaster, going from pure silence to raw, ear-shattering pain in an instant. We start our journey at the unassuming docks, and honestly, the lack of audio felt pretty weird. I mean, Lilith was talking, so I was kind of popping off at the fact that I couldn't hear her, but still. Anyway, if you want a reference for how slow we're actually going, the time it took me to get from here to here was about 3.5 minutes. I did the math, and if my calculations are right, we're moving at a solid speed of turtle. With this speed, it was super hard to dodge the arrows from the skeletons up ahead. On top of that, I'm pretty sure the arrows they shoot slow you down even more. Yeah, I didn't think I was ever gonna get stun locked in a Borderlands game, but here we are. Anyway, Mr. Bony Pants guy showed up and our first boss fight started. I would say this fight went decently, I guess? I mean, my Banes are dealing decent damage even though they were 9 levels under. But this being a cursed run and all, Mr. BPG just started going after his own homies. Guess he just had a bone to pick with them, I don't know. Okay, that's a little uncalled for, the joke wasn't that bad. Alright game, we've been through this before. You throw some major wins my way early on to build up my hope, and then later on you just make new rules to smack me down with some other cursed shenanigans. But joke's on you game. I already planned on torturing myself extra for this run. On the way to Flame Rock Refuge, I kept one of the skeletons alive, or unalive I should say. Anyway, I kept him around and had him just smack me forward to save some time. I'm gonna be calling this strat baddie boosting. Wait, scratch that. Boner boosting. Anyway, we made it to Flame Rock and started doing all the town tasks, but I messed up big time when I was trying to block the bar patron so he didn't run away. I felt really smart right up until the point I realized I was blocking the wrong one. I'm not really in any shape to chase someone and honestly thought I soft blocked the run. Lucky for us though, he just does laps around town and we just had to wait for him to come back around. The next area we had to traverse was the forest. Combat here was still reasonable. The tree ants and stumpies were relatively easy to fight. I thought it was kind of funny that the subtitles from the Bane were blocking my Gunzerk duration meter. It was such a minor inconvenience compared to everything else going on, and I just thought that was funny. I also managed to catch a fairy, and she even gave me the speed boost effect. After getting a speeding ticket and fighting through some spiders, we made it to our first orc camp. This is where things really started to go bad. Like, what if you wanted some blood fruit, but God said... Yeah, I don't think I have to show you the equation for a super tanky boss that's 6 levels above us and 13 levels above our gear to show that this wasn't going to work. It was time for a new plan. That plan being stealth. All I really needed to do was get the blood fruit and head out, so if I could just get there without being seen, I would have a chance at progressing. A few tries in, we just barely got out of his reach, and he ended up getting stuck on something, so I took this chance to get some free XP. Also, you guys can't get mad at me for cheesing him like this, because he's technically hitting me, so it's really just a skill issue on his end. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. In that case, now is the perfect time to talk about today's sponsor, Instant Gaming. If you're sick of waiting for games to go on sale, Instant Gaming is the site for you. They've got all your bases covered. I'm talking Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. It's also super quick and easy to get access to that game that's been on your wish list for way too long. Don't make the same mistake I did when I bought this game for full price when I could have had it half off and saved $5. In GASMASK currency, that's like 2 whole monsters. Maybe you're looking for a deal on a co-op game to play with your friends. Or maybe you just got a new PC and want to fill up your game library without dropping a fortune. Instant Gaming has you covered. How about this? Think of a game that you've been wanting to play right now, and then check out the link in the description and see what kind of deal Instant Gaming is offering on it. And if you like the deal and decide to make a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself some money, you're also supporting the channel. Anyway, let's see how much progress we've made. Okay, yeah, I think I'm just gonna jump cut this one. We got our fruit and made it to the Immortal Woods. We didn't make it too far into the woods before I realized that, oh yeah, we need to farm XP for this run, so we went back to Flame Rock to grab a few side quests. We got some easy XP by watching Reginald, die, and then we got Ellie some armor. These 2 missions combined got us a total of 1 level, which doesn't sound like much, but it made the scary skulls next to the bad guys' names go away, so I felt a little bit more comfortable in the woods. Here we did 2 more side quests. We suffered through the Dark Souls quest that took like an hour and a half because I kept dying. Very reminiscent of when I tried to play Dark Souls for the first time. And we also completed the critical fail mission to unlock a very useful experience farm. Instead of trying to find more missions, I decided to farm Arguk the Butcher and all the tree ants along the way. We were kind of getting rolled most of the time, but it was all worth it when we got the style on Arguk at the end of each run.
I put the stinky on him.
We farmed up to level 21 here before we went back to the woods and met up with our homie Roland. Wait, Roland, no, I just got here, dude, wait. Anyway, another 10 minutes later, I caught up to Roland and started the scariest fight yet. The Ghost Kings are usually tough even if you're not doing a challenge run, so I was prepared to suffer here. There is no running away from these guys. Well, actually, there's no running away from anything, actually. Even the Stumpies could chase me down, but you get the point. Something kind of unexpected happened, though. They would bully me to the edge of the arena, but then their attacks would just start whiffing because I was way lower than them. This kinda felt like a cheese, but it also kinda wasn't. Okay, let's say I didn't want to kill them from this safety spot. That would require me to just run directly into oncoming attacks, which doesn't feel like I'm avoiding a cheese, it just feels like I'm throwing for content at that point. I mean, they're the ones that kept smacking me down here, so again, I have to say, it's a skill issue on their part. To be fair though, their laser eye attacks were still super deadly and they did end up killing me multiple times. I mean, come on top of my gear being level 10, these guys are also unslaggable and resistant to all elements. So getting a kill was just a matter of did he use the eye laser during the attempt or not. Even with this pseudo safe spot, it still took about an hour to fight through all the Ghost Kings. I was genuinely surprised how well that fight went and went to the mines with plenty of confidence. Yeah, then my confidence was absolutely destroyed, stepped on, kicked, lit on fire, etc. I'm going to throw up the map here and just show you guys my travel history as I talk about this dump. We start off by trying to fight the bad guys that were now 12 levels over our Banes. In order to get second wins, I had to ditch some of our Gunzerk duration skills for down not out, which allows us to Gunzerk and fight for your life. If it seems like I have a lot of skill points, that's because I do. But that's just because this game gives you 2 skill points for every level up. Anyway, this fix didn't help much, especially since the next bad guy we had to face was another Duke of Orc. Maxing out at level 27, I figured that the likelihood of me shooting this guy to death was practically non-existent. So I caved, and let my inner instincts kick in.
And the nade, please.
I put the stinky on him.
After that, we slowly made our way to Ragnar and then proceeded to uppercut him and make many of my cloned brethren hate me. After that, we found Claptrap and started making our way to the runes to unlock the exit before realizing I didn't hit the objective for looking at the door and having to turn around. A tiny mistake I usually wouldn't bring up, but since it took up a percentage of my lifespan that could probably fit on a small calculator, I thought I would bring it up. We got our first rune by bullying Claptrap into submission and started fighting some big rocks. Here I realized I was living in a reality where rocks were more animate than me. A lot more deadly too. After fighting and dying to a bunch of the angry clones, we made it to the jumping puzzle. Now I think this jumping puzzle is possible to do with the right grenade jumps. However, the jumps would need to be extremely precise. Like you would have to use your jump momentum from the platform launching you upward and have a grenade explode in the right spot at the exact perfect time. I failed enough times to make the bridge just pop up and felt super depressed because of my lack of skill. But where I lack in physical ability, I make up in mental ability, because I was able to complete this next puzzle with ease. After that, we jump into the fight with Greedtooth to secure our final rune piece. This is where our underleveled gear went from being an issue that slowed us down, no pun intended, to a literal impassable wall. Much like the Ghost Kings, I was bullied into a corner and was just left there to take hit after hit. Even with a damage shrine, this was about as far as I could get. Yeah, so our only hope at this point was to get to level 25 and use the next legitimately obtainable Bane. So we ran back to Claptrap to do some side missions. On the way, I found a melee shrine. Some of you guys may not know this, but on top of giving you melee damage, these shrines turn every melee hit into a strong knockback punch, meaning literally anyone could put the stinky on these doors if they wanted to. But when you combine the power of a melee shrine and the power of the best skill in the game, you unlock a move I like to call the stanky. Wait, here we go. Can you survive a punch from me? Oh my god, that does launch him. Anyway, we made it to Claptrap and took his first mission where we need to crush some dwarves in a crusher. After that, we need to run through pretty much the entire map again, just to beat this beard with a sledgehammer, I guess. And then we had to run all the way back to Claptrap. I would like to mention that the enemies have already respawned 2 or 3 times by now, so every corner of this map was still combat dense. Almost as dense as the rocks forcibly being shoved into my eye sockets. The next mission was to kill some magic enemies to charge up Clappy's wand. First off, we had to blow up a magic golem with some explosive damage. The plan was to get him low and then bounce a stock grenade at him. However, I messed up and soft-locked the mission somehow, so I had to run through the whole map again and re-stinky the Duke of Orc. That is a word now, so make sure to add it to your dictionary. Anyway, we blew up the golem, backtracked to kill a magic orc with a crit, and kill a magic spider with a shock bane. And after all that, it was time for one of my favorite missions in Borderlands 2. Or, sorry, I should say one of my favorite missions in Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep a Wonderland's one-shot adventure. During this mission, Clappy spawns several waves of rooms that you have to fight. I would highly recommend you play this mission on Krieg with a Bloodsplosion build, because you can create a never-ending chain and get a decent chunk of XP. Anyway, we weren't Krieg, so we had to use the build and just hope we survived enough rounds.
Fetch me their souls!
We had some very close calls. I mean, at one point, a broom almost put the stinky on me. Yes, a broom almost humiliated me more than I have ever been. Not gonna lie, I probably would have deleted my channel if that happened to me, so thankfully it didn't. We got about 4 bars of XP for sending all those things to the storage closet in the sky, and we are really close to getting level 25. Another cool thing we got from this mission was our first kite shield. Now, if you haven't played this goofy standalone game, you probably don't know what this is. For some reason, they added a new shield type in this game. If we read the description, it says knocks back melee attackers with a burst of wind. And honestly, they had me sold at knocks back. Also, a burst of wind? Yeah, I don't know about that. I think they were just taking the stinky too literally. The stinky was now streamlined, and I was one step closer to godhood, and I couldn't be happier. Anyway, I started fighting my way towards Greedtooth again in hopes that I would reach level 25 before I got there, and to my luck, the last set of dwarves got me to where I needed to be. They even left some bad guys left over so I could test the new power I held. Finally, at Greedtooth, we jump in for the fight. Not only were we now 1 level over-leveled for this fight, we also had the damage shrine to really secure our win. We grabbed the final rune and thanked Gearbox for putting these teleporters here, because I've already been in this cave for 6 whole hours. Anyway, here's the map with the full route that I took. And now let's add all the extra walking from dying and getting sent backwards. Yikes! Anyway, as if we weren't already barely able to walk, we now had to climb up Hatred's Shadow. On the way up, I talked to Sir Gallo and started another side mission for a little bit of XP. This made it so we had plenty of targets to take on the way up. You know, we had Sir Boyle, Sir Mash, the Darkness, and Sir Stew. We were doing pretty well, and we even got to see our kite shield put in some major work. And we made it to the top with little to no issue. And, well, the one issue we kinda needed didn't show up. And by that, I mean the handsome sorcerer's dragon just didn't show up. I tried to re-enter the area in case I missed the trigger somehow, and I was greeted with this. Yeah, I don't know what kind of cursed shenanigans were going on, but I had a theory. Bro. I know Sir Gallo doesn't count as a player now. So yeah, we went back to finish the mission and also save quit to make sure it wasn't any other glitch and just reclimbed the whole map. And yeah, that didn't work at all. I had one theory in the back of my head from the very start that I thought was so unlikely that I didn't even try it. I thought to myself, there is no way the game is that spaghetti coated, that messed up, that cursed. You would think after all my past encounters with cursed occurrences, I would have learned my lesson and never doubted how scuffed this game is. Welp, here's how I fixed it. The Bane made me too slow to activate the cutscene. Bro! This game is so cursed. I cannot make this stuff up. Why does this always happen? Yeah, I was literally too slow to trigger the fight. And if I had just tested my theory, I would have saved a whole trip back up here. Anyway, the dragon fight was pretty simple. Pretty sure the dragon was focused on Roland most of the time, and the game even gave me baby dragons if I ever needed a second wind, so this was pretty easy. After the dragon was killed off, we made our way to the Lair of Infinite Agony. I know this map is right down there next to Sawtooth Cauldron on the map tier list, but if you account for the name of this place and the challenge I'm doing, you would find that I fit in pretty well. After straight up outplaying this trap by having to pretend like it got me good, we met Simon, who immediately put a curse on us. Like, can you believe the audacity this man has? What does he take me for, a curse dumpster? Aw, fuck. He had us do a bunch of his dirty work, which was fine because that was more combat experience and mission experience at the end of this map. But that's just the thing. I had to get to the end of the map. And well, things just went from, oh my god, this is terrible, to, oh my god, this is terrible. But there's also a giant crusher trap preventing us from continuing on our quest. At first, I was pretty confident that I could just grenade jump through this. But I think the upward movement of the platforms ate the grenade and just made it so it didn't hit me at all. Like a lot of problems in Borderlands, I assumed it was a frame rate issue, so I capped it at 30, and this seemed to help, but I was still not getting the distance I needed. Throughout the run, many people predicted with absolute certainty that this was gonna end the run, and honestly, I didn't appreciate those doubters. Like, bro, did you see what I went through in the last video?
Leave me alone!
If any of you viewers didn't see the last video, there's a good chance you're new here, and in that case, consider subscribing and checking out my other runs if you like the content. It helps out the channel a lot, and I would love to have you in the GASMASK gang. Anyway, yeah, screw these doubters, man. I still had plan B. So we head back to Flamerock Refuge and respec our skill points, this time going for double your fun so that we could throw 2 grenades while gunzerking. After that, we fought back to the Crusher Trap and did some testing, which looked very promising. Even with my confidence now at 100%, our homie Happy Turtle was still doubting me. He was so confident that he even wagered a week-long ban if I succeeded. And let's just say, we didn't hear from him for a while. Grenade jump now. Grenade jump. Grenade scoot, I should say. Grenade Grenade scoot. Grenade scoot. Happy Turtle, say goodbye to everybody. Your seconds are numbered. Any last words, Happy Turtle? Bye-bye, friendos. Doubters and shambles, baby, let's go! After we got through that scary part of the map, we fought our way back to Simon and was presented with a choice. Kill Simon or kill Simon's brother. And since we still needed Simon to remove the curse he put on us or else we'd die in a week, I think the choice was obvious. After killing Simon, we only had one more obstacle in the Layer of Infinite Agony. There goes the masochism talking again, my bad. Anyway, Giant Spider Lady of Anger and Scariness was our next boss we had to tackle. This fight wouldn't be bad if it weren't for one move. No, it's not the floor spiders that I can't dodge. No, it's not the invincibility shield. It's the frickin' life drain move that really biffs up this whole run. Usually, you just have to run away from her, and she can't steal any health from you. And I swear to God, if I have to explain why that isn't an option... Oh, for the love of... What is it, Mick?
Why can't you run away from the...
Because I have the movement options of Flappy Bird! Anyway, our first attempt ended in big tragedy because we were actually really close to getting the kill. Worry not though, I had an absolutely masterful plan. I think Past Me explains it pretty well, so I'll just let him do the talking. Alright, I'm gonna make a tactical decision, guys. I'm supposed to be wrapping up stream right about now and starting dinner. I'm gonna go make some dinner. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna start it. Hey guys, how's it going? I'm back. Actually, my desk is kind of messy. I'm gonna clean it up real quick. Alright, I'm back. You know, actually, I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. And we are going to fight the Sorcerer's Daughter now. You know what? Hold on. Actually, I'm pretty thirsty. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a monster. Alright. We got a monster. Let's kill this thing. We fucking did it. Let's go. That was fucking easy. The final thing in our way was the fight with the handsome sorcerer. Climbing up the tower proved to be pretty difficult. The sheer amount of wizards and dynamite skeletons and oh my gosh, don't even get me started with these things either. Skeleton seer? No I fucking don't, seer. Finally at the top of the tower, we start phase 1 of the fight. We quickly use a slag and shock combo to destroy the sorcerer's shield, and then a slag and fire combo to finish off the first phase. Phase 2 got a little bit tougher. On top of trying to keep the skeletons at bay, I had to make sure to shoot the skull spells out of the air in order to not get downed. Which with the Bane's starting accuracy was relatively hard to do. Even if one of your Banes is at max accuracy, the recoil from a freshly reloaded one just throws everything off. This was all manageable, but phase 3 is where things started to really drag on. Get it? Because he summons drag. The sorcerer was now resistant to fire, and on top of that, this phase also has the biggest health bar out of them all. Our next best option was going back to the slag and shot combo. By this time I was running out of ammo, so I tried to inch my way to the ammo shrines when I could. We were so close, and this challenge was almost over. But you know how these things go. Ooh, he limping. And just like that, now we know. You can beat Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep with only the Bane. Bonus content time, woo! In my other Bane video, I did the Bane side quest as a way of saying goodbye to the run, and I'll do the same here. In this game, you can find the Bane quest in the Mines of Avarice, and oh my god, it turns out you could get a legit level 22 Bane. Anyway, we talked out to the dripped out version of Marcus, found Horace out by the docks, marked McNally in the forest, did a sick grenade jump to get Gar's map and Flame Rock Refuge. I promised this was first try and did not take a full hour to get right, and finally met my demons face to face. And with this, our true final victory has come. Before you go, I just want to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the algorithm a lot. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you emotes and videos a day early. It also helps me get videos out faster for everyone. I will link my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description. And for everyone who is already subbed, I want to thank you again for helping me hit this 50k milestone. I promised to do a Wanderlust only run at 100k subs because I truly despise that weapon. And after that, who knows? I could use the Bane in the other Borderlands game that has it for the 200k special. Anyway, shout out to Instant Gaming for being this channel's first sponsor. Make sure to check the description below and save some money. And also shout out to Mango Soda for this video's thumbnail art. He does commissions and he will also be linked in the description. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Hey guys, just wanted to let you know that I'm partnered with Instant Gaming. More on how you could save money on games later in the video. So a few videos ago, I posted the Sheriff Posse Challenge run, and I got a lot of comments asking why I didn't use the Law and Order combo to make the run even more on theme. Which honestly was a fair question. I literally opened the video like, Pandora's always been a lawless place. But what if we wanted to bring some order to this wasteland of a planet? While that little tease wasn't on purpose, excluding the Law and Order was, because I wanted to make a challenge out of the combo on its own. So here we are. Today we ask, can you beat Borderlands 2 with only the Law and Order? Before we start, let's go over the rules. Or should I say laws? We'll be playing on Overpower 10 Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. If you're new to the game and not sure what that means yet, it just means that everyone has 4 times health, health regen, and they're all 10 levels higher than us. No big deal. Bar will not be allowed for this run, and of course, the Law and Order are the only gun and shield I can use. Shooting the Law is allowed, but we're going to mainly focus on the melee aspect of the combo, cause how do I put this? This thing sucks. Even though it does more damage than the purple rarity non-unique version of itself, the bullets are practically useless. So I'll only be shooting to activate Be Like Water for more melee damage, to kill any enemies I cannot melee, or to get second wins if needed. Spoiler alert, I think that last one only happened twice. For the other gear slots, I'll be using the Vault Hunter Relic as a placeholder and the Legendary Ninja class mod for obvious reasons. This being a Melee Zero run, you might assume I'll be using the Lightning Bolt to strip my shield to get access to that juicy Roy damage. But come on now, when do I ever use meta strats? So instead, I'll be using a Slag Grenade. Yeah, you heard that right. I'll be throwing a Slag Grenade at myself and also be calling it Strategy. Why a Slag Grenade, you ask? Well, 2 reasons. 1, masochism is a hell of a drug, and 2, Zero's kunai are great for applying Deathmark, but the slag chance is very inconsistent. So when I'm using a grape Kool-Aid jammer as a smoke bomb, I'll have another chance at making the bad guys purple before I go in for the kill. Here's a quick peek at my build. I am very confident that this was the best setup I could give myself skill-wise, but I'm probably still going to have people in the comment section tell me I should have spec'd into Money Shot, but whatever. Anyway, let's hop into the run. We start our journey in Liarsburg because UVHM has you skip the whole Claptrap Optometrist appointment section of the game, and we started clearing out Tutorial Town. It's been years since I played Melee Zero, so it took some time to get the setup down. That setup looking a little something like this. First we activate Deception and throw our kunai at the baddie we want to attack. This will apply Deathmark to him and hopefully slag. Then we set up ourselves behind the target so we get the backstab damage boost. And then we wait for the last 2 seconds of Deception before throwing a grenade at ourselves and going for the kill. If we got the kill, Many Must Fall would let us possibly get an extra kill or at least get a decent chunk of damage before we ran off and hid. The timing for this might be a little bit more precise than you think. So when I set up for these runs, I usually make all my gear have matching parts to the manufacturer because, well, aesthetic reasons. But for some reason, the Order Shield cannot spawn with bandit parts. so I opted for Hyperion parts instead. Reason number one for this is because Hyperion parts have the second best stats for special damage, and this being OP10 and all, we kind of need that damage in order to exist. Reason two is that they have the best recharge delay stat out of them all. But GASMASK shield recharge delay is bad for roid shields. Yeah, and? The extra challenge of timing my melee strike in a 1.79 second window was a fun added challenge for this run. And the third reason for this decision was because the order actually uses the Hyperion accessory model instead of the bandit one, so we still got those aesthetic points. Anyway, we cleared out Tutorial Town with one casualty and headed towards Boom Boom. Mobbing along the way was simple enough. After I got rid of all the gun guys, 1v1ing the Ironclad Psychos was a piece of cake. Them being 10 levels higher than me and all meant that one slap would healthgate me instantly, but the Law & Order combo heals us for all melee damage we deal. Quick math says 0 melee build plus OP10 roid boost trying to heal a level 80 0 is just full health on every swing. Yeah, you would not want to be in a slapping contest against 0 in this build. Anyway, after we made it to Boom Boom, we decided to target Boom first, and well, homie just got outplayed. After that, we jumped up on Boom's turret and started his operation. Things weren't looking too good at first, but luckily my trusty operating assistants were there to help. Psycho, scalpel please. After a successful operation, Boom was dislodged from his turret. After a first use of deception, he was one hit away from being finished off thanks to Killing Blow. But this game being made out of spaghetti, he just wasn't taking any damage from melee hits. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with his armor pieces or backpack because scavengers also have this issue, but we managed to shoot him down not too long after this mishap. Boom and Boom both dropped a bonus package, and I thought that was pretty cool because that's never happened to me before. Anyway, we mobbed our way up and made it to the Flint fight. The main issue of this fight was closing the distance and getting close to Flint. And even if we did manage to get close, the amount of enemies shooting at us would leave us very low on shields. And in order to strip our shield without blowing ourselves up entirely, we need at least 85% of our shield left. It also didn't help that Flint would run up to our hologram and spam his AoE slam move, making it practically impossible to get close. So if we wanted to deal significant damage, we had about 5 seconds after throwing out our decoy to close the gap, throw kunai, strip our shield, and land the melee within the small window where we still had roid damage. Which I did. Oh! This is a historic day in GasMask Challenge history. Today, we defeated Captain Flint without any cheese whatsoever. Our next goal was to make it to Sanctuary. To get there, we needed a car, so we stealthily stole one and dripped it out. Our character skin, gun skin, and car skin were all matching, and this boosted our confidence stat by a solid 100%. After that, we found Corporal Reese as he was skillfully fending off hordes of psychos without even breaking a sweat, but we decided to help him anyway. Alright, Reese sent us to go grab this power core. This should be a piece of cake. Oh, look at this clown. He actually fell for it. Get stinky. Oh, wait, no, we needed that power core, didn't we? Guess we could just kill the 20 bandits for Reese while we're here. Well, in that case, now is the perfect time to talk about our partner, Instant Gaming. Instant Gaming is a website that gets you set up with deals on the games you love. I'm willing to bet a good portion of you guys have a huge wish list of games. And from my experience, that wish list can end up being a graveyard. You either have to wait an unknown amount of time to get a deal that might not even be good, cave and end up purchasing a game for full price, or just completely forgetting that game ever existed. That's where Instant Gaming comes in. No waiting for deals, no full price games, and no missing out. It's not just for PC gamers either. They got deals if you're on Xbox, PlayStation, and even Nintendo Switch, so they've got everybody covered. You can see the deals for yourself right now. Just think of a game you've been wanting to play and use the link in the description. And if you like the deal you see and end up making a purchase, just know that on top of saving yourself money, you're also helping the channel a lot. Heck, if you want to take your savings and support even further, make sure to bookmark the link so that your gaming is always instant. Anyway, let's see how the run's going. Oh, it looks like the power core just checked off. Weird. What were we doing again? I don't know, I forget. Let's get out of here. We got back to Sanctuary and did all the not dangerous at all tasks. It's pretty much impossible to die here, so I'll just skip to Frostburn Canyon. As per usual, we just ran through this place, bobbing and weaving through bullets, jumping over spikes, doing some things we aren't very proud of, and doing some things I am very proud of. Oh yeah, I should have specified this earlier, but Zero's execute skill has the stinky property, aka knockback, which if you've watched this video, you would know is my favorite way to deal with bad guys, especially these tanky psychos. The rest of the mobbing was going great. As long as Lilith didn't say her cringe one-liner, everything was gonna be... Okay, Lilith, I'm going to be extra nice one last time. I'm going to let this slide since we're kinda doing a cowboy run, but this is the last time ever, okay? You got that? Thank you. Anyway, after all that, we had to go rescue one of the cool vault hunters. In order to get into the Bloodshot stronghold where Roland was being held, we needed to go to Ellie's and get a new bandit car to sneak in. While fighting the cars with cars is allowed for the run, I usually like fighting them without them, because these guys aren't balanced properly for Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, and I just like the power trip. I mean, just throwing my kunai at them would likely handle the situation on its own. We decked out our new whip and headed towards the Bloodshot Dam, where Bad Ma was already waiting for us. And well, we made pretty quick work of him, honestly. While I was kinda sad that we didn't get to put the stinky on Bad Ma this time around, it was nice seeing the little homies rejoice in their freedom. The stronghold was up next, and the main problem we ran into here was the non-stop onslaught of bullets coming from every angle. Usually the Law and Order's healing can keep us alive in one-on-one fights, but against a horde of crazed marauders, you know, the bandits that run really far away after they down you for some reason, we run into some issues. Here we got our first second wind from an actual bullet. To be fair though, I'm pretty sure they forgot to balance these turrets past normal mode, so literally anything can one-shot it, so it wasn't really that impressive. After struggling through the first part of the map, we made it to the toilet room. And this place is usually the hardest part since the bad guys all have the high ground. But Zero's deception kinda turns the tables in our favor, since we could get some great strategic positioning. Oh! Angry Michael showed up, and well, he just straight up started flying.
What the hell?
It didn't take more than 2 seconds before my brain's prime directive kicked in and I seen my opportunity. Duh. I was so baffled that this man just alley-ooped himself, it somehow triggered my flight reaction. After that, Roland managed to escape his jail cell, but in probably the worst way possible. The blue toaster, known as the Warden, took Roland, and that was a big problem for us. If we don't kill Warden fast enough, he can actually take Roland to the Hyperion Friendship Gulag, where the fight can be even harder. So we needed to make sure we were focused and got this fight done here and now. We fought our way through the chaos and started our fight against Warden with a good amount of confidence, but then things started to take a turn for the worst. The Warden spawned in a super loader that would kill me before I even got to see him. The Warden also has an AoE slam that would launch me far enough to the point where I couldn't make it back and heal in time before my health gate ran out. And all these things just piled up. I died a bunch of times, and the drop barge showed up to take Roland away. But I wasn't gonna let this toaster run so easily. Moments away from losing this fight, I had a Jimmy Neutron brain blast type moment. If I couldn't heal because I couldn't stay close to the Warden, I would just have to make it so I couldn't get knocked back. And thus, a new strat was born. I'm talking about wedging. Using the ramp that is so conveniently placed behind Warden, we can absorb his slam attack and take little to no knockback. This way we could stay close enough to keep our healing up. We even went down close to the end, but Killing Blow came in clutch.
Fuck you guys. Doubters in shambles.
This had chat rioting because there was a prediction going on the outcome of this fight. People seen that the fight was going bad and dropped all their points into the Gulag side and had a major upset because of it. And honestly, it serves them right for doubting me. Let's go, baby. Up next was the train robbery mission, bringing back some more cowboy vibes. We met up with Mordo and Tina, who helped us secure some bombs to blow up said train, and everything went according to plan. And then it was time to fight Wilhelm, which, didn't go according to plan. This fight was actually pretty tough. Getting close to Wilhelm was a big issue because of his knockback spin attack. Gone were the days of sneaking up on a bad guy and pulling a silly little prank on them. On top of that, hitting Wilhelm with melee attacks feels incredibly buggy, almost like it's a 50-50 chance whether or not your melee just whiffs or not. My game plan was pretty much to wait until he started making more shield surveyors and then land a hit then. This was a slower process than I could have hoped for, especially since between hits he would just build up a chunk of his shield to buffer my next hit. A few deaths in, I noticed some conveniently placed health vendors following me around in the arena. Utilizing those gave me a bit more wiggle room when it came to setting up for attacks, and I eventually got him down to killing blow range. And yeah, that skill is really good. After that, we got back to Sanctuary, and we found out that the siren that's been talking to us was actually working for Jack the whole time. Bro, I knew we shouldn't have trusted Lilith, man. Now she kidnapped the whole city. Anyway, after running through the fridge and probably contracting some sort of disease because I had to do a little lifesteal to get through, we made it to the other side and found ourselves a spaghetti monster. I died once here, but after the loaders showed up, they distracted the Thresher so I could line up my shots. Or stabs, I guess. We made it to Overlook, and I was not expecting good things to come out of this place. Mobbing is fine with this build, but it definitely takes some patience, which the beacon definitely doesn't have. I tried my best to hold off the loaders, but the beacon got busted 8 times and became invincible, which is fine and is helpful, but it's also just kind of embarrassing, especially because all of this happened in under 2 minutes. Anyway, yeah, I just kinda had to brute force through all the loaders and constructors until the fast travel landed and I could run away. Our next stop was the Preserve. After wounding the loaders, we infiltrated the Preserve and joined on the Stalkers vs. Loaders chaos. Here I stuck to the shadows, waiting for my time to strike. But I obviously didn't know when that was because I was getting rolled. And oh boy, was I not ready for the boss at the end of this mobbing section. Like bro, I was genuinely surprised when I took him out first try. Yeah, I'm not sure why this was so easy. The bull loaders were way more of a threat, honestly. Anyway, we started fighting the loot homies and also started getting bodied again. The warloader loot dudes have an AoE slam. Jeez, man, this is like a recurring issue, isn't it? Anyway, we died a few times, but we started using wedging strats and eventually got them all. And they didn't drop anything cool. After petting some puppies and experiencing the most unsatisfying thing ever, we made it to the Bloodwing fight. Early testing showed that this fight could be doable. I just had to wait for the Skags to be released because Bloodwing usually lands when they come out, and then just go to town swinging. A few mishaps in, Bloodwing adapted and decided to, well, stop landing. I'm pretty sure I waited for a good half hour for it to land, and I just didn't think it was gonna happen. And instead of resetting the map, I just dealt with it and brought the fight to her. Yeah, so the new plan was to wait for her to do her stationary fire breath attack, flank around, and go in for a hit. Eventually we got through fire phase and she started landing again. Shortly after she reached corrosive phase, the stars aligned and we got a satisfying finisher. I don't really have revives, so this is kind of scary. Scary? What was I even saying? This brought our rivalry score to 6-4. Let's go, we got a few buffer points, let's try and keep them. After bodying the bird, we had to go recruit our next homie, Brick. On the way there, we found Face McShooty, and sadly, we can't slice his face off and have it count for the mission, so we were gonna have to snipe him later. Anyway, we started Brick's initiation and died immediately, but that didn't stop this ninja cowboy from summoning a Godliath for some extra challenge. And that's all of them. Wait, why isn't the cutscene triggering? Oh wait, silly me, I really forgot about this guy. I really can't believe I almost forgot about Back McStabby, bro. What the heck is wrong with me? Anyway, we started clearing out loaders with our homie Brick, and after the first wave, we came back to deal with the sarcastic slab. Using the knockback property of Execute, we slowly but surely pushed him over to this cliff for hopefully obvious reasons. Since we're playing as Zero, I wrote a little haiku in honor of this moment. He was near a cliff. I put the stinky on him. R.I.P. bozo. Anyway, yeah, Brick and I were styling on these loaders. We even got the good luck Brick Stinky. We secured our final homie in the roster by finishing off the super loader, and there was one more task before the big bunker raid. That would be the Jack Doppelganger assassination job. A quick hit job here would be pretty cool, and since we're kinda built for this exact type of job, I thought it'd be fun to see how fast we could get in and out of here. So I threw up the speedrun clock and started some attempts. After a few tries of dying before I even got to Jack, I managed to line up a clean stealthy kill and started rushing to the info kiosks. We made ourselves a pocket watch and made it out of there in just under 3 minutes. You know, I really needed some stealth combat gameplay in my life, and this run is hitting the spot. Never mind, I just realized the bunker was up next. The climb up to the bunker proved to have a few challenges. Problem number 1 was this death wall that I couldn't get past. Mainly because I'm a bozo and forgot to tell Claptrap to pull up to the function. After I got that situated, the real first challenge was this toaster. In order to get past this guy, I first ran up and threw my decoy to the left of it so it would face the door. And after that, I could use my runaway prankster strats to whittle down the health bar. After a few attempts, we got lucky and had a low level one, so we were able to finish it off even though we went down. Up next were the baby turrets. Now, I want to say Execute helped us destroy these guys by letting us dash up towards them, but in reality, I think Infinite Vertical Melee was the real culprit. On the way up to the Super Toaster, we found another bonus package, making that our third one for the run. Is this a sign that we should do a bonus package only run? No, of course not. It's just pure coincidence. Don't be silly. Anyway, the big toaster got me a few times before I realized I have Boar, which allowed me to destroy a good chunk of the constructor's health by shooting the side turrets off. This also got us our second win with a bullet, while also putting the constructor within killing blow range. The last thing before the bunker was Face McShooty. Ahem. Face McShooty? I said Face McShoot. Oh, here we go. Anyway, Zero, being the skilled assassin he is, also imbued with the true spirit of the West, took aim and easily got the headshot first try after 40 warm-up shots. At the bunker, we start taking out the turrets. Most of these guys were pretty simple to fight, but 5 of them were a bit tricky. First off, 2 of them required the infinite vertical melee that this game has in order to take them out, and another 2 just couldn't be meleeed. There's an invisible wall right here that prevents me from getting close enough to destroy these things. I even tried to grenade jump over it, and that didn't work either. So for the first time in this run, we actually had to shoot something for the kill, which is, yeah, kinda lame. But if we're being fair, it's a whole lot harder since this thing sucks for bullet damage. I'm pretty sure they would out-heal my DPS if I didn't have them slagged, so yeah, this was definitely harder than just smacking them a few times. The final turret could be meleeed though, but at a cost. Since this thing is straight up hanging over the void, I just had to make sure I could kill it before I hit the death barrier, which happened a few times. Execute is great, but sometimes you just slip right past your target and fly in some random unfortunate direction. Anyway, I think I was messing up because I kept missing the roid damage window, but ended up one-shotting it in the end. It was now time for the bunker fight. The bunker, being airborne and constantly hovering over a death pit, meant that melee combat was a pretty bad idea. So, the best thing we could do was just use Boar. But that's boring. You're watching this video, and that means you've seen the thumbnail, so you could probably guess where this is going. If you can't tell, this strat was incredibly risky. If I didn't miss the bunker and managed to actually land on top of him, I would be in a constant state of bouncing, and would have to focus on micro movements in order to not fall off. We also rarely had roid damage up here, so the process was also very slow. After the bunker had enough, he would just kind of shake us off, and that was honestly the scariest part. I'm pretty sure this would stress anyone out, knowing that at any moment, this could happen.
Parasite, you jinxed it, dude. Why is everybody jinxing it, dude?
That was truly a heartbreaking death, but I wasn't going to let it deter me. I was determined to not take the boring way out. When a cowboy falls off the bull, do you think they just give up and forget about it? No way. They get back on the saddle and keep going, and when they inevitably fall off again, they learn how to land.
Oh god. No, not this again. Someone find a loader. Okay. Right there. Right there.
Yeah, that's right. The cowboy keeps going until the job is done. After over an hour of this cycle, the bunker reached killing blow range, and victory was in our sight. We set ourselves up under the bunker, and we castrated this raging mechanical bull. After partaking in some cowboy caviar, we started the fight down in Angelport. Things were going relatively well down here. Loaders aren't exactly the best at running away from you. As long as I went down close enough to them, I could get a second win. To help ensure this, I started jumping at them. This way, if I did go down before I got to them, I would keep getting closer instead of just stopping in my tracks. After that adaptation, the rest of Angel Core went smooth. Lilith, you fucking piece of shit. I swear to God, I hope... Hey guys, sorry about that. My lawyer said I should not include that in the video, so I just had to take that out real quick. Anyway, Roland ended up dying. I tried to give him a new shield, but homie just didn't listen. After that, Jack kidnapped the giraffe, and Mordecai suspected he was taking her to the vault. I would have guessed the wildlife exploitation preserve, but we'll just go with Mordecai's plan, I guess. I'm just following orders. So we headed to Sawtooth Cauldron. The ambush commanders here reminded me a lot of Badma, which also reminded me of my regret, so it took it out on them appropriately. After that, we hit the conveyor skip using one of the Gravedigger's grenades, and that felt pretty cool. We blew up Boombringer and also murdered its pilot, and then made our way up to a tough part of the run. You see, we had to destroy some buzzards up here. If at this point you're still not sure why this is an issue, let me ask you this. Have you ever tried to box a helicopter? If the answer is yes, are you okay? And if the answer is no, yeah, me neither, because it just wouldn't work. Zero is also way cooler than your average person, and he still had trouble fighting these things. So how did we deal with these things, you might ask? Well, each kill went a little something like this. Yeah, if I wanted a chance at taking these things out, I needed to get them right as they were taking off. And descending the tower to get them to despawn and respawn was the best way of doing so. It took about an hour, but we managed to get all 5 buzzards and steal the bombs we needed to get to the boneyard. Everything here went as usual. We got away from the bad guys at the first pumping station, died to the sergeant loaders in the second one, almost had our car blown up at the third, and then rammed that same car into a pipe and end up in the Arid Nexus Badlands. Now, I could just run through this area, but I seen Saturn, and I thought, yeah, I could take him. Okay, maybe not in a fist fight alone, but I had some ideas. I started shooting at his turrets and letting Boar deal some damage. I wasn't completely killing the turrets off with this, so I was able to keep boring them by letting them heal a bit in between shots. This also staggered Saturn every time, and it felt very weird being able to bully him around like this. After I got him low enough, I figured I'd go for his Achilles heel and deliver the finishing blow. The only other thing I had to worry about here was the big toaster, but I ended up killing that thing on accident by barring both turrets at once. Anyway, we got our info and made our way to the claptrap door. The culmination of all the mobbing practice I've had throughout the run was going to be shown in this fight. Oh, never mind, I died to my own grenade on the first loader. Neat. Real talk though, the mobbing here is pretty simple. A little too simple if you ask me, because almost every surveyor decided to just start bugging out, making them super easy to kill. On the other hand, I kept blowing myself up by meleeing hot loaders. These things will always explode after they die, and when everything is blue thanks to deception, all the loaders start looking the same. And then it turns into a fun game of, am I attacking a robot or a propane tank covered in landmines? Guess we'll have to find out. I tried to use this to my advantage by targeting the hot loaders first, using their explosion to reset the 1.79 second delay on my shield, and go for a more consistent second kill, which felt pretty cool. After all those loaders were dealt with, we were able to sprint through Hero's Pass, avoiding all the unnecessary combat, and finally start our fight with Jack. I had some trouble with this fight at first. The entire run, I never realized that you only get healing from melee damage if you deal damage directly to the enemy's health bar, so Jack's shield was holding us back a bit. That issue is easily fixed compared to our next problem. You see, Jack has a number of advantages in this fight. First off, he has some very strong health regen, meaning our kill was going to need to be quick. This comboed with his ability to literally teleport away and spawn an invincibility shield drone makes it very hard to pull off a quick kill. And to top it all off, Jack is extremely hard to slag, meaning if we executed our setup perfectly, no pun intended, it was still up to chance. During our first attempt, we got lucky with slag and found out how much damage we could do in one hit to his health bar. This wasn't going to be a one-hit kill, but we could for sure get him down to killing blow range and finish him off. So what happened here, you might ask? Well, he cheated. I was literally 1/3 of a second away from finishing this guy off first freaking try, and he just leaves. And after that, things just started falling apart. Jack managed to keep getting more and more shield surveyors, which were kinda hard to kill because they moved around so awkwardly. At first I thought I was just whiffing a lot of hits, but I found out that landing a hit on this specific surveyor doesn't end your deception for some reason, and you could just get big damage at no cost. Learning this, I got used to landing consecutive hits on it and destroying it quickly. At this point, I had been playing for a while, and after several deaths, I decided to continue the next day.
What's the likelihood you're gonna do this the first time?
The first try?
Yeah.
1 in 20, please. I'm gonna be surprised if this works, honestly. Alyssa, I did it first try! Well, I guess that just leaves the warrior now. This final boss was definitely a worthy one. The fight was nothing but back-to-back constant risk-taking. Getting close enough to the warrior to melee him also meant I was in the worst possible spot if the warrior decided to do a slam attack. On top of this, if a Crystalisk, Rack, or the warrior somehow landed a hit on me right before I tried to strip my shield, the whole attempt would just be lost. I had some strategies to combat these issues. First off, I made sure to always know where the nearest Crystalisk was in case I needed some quick health and or a second win. I would utilize the wedging strat we learned earlier to maximize damage when the warrior was in this spot, and use this bridge to stop us from flying when he was in the other two spots. Our first attempt made it pretty far before we lost to our own mistake. Usually breaking all the crystals on a Crystalisk would be enough to kill it, but since I let this one live for so long, it managed to regen enough health to survive having all its crystals broken. If this happens, the only way to kill is if you have enough explosive damage, which we didn't. Attempt number 2 also ended pretty far into the fight. But just like before, we kept hopping on that bull, learning every time. After 20 minutes of fighting in our third attempt, we managed to get him down to killing blow range, and victory was in our sight. We landed one last power move and finished him off with one final blow to the heart. Which means, you can beat Borderlands 2 with only the Law and Order. Bonus content time, woo! So Jack might be dead, but there's still a lot of crime on this planet, so our work isn't done yet. We're going to investigate the 2 sanctuary crimes and also go take down the outlaw Nisha. First off, let's talk about the gutter quadruplets. If you're impatient like me, you probably figured out who did the crime by accusing someone, and if you were wrong, just saying, oh well, guess I'll try again in the next playthrough. But today I actually wanted to crack this case. Talking to Marshall Friedman, Moxie, and Zed, we found out the murder was from a single bullet. He has a shield and took some damage, but then Zed patched him up good as new. So the one who has a sniper, shield, and full health is the only person who could have done this crime. Case closed. Let's move over to the other case in Sanctuary, where we gotta find out who stole the cash from their homies. Marshall Friedman told us that only one of these guys will tell the truth and the other 3 are liars, and using that info, we can easily find out who took the money. Jim pretty much said it wasn't me, Lindy says Sam took the cash, Sam said it was O'Cantler, and O'Cantler just says Sam's full of crap. That last one was actually verbatim too. So if we factor in our 3 liars and 1, truther rule, we can quickly find our answer. Sam and O'Cantler's responses both contradict each other, so we can deduce that one of them have to be telling the truth. And in either case, that would make Jim a liar, meaning his response of I didn't do it is proof of his thievery. So yeah, you could solve the case in this convoluted way, or you could just look at Jim's back and see that the money is literally right there. Anyway, let's move on to Lynchwood and Nisha. The first mission here was pretty easy. We pressed a few buttons and then a train blew up, so that was pretty cool. And after that, we put the Stinky on Mad Dog while also managing to keep the dynamite from falling off this time. And then we robbed Nisha's bank and set off to hide all the money. Oh boy, I sure hope Nisha doesn't sick her posse on me. Oh my god! After all that, Nisha was mad, and now she wanted to challenge us to a pistol showdown to see who came out on top. But honestly, screw all that noise. Before you go, I just wanted to say thank you so much for making it this far into the video. If you want to support the channel, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Doing all that helps with the YouTube algorithm and helps the channel grow. If you want to support the channel more directly, consider becoming a channel member. 99 cents gets you emotes and videos a day early, and also helps me get videos out earlier for everybody. could also check out my link in the description to Instant Gaming. I am partnered with them and they have some great video game deals over there, so definitely go check them out and save some money. I'll leave my Discord and Twitch channel where I stream these runs live in the description as well. And last but not least, I wanted to give a shout out to our thumbnail artist, Mango Soda. They do commissions and will also be linked below. But until next time, breathe easy, homies. Today's video is sponsored by Instant Gaming. More on how you could save money on video games later in the video. So on my channel, I usually explore the viability of cursed, low tier, and just downright bad gear in endgame Borderlands.
Is Omar using psychic powers, huh? What? Happy Friday, everybody. Good morning. Chat. Sub 14, the subathon is ending. Edger's gonna edge Tempe. It's almost over. It ain't over till it's over. I don't know what kind of freaky edgers are hiding in the mist.
Welcome to the gang.
Hello, mistake. Yo! Fancy with the sub! Oh, the subathon goes on. Over 14 hours, we ain't stopping today. And then me win, and win it, and then with the, and then, what is it? Me win it, well,
Ooh wee.
that didn't hurt at all. Busy, thank you for the community gifted sub again. Appreciate that, homie. Alright, guys. Yeah, you know what the fuck is going on. Yeah, you know what the fuck is going on. Yeah, you know what the fuck is going on. Well, I probably should sleep for another hour so I'm not tired all day. But, I don't know. Chat, what do I do? Yeah, that's true, Queen Knight. True. God, Queen Knight, why you gotta be right? Man. Oh, look at this dude. Only 14 hours to go. Yeah, you're funny, Anderson. You're funny.
Big Daddy Pheromones, Big Daddy Pheromones, Big Daddy Pheromones.
Rise up, gamers! Ri-
Okay. You already know what the fuck is going on. You already know what the fuck is going on. You already know what the fuck is going on. Today, another victory video games. What is going on? I gotta poop. Oh no, Panda. Oh no. Yo, what should we do today, chat? Yeah, Queen Eight's getting arrested. Jail.
Olive Blatcher makes Snoop's fluffer. Man, why you guys gotta make the poll tie? Fine. 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 You guys say 2 votes for Borderlands 2. 2 votes for Borderlands 4. Whatever. Fine. Fine. You know what? Yeah, fine. Fine. You know what? Good idea, even. It's treating me good, Munkle. Yes, Alejandro, that is what I am doing right now. This guy spawns a lot of these mimics, so it's a good way to get kills as I'm doing bossing. And it's also a good way to kill some order enemy types for challenges. Oh. No. No. No, the tabbing is awful. Gulp. Hello, Nintendo. Yes, I'm playing both right now.
Welcome to the gang.
Baby Leroy with the 5 gifted subs. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Edge was gonna edge. I told you, chat. Edge was gonna edge. I told you the edges are gonna edge, chat. I got you, Astolfo. I got you. There you go. I got you, homie.
Welcome, customer. Thanks for the scratch. May it help you kill many things. Come back and... Vaults must be easy to hunt since they can't move. I can barely grapple with you.
5 subs ain't that much. You're fine. Ah. I mean, it's still a good chunk. I appreciate that. Appreciate you, homie. Wait, that's sick, Captain Panda. Wait, that's actually sick. Get me back in the game. Alright, I'm having this issue when I'm jumping between the games, right? My issue is that when I'm in BL4, I can move my mouse to the right and it shows up over on my OBS, but still does this. Does anyone know how to fix that? Any computer nerds know how to fix that? Has to do with full screen options, I'm quite sure. Yeah, cause like I got this, but Shift says I have it though. What the hell? That's weird. In full screen, you can't leave the border of the game where the borderless window it can. I have them set I have them both set to windowed full screen.
They're both set to windowed full screen. Should I change them? I don't think it's too OP, nor. Yeah, so are you saying I should change them to windowed?
If you ever need to talk, I'm here.
Windowed still does it. Unless both games need to be like that. They both need to be full screen? It's still doing it. My mouse is still showing up on my left monitor. What was the patch reveal for? Performance. Still the hell. Yeah, and they're both in... Yeah, and the tab outs are awful. Oh no. Wait. What if I unpause this and then go to BL4? Nope, still does it. Wait, this is kind of sick. Wait, this is sick. Wait. Wait, that's kind of sick. Happy Panda. That's actually super sick. Itchy.
I spy with your little eye.
It still does it. You guys see that? You see my mouse over there? Let me put these both in windowed mode. We just straight up minimize it. Yeah, it's so weird. My mouse is still just hidden back there. Worst case scenario, you could always pick up a controller. I don't know if I can do controller on BL4. I will start tweaking. Is it only when you have both games open? Yeah, I think so. Because like it's playable, but sometimes I like click on something outside of the stream. I'd go get toenail surgery. Why? It's fine as long as I always just look to the right anytime I want to turn. And I just train them like this. You beat Borderlands 4 without a controller, without tweaking. Oh, brother, dude. Hi, Narwhal. Is this BL8, bro? Bro, if you don't learn math right now, bro. Borderlands the post sequel. Yes, GG Nor. Buddy had a system. Someone found a system for Spuddy to do that. I eventually want to play Borderlands 2 and Borderlands the pre-sequel at the same time, where the same controller controls both. I do have a list of runs I want to do. Have you had your daily prescribed Monster yet? I'm not drinking Monster no more. But thank you for reminding me about getting my gamer sub. Alright, chat, what flavor are we doing today? Hello, Joe Beefalo. Joe Beefalo. Wait, why is that kind of a fun name to say? Hold up. They really got you that hard. Hey, I know when something's good. I know when something's good. What flavor am I doing? You know what, screw it, it's been a while. Lemon limeade. Brand risk, I got you. Fine. Deal. Deal. You persuaded me. Joe Beefalo. Wait, what? No, Loki, why is that such a fun name to say? Top 10 funnest names to say right there. Joe Beefalo and John Beefalo shows up. Oh my god, this fucking drink, bro. Gimme. Is Joe Beefalo or Swiggity Swarker more fun to say? Joe Beefalo got some heft to it. Swiggity Swarker, that you don't mess up Joe Beefalo. If you say Swiggity Swarker, there's like a 10% chance you stutter, and that's annoying.
Deploying sentry.
First law disabled.
Joe Beefalo it is. And then, hey, if we want to shorten it even more, Joe Beef. Bro, solid name. It don't get much more solid than that. It do not get much more solid than that. Chat, I wonder if TX is playing Borderlands with me today. Got Jacob that deals damage to enemies reduced by 15. Yeah, that's a good knife. People are looking for the one that has the 15% more damage, but also instead of the enemies dealing less damage to you, there's a part that you can get that makes it so all damage you deal to them is also a critical. Oh, thank you.
Let's just get this out of the way. Yes, most of the merchandise was ripped from the hands of dead adventurers.
I'm choking on gamer subs. Hashtag ad. Kinky.
Get a reload.
Oops.
I see what your plan is. This one's reloading just means you're doing your job. Always use protection. Here today, go tomorrow.
How many guys do you think spent farming these guys? These guys, not very long. I just started this the other day. Maybe a couple? Let's see how the challenges are looking. Missions, challenges, character. We're at 299 fucking Apophis Lance ones. Then for enemies... we need another 400 engines and another 300 armatures. And then those are all done. Chat, I gotta show you this one. Where was it? This one was... There's a challenge in here that was so funny.
Look at the name of this challenge, bro. Ammo maxing storage pilled inventory cell.
I need to shut up. My bank is full of guns I won't sell. I need to get rid of some of my stuff in the bank. No way you just tabbed into BL2? Yeah, read the title. Got it. Chat, where did we leave off on Athena, Jacob's Athena? Where did we leave off on that? Was I trying to do the badass round? Is that what I was trying to do? Was I trying to do the badass round? I don't know. Should I test if my computer can handle it?
Let's just get this out of the way. Yes, most of my merchandise was ripped from the hands of dead adventurers.
Got some quicksilver to quiet down.
Nothing wrong with needing more ammo.
These order types just don't bleed right, you know?
Ammo means more fun. Someone has the zoomies. Get 'em. Up close and definitely personal. They'll all lose to you, champ.
See that? That's a little bit about marksmanship. Might give it a try next time. Danger close! Order holdouts ready to engage!
Oh no, Randy removed the optimization patch? What?
You're so impressive.
Am I the only one experiencing lag? No. Okay, yeah, it's whatever game's not the primary gets this thing. I am not playing TPS like this. I am not going to be able to play TPS if I have to do the weird tab out thing each time.
You won't find better merchandise anywhere else. I made sure of that.
I just try to do the movement tech jump.
Look at stream? What's up with the stream? Is the stream bad? Try BL1. Is the stream bad? Is the stream bad? Stream froze. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Are we good?
Someone has the zoomies.
11.5. Should I play Bonderlands? Or Wonderlands? Old and new Tales from the Bonderlands 11.5, the pre-sequel. Legends. Online. The board game. Yahtzee.
No Borderlands impact, bro. No. Guys, hop on BBB. I'm gonna delete you guys.
You should have a home.
I'll be right back.
Vaults must be easy to hunt since they can't move.
As a military man, I'm used to a little waiting. But I got my limits.
Who loves the jokes this gun keeps telling me?
Want to meet my girlfriend?
No, that's gonna kill me, isn't it? No, we're good. I think Gas needs to restart the stream. Can you guys not see me right now? Is the stream not doing okay right now? The stream looks fine on my end. Is it working now, guys? It is better now? Okay, good.
A fantastic day for capitalism. Thanks for the stretch. Nothing like a good sale. Pleasure doing business.
You make sure this is the same stream. Make sure the YouTube VOD didn't flip or something. Oh no, guys.
If I had the ability to beam a thought into a man's head right now, I would go directly to Randy Pitchford's noggin and try desperately to urge him to stop. This is a message directly to Randy. If you are not Randy Pitchford, disregard the following sentence. Put down your phone, I say as I shake him by the shoulders. Oh my god. I have clowned on this goofball for years. Randy Pitchford, I think, is one of the game industry clowns that is always able to somehow
Do you think he
make
likes the game,
himself look
chat?
like a fool and damage the,
I'm gonna bet
the company he represents.
Penguin thinks the game is
And
just
this
fine.
has gotta
I bet
be
he
the
gives it
best
like a
example.
7 out of 10 if he had
Borderlands
to.
4 came out, and it is
Did I call him
genuinely
Penguins?
better
Because I
than
just read his
Borderlands
fucking
3. Most
YouTube
people
name.
are happy with it.
I bet Moist
I'm
gives
actually
this like a
pleasantly
6 or a
surprised by it. I'm
7.
not the biggest Borderlands fan, but this one is definitely an upgrade. But it does have a problem: performance. There are tons of reports from numerous
surprised.
players citing that their performance has been lackluster with a lot of problems. It is a widespread issue that's been reported many, many times.
I don't want to be a reaction streamer and steal content because I feel like I'd get too locked into the video and not say much, so I'm not going to watch the full thing, but I just wanted to hear that basic part. But true, bro, true. What the hell is start Johning on the bingo list? Johning is a Smash Bros term for, like, you blame everything except yourself for why you lose, right? Like, if I die to Hyperius and I say, like, oh, it's because the sun was in my eyes, or, like, my face was itchy or something, that's Johning. Like, you're just making up excuses on why you lost type of deal. Poor John, yeah, I mean, it literally stemmed from a guy named John that just kept doing it. Oh my god. Are we good? Are we good? I got super distracted by the Moist critical video. Hold on, I gotta make sure the stream didn't reset. All right, we gotta stop Borderlands maxing, guys. Let me get this kill. Alright, there we go. The stream should be better now. Okay, go live. Let's see. Is this working? Alright, it's working. Good. Let's just throw something absolutely diabolical on the screen. Hmm. Something text-wise, Zero. I'm trying to figure out what something fun you put on screen. Put some absolute rage bait on it, on the... We gotta put some absolute... Something funny. Something funny. We'll think of something. What? I do not know.
It's a fine day, full of opportunity. You're my millionth customer. Don't let it go to your head.
I think the fall off.
Alyssa's already seen Borderlands 4 fell off.
Well, I mean, like the first 3 days, I had like easily 125,000 views, and like I usually just see it come around 10 to 20 now in terms of total viewers.
Yeah.
So I would say if you went from 120 to losing nearly 100,000 concurrent viewers on Twitch, that seems like a bit of a fall off for me already.
Yo, Happy Panda loves the blowhole blast. Let's go.
It can also just be people already played through the story, which is what most of them were probably there for, and already moved on to the next thing.
Yeah.
One thing I find kind of interesting though is if people find a game too easy, why don't they just give themselves worse gear?
That's what I do.
Because I see a lot of people complain about games being too easy. I've seen somebody do Elden Ring with nothing.
Yeah.
Like, you can give yourself a learning curve of whatever you like.
Alright, we'll try the poll again. We'll try the poll again.
Although it does make me also wonder if maybe some of the like negative PR and everybody just assuming it can't run on their like system also maybe kind of like soured it for a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah. Moist just posted a video about Brandy's shenanigans.
That's all he did. I don't think he's actually like
Programming.
stuff with the game in a while. He's like voice acting and writing a script.
Yeah.
It'd like I don't know. It'd be one thing if he like worked on it. He was like hands on, right? Like, okay, so maybe you would know how its guts were.
When you think murder, think Marcus Munitions.
Because we're starving. But like, I'm not even really sure how much just like a level designer knows about optimizing the game.
Poll is rigged. Pay up, bro. Pay up.
It's killing time!
Should we run it back?
Well, the whole style was one where you failed. And I've like literally like went against 10 people before and just shoved points into stuff and won. Like GamerStop flavors, I've thrown like 500 points into the void just to like counteract.
Fine, we'll redo it.
So unless you're just doing it for like the sillies, or do you actually want to know?
No, I want to know. I want to know. Start poll. Because I could go with both. I could go with both. I would have a better answer for myself if I knew if TX was playing today or not, but he now respond.
Why don't you play by
I have been.
Why don't you just 100% by yourself?
I mean, I probably would. But
Wah wah wah. Big stretch. I didn't even know that was a power challenge here. Can I get my coins back then? I'm be honest, I don't think I can get your coins back, no. I hate to be that guy, but no, I don't think. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't think you can. Scammer gets scammed. Scammer gets scammed. People see BL2, so they want BL2. Okay.
Let's get to killing, sweetheart.
Look at what? Happy Panda's bingo? Yeah, I did it last night. Yeah. God, dude. BL2 it is for now. I'm trying to get the 1 in 300 actualizer for the mean BB.
Wow.
Feeling overburdened by money. Nothing like a good sale. Tell your friend, Marcus Munition.
Yeah, that one, the Sulfo, that one.
Would you look at that?
The non-elemental E-Tech Hyperion pistol gas. Only from Butt Stallion.
High quality, low price, and no questions asked. A pleasure as always. Two words, my friend. No refunds. Don't have too much fun.
In BL4, if you have a shiny weapon and show it to another player, the weapon loses its shiny status. They fixed that. Well, it doesn't. So it loses its shiny status, but the person who found it can still put the skin on the gun. So, like, I found the Lucky Clover last night, and it was a shiny, and when I picked it up, it already had the skin on it. I could take the skin off, but when you pick up, let's say, the Lucky Clover, you unlock the Lucky Clover
having that skin as an option. So if you farm another Lucky Clover, you could just put that on any Lucky Clover after you've unlocked it. They're called Phosphines. Oh yeah, listen, did you see that? I got one of the shiny weapons. There's a rare chance that a weapon just comes with like a shiny skin. It's like a shiny Pokemon type thing. And I was farming a guy, right? And he dropped it. It wasn't even one of his drops. So it was a world drop. It was a shiny. And it just happened to be specifically the gun called the Lucky Clover. I was like, what the heck? Yeah, it's legendary only. Yeah, there's 69 of them to find. I don't like that it unlocks the skin for every gun. It doesn't do that. It only unlocks it for the gun you find. What? Yeah, you probably won't unless you fight the bosses over and over. To get the legendary. I don't know.
Chew 'em up, honey.
But I feel like once the save editor comes out,
I mean, it's just not something you like to do. It's totally understandable.
it's like when I played Skyrim, a lot of the games would give me money, but I didn't see the point.
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, it's not everybody's cup of tea. You're never making progress. You're either farming or you got the drop. I don't know. You just hope. Have fun along the way. Be goofy. I don't know. I literally started a whole lore about...
I mean, like, I'm just like a person, like a normal person, like not doing anything wrong.
Hope. I don't know. Some people just get like a rewarding feeling at the end. I do not believe you are one of those people, so. Yeah. Gambling, yeah. Good analogy.
So it's free gambling.
Yeah.
I feel like the progression's kind of like that. It's like, well, I just did win it.
Yeah.
Let's do it again.
Okay, so yeah, so you don't unlock it for every weapon. It only unlocks for that specific weapon. I got a shiny Lucky Clover. Every Lucky Clover I get from now on, I can go to customization and put it on that. There already is a BL4 save editor. Wait, there is? They already have one? Or was that a question?
So I was in Texas, I didn't see anything, but I mean, they certainly could have did something on GitHub.
Nice try, Camera. I'll be right back. I'm using the back.
No, 16 hours ago. Two days ago. TX says he wants to play BL4. What? TX is in the chat. He says he wants to play BL4.
Alright, TX, we'll play.
But no, yeah, they have a full-blown save editor as well as a way to like edit your guns. Yep, yep. You can edit the stats. You can edit, yep. Alright, I've changed my mind. I see less of a point now. Obviously, I'm not sure how like effective it is, but if it's already updates, and it seems like they're probably like really on it.
Alright, TX. Let's finish up that hundo. Oh my gosh, you know, TX? You know, I won't even say it. I won't even say it. I won't even say it.
What?
Well, we have a save editor now, I guess. That's cool. I'll have to learn how to use that later.
I mean, I'm not sure how overly developed it is. Like, I don't know how good the UI is on it or anything. It might be more like.
Can this game close, bro? La 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 la. Alright, well, TX, I'm so glad you decided to hunt down all the shinies with me and get 700 specialization rank all on one character. No, just kidding. TX, did you see I got a shiny? Pretty sick. If I do say so myself. Gang signs? No, that's Beast Boy holding up 4 fingers meme. No, you're mean, bro. Is that voice on the gun the doll guy? No, I don't think so. It might be. It also kind of sounds like Marcus sometimes. Like Marcus trying to do an accent. What?
Yo, the new mouse pad. What? Yep.
Gang, gang. What's your opinion on BL4? 9 out of 10 game. Very good game. Contender to be favorite or second favorite. Do you like corn dogs? Not really.
Oh yeah, see? Good thing I brought my dancing shoes.
What a great affair.
Wait. So. On reload, with regular license parts, gain up to 25% damage based on the amount of spare ammo for the currently equipped gun. Never mind. Cool. Was your previous second BL3 or BL1? The pre-sequel. It was the pre-sequel. It went BL2, the pre-sequel, Tina standalone game as top 3. What shield are you using? I am using the Super Soldier. I really like the Super Soldier. I'm gonna be honest. The Super Soldier, crazy shield. Crazy shield. It gives you just movement speed, which is just super nice and fun. The fire rate's also nice. And the ammo regen. This is just like an overall just good shield. I happen to get a plus 50% capacity part on it, which is sick. So, where'd you get the Super Shoulder? I believe it is Vile Lictor that drops it. That thing's beefy, yeah. I'm not playing with the most optimal build. I'm using this gun right now because it counts as every gun, and I'm trying to get the challenges for like kills with SMGs, pistols, and everything. This unique gun's gimmick is that it's literally counted as sniper, SMG, pistol, everything. And I'm farming this boss specifically because he spawns these clones often, which count as kills, which are helpful for getting my 1,000 whatchamacallit kills, Apophis Lance kills, and also helpful for getting like order kills for that challenge for engines and armatures. This guy's jokes, though. This guy's jokes. I've probably heard each one like 18 times. The poll was a lie. Well, TX is hopping on, so yeah.
Someone has the zoomies.
We've got company! Order, soldier, spotted! Never saw it coming! Get out!
More than a tingle. Let's go. Whatever that one is.
Alright,
there he is.
I expect this to be another like 13-hour grind sesh to get this complete.
We got that. We got that.
Hi, Glurdo. Thank you for the super dash tech.
Thank you for the Glurdo. Thank you for the Glurdo.
Hey, good luck, Strawberry. You've been talking about that for like a while.
If you join, you might get a drop before I kill this guy. There we go.
Yeah,
Nice.
Zephyr, Yas has like a top-of-the-line PC, and he has to play lowest settings, frame gen set to max. It's really rough.
Hey, I'm getting like 300 frames sometimes now, though, with the new patch.
Well, that's good. The new patch, I'm pretty sure, hurt my performance and a bunch of other people online.
No!
So that's good.
Tragedy.
Yes. I forgot how good it felt to play off host.
You want to host today?
No. No, I don't want to hear you complain about it.
I want to see how it feels with Rafa, because if off host feels fine with Rafa and it's literally just Amon, like, bro.
I wonder if that would kill the map progress though.
Oh, probably.
Although I
True.
know it's on everyone. I've seen so many posts about it recently.
Yeah.
Are we farming for something in particular, or were you just killing stuff?
I was just killing stuff. This guy spawns clones that count as like little order guys, and they're easy to kill with shock damage. So I was farming order kills, armature kills, engine kills, and Apophis Lance kills. Well, we can get out of here. Alright. Let's get it. The blowhole plowed and proud. Damn, this gonna be a combo.
We had that mob mission to do, right?
Yeah. I think you literally just stopped the fast travel to go there.
Oh, my bad.
Oopsie.
Schmep, I appreciate that you've been watching that.
I got a perfect Hellwalker.
Really? That's
Yeah.
crazy, dude.
Yeah, mine was 45% with crit. 45% accuracy. I got one with 53% accuracy, so the Hellwalker's back. That 8% accuracy
The Hellwalker's back.
Hey, the
Jack.
Hellwalker's back.
The Hellwalker's back.
Alright, I'm gonna go down here because during that mission I found 2 more things to go nab. But I did not nab them without you. Dude, did you see what happened to my Amon save? I literally had to replay the fucking prologue, and then it started the claptrap mission after. And I was like, oh, dude, don't do this. And I save quit, and now I just have, like, all the vaults unlocked. for some reason or something. I don't even fucking know. It might just be a visual bug.
I love off-host.
Off-host, rise up.
I like how it unlocked everything for you and locked everything for me. That's great. Alright, I don't even know what we're doing in this mission. The mob wants us to do some junk.
Boss.
I'm
built a special chamber in that shithole for transferring himself into a
kind of hoping the whole Dominion area doesn't take like 90 hours, but it's all pretty compact, so I don't think
It's
it
like
will,
3 zones too. Yeah, I think it'll be fine.
Anthony Schmanthony. How you doing, Anthony? I've been in here before. How did I get in here?
Time to pray.
Anthony, you got to, man. You got to.
Hello, Samitra.
Oh, power core. Power core. Okay. Ashman, hi. Yes, we've got a 16-hour grind ahead of us. We need to get the final 100% done. But I think it'll go quicker in the Dominion, because we should literally just do every side quest first.
We need an
only grab
echo,
the
a
things that
deadbolt,
are
and a
on the way.
propaganda speaker in this map, and we're good. There's so much stuff over in the bottom right corner of this map that I'm just like, yeah, what the fuck's going on over there?
Oh wait, I heard in the settings you can change your echo 4. Echo path, location path, visibility, duration. Apparently if you change it to short, you can spam it out.
Oh.
I'm gonna try that out.
Oh, you know, that's smart. I set it to long when I first went through my settings because I'm like, yeah, I wanted to not have to spam it, but if it's like, if he doesn't do it, then I want to spam it, you know? Rude.
Yeah, because there's a lot of times he just kind of breaks.
What? What's it taste like?
Rocket. Heyo, Rocket. How you
Probably
doing?
coconut. I mean, I can if you really want me to. I'll take a sip.
I was gonna say it tastes like a sour cream.
And thwarted this new style lictor. Buy a lictor.
Oh, it does.
I don't even taste coconut.
Bring the
Yeah.
drive back
Like it's
here.
good.
Turn that
But I
back
was gonna
into
say
the
like
virus
it's
he
totally
truly
changed
is.
like
What are you
Mm-hmm.
doing? Where are you going? Put me back, you fool.
Fuck, I gotta put the game in easy mode. I forgot.
We're on UVHM 5 right now.
Let me change it. Let me know when you're in a good spot. I could change it.
You can just do it now.
Okay.
Demonic Grub. Was trying to avoid spoilers during my first playthrough, so I was avoiding watching playthroughs. Now that I'm done, I've been watching your stream VODs. It's been fun watching your journey. Hey, it's been fun enjoying the journey.
Let's go.
Aside from that, like, one day. I was like, this game sucks. I hate playing video games. Oh, cool. It spawned me by you. Okay, well, that's fine. I didn't need to farm that shield. UHM 5 difficulty, I feel like it's pretty good, but like, also there's kind of literally no reason to do it. So, honestly, we just play at UVHM 0 most of the time to get this completion done. Yes, Rocket, Amon is very good. Also, it was just found out he has an ability as broken as Vex, where he can start hitting billions of damage every single punch. And insta-kill everything in the game, so that's cool. But without glitches, yes, Amon is very good as well. I really not go here? Oh my gosh. Who created this?
Cricket!
Who do you guys think is going to be like the quote-unquote best character after all of the nerfs hit?
You can cancel that. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to go to the fate fields. I was just exploring the edge of over here.
You're just edging it.
Stop! Wait, is this a fishing hole? What is bro fishing on? This looks like that one spot where...
And then Rafa's just got like the ability to just be that good without the infinite damage glitch. But the fact that they somehow managed to not catch 3 different infinite damage glitches when they made the game.
Pretty crazy.
I went vibes only rocket. I knew that Amon was going to be like the melee character, and that's why I always
Let's go.
Oh.
You're a treasure vault hunter. Don't let anybody tell you different. Go ahead and plug that drive in. Oh, trusting him of all people. I thought you were superior being that. You will not be hurt during this process, will you? Who, me? Nah. I'll be fine.
That sounds like... not true.
Hello, Sirius.
You wanna know your bullshit's not gonna work on me? I'm you, you moron.
I'm you moron. That line goes hard. Okay, so it's kind of interesting to see that even after you beat like the boss for that area, there's still like a clan quest line for that. That's like a pseudo main quest.
Well, this guy is Violet.
Yeah. And they're also like have the classification of faction quest. What are you hoping for in the Halloween event? You think it's gonna be like the BL3 one?
No, they said it's a Headhunter DLC.
Wait, what? No, I thought this was a free event.
It's a free Headhunter DLC. They said they're bringing back Headhunters. They specifically used the word
Oh, I found the Echo too. Let's go.
And they showed off like the like Christmas themed heads and stuff. So I'm pretty sure, based off how they said it, it would sound like a DLC. But there have been some things they've said that aren't how they said it.
No, because I thought the DLCs, like the actual paid ones, were the Headhunter things. I think they're just doing a free Halloween like mini event.
Oh, and then also a paid version of it?
Well, I don't even know if it's a paid version of it. I think it's a totally separate thing, just free content, not attached to any like paid DLC. Because I'm pretty sure this.
Well, I don't know. They
I'm
made it sound like it was going to be a full Headhunter DLC.
No, I think one of those is coming too, but I don't know. Let me see. Let me look at the roadmap after I save Echo 4. If you press pause and then it shows bottom, yeah. Like obviously, I think the event's probably going to be Headhunter style, but also I think that's just going to be free content and it might be limited time type of deal.
So free content, seasonal mini event, horrors with Kairos, new legendary weapons, cosmetic, bounty pack gets you new missions and a boss, new legendary gear, vault card with 24 cosmetics, 4 pieces of rerollable gear, blah 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 blah, 3 invincible boss, double invincible boss, bounty pack 2, matched up, story pack. Oh wait. There's a Nutcracker head in the bounty pack 1. And the bounty pack one says new missions unlocked. So unless that's just a nutcracker, just to be a nutcracker, and it has nothing to do with... Here, check that out. Blah, 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 story taxes, yeah.
Echo 4, bro. Why do we keep stopping?
Bounty packs will include new bite-sized yet flavorful narrative content along with gear to earn your cosmetics, plus the bulk card. 4 bounty packs are included in the bounty pack bundle. It comes with a deluxe or super deluxe. Each is a new mission with the various NPCs of Kairos, as well as a new boss to take down. New legendary gear, new card, rerollable gear. I don't know. Whether it's seasonal or not, they're bringing back the headhunter system though of small mini DLC with new boss, new gear.
Is this in shotgun mode? Of course it's in shotgun mode.
You need to have gotten a boss bean in order to have the challenges appear.
Yeah. They won't show up until you get your first one, yeah.
BL2 mod question 3, do you recommend any must-try mods? There are some characters revamp mods that look interesting but yet to try. I don't really care for like the balance change mods necessarily.
Yeah.
A lot of people do. I'm not really a huge fan of those, but the main mods I use, there's like easy read-only mods. I use there's one where you can get the vendors to be like, in these games, there's auto pickup ones where you don't have to hold E to pick up any ammo or iridium.
A lot of quality of life stuff. Watch
Yeah, there's a lot of
challenge
good
for all
quality of
that.
life ones. Photo mode, obviously.
Yo, Jade1, thank you for the happy birthday wishes. Appreciate you, homie. I'm switching over to TX's stream later. Alright, bye, Hashman.
Bye, Hashman.
Bye,
People sent me
Hashman.
with Fishman, too. It's crazy. RD1, welcome. Sounds like we're getting a combination of the seasonal events from BL3 and the Headhunters of BL2. Yeah, hopefully. I had thought that something they had said was, like, essentially saying that those two are intertwined. But I don't know. But I would love seasonal Headhunters.
Okay. Way to go, kid. Now follow me to the bunker entrance. By which I mean, follow Bruce.
Quad Blaze, hi, welcome to
Bruce moment. The amount of times they say Bruce in this game, bro.
Oh.
Yeah, he's inside. Pretty cool, huh? Told you it was worth the hassle. Cool your jets a sec, I'll get you in. And voila, one fresh riff, just for you.
Oh, me gusta mucho.
You know, I uploaded a short showing off the super dash.
Yeah.
Someone really had the audacity to comment, "It's faster to drive a vehicle. This is useless." You're useless. No offense, but as a
You
comment,
talking about the
are.
cricket one?
No, not the cricket one, just the super dash tech, where you can go super fast anywhere by pressing one button.
Dude, you can't use
Like,
vehicles
so
in
useful.
fucking caves, bro.
I know.
Dude,
And then
this
he
is what
was
I'm
like,
talking
"No,
about."
it's not even. It's still not good because even in there, there's not even room to do it or whatever he was saying. And it's like,
Dude, people have 1 gig of RAM in their fucking
Yeah,
head, bro.
I know. People do not understand that just because something may seem useless to you doesn't make it useless. If I hand someone like a graphics card who doesn't know what the heck a graphics card is, it's gonna look like a useless piece of junk. But in their hand is like one of the most powerful things.
I literally use it all the time.
Yeah. No, this is I would use it all the time if I wasn't off. And even then, I
tell
use
me
it
when
and
you're
it still
tell me
works.
that when you're driving around Dominion.
I mean, yeah, when you. Oh, that's true too. Bro's not made it to the end of the game. That's crazy. He outed himself.
Even if it's not helpful, but you can't kill things in a car though. You can't shoot your guns in a car.
Yep.
Bro uses one
And-
controller stick at a time.
Yeah, he's like, oh, gotta kill this enemy. Hold on, stand still. Alright, and get him. Guys, you know, I've been
Imagine
using the
having
hot slugger
a
for, like,
negative
40 hours,
KD in a
it feels
Borderlands game.
Yeah.
Jeez, man.
It was one of those comments where, like, it had no likes, but every reply to it had likes, you know? So it's like, alright. No, but people think that because something doesn't apply to them, therefore it doesn't exist. It's like, use your
Dude, I was raging about a comment last night on my fucking post about asking for an editor. Someone was like,
is it the one that Queen Knight responded to?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Dude. Brain dead!
This is where the channel goes downhill. It's all down here from here. It was good watching you.
Dude, why
you
are
can
so
tell he's a real
people-
fan if he was willing to give up because you hired an editor to work harder.
Dude. You know what? W responds to that, by the way, Queen Knight. Yeah. Fucking real. Say again?
Yeah, serious. Like literally, the
Oh, I
super
thought you
dash
said something.
is useful
In
even
response.
outside. Like
I was like, no, thank you for that response. It's so
Plus,
true.
because some people don't understand the concept of fun. Like that's the type of dude where like you upload a fun build for like how
No,
to
like,
do
genuinely.
melee gauge or something, and he's like, why would I do this when anarchy's just better? And it's like the whole point of it was that this was to be fun. Like the
Dude,
entire point of this
someone
was a
else left
fun
a
build.
comment.
Like,
He
oh
says,
my
I
god.
bet everybody you know sighs when they see you.
Yeah, I saw that one.
God damn.
That was a good one.
God, there's so many
Yeah, so you should
enemies
do
for
rage
these
bait shorts,
radios.
No, but you know what's crazy, Anthony? I do rage bait shorts, but I don't even try to, dude. But apparently it's rage bait to show off how to move fast. Because why would I need that? And then he said it's only good for speedrunners. Like after I argued with him for a while, and then it was so bad, guys. Also, you know what else was so bad? Gas. I was watching your editing last night, right? I was watching you edit.
Yeah.
Like 10 minutes later, I was talking to my girlfriend, and I was like, literally every time I'm in here, he's editing the same thing. He makes no progress. And then she's like, you're trolling. Like, what are you talking about? I didn't realize that was not what you were working on. I was like, man, this Omar edit, yeah, it's pretty good, but like...
Did you
he's just
really
been
not realize
rewatching
that
it.
was just a background thing?
Didn't, dude.
No, that's
I
just a
did not.
literal background thing. Do you think I'm
Yeah, my
just
bad.
editing like a crazy Omar edit with 15 different pictures of Omar and
That's what I thought it
saying-
was. I was like, dude,
No.
he's just rewatching his own
No, that's
edit.
that's just
Why
a,
would I
that's just a background.
Yeah.
Chat
Well, I
the
know that
rage
now.
bait. Yeah, I've just been
I go
looping
for
it. I'm gonna be like, yeah, so it's not even my
Really?
edit. That's
Idiot.
literally just Redstone Geek's edit. Like, what am I changing?
I was like-
Dude.
I was like, I guess he's taking up the redstone style.
No, that's literally just a background. I have my editing muted, so it's spoiler free, but it's still just something visually pleasing for people who want to watch.
I feel like you could just edit on stream and let people join you. I mean, if they don't want spoilers, they can just not watch, right? But then they can like give input, and then they'll want to watch it because they're like, oh, I helped with this, you know?
Right, right, that's true. That's true.
I mean, at worst, like in an absolute worst case scenario, you
He
lose like
was really
150
like, you're
people that
rage
don't wanna watch it or
baiting.
something. I know she was like, I don't want to like say it and then have you like think I'm dumb because you really knew it all along, and I was like, what are you literally talking about? She's like, that's not him editing. Oh my gosh, I felt like how old people must feel when it's like, Grandpa, that's AI.
Or it's like, I told my grandma that this was the news and it was like a GTA car crash.
Yeah.
Some dude just gets bodied by a car.
I told this YouTuber that I'm editing. That's funny.
I did get some DMs about it though, so I gotta look through some of those. Does anyone know who Sea Dog is?
I feel like is it C?
Someone who edited
a
someone who edited a few videos by them hit me up. And I was like, wait, hold on.
I've probably gotten that as a comment before. I knew the name, but I don't know where from.
I think they got a gamer subscribe, but I could be tripping.
It is now clear to me.
You saw a bunch of those comments on Jolts' tweets too, because they seem to not realize that vehicles aren't always available. It's so like, I don't know how people can be so dense about things.
Okay, but
literally, guys, as a human, it is your job, okay, that if someone is like, hey, this thing's useful to me, you have to use your brain power and think, how is that useful to them, instead of that's not useful. Go, why is that useful to them? And it's like, oh, because there are areas where you can't drive a car.
TX, and the bottom right of this map chunk, is there just still a blacked out section, or did you like warp over there for some reason?
No, there's a big dark section, like down to the right of the drill.
Yeah, there's gonna be DLCs put in these fucking places that are inaccessible. I already fucking know it. That's where they. Okay. Also, this big section at the bottom, I think is done. Hell yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, we also got that section done. Cool. Now we got 1, 2, 3 more sections.
Hey TX, have you tried the GMR? It was in a vendor. It was in the legendary vendor, I think.
I've tried it. It was pretty fun, but I haven't tried it in endgame yet. Is it that Iron Mouse's friend? Maybe. But apparently they did some videos for them, so I don't know. Got 4 things. I'll probably respond to them later saying like, hey, thank you for hitting me up and such.
Congratulations on your success. You should return to the pit. I'll be waiting here for you.
Glurdo mentioned something that I keep seeing. A lot of people are saying they've been doing it since launch, and sure, some people could have, but I think most people are just doing normal dash jumps. And I can almost guarantee it's the same thing. I was literally thinking about that this morning because I got a comment that was like, you don't even need the keybind. I've been doing it since launch. Super fun. I was like, I guess I'll leave him a heart because he's got the right spirit, but like, he definitely has not been. If I ask any of these people to send me footage of them doing it, I can guarantee
they're just pressing the dash key.
They're just pressing jump and then dashing. And then one person was saying that it's impossible for him to dash forward. For some reason.
No way I found this by accident.
I found that echo in the top. It's a good thing we weren't like trying to find it.
Nice.
What we're made of.
All right, Hash. Hey, have a good one. Have a good one slaving away. Yeah, guys, I've noticed this is the first Borderlands release that I've seen where people are like actively trying to avoid spoilers.
Echo 4, there's nobody there.
You're so impressive.
Echo 4.
You have to spend so much time in the pit. It almost makes you wonder why they didn't just do a fast travel in the pit instead of like 100 meters from the pit.
Yeah. Echo 4, there's nobody
Someone
here,
on that
bro.
short side gliding is faster than the glitch. Are they dumb?
Again, I must say bravo on your triumph. Never again.
Post the cricket tech, and then you'd be like, well, I got a car, so.
I did post the cricket tech, dude. I'm sure there is at least one comment about a car in there.
Just play the game normal. I hate you.
Digital miracle. Go, 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 gaga. Child leader. That's...
Yo, it's Alyssa!
See, Calder, I told you they wouldn't buy it. Lecter, you may have turned away from evil, but you will never fully commit to a bit.
Sirius, you can teleport anywhere unless it's in a different area. So we both have to be in the terminal range at the same time, but we can be anywhere within the terminal range.
Grab my drive and upload me into Bruce.
Is he working, bro? Echo 4, bro. Why are you not?
Say goodbye to the boss and hello to Bruce. And kid, take care of the pit for me. You got integrity.
Do we own this place now?
Two-bit juke joint, but this shithole has helped a lot of people. I'd like to see that continue.
Well, this is bugged.
Yeah, RDS. I feel like, honestly, it's almost as fast as driving if you get, like, perfect super dashes. Faction mission complete. Mob Justice. There's another one, though, now. I was like, oh, hey, that must be the end, considering he was like, hey, thanks for everything. But no, now there's another one from Tipsy Olivia.
I think we got the cool head, though.
Let me crack it open. I have 75 reward boxes. How?
You have 71?
75.
What the fuck?
How?
I wonder if they're just skin dupes.
Where'd I get those from? Alright, guys, it's time.
Alright, we're gonna have to come back to this broadcast tower. It's bugging.
Here, dubstep polka. One more time.
It's kind of fun, huh?
Something invisible around here.
We need the best beats or tunes or whatever the kids are into these days. This Scout's the real deal.
Sub 12 hours, chat. The subathon is ending, right? No. It is not. The edger's gonna edge, bro. I'm not even gonna be like, yeah, it's ending. Because I already just have a feeling, bro. If it ends, it ends. And if it doesn't, it doesn't.
That's what I would have did. Okay, so I want to make sure that like no other missions have appeared like in the fade fields or something. This mission requires us to leave the terminal range, by the way. Are you in a spot where we could leave?
Yeah, I'm just looking for that echo. Go for it.
A good super dash is around 115 speed. My car goes 110, but you do lose speed over time and the car is consistent 110. So that means if you're perfect though.
But the car can't clear gaps like you can with just the instant 115 though. The car needs to build up
that's
speed.
Another thing, like it's just useful because here, just super dash to the silo. I have to do this and I just have to glide over slowly, but you can literally just super dash, and if you get it with a good speed, you're just there.
You can pair it with the car.
Man.
You can pair it with the car and it works.
Oh, it's the same talent manager from the band quest earlier.
Oh.
Oh, hey! You! That's weird. I'm usually terrible with faces, but you I like. How's things?
I am here to engage a house band.
There's a new
Why you
quest
take
in,
bus? Taxi is faster.
For a cut of the door, of course. The band I'm thinking about.
Why bike to work? Car drive faster than bike.
Michael Phelps so dumb. Why he not just run on edge of pool?
No question.
Ah, dude. Gulp. Oh, now we have to go back? Oh no, that's just my marker. My bad. Ignore me.
That just shook down my merch tent and made off with 70 bucks.
Rocket, I think it was a good change for the series.
What's been your favorite side mission so far?
Campaign. I mean, I like the mob ones, but the gameplay of the mob ones is sort of just like a lot of defend this thing from 5 waves of enemies.
Yeah.
I'd say my favorite one.
I think Flat Earther's most memorable. The backcracking one's just silly. Leggy's kind of funny. I liked the escape room. That one was pretty fun.
Oh, probably the escape room, actually.
Yeah.
I like that one. Okay, now we have to return to the pit. See, if there was just a fast travel in the pit, then, like, you know. There's also a side quest to pick up over here. Big T sad to announce Forge Drone Amon, kinda sad. When I used the Forge Drones that one time, I was like, wow,
you
these
give
kinda don't do
guns
any
to
damage.
smash head. Good, but one is good. Where's Gunpile? Can we just start calling, dude? Why do people think? Why are people literally crank?
Yeah.
But where is Gunpile? You move fast. Good.
Cool can cricket launch, but just fast travel. Bro. So
Alright, the
dumb.
left side's
There's
done.
an echo for the Fade Fields that is at the end of a 10 quest chain. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
one. And this mission is part of that. Okay, okay, good, good, good. So we'll be able to actually finish the Fade Fields. That's the only thing left in the Fade Fields, right?
I think so, yeah.
The customers of the pit and our collective eardrums thank you heartily.
Imagine cranking it in 2025, bro.
One last job.
Crank's crank. Crank's gonna crank.
You're putting in the elbow grease. The boss would be proud. There's a moonshiner out in the Fade Fields who makes the best brew around. Perfect for giving the pit the competitive edge. Go see if you can
That
get him
real?
on board.
Dominic says he found a cricket with a TD or license part that shoots cricket shots as it travels. I assume like a pyrophobia or like a
Show
rhino.
pics.
Oh my gosh.
Show
oh my
pics.
gosh. Oh my gosh.
What?
Oh my gosh. Gas.
What?
Dude, we're going to Shammy Shack. This is it.
What? Oh, we're getting the echo?
Hopefully.
Oh my god.
So what was like, I wonder if Shammy Shack was like the first step of this 10-part quest, or like what was the one that got us the mob quest, you know?
Right.
Oh, on reload. The reload keeps shooting crickets. Oh, but still that's cool. I see.
Wait, no, send me a pic of that.
He's got the deliverance. He's got the cricket
No,
deliverance.
genuinely post the pic. I don't believe you.
Yeah, well, it's Dominic. Dominic hasn't ever lied to us thus far.
Give me it.
No way that was the echolog. The echo required for the mission?
Sorry, I had something in my throat.
Or did that just show up and that wasn't required?
Because I farmed so many crickets and I never got a single license part on any of them. I'm getting rage baited.
Who's got that kind of time? I'll see if
Does Gas really want my potato vids? I guess, dude.
Nah, send me the gun, bro. Hop in. Hand
I mean, I
it
definitely had
over.
at least different stats on it. So,
Yeah,
like,
I've had different stats, but I was farming Sydney a while, and I probably got like 15 of them at least. And none of them ever had any parts on them.
These beasts. I need some beast lungs for a new brew I've been working on, but these beasties won't give them up without a fight. Now help old Shammy out and free them of their goods.
Free them of their guts.
Outhouse tea party. Thanks, Vault Hunter.
That was closer than an outhouse tea party? What?
whip up the gnarliest shine you ever saw.
Dominic
Yeah, it's just
asked
the
if he can
TDR
join
license
the
reload. Can roll on a lot. Have you seen the cricket with the TDR5? Yeah, what level is it, Dominic? I'll trade you some for it. I'll trade you some for it.
Ain't every day you offer to return the favor and get a licensing deal in return. I'm gonna whip up something extra special for tonight. They'll get the first shipment for the first patron bellies up to the bar. Hand to dig me. So
Cherubi High. Yeah, no, the Wombo combo has been great to me, honestly. Return to the pit. Dude, it's literally go do random thing, go all the way back. Why go there when
Not a
can
cricket,
be
but that's just a
game?
TDR license. Yeah, I'm just saying. I don't think I've seen a cricket that have a TDR license thing. I don't think I've
Gas
seen
can
any
have it,
license.
so it's level 41. Do you want it, Gas?
Yeah, I'll take it.
All right, Dominic, add me on shift. It's my name.
Imagine all the early game like glitched weapons that I'm gonna be able to sell for $80 bajillion when the game gets patched.
Yeah, on eBay.
On eBay.
But we're gonna be able to just save edit it in anyway, so.
Yeah, but the people on eBay don't know that. They're on eBay.
Yeah, Glurdo, we've definitely learned the strat is to do the side quests first, then do the collectibles.
I have fulfilled
Not the other way.
request. Our liquor supply is restored.
Now we've got everything we need to stay in business. Thanks, Vault Hunter.
Ain't no way, bro.
Vlad
Bruce got
9
balls
that
hanging
you-
off his head right now.
Yeah, he does. All right, bro.
Wait, so what happened to the boss? Did he die?
I might have misunderstood, but I think he's Bruce's balls.
You know, my
But I
balls
kinda
are pretty
started-
boss.
I kind of started losing out.
They don't
partway
even
through there.
work. I got legendary with 0 damage. Yeah, I've been hearing about the frangible thing. That's just a goofy on legendary.
Okay, to prove how bad the new XP system is, think about every boss Dominic's been like, I killed him 400 times, one shots only, right? He's level 44. He's not
Yeah.
even max level. If this was any other Borderlands, like, he'd be max level. It's literally the equivalent of you being 45 after playing on that Hyperion Axton for 900 hours. Or whatever. Like. Oh, propaganda speaker! Propaganda speaker!
Yeah, it's the one I'm going to. It was the one that was bugging. I'm working on it.
Oh.
Yeah,
You
I just marked
so
it, yeah.
I see. I thought that it was in here. I don't even know how to get through here. Am I... chat, am I dumb? Am I dumb?
You hack, I'll slash, baby.
Are there any good XP farms? People told me to do bio bounties. The best things you can do for XP are bounties or side missions. It's kind of dumb how the
Yeah, this thing's bugged. I might need to
XP system
reload the
works.
game at some point.
Oh, no, I think I have to do this. It's kind of dumb, honestly, Garnet, how the XP works in this game, okay? I don't want to give you any more reason to have an issue with the game, because I know it's not your favorite, but the way that they do it, like, the game will proceed to be over-leveled, and, like, if you were to XP farm up 10 levels, but you were under the enemies by 4 levels, then after you've gotten 10 levels from farming, you'll still be 4 levels under. You have to do side content.
I just aura
I don't
checked
know
that
what
dead
all
ball.
that counts as, but...
Yeah, pretty much. It's you. They didn't want you to just grind XP from bosses or fucking contracts to level up. They wanted you to do the side content. So they pretty much make you do side content for some reason. Like I joined on a max level character. I joined TX's game right when he was like glitching into the map where he shouldn't be, and I still found enemies that were over leveled to me when I was max level because his game skill is like, hey, you're level 4, you haven't done any missions, you shouldn't be in the end game right now.
It's one of the very few
Hey, Rocket,
things
how's it going?
I don't like so far.
All right, well, this last speaker here is just something I gotta find. We gotta do a lost loot capsule. Okay, so I'm near that objective. I could go do that. Did we get the last echo in Fade Fields? Did you find it?
Yeah, it was required for the mission.
Oh.
TLDR, if you're grinding to level 50, do contracts. If you're trying to catch up with enemy level, do side quests.
Exactly. Kill bolt donors? Okay.
That's Garnet. I don't know what's wrong with you. He's been saying that one of his biggest issues is like aiming in this game is bad, but I don't know what that's about. But he's also having to play on controller right now. So that doesn't help. Dominic, hop in, bro.
It's fine. I believe you, Dominic. If it's a hassle, you don't have to.
He's trying to mod one in right now.
Yeah. He's pulling out Gibbed right now. He's actually giving me a Gibbed gun, and then the TOS is going to actually leak my IP, and Randy's going to murder me in my sleep. Spyware!
Eddie Murphy! You know, Sharabi, that was my main problem when I played Harlow. Like, because Maya phase locks them and then they stand perfectly still and you can hit crits, but on Harlow, it's actually harder to crit the enemies when you phase lock them. Because they just spin and rotate.
But the kind of editing software that feels like a heart-pounding thrill ride of a cyber adventure is...
No, you know what it is? It's that Gas turned off crossplay. So that's why Dominic can't join.
Should be on now.
Dominic, hop in, bro.
Just drop those bolts on the desk and my guy will get to them whenever. Careful around the computer, though. It's pretty fragile.
We all have our vices, I suppose. Some are not pretty. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah, you probably breathed some mold spores or something. I should clean that room more often. But hey, whatever, you got your money, so none of this is your problem, right?
Hey, Ardius, true. As long as they keep making Borderlands games this good, they can steal all the information they want. This is so real.
Oh my god, it's real, bro. Oh my god, it's real.
There's not even a 9 quest save.
Wait, that's so cool.
Streka? Good morning from Arizona. Or maybe that's Australia. Is AZ Australia? Definitely Arizona. I got my fiance to play BL3 with me, and I dove into a rabbit hole and have been watching your videos for the past week. Thanks for the great content. You are very, very welcome. Thank you for watching. Wait, I gotta meet my hero in person. Dominic, Micah! What was that drip, dude? Micah!
Bro wants pearlescence back.
Bro is the
Do you want this back, Dominic? I trust you now. I'll never doubt you again. Yes? No?
AU
You
is
want it
Australia.
back?
I thought
you
maybe
want
it
it
was
back?
one of
Okay.
those weird ones, you know?
Thank you for showing me that. That's sick. I'll be on the lookout for it. Oh, you don't want it back? Alright, you can pick it up or leave or whatever you gotta do. I'll pick it up if you leave and you're still here, or it's up to you. It's up to you. Okay. Well, TX has it. Man, what the hell? Okay,
A
why?
souvenir of Dominic.
TX, you kind of look like you got like a clown helmet on in the back.
Guys, is this an Insane Clown Posse reference? Did you want it back, homie? Gas can have it. Okay. Dominic, you're officially off the credits for the build guide. How long did that take you, Dominic, to get that? No, literally, Anthony, if this is how good the Borderlands games are from now on, I will personally tip Randy and give him all of my credit card info every time I play the game.
Alright, where's this
Definitely
loot
meant
capsule
Arizona.
at?
Okay. What are you talking about?
Claptrap loot capsule.
We're still missing one?
Yeah. I'm gonna go
crazy.
there.
Alright, I'll go to the speaker.
The speaker's busted. I'm
Cloud,
at the map
Cloud,
reload. I'd say just keep doing the mission. We'll reload. Oh no, do we not have a mission? Is there another mission to do?
Maybe it's not bugged for me though. Maybe I grid it.
Maybe it's not bugged for you.
It works for me.
Well, no, it's no enemies are gonna spawn.
Oh, this was your first Borderlands game, and you liked it so much you're thinking about playing through the entire series. I highly recommend it. But be warned, Borderlands 1, 2, and the pre-sequel are very, very, very different games. In my opinion, very good games, but very different games. And then Borderlands 3 is going to be the most similar to this, but Borderlands 3 is also like kind of the worst game ever made by humans.
Damn.
And then there's Wonderlands, which is peak, absolute peak.
Take your time, Echo 4. These fools will soon learn what it means to...
Honestly, if I were playing through them for the first time right now, Cloud, I'd skip Borderlands 1, I'd go Borderlands 2, pre-sequel, force myself to play BL3, and then play Wonderlands. Oh. Is it bugged in the sense that no enemies are spawning?
Yes, yeah, that's
yeah, okay, yeah,
you can just talk to Zane moment.
Well, whenever you want a map reload, I guess.
Battle Dome. Hold up. I think they fixed the spread launcher. Infinite ammo tech. Unless I'm just not spec'd for that. I might not be spec'd for it. Never mind.
You sound like YouTube Shorts commenters, dude. They fixed that, dude.
You can just use the car. You're allowed to use the car for the Geary Easter egg.
enemy, you use the car to drive past it.
Why would you walk all the way to Iridium Blade if you could fast travel?
Is Wonderlands peak? I've never actually played it. Yes. Yes, it is.
I don't know about
Never
that.
get to endgame. Never get to endgame.
It's worth the first
don't say you don't know
playthrough.
about that because we always called it one. It had, aside from this, the best first playthrough of the majority of Borderlands games I played. It's just fun. It's like they took Borderlands 3 and like kind of made the gameplay better and got rid of the horrible story, right? I would 100% recommend it, but I'd probably get it on sale and never, ever, ever, ever go to endgame. Chaos 100 is the worst endgame grind of any game I've ever played in my life.
Would you rather have Chaos 100 or would you rather have no end game like BL2? Or BL1, I mean. Almost
I'd rather have
slandered.
BL1, dude.
Almost slandered, my bad.
Because how many hours do we have in Wonderlands?
Big fan of your videos. I have been watching your old videos a lot. What's your favorite class for this Borderlands? I've only really played Rafa for this one. But I feel like I'm gonna like Rafa and Amon the most.
Chat, it took us... well, I guess this is a little unfair. I think it took us 75 hours.
All right, I'm gonna do a map reload.
Of playing Wonderlands hardcore. There's no second playthrough, mind you. It's just one playthrough and then the Chaos grind. It took us 75 hours to hit Chaos 100. Gage, how the frick are you doing, Gage?
Let's go,
I like how now Dominic's just kind of hanging out.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even realize Dominic's still just hanging with us.
It's another person to get echoes, so. Bought Borderlands 5 times and always wanted to play it, but I've never beaten any of them. Hey, you already heard my recommendations. Very, very good games. Borderlands 2 will always be the all-time go.
Also, hello, Henry.
But
How's
this
it going?
game might replace that. To be
Dominic's
fair,
on
Dominic,
console,
I never
right?
Actually... Yeah.
Cricket!
Bye, Dominic.
Did the cricket kill him?
To be fair, Demonic, I did a melee build the whole time on Wonderlands, so I don't know how the gunplay goes on, like, an actual working build. And you might not like it, Shrubby. I don't know. A lot of people didn't like Wonderlands, but
I see
also I
enemies
think
this
that a lot
time.
of people didn't like Wonderlands A lot of the people that didn't like Wonderlands have probably never played it in their life, and they just heard Jolt's dude didn't like it, or whatever. But Jolt's is definitely like an endgame type of player, you know? Which is totally fine, but he's not the type where it's like, oh, I'm going to play this game where I play through it like a few times. It wasn't his jive, and then in turn, it wasn't his fans' jive because his fans were like, this game's bad, Jolt Dude said bad.
It's worth the first playthrough.
For all of you that have never played a lot of these games, if you play on Steam, there's the Pandora's Box bundle, and that goes on sale pretty often, and you can literally get every single Borderlands game with every single piece of DLC for it, aside from Borderlands 4. And
Bro thinks he's an annoying. Did you see this dude?
I think full price is like $90 or $100, and then when it goes on sale, it goes down to like $30. And Wonderlands is in that. And it goes down in price the more stuff you own. So I was able to get it for like $7. And that was... Never played New Tales from the Borderlands, but it was New Tales and like one other thing I was missing. And I was able to get it for $7. And it was still $60 at the time. So I was like, okay.
Like 2 or 3, or are they sticking with the stuff they did in Wonderlands or Headhunter packs? I think they're doing more of a Headhunter style, and I think we're getting at least 2 free full story DLCs that also come with new Vault Hunters. I'm expecting the full story DLCs to be like an extra section of the map. Like, I'm expecting it to be like a Fade Fields or a Cascadia Burn or like some section like that. Maybe a new vault. Stuff like that.
You've bought Borderlands 11 times, Anthony.
It's like checking my skills. Oh yeah, I do not have the. Never mind. I don't have the skill. Ignore what I said about the patching the infinite mag dump. I lied.
Dominic
I don't have the
is
skill spec
currently
right now.
on the grind for a Jacob's Parted Cricket. Good luck.
The crit
good
cricket.
Luck. I was gonna call you Jacobs. Good luck, Jacobs.
Yeah, I got so many. Not a single license part on any of them. I thought it was fixed.
Oh yeah, I will say Wonderlands had the most fun first playthrough I've ever had in a game before BO4. But the end game genuinely killed it. That's how I felt too. I was loving the game, and then we had to get Chaos 100 for Gas's sub goal, and it literally made me go from like, dude, hop on Wonderlands, I love this game, to like, please do not make me play Wonderlands. Playing through BL2 solo and BL3 with my lady, but if I'm able to get BL4 at some point, I will. Probably
Hell
stop
yeah.
playing the other games. Wow, this one is so good. This is literally just straight up an improvement on Borderlands 3 in every way. The only way that you could maybe argue otherwise is if you prefer the Vault Hunters from 3.
That's the
only thing I could see.
I would have
or
to
the
disagree.
DLC.
I think this game is just what BL3 should have been. I mean, obviously, you know, if you have fun with the Vault Hunters, my bad. I don't disagree.
Yeah,
I don't
like,
disagree. Obviously, you
Zane
can't play
is one of
Moe's.
the most.
You can't play Moe's in
Zane
this
and
game.
Moe's are
You're
like
right.
the most loved Vault Hunters.
Besides
I would
stuff
say that,
like that,
and also the BL3 DLCs. The BL3 DLCs are pretty good.
I say besides those, I feel like the only thing BL3 has on this game is the TVHM like playthrough reset option. That's the only thing that this is. This TVHM?
Okay, so we need a lost capsule and a vault symbol over here.
I'll start from the bottom right and work my way out. You want to start from the top?
You think there's a chance that one of the Dominion missions gets us access to something?
Do you want to come back to it, or do you want to do some searching?
Let's do a little bit of searching, but also, like, I'm sitting here looking at it, and there's just, like, even on the map, there's, like, nothing we have. Oh, there's a cave down here. I see on that pin, there's a cave down there, so I'm gonna go over there and see if that's anything.
All right, I'm gonna start heading towards the Dominion and seeing if there's like anything near the like entrance from this map to the Dominion.
Critical Caleb, welcome. Yeah, I don't know why there's no duels in this game, and I don't think there's trading either, is there?
No, I haven't seen like X to trade or anything like that, honestly.
Yeah, I heard that Wonderland's endgame is literally just like Diablo endgame. I don't know because I've never beaten Diablo. I've just played it, so. No, I'm yet to find any phosphenes. I think Gas has gotten one now.
I've got one. Dude, it was the craziest one, too. It was literally a world drop. Oh my god, I'm sorry.
Is Amon decent? Yes, Amon is extremely decent. Part of why everyone's calling him mid right now is because Vex is literally glitched. Literally broken, has a glitch build. Harlow is literally glitched with a glitch build. Rafa, I don't know what's up with Rafa. But also, it was just found that Amon is as powerful as them because he has a build where he can literally do billions of damage every time he presses the melee key. So, I don't know. I think that if assuming that we got rid of all the glitches in the game, also there's somehow nothing in this game. If we got rid of all the glitches in the game and all of the bugged setups right now, I think that probably all the characters would be
good.
Equal.
Hello,
Amon
Dota.
is
How's it going?
Made for like one-shotting, and
Subathon
like,
might actually end after
for...
16 days. I'm not gonna assume it's gonna end. I'm in the Terminus District right now. How I'm in the Terminus District? I have no idea. I don't know why I didn't kick you with me.
I spy with your little eye.
I want to get over to those trees. Pretty much north. Okay.
Well, yeah, I've seen people. I've been seeing people say Harlow and Amon are bad or meh, but literally, it's just because the fact that the literal glitch builds don't work. What is happening to my car? So it's like that's kind of stupid, in my opinion, or kind of dumb, to be like, Krieg's bad because Salvador can one-shot everything. It's like, I don't think Salvador was intended to be able to one-shot Vora. I'm pretty sure that was a bug with the amp shield. So I don't know if I'd count that. Plus, it's probably going to get patched. So likely when those things are patched, I think all the Vault Hunters will be on the same level. I'm hearing people say that once everything's patched, Harlow will be the best. Because she's just like naturally really good.
My lean and acid rain I got, double your code gets your Sunday. Let's go!
Purple Tiger, I learned Amon had a glitch with how his skills interacted by trying to use Chat GPT.
Wait, what did I just read from Dota?
Make a build. Chat GPT told him the glitch.
Thank you for the glitch. Alright, do you want to start?
Hello, Fireblaze. I think maybe we just go to the Dominion.
Alright, yeah, let's do the top left one. I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Alright, chat. Dominion time. There's so much to do here.
Well, I'm gonna wait to pee because Alex isn't there.
No, that's how I feel too,
I'm
Demonic.
expecting
Literally...
the DLCs to be property management sims. Oh, brother. Alright, I'll start grabbing these fucking thingies. Do I fall through? I fall off? Oh, dude, I can't use my car. How am I supposed to move around?
I know, there's no way. There's no super dash tech. Alright, so let's grab the missions. Dude, there's so many missions here. I'll go to the right side and grab those two missions. You go to the left and grab those two missions.
Do you want to just grab all the missions, or do you want me to work on grabbing the collectibles?
I mean, I feel like if we grab all the missions, that won't cause harm.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's not where, like, what is happening? And, like, half enjoy the missions? Okay.
We can grab them all, and then we'll have them all ready, and we won't have to re-grab them or anything.
Okay, if I see a mission, I will nab it then.
I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of stuff, like, out in the open, because we literally didn't touch anything here.
Yeah, yeah.
Originally. Is there anything you're hoping for in the DLC, Hunters? Any niche you want filled? I'm I wouldn't mind if they took the same approach they've done with the other Vault Hunters in the past, where...
Okay, this blue echo up here looks like it's part of a mission.
Oh my gosh, I'm lagging out. Where the DLC Vault Hunters are really fine-tuned towards like something specific. Like, Krieg is the most like specific character in Borderlands 2. It's literally like, if you do not like Elemental Tree and you do not like Melee Tree, you will not like Krieg, right? But I appreciate that they did it because it allowed them to make the most fun Melee character and the most fun Elemental character. And then, like, in the pre-sequel, they made Aurelia, and it's like, if you don't like sniping and you don't swap, you will hate this character. There will be nothing redeeming to you about this character. And yet they went through with it and made it one of the most fun sniping characters. So, I'm hoping that they double down on that.
Just tell us where the Ordinite processor. Thanks, friend.
Why doesn't bro just jump out of
Nice
it?
to meet you. Can you let me out of here?
Why doesn't Brothers
It's
use his
literally,
car?
it's so boring to rewatch.
When I was talking about that one comment last night, I was like rage baiting a little bit, and I was talking about how people don't have like enough RAM in their head.
Right.
And I was making the joke. My game was paused. I was like, "What? My game is paused. How am I supposed to play now?" Right?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, you can't. And then someone's like, "You should leave a bad review." I'm like, "Oh, that's a good idea." And I'm like, "What? Steam's not open."
How can you leave a bad review if Steam's not even open? They're stealing my info. I have not tried Ricochet, Rafa. Gas, have you? Have you done that yet?
A little bit, yeah.
I've heard a lot of people use it though, so it's supposedly fun. Yeah, HG, I would probably agree with that. I love Krieg so much. What up, Terry? These dialogues skip this. Beautiful. Do this.
Your skills are very impressive. I can't wait for you to meet soon.
Well, I hope that they just change the XP system, Fireblaze, because it's like, it's just, I don't like how they did it. You receive less XP the more you kill the boss, and you won't ever get overleveled by farming bosses. You literally have to do the side content.
I mean,
like,
think about this though.
I'm all for them pushing for the side content, but I don't want it to be like you.
Think about this. All right, devil's advocate here, right? You want to go for like a pseudo part build halfway through the run. You're like level 24, right? You want to go for a build, you need 3 items, right? You farm, right? You get item 1, cool. You farm, you get item 2, cool. Yeah, you hit 25. You farm, you hit level 27 on the 3rd item you need. And now, one of the pieces is 3 levels under.
Here's other devil's advocate. You're like, I'm gonna use this gun, right? And then you get the gun and do 3 side quests, and now the gun's 3 levels up.
True. Yeah. I don't know. It's really weird. It's really weird. Because it's not even like an XP thing. Like you being under leveled isn't even like about being like under leveled. It's literally about you not doing enough side quests.
Yeah.
Which is so weird. That's why I'm like, everyone just grinding to level 50. I'm like, yeah, that is not good. I seen like, wait, get max level. I'm like, yeah, no, just I think you just gotta do the side content, sadly. There's an echo by you. I don't know if you can get to it.
Yeah, it's up above. Here it is.
Alright. I'm gonna go up top and do some of those missions. Alright.
I mean, honestly, Garnet, even Zero was one of those characters where they really just went heavy on, like, if you don't like melee or sniping, this character will probably not be your favorite. He'll still be good, but he probably won't be your favorite. And yet, that's what makes him so beloved.
Did you really just say that? It's kind of badass, but...
That's one of the jammers. Now plug your Echo 4 into it. Those nodes represent the
Yeah, that
jammer's
too,
internal code.
rewatch.
Shoot them and you'll break the jammer.
He's bringing up that they really push for you to do the side content, right? And yet, you don't get like any uniques for doing the side content. You just get like green items from
Who said you can't use guns to hack stuff?
the loot boxes. The loot boxes ruined the game.
You must have been smart enough to see some of this coming, no?
That? Who could gaze into a drone's unblinking angular eye and not feel comfort? Who wouldn't want to snuggle up with a jagged metallic body? What monster could even think to turn such beauty into evil? Damn, a firewall! Oh, be careful. Only shoot the red triangular nodes this time. If you shoot the blue circular one, it'll trip the system and we'll have to start over.
Where they at? I think this is bugged. Pretty sure this is bugged. Alright, well, I'll do this one then. Do I see this game as potentially bingoable, or is the progression slow? I think that this game will be amazing for bingo. One, because even just the level 1 bingo I think will be really good. I think that it'll be similar to like level 1 Borderlands 2 bingo, where it kind of pushes you in the direction you need to go, right? You'll still need to like progress through the game like normal, but you'll still have a lot of options to split it off. But also this game gives you level 30 characters after you've beaten the game with one character. You get the ability to boost up a character, and they've got the full campaign completed.
Let's go, Chad!
But all the side content is still yet to be done, and I think it's going to be like perfect.
La 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 la. What are even the next sub goals? I'm so out of fucking tune. Okay, Omar.
Oh, I was watching Spout right here. He got a legendary from the toilet.
We're gonna mag dump me with the gel blaster? Oh shit.
Joe sent me to come get
And then is there the BL4 giveaway after that one? No, let's speedrun random item. Okay, no, okay. Yeah. BL4 giveaways.
Demonic, I was kind of thinking about that though. This game like makes you replay missions for like the content. Bro, Destiny players have been doing that for 15 years now.
I love it.
Whenever D1 came out.
I don't know how, but those Order goons are on to us. Seems they're still dead set against anyone but the Order having energy in their homes.
Is that true, Glordo? I had started a level 30 character and I thought that I had to recollect the silo.
It's a win-win. But we won't get paid until Vito gets those packages I hid. We gotta go back out and get them. You want to split up to cover more ground?
Faster is acceptable to me. Let's go.
Amon's a speedrunner, guys. Genuinely, the only thing I want in this game is the ability to rebind, grapple, and melee. It's a different thing.
Check out my, go retweet my tweet. Go retweet my tweet. Go retweet, dude. Genuinely go retweet my tweet. Make it, say it louder.
I was an engineer while she was on their security team. You haven't seen anything until you've seen that woman fight. Pretty good is putting it mildly. Between the two of us, we knew where the
Okay, doing multiple missions at once is dialogue skip. Because I'm doing a mission called Bad Seed now, and I don't know what it means.
No time, off you go.
For better or for worse, it is dialogue skip.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah?
If you ever need to talk, I'm here for you.
Wait, that ass? You could just pick up a bounty and it cuts dialogue? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm gonna put that in the speedrunning Discord. Okay.
Rush will be like, whatever the fuck she was saying, who cares? Get it.
Wait, if that works on main quest, that's kind of broken. Guys, I'm supposed to deliver a package somewhere, but I don't know where.
But no, I've had them literally just like step on each other's dialogue, and I don't know what to do.
Gotcha. I'm gonna say might be a dialogue skip. I'm gonna run it in there.
I mean, you can test it. I mean, every location is like 3.
Yeah. It might also be specific to certain missions.
It's all the way up there.
Okay, there's one right there.
Joey.
Fine. Hey, I'm sure we already discussed this, but Susie wants me to double check. Now, I told you Vito's place is a club called the Double Tap. Didn't I?
That's true, B. That's true.
Obviously, can't wait to try their house specialty.
Yeah, those white rippers are always tasty.
The good news is, Vito's corner of the world is neutral ground. Now, if we can...
Halt, smugglers. I am Commander Rufford, and as such I hereby order you to surrender for your state-mandated termination. You should have received that appointment request in your bolt calendars.
Don't sweat it. I'll find your cat.
Oh, thank you so much. If you find him, just...
Chat, this laser beam is blinding my eyes.
Hearing a scuffle on your end, hon. Need me to come and pick you up?
Abuelita, por favor. You gotta let me fight my own battles. But, hi, hey.
I was in cat pajamas.
Hey, Mr. Miles. How you doing?
The, lady wants you back home.
Nah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm into the cat stuff to a degree, but she chained me up, made me go in a box.
Crotch, good to see you,
I can
Crotch.
do better. Actually, if you convince her to stop looking for me, that'd be a big help.
Oh my gosh, what is this mission? Bro, okay, we're not looking for a cat. We found a dude dressed up as a cat. Okay.
Bro, there's a lot of furries in this game.
We're all set here. I'm so glad to see you in one piece, hon.
Well, since I'm the least inclined to get in a scuffle, I can hold on to the goods.
Yeah, he's not, the whole thing is over. Okay, I'm out.
No! What'd you say to him? What lies did you whisper into his perfectly proportioned ears?
No, hey, I'm just gonna go.
Yeah, same, Rafa.
Liar! You've angered the wrong clouders! Babies! Attack!
Don't make me kill a bunch of cat boys.
Here you go.
Okay, it's a bunch of actual cats. Cool. Yo, Big Bags. Rest in peace, bro. Funny name. Yo, Kiki. Rest in peace, bro. Funny name. Yo, Gunter. Funny name. Yo, Nambucha Donosononosor. Rest in peace, bro. Nausicaa. Yep, rest in peace, bro. Well, I killed the cat lady. Okay. Oh, there's an invisible one. Capitane.
I think I'm the only man who can be this happy about his wife's body count.
Hey, thanks for handling that.
What?
Really appreciate it.
What? Pause. What? Dude, we can't do all these at once, dude. I'm getting so. Is that my mission, your mission, or a different one?
No, I'm actually good. Yeah.
Who knows?
Who knows? Dad, you see him stutter like that?
Cat's pajamas done.
Point it out.
Come on, Vault Hunter. Sue's showing you up.
The map doesn't show them all. Are you serious? The map doesn't show every collectible.
What do you mean?
Well, based off what Glurdo's saying, it sounds like there could be like 3 more echoes in the Fade Fields or whatever that we wouldn't know of because it doesn't show on the map. But I could be misunderstanding.
They might not show on the map because you haven't gotten close to them or something.
Foil autograph from the timekeeper himself.
I will make sure that pitiful prize is buried with your corpses.
Holy. I wonder what you're up to.
I hope you're not the best of
It's all.
Yes! Just in time for happy hour.
Wait, Glurdo, does that mean that you have to do those for it to, like, in order to get everything?
Wait, what is Glurdo saying, bro?
I don't know. Let me make sure I
There, the maintenance door should be
am
away.
understanding correctly first. Anthony, let's go.
What happened?
I'm not like a CEO. You don't have to be all, yes, sir, right away, sir. Gross. I'm your boss, but we're a family here, so I'm more like the company's mom. A cool mom. Even better, I'm the hot young step-milf of this whole...
Huh?
Hey, I need more
Everyone just flicked their head to their second monitor right now looking at the stream. What's your opinion on it apart from the performance issues? A 9 out of 10 game right here. 9 out of 10 game. I need to track a bad seed. Hold on. Where the fuck am I going? Oh, was I just supposed to talk to one of these guys? No.
You must be Deeper. We have your delivery.
Ah, Joe, Susan. Glad to see you're still with us. But care to explain why you've brought a Vault Hunter into my bar? Damn it, if the Order finds them here...
Oh my gosh. In order to finish the challenge, Gas, there's a challenge for doing all collectibles, right?
Yeah.
You have to do all of the optional side things on side quests.
Oh. So I gotta replay them?
There might be some to replay, yes.
What tab is that under?
I think it'd just be under like echo logs.
Collectibles?
No legs high. Yeah, a lot of people seem to be saying the same as you, No Legs, where they finally beat the game, so they're okay with spoilers now.
It isn't safe for them here. Vault Hunter, you're clearly proficient in combat. Think you could help Joe and Sue get out of the city before the Order gets to them? They will be safe under my...
There are like 4 missions that you need to do the optional on.
Oh.
checkpoints, but you could go under.
Interesting.
There's a whole network of pipes in the radioactive pit that deposit waste outside the city. It's risky, but not half as
Specialization 55.
There's an entrance to the pipes right around the corner, too. And where should we meet up, Vito? I'll send you a rendezvous point. Stay safe down there. Oh, we'll be fine. Come on, Sue. Follow us, Vault Hunter.
You guys follow me. I'm already there.
You seem real broken up about losing your husband.
We're curing world hunger here, Vault Hunter. You want to make an omelet, you've got to be okay with your husband getting crushed in big-ass gears.
You know
What?
We were married for the insurance.
Preach, Rappo.
You know, you probably should keep that to yourself. Never know who's listening.
Well, just have no frames.
She ain't moving. I swear this silly thing is sealed tighter than your sister's thresher pie recipe.
Is that lock electric?
What?
Probably. Most
Is there bar levels again? If so, can they be activated after like BL2? You can. So there's specialization and they're character specific now. They're not shared across all your characters. And you can just go to the respec machine and respec them if you don't want to use them.
I wish you could just toggle
Disable
them on
them?
and off.
Yeah.
Think it's all worth it, Joey? Leaving everything behind?
Better than dying. Look, I know this isn't easy, but the city's organized would still be locked away if we hadn't stepped in to help. At least we did.
Yo, it's Joe.
Joe Mama?
Jamama. I do hate the DPS numbers on the item cards. They seem so pointless. Like, don't want to play with X gun because it has lower DPS number than what you're using.
I
What?
highly disagree with you
Yeah.
because it just fixes it where you've got two guns. You've got like two unkept heralds. One of them has 4 fire rate but 100 damage. The other one has 120
Yeah.
damage but 5 fire.
If you're comparing
3
a
fire rate.
shotgun to a sniper, I definitely disregard the DPS. But if you're comparing two like guns, I would say
It just solves the issue for you of like,
yeah.
Well, do I want more fire rate, more damage? I don't know which one's going to be doing more.
Yeah.
And so then you're like having to do the calculation and see 10 shots every second, 100 damage per.
Do you know
so
if
that's
that factors
1,000
in
damage.
reload time?
I think it does. Because I think that's why the Hellwalker has higher DPS. Although it also might not because the Hellwalker technically has a 2 fire rate.
Yeah.
I don't know.
How are you faring, my friends?
I'm fine. Joey's looking a little.
She says I'm fine as she's A-pose, just gliding through it.
I shall find a way to release some of that steam for you.
Oh my god, what is fucking me up right now?
Nobody cut me down.
I'm getting some type of glitch where I think the weapon handling debuff from Papa's Lance is making my vomit, my rainbow vomit, like limp dick, like fall out the barrel. Same with the spread launcher, it goes like 2 feet in front of me and I just blow myself up.
That's pretty cool.
It certainly does factor in reload speed or something else beyond fire rate and damage. Oh, okay. Neat.
Yeah, Glordo, so it kind of wouldn't matter with Jacob shotguns. Do you guys think the whole insta-reload shotguns thing is going to get patched?
What do you mean?
Yes. Where you can just spam R while
I don't think
using
so.
Jacob shotguns?
No, that's been in that was in BL2 too. That's just so what the game is doing, right? It is not realizing your gun is empty until the next shot can be fired. That's why it only works on Jacob shotguns because their fire rate is so low.
Right.
So the automatic reload happens when the next theoretical shot would have been. But if you just manually do it, it just saves the time.
But also, like, do you think they'll patch it? Because it seems like they're caring more about things than they do.
Do you think?
And that's
like,
also part of why Jacob shotguns are so good.
Do you think they'll patch it as in make it so you instantly reload? after
No,
the
as
shots
in
fired?
just make it so it doesn't do that, because no other video game has that issue, so I'm sure they can fix it.
Borderlands 2, Borderlands 3, Borderlands the pre-sequel all have that issue.
Right, but every other game in human existence has found a way to not have that be an issue.
I don't think it's an issue, personally. I think it's just the mechanic.
I don't think they intended for that, though.
So do you think there should be a set time for when your gun is empty to wait to reload it?
I feel like it should just work like every other gun.
It does. It literally does. It's just that the other guns have higher fire rate, so the next theoretical bullet comes out faster.
You can continue free from any fragrant mud bags.
Yeah, that did it.
How about, crazy thought, you can the attitude, huh?
No.
I don't think they're gonna fix it. No, I think they're gonna leave it as is. Because if you boost your fire rate, it already does it to itself, I feel.
And suck it they shall.
Wait a minute. Is that
I don't see how they could fix it without making it, like, clunky, I guess.
Just make it so then the gun can't be, like, so then it always will follow the auto reload.
Yeah, but I feel like if they do that, they're gonna have to fuck with the gun not instantly reloading if, like, you have a 6-shot one. Like, it'd be like, alright, I want to reload at the 4th shot. I have to wait for the whole shot to go. That I feel like that'd just kill fluidity. That'd be like, I don't know.
Maybe. No other shooter game has the issue, though, so it's like, it's definitely fixable.
I feel like I'm looking at a Camaro and you're like, yeah, it's kind of busted.
I mean, it's fun and all, but like, Jacob shotguns are definitely already broken, and that's definitely part of it. I'm just wondering if they're going to nerf the item by fixing the probably unintended feature of it.
Don't see a world where they fix it because they would have to mechanically change how reloading works. And it'd be to the point where it's like, all right, I'm spamming my Jacob shotgun, but I want to reload it, right? But since I'm mid-shot, it just eats the input, and my reload never comes.
You found us when, well,
right.
What I'm trying to say is, I'm proud to have met you.
So unless they implement something where it's like specifically the last shot does that, I think people would just be like, all right, well, I'm just going to boost my mag size and then reload before the last shot to do the speed tech, because it literally saves time in the long run. I'm about to load up a game to find it in another game. Does anyone know of a game that has that?
Any game. Literally, go play like any Call of Duty or any Battlefield or whatever. Like, you can't get to the end of the mag and then just spam R and reload quicker. You can reload early through a mag. And that's why in a lot of games it's actually beneficial to just reload while there's still one in the mag. Quad, did you call a coin flip?
Oh, okay, no lights. It is a weird thing with gun handling. The Rainbow Vomit does have a weird handling bug. Okay.
Right, and I'm aware of that, Glurdo. But, like, I haven't seen that in other games aside from TF2. Because it is absolutely that you're pressing to manually start the reload quicker. So either A, they can just make it so you'll always follow the same reload pattern as the auto reload, or B, they'll just make it so it reloads the moment it's capable of reloading.
Yeah, preferably I just make it as soon as it's empty you reload. That boosts fluidity. But if they go the route where they like make you wait through it, that's gonna feel so unfluid.
I mean, just play with the Jacob shotgun without spamming R. That's how it'll feel. Which is like the intended way of it.
No, I mean, like, I can't imagine they do a fix that also fixed, like, the halfway through mag not eating inputs. And it's like, why force it on the last one?
Because, like, if I shoot this and instantly reload, it works. I wouldn't be able to do this. Like, it's not useful, but, like... I don't know. I just don't see it as, like, a problem.
So the answer, chat, to the question, no, we don't think they'll patch it.
There's no way they try and patch that. I'm like so confident. Okay, I'm getting distracted by the topic.
Dominic, what are far shots? What they gotta do is add Gears of War reload, where if you hit a perfect reload, you stop it quicker.
Oh, I gotta start cranking some stuff.
Not that I know of, HE.
That didn't crank proper.
Yeah, Dominic, I'm worried. I feel like with the Hot Slugger, honestly, it would be better instead of them nerfing the reload. Or, sorry, instead of them nerfing the damage, I feel like they should make the reload, like, double the time. Because if they make it no longer capable of one-shotting by nerfing the damage, there's going to be no reason to use it.
Yeah. You kind of have a tough situation when anytime you make stuff that's, like, made for, like, a one-shot headshot kill. Like, you got to make it good for mobbing and good for bossing, but not, like, one-shotting bosses.
Oh, the sniper rippers. Yeah. Not as bad as the getting a bunch of blast in there. We're heavy nomads. No, Ardias. And I've heard the Moxie weapons are really bad, too.
What's going on? You have the sideshow gun? No.
You got it. It's moans of pain. Rewatch? Yeah, the story was actually really good. I'd say the first half was like 7 out of 10. Later on, it went like 8, 8.5, maybe.
Free Joe.
Okay. Where do I get this next variant of the mission? Why would they not give it to me right where they are? I don't know.
So, realize that has a COV mag. What gun were you farming? Get a COV enhancement, see if it's good. There's some ones that kind of pair with them well.
Hey, Strawberry, where at? What? Did you say what kind of place it's at?
You talking to me?
Oh, Susie.
No. Oh, Strawberry.
Real kind of you to pay me and Susie a visit.
There's an abandoned auger mine here?
How's Sue holding up?
She says the pain isn't bad, but I see her grimace when she thinks I'm not looking.
I bet it's this question mark thing.
ordered. Perhaps you went upstairs.
Thank you, Strawberry. This is gonna be so goated.
The ballista.
She must have left the house. But why?
Wait, did I find it? Ooh, I might have found it.
I couldn't find Susan. I fear she may be wandering the streets. She's not here. I told her a dozen times we've got to lay low. She said she wanted to see her sister, and she missed the gumbo at Crawdaddy's. I'll go check her sister's place if you don't mind checking the restaurant. What was she thinking?
It's felt like ages since we had a full shield.
Wait, what's that? No, it's just a tube. Oh, auger mine. How do I get to you?
Where's Sue at, man?
Drone footage has the Autolite thief at this location a few minutes ago. She left, but she can't be far off.
Susan was recently here. The Order is hunting her. What would her next steps be? Damnation! Fridays used to be date nights for us. We'd get
Wait, this way?
out and play some hollows back on the ship.
Wait, I think I found it. Yes. Auger mine.
Susan's not her best right now, but there's no way these malcontents could touch her. No way, no how.
Good question. Which area did I like the most? Probably... maybe the Fade Fields. I like this area too, though. Terminal range is not my favorite in terms of gameplay. A lot of just like wide open, long driving.
Dolphin Mangler. It's like a sniper Mongol. Okay. Oh, I finally got that second Twitch drop, D.
You did?
Yeah. Not too bad.
Which one? Wait, which one was that?
Midnight Defiance, I think. It's like a sniper. Like a conference call-ish sniper. Alright, how do I get up there? What do they want me to do? Can we do something over here?
Yo, what up, Sue?
Yeah, you're lying to me.
Joseph is beside himself.
Just a moment. I know I left some fertilizer here somewhere.
Now is not the time to fuss
Oh
over
wait, what's over here?
Your life is in danger.
Wake, eat, hide, sleep is all I do. And I sit with my pain so much, it's like having a second shadow.
Is this meant to be Detroit?
For all its troubles, gives me peace.
Pretty accurate.
It's a commentary about it.
Well, then maybe I can too.
There is peace in nurturing. I find it in poetry and scripture. You'll need some tools.
You want to play Axe Maul with me?
What
is this a Dark Souls reference? It's a mangler with an axe in his mouth.
Meet me on the ship and I can explain.
Chat, it's Sif.
Nah, wait, hold up, fight him with me. Or I can mag dump him, up to you.
Should be there soon.
Use mag dump him.
Okay.
Dodging them is taking a bit. There should be more than enough.
What's the name of that shotgun? Which one?
So right, Rock.
The one I'm using right now? This is the bod.
Citizen number 1847, you have been found guilty of
Lil Magnum. Oh, the movement do be crazy.
Why would you move when you can drive?
How am I supposed to drive with no car? How am I supposed to walk when I'm in car, though?
Why'd you do something so dangerous?
My plans. They aren't doing too well without us, Joey. What if they don't make it?
If anyone is farming the Timekeeper, if you enter the vault before he finishes dying, he won't shoot all his loot over the place. Let bro spew his load first, understood? Hear you loud and clear.
This garden may never go back to its old self. But maybe you start another one.
If you'd like that,
I gotta keep doing the bad seed.
I'll get you as many seeds as I can find.
Well, we'll need perennials.
What?
Plans that come back. Year after year.
We'll keep them going.
Thank you, hon. For everything.
I think this is some sad is supposed to be happening, but I don't know what's happening.
We helped this lady garden.
Oh.
Alright, cool.
Why does she sound like she's gonna die?
I don't know, she probably is. Okay, bad seed.
I'm working on that now.
One mission right next to me, and there's this mission. Let's see if it's fixed, or if it's still bugged. Okay, fixed. Let's go.
Acid Rain, Goof. Goof Juice is probably the best one out of those, if you ask me.
You're so impressive.
Nice. Just one jammer left, and then you can upload the virus, install drones, and wipe my motor slate clean.
Ruining my reactor! Oh, do you know how many messed up things we were planning to make here? Tell that!
The Tears one is like an orange flavor, but you made that cool spreadsheet, so you probably already know that. That's pretty useful, Panda. Thanks again.
The drone's blaster is supposed to be a birthday candle lighter. Its heat seeker was meant to find sad children and offer them cupcakes.
So what exactly do Chain Masters do?
When they're close to other enemies, they start tethering like laser beams.
But is that just like if you walk through it, you get hurt?
Yeah.
Or like do they gain bonuses from laser beams?
I think they just get hurt, but I could be wrong.
You keep running, no dead. Go.
You tripped the system. Have to reinstall the virus.
Oh, wait, I only have to redo this. Wait, he made it sound, I thought I had to do it all.
You tripped the system. You've got to reinstall the virus.
Aha! Nothing stands between us and our prize. Just place the seed into the nuclear core. Now, hit hit that switch to irradiate the seed. Again, cannot overstate how badly this is gonna sterilize you.
Yeah, my bug has seen worse.
It worked! Just make sure to grab that seed.
Good. Now break that Echo 4 back out and get hacking.
Now we're going to put this bad boy in the soil and cure world hunger. I can almost hear my parents rolling in their graves.
Did you make plans?
Facility where we can plant the seed.
I got a
Come
seed.
find me when you want to finish this.
Looks like it unlocked another mission to do.
Okay, firewall's down. Now just wait for the virus to upload. Protect my innocent robotic child. You know I got to do robotics to help kids, and in a way, these drones are my children. That doesn't make you a child killer. Let's be super clear about that.
That's good.
Still no Dancer Com. It's been hours. Like 3 Vex Cons though. Oh no.
The red triangle nodes.
I feel like 50% for your own comms just makes sense.
Yeah, no legs. We've already started playing where I'm Rafa and he's Amon. So yeah, we'll. But then I plan to play every character, at least once. I have a feeling. I think Vex is probably going to be my least favorite. I think it just fits my playstyle less.
Yeah.
I expect Rafa to be my second favorite, and then probably Harlow number 3.
Destroy the red nodes to keep things moving.
Oh, wait. Drink man splash me if no ask question first.
Did that fail? Oh my gosh. Chad, I think it failed because my slugger has a splash on it.
What?
How do I level up my ultimate Vault Hunter rake? Press tab, go to missions, click challenges. You're gonna see ultimate Vault Hunter mode. Start at the bottom of the list and do just each thing that it says.
We're closed. Who do you think that was?
Stranger danger?
Yeah. We can't carry on Vito's legacy with randos knocking on our door. Remember, this door only opens for our
Guys,
smugglers who
I have a
move
question
at
for you,
home.
chat. Is Monsters, Inc. the #1 Pixar movie of all time?
Capisci. All right. Time to pay those smugglers a visit and get
Hmm.
that password.
My child. Restored.
Bring that, put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
Hey, you do you. I'll do me by killing the rest of these guys. Hey, why'd they stop shooting at me?
These ones shouldn't cause you any more problems.
Hold on. Don't make more silent stuff. I don't want to kill that boy.
I'm off to begin my next invention for kids. A robot dog that drinks tears and gives warm nuclear-powered hugs.
Gang 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 gang. Yo, chat, can they bring Crank back? Honestly, I think Crank's one of the top tier NPCs in Borderlands.
They already did, in the form of YouTube Shorts commenters.
Loba.
What is the best drip? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't played the other characters enough to know the drip. So for me, it's Amon right now, but that's because that's the only one I've seen all the stuff for. Speaking of which, I have 83 loot boxes.
I bet a lot of those are just skins coming in from being off post or something.
Command, we've cluster of Ordinite thieves. Seems they tried to remove the Ordinite
Jacob's
core from
loyalty.
Affirmative.
Jacob's loyalty. Jacob's loyalty.
Oh, this echo was part of the mission.
Just repeat what I
Oh,
told
just base? Just
Yeah.
base rewatch? Probably base,
We too new in this
maybe Vex.
to join the half-class gang. Yes, must prove worth. Go to Synth Factory at Danky Ordinite. Bring to me. Remember the password.
They're all Jacob's loyalty rewards. They are all Jacob's loyalty rewards. I have like 80 Jacob's loyalty rewards. Hands of the Timekeeper.
Mierda, I should have known.
Danger, danger. Say password is what's in.
He should have a BL2 is good, just taking a break. Screen man, why you blame BL2? It is okay, watcher. I like BL4. I'm just taking a break, so I do not get burnt out. You like BL4? Good. But why you play BL2?
Sure. If we met before, you seem very familiar.
So you know what? Free emotes. If someone finds a 7T emo of like Joe with the baseball bat on his head,
Did you go to Danny's wedding, maybe? No, that's not it.
I'll add it.
Wait, I know who you are. Who let a Vault Hunter in here? Tell them. Kill the Vault Hunter.
Why must everything end in death?
Bro's playing Borderlands.
Guys, imagine an RPG Borderlands where you can play like pacifist, you know? Like, would you guys hop on like a Fallout New Vegas Borderlands game?
Would you guys play Scooter Simulator where you just have to repair catcher rides? And make sure the Vault Hunter always has a car ready?
Rootin' Tootin' Scootin' Simulator?
Yeah.
I'm in the vents, dude.
Sus.
Still consistent. No complaints. See if you can find the new.
Wait, you can do the dash in the vents, dude. This is so broken.
Oh yeah, the dash tech speeds you up. That's super helpful for Amon. Oh, you got it.
It's just not worth that kind of risk. Understood. I think I already.
Yo, red chest. New echo.
Once their replacements are squared away, let's bring them into the fold. Wouldn't want to be wasteful.
Ugh, what a dick. Secret room behind the bar, huh? Maybe there's another bar inside.
I do good, boss. Exceptional. You're a good boy. How do you feel? You hurt? No, not hurt bad.
Boy.
Just a little. Why don't you go ahead and get some rest then, son? You've earned it. I've got to take care of my rippers. You've got to take care of me, right? Right. You are best dad boss.
Calm luck in this game is straight garbage. Like late game, I got a usable calm for 30-48. Yeah.
Looks like she's going to survive treatment.
Is there like no vendors anywhere in the Dominion?
No, not really. Oh, did you want to see what your Maurice Black Market has?
A very messed up family. But we don't have
Oh,
no
yeah, I
right to
probably
make
should, huh?
lives.
Let me know when you
Where
want to
is
go.
that?
I know where it's at. It's over in I could take you there.
He got what was
And I want to know what yours has. I want to know what yours has. Then I
Mine
wanna go
has.
to mine.
Here, I'll show you what mine has. Mine has the Tedior like reload thing from Inceptus where it drops the husky. It's the husky friend, right? And then my other one's here. I'll give it to you. So you could test it to see if you like it, because I could get you another one. But I'm pretty sure it is
And
fixed
then-
parts. But here.
I'll go see what my thingy is.
Yeah. It's this. You could try it. I'd try it to see if you like it, because it's probably
you know what?
terrible enough, host.
I have used this on a different character.
Oh, okay.
Do I want to use it on Amon? Because probably not, because I need to
It's
spam
so
out
clunky. I
grenades.
wish you could just like interact press the button instead of body
Guys, I'm a Draven
blocking it.
player. Yeah, I won't use it because I need... My jelly has 4 charges.
Yeah.
I really need that for this. But
Yeah.
I bet you can make a good Amon build with that. Where is it at, though?
It's over. Here, do you just want me to take you there? Because I'm curious, kind of curious what you got to.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have to go into my own game to see it because it's based off the host game.
It's over here on my marker. Remember when we found Bruce and we put the Stinky on that crate? It's at the top of that building. I'm gonna go there now.
Oh, okay.
And go get mine real quick.
I'll follow you and then I'll just save with right
Okay.
before. Is it in the cave on top of that building, or
Yeah,
like?
yeah.
Stay safe, all right?
So if you haven't done all the side quests, you might literally not have access to
the
weekly things. I guess just once we hit a respawn, I'll save quit.
Oh my god, that was almost death. I didn't realize that was a fucking spot there.
There we go. Okay. Let me go see what's in my game.
Yeah, and then once you get to the top, you pretty much just go to the like look over ledge like you're going back, and then you'll find it.
Okay. Yes, that is true, Dominic. That is true. I wonder what you can get on the Shokunai.
Yeah, true. That'd be some pretty sick shit if it could roll with the right parts. I would clear out the enemies before you open it, so you don't get fucking bamboozled.
Yeah, that happened to me that first time. I forget how to get on the building though. Do I have to go through a building to get there? Or no? Can I just parkour?
You go through the oh no. I'm just buying one because they're killing me. What'd I even get on it?
Here we go. I mean, probably Dominic, but some items in this game are locked item parts. Okay, so I'm up here. There it is. Okay. Yeah, I'll kill some of these guys. Why'd I just get 2 million XP, chat?
Oh, we finished all the missions that we had. Okay.
Okay. Hello, Maurice's Black Markets.
Oh, we finished that whole map segment. Cool.
Did we get every collectible?
Yeah.
Ooh, Aegon's Dream or Oh My God.
What did those do again?
50% transfer of my my shield to damage. Jacob's Licensed, Aegon's Dream, or Hyperion License. I'd probably rather have the Hyperion. The damage on that is so low. What's the fire rate?
Forget what the Aegon's Dream is.
Well, they're here. Insufficient space. I am pissed. I'm pissed.
Don't get locked out, dude. I swear to God.
Okay, I decided I would just buy one when I could. Okay, let me join you back.
Okay.
bring enough cash, items are like 6 million bucks, Dominic. I don't think cash is an issue for me. I think so, Connor. I swapped comms, so I don't know. But I assume so. I don't think they've come out with any like bug fixes or anything yet.
Are you in game now? Can I pick this echo up?
Bro, why's my backpack full? Yeah.
All right, Rika, you win. I am a wreck without you. Abby, the apartment's falling apart. The cat's missing. Every night I hear gunshots outside. Actually, forget that part. What's important is that I'm sorry. I get
What's going on here?
being mad at me, but what? Now that you've ascended, you forgot your friends too? Everyone's been trying to reach you, to tell you I didn't know what I had till you were gone.
Guys, is it just me or is this gun like pretty mid?
What, the Aegon's Dream?
Yeah.
Is it like a Vladoff thing?
It is, but like definitely just do more damage with my wombo combo by a significant amount. I guess I'm just not built for fire and cryo. You know, the things my character does. Anyone got an opinion on spare ribs? Literally, Dominic, ribs are probably my favorite. The stopgap. I don't need any of the stuff I currently have, but I don't want to get rid of it either. Inventory management. He's got a gravity harpoon, this one's got. Both of those just do more.
Reloading just means you're doing your job.
Am I in shotgun mode? I know I was, bro. Keep me out of shotgun mode, please.
521 shot, mine is.
What's my YouTube bot at, lengthwise?
Elemental,
Still got
melee,
another hour, cool.
Skills nearby. Guys, when am I gonna do the disc jockey build?
Disc jockey. I got a bunch of them if you want one.
Got one too. Jolt's dude told me to do it. Guys, how do I do the disc jockey build? we'll sell all of that. Junk that. Okay. Is there literally any vendors in this place? No legs. In order to do the UVHM levels, you gotta go to your challenges. And then there's ones for Ultimate Vault Hunter mode. You have to work your way up and do every single one. And then it's always like a few random objectives, followed by, let's see, what's the first? Complete Rush the Gate at UVH1. To do UVH. Dominic, now you got me hungry, dude. I want spare ribs.
It's nice that you don't have to 100% the game to get all the SDUs. That's
That
something I
is
was a
nice,
bit
yeah.
worried about. How many SDU tokens do we have? I wonder if they'll be useful for anything. Like, we have 425 extra.
Not me. I have 415 extra.
Scammer get scammed. Who's this clap stash? Yo, let me clap. Is it over here? Oh, yeah, it's right here.
I hope this isn't a thing where since I'm in your co-op game, it's like gonna end up not thinking that I did 100% and I don't get the achievement.
That's gonna be annoying.
Yeah, that would be. I'd have to re-100% the game.
Over here.
You just call me a vault hunting doofus? Lady, what?
Now, plant the seed. So, here's the deal. We need to get the seed reactivated
Into the biosphere's fertilizer, but the Order has locked it off. So, you're going to lure them out by destroying their propaganda. What a brilliant plan we just came up with together.
It's your dumbass plan.
I'm obviously trying to be friendlier, idiot. Just shoot
Yeah.
the electrical panel to disable the propaganda speaker, obviously.
But impressed. Did it work?
No luck.
I'm gonna go get my food.
Remote controls are banjaxed. If you could venture farther in and manually reset it, I'd love you for it. You'll have to head into the core system room, and it's sure to be guarded.
Whatever it takes to keep your lads from dying horribly in a sewer.
Can do. Shame we're getting a Christmas DLC first means we have to wait a whole year to get the Halloween one. I'm pretty sure they're starting on the Halloween one rewatch. The first thing, or is it like for a full DLC? Because they're doing a Halloween event. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty confident in that.
That's why the Order uses it to clean the water. It dissolves
Right.
pollutants, including you. should you fall in?
Then I simply won't fall in.
But I wonder if maybe the Halloween one won't be a headhunter and it'll just be an event. Maybe.
The size of them chompers. Massive. One time he chewed his way out of the boot of a car.
The trunk of a car? Sounds like you and the lads had some wild years.
Ah, but that was another lifetime. I haven't had a need to chew through anything of the sort for 30-some odd years, I'd say.
DIY explosives, order hacks, car trunks? I don't mean to pry, but I desperately want.
We're gonna need to do all of them just to get extra stuff in future DLC. I don't know, like what else would they use SDU tokens for, right? Like maybe backpack upgrades for their bank upgrades?
I feel like there should be like cosmetics that you can buy with it. So then it's just 100% like only necessary if you want a specific cosmetic, you know? But it rewards those that do everything.
What if a side mission shows up and he asks for like 500 SDU tokens and he gives you like a white gun?
Right. You'll need to power the core in order to
That would be epic.
reset it.
People would like that.
Be a dear and hack the console, would you?
Is there a shop around here?
Yo, Grippin' Gooch. Thank you so much for the follow.
He's what?
Grippin' Gooch.
Me at 2 in the morning.
Thank you so much for the follow, Grippin' Gooch.
The Order security's on your tail.
Yeah, rewatch. It looks like right before the bounty pack there is the Horrors of Cairo event, the free one. So I think that's probably it. They're gonna do the seasonal headhunters, but not Halloween. I think Halloween will just be an event.
When we're done here, remind me to order more glue traps, would you?
Aye. This could have all been prevented with proper pipe hygiene.
I don't know if the headhunters are necessarily going to be like a season, like holiday thing like BL2 headhunters are, but I don't know.
Well, the second bounty pack shows a Nutcracker skin on it, and it says new missions, boss, and gear.
Yeah, that might be
unless
it.
that's just like
I
a
feel like that'd be
Nutcracker
weird
just
though.
for a Nutcracker.
I could be, yeah, maybe you're right.
Not many people use Nutcrackers out of season.
Yeah, not many. Who actually used as a Nutcracker though?
I don't know.
Be
I have
honest.
one that I won in a gingerbread contest.
A gingerbread contest? What is that?
Yeah.
Did you eat a bunch of
gingerbread
it?
house.
Oh, dang! You made a cool
Yeah.
gingerbread house.
Sewer door should be open.
It was pretty cool. Kind of mid, honestly, but
Well, if it won something, it must have been not mid.
true.
Sewer doors are now unlocked through Dominion City. Explore the sewers and uncover the secrets and rewards. Wait, sewer doors? Oh, there's still an iron wall resolve bunker in the third area.
Only 4 more vault symbols in the game.
Yeah. I think there's only one more echo in this area too.
Aren't responding though, which is a worry. Maybe they got into a spot of trouble.
Did you actually think this was going to take 14 hours to do all this?
There's more to old Raymond than he's letting on.
Yeah.
Making bombs and hacking order security aren't exactly typical hobbies of the middle-aged. Or anyone else, really.
Did we ever find that last thing in the terminal range?
I think so. God, I love the movement in this game so much.
Vault Hunter! You have been witness tampering with Order property. Your death sentence will be carried out in 3, 2, 1, now!
Chat, I'm so hungry. I feel like I'm dying. I'm going to go get food.
Yeah, go for it. I got this.
Damn, Steve. Will not let your lads come to harm. Last I knew, Orla was down in the sewer beneath the slums. Homo was around the landfill sewer, and Hawk should be with one of them. I will find them. But I must ask, you can craft explosives and manipulate orders, do you? Why do you not simply lay waste to your oppressors? That story's got to be close to 30-some years on.
I'm almost tempted to turn the battle music up. It's playing some fucking metal riffs right now.
Understood. A person can live many lives before they reach our age. And I remain curious about yours.
Oh yeah, you need 2 missions to unlock that one. Hate it? Oh. Weird. Okay, well, good to know. Thank you for that info. Look into.
Always use protection.
Most people would have taken the elevator. I guess that's why you're, open quotes, gifted, close quotes.
Hey, whoa.
You picked the wrong fella to fight.
Done murdering? Nice. Now, plant the seed in that fertilizer machine and will cure hunger forever.
Stop planting stuff into stuff.
Alright. I'm just reheating pizza. Guys, how many of you are like cold pizza eaters? Because
Me
that's,
right
like,
here.
the worst thing.
Dude, nah, dude. Cold pizza and... No, because cold pizza is like a whole different thing than warm pizza, bro. It's like 2 different meals. You get a pizza and you have leftovers, and you have like pretty much 2 different meals. It's like spaghetti and steak, how different it is. And that difference is a vibe.
Guys,
Microwaved pizza. How do you reheat it? I'll ask you that. How do you reheat it?
I reheat in the air fryer.
Oh, okay. You know what? I've never tried that, so I'll hear you out.
Microwave pizza is really bad.
Okay. I'm glad we agree on that, because microwave pizza, bro, I'm just eating it cold. But also, I do have gamer laziness where I'm like, I don't got time for all that.
The air fryer is very good. It like gets to the correct temperature. It stays crisp. Sometimes it crisps it up a little bit more, even. Am I supposed to go here? But no, microwaving pizza. I've literally had pizzas that were great when I had them. I microwave it for like 45 seconds just because like I ended up bringing it home or whatever, and it's just immediately worse.
That's the last we've heard from those creeps. Now, you just gotta turn the machine on.
Hello, obnoxious.
Being a dick will finally be cancelled out by all the good I've done for the world.
It does, you're right, No Legs, it does depend on the location. There are a few pizzas I've had where the microwave was like the correct way to do it, but the air fryer is always just the safe way for me. My
Wait, where am I
gosh,
supposed to
it's
go?
so far away. I wish we could both have
One
two
of your lads
separate
was up to his chin in actual caca. You might want to
here we
start
go,
running a
missions. Like, I wish we could be doing separate missions and have them.
EP day. You get hidden collectibles from the legendary vending machine since it's only once per playthrough, easy to miss. Like the hidden collectible from the legendary vending machine.
You shouldn't pour your grease
I think
down
so.
the drain, you know. It forms a big manky ball that we in the know call a fatberg.
Wait, hidden collectible? What are you talking about? No legs. Elaborate. What's the hidden collectible?
Yeah. You're soy jacking it for the Safeway mention.
Or I would if I had any weapons. They might be the best lad of all.
Hello, simpleton. Machine off.
Stupid thing won't shut down.
Oh, crap. It's flooding the room. Shoot some pipes. Release the pressure.
Oh, I'm getting the stinky put on me, bro. Where are the pipes?
Fun fact,
What
water,
pipes?
micros don't heat anything up. It makes water
What
molecules
pipes?
vibrate rapidly through high wavelength emission. That's why it always gets soggy, and the vibrating water molecules make it warm.
I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. Track the mission for me. Track the
That does
mission.
explain how they were foiled by an unlocked door.
Wait now. We've got Orla.
Where's this?
So that means
What are they talking about?
he's not with me and
I
he's
don't
not
know,
with
dude.
Orla.
Why does it say that that's tracked when that's not the mission that's tracked? It's very obviously not the mission that's being tracked right now.
Find enough place to get out the old bats and mittens and slitters.
Get me out of here!
You had a subterranean base hidden in the sewers? The truth is stranger than fiction.
Just head to the sewer near the sorting station, Vault Hunter. You'll find him. And a whole lot more.
Call me a water molecule the way I'm soggy. Why you soggy?
Oh
Enter
my
Raymond's old
God.
hideout. Crazy. I was just in here.
What the fuck just happened? Where are they?
Is this wrong? Okay, let me set it to my mission.
Gas would
then
not
I'll put
survive an
ping on
escape.
it, and I'll go.
No, it was set to my mission, but it was just showing your fucking things. Like, and it had me on a wild goose chase. Literal fucking red herring, bro.
Let's try a tactical reassessment, shall we?
Whatever, bro. It's gonna make me go around. How the fuck do I get back in here?
Someone's gotta shut these order bastards down.
Go, go, go. God, they're like right.
Soon you'll come upon a valve. Now you turn that, and it'll let you into a place. A very.
I notice a lot of times the dialogue is too long for the objectives, so I often have the objectives done before the dialogue, you know?
Oh, there's a thing here. Like, how the hell does it want me to get up here, bro?
One more pipe and the pressure should equalize.
They had to hide down here. They must have been desperate back then.
Shoot fruits.
Ha! The tree grows. Done.
Yes! With these gun fruits, the poor and hungry need not starve. They can arm themselves and take what they require from the bourgeoisie. And it's all because of my gigantic
Okay, we have a gun tree
pushing
now.
a few buttons when I told you to. Anyway,
That's
help
good.
yourself to the
So
guns,
like
and we
Christmas?
grow soon enough.
Yeah.
Did this whole ordeal teach you to be nicer? Maybe?
Absolutely not. Success has only reinforced my worst qualities, and my dead parents can suck on that from the afterlife. God, I'm such a good person.
Go.
Oh. No, that's not it. Oh, it's right here. I thought that's where I came from.
So I will have to take one from a fan.
Oh, no. Don't you dare murder my favorite fan. That's my precious Mr. Choppy Chop.
If you can't be helpful, Tom, at least be funny. For shame.
Systematically searching up. No, the fog made it so I couldn't see the fucking upward air geysers. I literally looked around the whole room. I looked around. I'm like, all right, there's no way to jump up here. There's no grapple points. I just couldn't see the fucking air boosters with the fucking green fog everywhere. Even without the objectives, I'm like, all right, how do I get up here? Where's it at?
Now that you're in, it should get you out. Pod's eyes were wrong. They were blank, but bright.
Last 10 hours is crazy.
He took the pliers, fix him on.
It ain't over till it's over, chat.
It ain't over till it's over.
You think I'm getting edged tonight, DX?
I don't know.
Me neither.
It's hard to say. Because you never know when the edging stops. Because on the last subathon, it was just repeated edging and you were down at like 4 hours for a long time. But that first subathon, you only got edged like, you know, a few times and then they're like, alright, let it in. Edging, Caleb. Edging and jelking. You think they're gonna jelk you tonight?
Maybe. Yeah, these ain't the last 10 hours. These about to be the first 10 hours of the edging sesh.
Guys, give this guy a green sweater. He's next level.
Talking about me or the NPC?
The NPC.
I was like, what does that mean, bro?
T-edge.
I'll be right back.
Chat, I don't want to miss the lore, but my food's definitely done. It was done like 5 minutes ago.
Arla's family born. We 4 lads are all we've
Guys,
got.
half of the objectives in this game are stop, order, ambush.
But one day, the time will come to dig them up. It has to come. It will.
Terrorist? That's not a very nice thing to call a person. But I'm also not very nice. Don't let him get away! It would seem that Raymond was part of a resistance that tried to take on the Timekeeper in the past.
I hate the Order bastards more than I fear them.
Hey now, none of that! Give up and maybe they'll go easy on us.
The Borderlands formula on display. The only thing missing is finding a key.
Questions. We've got answers.
I don't really have any questions about you guys, honestly.
Wait up! Oh shite. Wrong left.
Okay, that mission's done. So what does that put us at? Dude, we're done with this entire section.
Oh shit, you found the last ball symbol too, cool.
Now it's just the top right.
I'm sorry, Ray.
Hell yeah,
Can
one
we,
more.
Can we start at the food court and work down?
It's not enough.
Or just go from the middle?
I'd just go from the middle.
Go to
I'd...
the food court.
And we're
'cause I'm
choosing
getting
it again.
Okay.
Wait, oh, this is a different track. I'll be back. Why does Raymond look like K6?
Sub 10 hours, the subathon is ending. Crazy. The subathon is ending. No way, bro. Doubt.
What among you truly believes they can lead?
I don't know. Maybe it will end. Maybe it will. Who knows?
I want it to be known that last time I ate my slice of Costco pizza in one sitting.
We win. Game.
Bro was eating the Costco pizza.
Yeah.
Sub 10 hours, bro fell off.
Like, there's no world where I'd be like, oh, Costco has the best pizza. For $10, you can't beat that. You really can't.
Little Caesars. Get one for $4.99 right now.
Guys, Costco or Little Caesars? I want both chats in on this. Costco or Little Caesars? Good pizza or not good pizza?
Cheap. It's cheap though.
Is it 18 inches for $4?
I'll give your mom 18 inches for $4.
You're a prostitute?
Yep. Loud and proud. Shout out.
Yep.
That's why they call me.
I have 2 dads, so happy Pride Month. Can't wait for April.
Stop, dude. I'm never gonna live that down, am I?
I just escaped a research facility.
No, that and TPS.
That and TPS, I'm never gonna live down, bro.
Here we have a place called Pizza Place. It's so good. You're making this up.
That sounds like AI.
Hello, Matthew. Costco has the best pizza per dollar. Yes, the pizza per dollar ratios are great. How many inches is a Little Caesar pizza?
Probably like 12 or 14.
And then what is the total volume difference between a like? Let's
I
say
can get 2 12-inch pizzas for one Costco pizza. They're running a deal right now, $4.99 each.
Can someone do the math? What's the volume difference between 2 12-inch pizzas and an 18-inch pizza?
Mucho mejor.
No, Dominic. You probably... Dominic, at this point, I just have to trust you. You could be like, yeah, there's a pizza place called Cricket Launch Tech nearby, and it has the best pizza. I'd be like, yep. The Dutch do it different.
Real, not rage bait.
You know what's wrong with Little Caesars, guys? Every time I've ever eaten Little Caesars in my life, I'm still hungry.
I feel that.
There's just so little value, so little like sustenance to it.
I feel that.
The anti-nutrition, dude. It
makes you hungry. It's like a diet. It's the Diet Coke of pizza.
That's how they get you too.
I was getting worried. There should be an elevator nearby that'll take you down to the
They get you.
Poll is up. Let's go.
Guys, there's a poll in Gas's chat.
Oh wait, there's a power core thing somewhere around here. I gotta open this gate. Or is there gonna be a stupid
300
mission
hours?
for it?
Bro fell off.
Sub 300 hours, dude. Crazy.
Sub 365 days. There's still that one girl that literally... I think she's literally in like a 1,000-something day subathon. It's been going for years.
What is their like time rate for it though? I'm curious. Always watching.
If my math is done right,
that killing up
an
watchers.
18-inch pizza is more than two 12-inch pizzas. So according to Glurdo,
I don't know.
Actually, they break even on that deal, which honestly I believe because like at my work, our mediums are 13 inches and the grand is 18 inches, and it's almost exactly double.
I guess that's a relief.
On every portion, including what the dough is.
To the labs, but be careful. That whole place was packed with order soldiers.
So chat, when you even it out to the Little Caesars deal they have going on, so it's already
Where?
the
What
cheapest place.
Dedulous shotgun is
Get
that?
a
Where can I
cheaper
farm
deal.
it? This is the bod. If you,
It's still the same price.
here, let me see where you can farm it. Exclamation point max roll. Bod you can get from Axe Maul. Axe Maul is a auger shrine in over here. Where's he at? Or an auger mine. Where's that at?
Random Dutch trivia: in World War II, there was a soldier that won a duck from poker in a nearby village. Took said chicken to war, and I assume duck, and the duck killed a Japanese roaster amongst an amphibious landing amidst. I feel like you just said
Where's it
words.
at? Whistler's mine? No.
Yeah.
Where is that mine?
So that's a fighting duck.
Through the experiment. Somehow. I thought I was
Chat, I'm eating my food.
I can handle it.
It was horrible. The pain.
Where is Axma?
It was unlike anything I've ever felt.
Am I stupid? Was he not over here?
Tear me apart.
All right, Chad. Here's what we'll do.
Soul was being severed.
We'll eat and we'll
Let's
pull up
shut up,
his
pal.
gameplay, so then you can actually watch that thing.
I think they're going to make me go in there again.
You guys have like a go-to video
could they
that
have
you
been trying to do to him?
you put on when you're eating? All right, let's see what he does. Oh, no knocking. I mean, stream together. Oh my goodness.
Where's the auger mine? Was it not an
Coming out
auger
of knock
mine?
From here. Knock. Boom.
But you get it from Bod, wherever Axma is. I feel like I just fought this guy though.
He was from the mine in the Dominion.
Oh, he was from the mine in the Dominion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're so right. He's right here. You gotta go. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you gotta find this one right here, and then fight Axma. I messed that up. Oh, there's one more mission in the last area. Old tricks. Okay, good to know. Do we have a mission open right now? Should I just go grab that one? I'll just go grab it real quick. Little Caesars won. GG.
Crazy. 9 votes. Let's go.
When is the Infinity Only run coming out? I have no clue.
Dude, when did that other mission show up?
Probably right when we were like, we got them all, and then we got blindness from the hype. Oh, there's a legendary I missed on the ground. Cool. Mega Augmenter AF1000. Elemental Affinity. Increased elemental damage dealt by 25%. Cool. So when we hundo percent, do you want to like gear up and make like a good build for when new content comes out? Because I assume we just use these characters for new content.
Yeah. Guys,
If you ever need to talk, I'm here for you.
am I gonna get copywritten by GASMASK for just straight up putting his stream off right now?
No, I don't think so. And
Frank
if I
Warmer
get a message, I'll just be like, no, that's my boy T. That's my brother. Remember when we used the Oz kit and it both healed us and we became blood brothers and I didn't tell you what was happening? And now I'm inside of you, Squidward. Where's this thing at? It's over here.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Hello, Paydrake. Hello, Raymond.
Time
Raymond
for us to do me
Noodle.
part. If me lads are back in the fight, then so am I.
Let's go, Raymond. Everybody loves Raymond.
I'll help again. Just as soon as you give me those answers you've been teasing.
And I'll spend every bean I've got.
Chat, what is the most overrated show that you grew up with?
I'll meet you there.
Overrated. Like everybody else loves it, but you're just like, nah, that's mid. The Big Bang Theory.
Like, it's just funny, but I don't know how it became
Bazinga.
such
Bazinga. Oh, great. The mission takes us over to that other spot.
What was a mid show?
Guys, you gotta keep an eye out for any good parted torque shotguns. Riders, these fuck. Okay, understood. The Borderlands Netflix show. That'd be crazy.
Bro,
Not to
guys.
say, couldn't have you pegged as an ex-resistance hero.
Johnny Test is 20 years old.
Oh, no. Johnny Test was so bad. Whip crack, whip crack. Vine boom, vine boom.
Yeah, but I'm in it, so.
You're in it?
Bling bling boy.
Oh. You do not even look like Bling Bling Boy.
Well, that's just what YouTube says, yo.
You who? Okay, we don't listen to YouTube commenters, bro.
I had forgotten about it, but I got reminded of it. Because on our 1v1v1 against Bowery on Bingo, someone brought up a comment later about me being...
Am I healing him? Why is... Oh, yeah, he's corrosive immune. Okay.
No, Mr. Duck, what up? Johnny Test was peak until you develop sentience.
Yo, Raymond! Thank you, Raymond. You just got a what?
You guys have a favorite family sitcom? Mine was Full House.
I don't think
Every
what.
episode of Full House. Oh my God.
Hot take: Ben 10 was only good until Ultimate Alien happened. Well, yeah, like, what happened? What was so? There's a Ben 10, and then there's like a new Ben 10 when he was like a teen. I don't know if that one was good. And then they came out with another 2 or something, and they just redid timelines or something. I don't know.
Ben 10 has one of the best theme songs, though, for sure.
That is pretty catchy, not gonna lie.
Transmitters and smack them into the tower. Our signal's gonna be louder than Orla singing karaoke.
I'm still here, so there must be a reason for it.
But, I wasn't allowed to watch Courage, the Cowardly Dog.
Let's try a quick test message.
Chat, is the Pokemon anime actually good, or is it just the same format every episode? Main plot, subplot, Team Rocket. They put Pikachu in a cage. They break Pikachu out of the cage. Team Rocket flies away. Happy ending on main plot. Is that every episode? Is that accurate?
Incorrect. That was sublime.
No, I meant the broadcast only without locally. Needs a bit more work.
Drop it in the chat, guys.
Did Generator Rex crossover, which low-key most underrated crossover ever? Wait, is Generator Rex the dude with the fucking car on top of the mech suit? Is that what I'm thinking of? Alyssa, didn't we watch something with that? We were just like, what is this?
Dominic, I haven't watched it, but heard good things.
Is that what I'm thinking of? Or what's that show? Okay, no, I'm thinking of something else. What was the show? There was like a guy. He put his car on top of a mech suit. I think he looked like Guy Fieri, maybe? What was it? What was it? Farm legend from spread launcher underbarrel, that would be suggest farming for. Hey, if I want to farm a legendary weapon with a spread launcher, I know that the rainbow vomit can have a spread launcher. I know some other Jacob shotguns can't. I don't think the Slugger can, and I don't think the Hellwalker can. But if you want to farm a rainbow vomit or a TK's wave, those can both have the spread launcher. Megas XLR. Okay, yeah, I would not guess that. You know, throw up a new poll. Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, or Disney? Throw up a poll. I'm gonna see how based... That's hard? We are not including Adult Swim, and we're not including Nick at Night.
No, that's fair, but... Dude.
At night.
Old Nickelodeon was so good. So what's the time frame here on this?
Your childhood. Your childhood specifically. So it's going to be a slightly skewed and varied depending on how old the people are.
That's legitimately tough.
Is there like a tough number one, or is it tough ranking all three?
Disney's at the lowest.
Oh, agreed. 100%. I'm more of a... I don't know. I might just be kid-brained, but I don't really... This is the hardest one yet, TX. Can you help me find this third orb?
Well, I'm done eating.
Okay.
Yeah. Cartoon Network lasted longer. Disney and Nick fell off, but I think the peak of Nick was so good.
Okay, can we factor in the fact that SpongeBob might have carried Nickelodeon?
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, how are we supposed to find these orbs? It's like the loot dice, bro.
You should have driven to that one, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, can you teleport to me and see if you can see it for me? Because, damn, it's like far off.
Yeah.
Would you recommend HDR for this game? I'm be honest, I don't even know what that is. HD, high definition something. High definition resolution? I'm playing in 4K right now, and I have a beefy computer. A lot of my settings are at low, and I'm using frame gen. Personally, I don't think the graphics matter too much in this. If you want to run the game good with it still looking decent, you could put all your settings on low except everything above foliage, and it'd look fine. So I go to advanced. Everything, so foliage density very high, everything up on max, and it looks fine, and it runs the best that way. Also, hello, Lovinsky. Also, exclamation point settings might also help for performance. Make sure you got your drivers. If the new driver doesn't help you, downgrade back. What was the original flavor of Doritos? Nacho cheese? It was nacho cheese or Cool Ranch, right? Cartoon Network on top. For real. Okay, that's how I tier list mine. But a lot of people are just not voting Nickelodeon. Well, I guess you can't tier list them here. So the poll is like, who's everybody's favorite? So a lot of people saying Cartoon Network's probably like, yeah, Nickelodeon's next best.
Let's add a fourth option to that poll.
Okay.
For Boomerang.
I've never watched Boomerang, Bo. Boomerang.
Bro did not have the proper plan. You're built like one.
Built like a boomerang. I'm gonna call TPS that next time I see him.
Yeah?
Yeah. Not TP to me, bro. I can't find this.
I knocked on your thing and you didn't answer. All right, let me go over. I'm pretty sure you can reactivate the thing, by the way.
Yeah, but it's just so
Here's
far
the thing,
away.
guys.
It's just
Here's
so
the
far
thing,
away.
guys. Pre-Adventure Time and regular show, I think Nick would have won. But then post, I think Cartoon Network would win.
I would agree with that. I still think I'd go Cartoon Network, but dang, where'd you
I
find
was never
that?
one of the kids that was into like. I was never one of the kids that was into like the cool shows, you know, like Ben 10 or like all that sort of thing.
Did anyone watch Star Wars: The Clone Wars when that was on Cartoon Network? Anyone actually watch that? I remember having like a Star Wars phase and watching it a little bit, but I think that was because like I recently moved schools and then the only people that like accepted me were people that like Star Wars.
You know, now that I'm thinking
So I
about it,
kind of just did it by
Disney-
association.
Early 2000s Disney was primarily populated by sitcoms like Hannah Montana.
Yes.
Cartoon Network was exclusively cartoons.
Yes, and that's why I think I don't
aside
like
from
Disney.
When they tried Dude, What Happened? Or,
Doritos was the
what is
first
it? Dude, What
tortilla
Would
chip
Happen?
plain.
And
I've watched
then
Clone
meanwhile-
Wars like 4 times. Okay, I could take that 2-way, Fies. You've only watched 4 episodes, or you've watched all of it 4 times.
But then Nickelodeon had both. Because Nickelodeon had a bunch of good cartoons, but it also had Drake and Josh, iCarly, other ones I can't think of right now. If we count the extended channels, Nickelodeon clears easily. Nicktoons was straight up top 2.
Did the
If we
original
counted
Teen
all
Titans ever
branches-
get like an actual ending, or did they just cease on like a nothing burger?
I don't know. Boy, guys, the sequel's so much better. Yes, Teen Titans Go. Let's go. Teen Titans Go or Johnny Test? I'm taking Johnny Test, I think.
Honestly, Teen Titans Go. Oh no. So Teen Titans Go is so fucking bad because it's like such a butcher, but also some of the fucking references that I've seen online are just like, all right.
Are actually like
It's like
not
a
that
piece.
bad.
It's like a fucking. It's like a gold nugget in like a fucking manure bag, you know. But I feel like at least with Johnny Test you could like watch it like ironically or something. I don't know. Can I choose
Yeah,
neither?
it's
Yes,
ironic.
you can.
That's not an option. It's not an option.
Average Johnny Test episode. Yo, big sis, give me 14 thumbs so I can play video games better.
Hey, Doogie, get over here.
I totally forgot about the talking dog in that. Oh my god, I just remembered him.
Yeah. It was kind
His
of the
name
OG
was
Adventure
Dookie?
Time. Yeah, it was.
Why was his name Dookie?
I don't know. Because Johnny
the
Test
show
is
is
that
shit.
funny. That was the... Oh, but Flapjack and Chowder existed, though. I think I would
Chowder's
still
top
have
tier.
chosen SpongeBob, but...
Alyssa
Chowder
doesn't
is one of
like
my favorite shows
Flapjack.
of all time.
It's a bit freaky deaky sometimes.
Yeah. I've seen her on Marbles on stream. She probably can't handle it.
Whoa.
She goo goo gaga.
No. Yeah. I like the whale in Flapjack. That's so you coded, honestly. The nice whale. That's a
Yo,
compliment, by the way.
I'm back, chat. Oh, that actually makes sense. His name was Dookie because Johnny Test is a full Green Day reference. Oh no. No, chat. Hello?
It's a Green Day reference? Ah.
Yeah, his name was Dookie because Johnny Test is full of Green Day references. I just saw a video the other night that was like Johnny Test is 20 years old, and someone was like, literally the theme song is just American Idiot, and I was listening to it and I was like, it actually
Is
just
it?
follows the song.
I don't even remember
Almost
the intro.
It's like they changed it enough where you wouldn't even notice, but if you know the song, it's like, oh my gosh, that's the song. I'm trying to join back.
Oh, I didn't even realize you left. How long ago did you leave?
Just like, I don't know, minute. My internet just dipped out of nowhere.
Okay.
But I'm back now.
Hmm.
Danny Phantom was good.
Hey,
Guys,
Show
okay,
Ramen.
okay. But what if we were... It's not letting me join you, please. What if we were to base it off of the games
Never
that
got an
came
ending?
out of
Okay.
them? If we're talking the video game section, then it's 100% Nickelodeon, right? But if we're talking the website games, Cartoon Network wins that easy. The Cartoon Network games were so good.
Who played Cheese Quest? Who played Cheese Quest?
And I can't remember the name of it, but there's one where you play as the Powerpuff Girls in a big mech suit, and it's a fighting game. There was the Teen Titans fighting game. There was the Dexter's Lab Chicken Wrangler game.
Oh, there was this Ed and
Chicken
Eddie
Jockey.
like fucking like derby game where you like crashed into each other with cars.
Crash
I love
Up
that
Derby
one. Apparently, I watched a fucking video like a few years back, and apparently there's a Cartoon Network game online where you could see what was under Double D's hat because he like threw his hat in the air as like a victory thing, and everyone's like, "It's not canon." What's that one meme where it's like YouTubers talking about like a murder that happened 5 years ago versus YouTubers talking about a lost Shrek episode or something like that?
Yeah.
And it's just like the energy's backwards.
A curious but impressive machine. What do you need, Max Sky?
I remember No Legs. I played it a bunch, and I remember playing it in like a library.
But the city's battery dispensers had been kaput since the plant shut down.
Honestly, I think Adventure Time's like my all-time favorite show. Chaz, did anyone watch Fiona and Cake? Is it good? Is it bad? Should I watch it? Oh, we need a little power
Did they make
core.
it a whole thing?
Yeah, they made it like a whole. Well, after Adventure Time was done, they released some like 5-hour-long episodes called Adventure Time Distant Lands, about like
I
some
heard
like
about those.
post story.
Never watched
Those
them.
were pretty good. But then they.
This guy's building a mech. I just realized what we're looking at.
But not. Then they made the Fiona and Cake. Is there an echo here? Is it
I
under
thought this
us?
guy was. Oh no, dude! What they do to him? Hey, Gas, look, it's you.
What?
Not enough joking, I guess.
Who? Where? Oh, it's a whole robot. I didn't even notice him, bro.
Yeah, look, and he's built like you.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Time out.
Seems a ways to build a space
Yeah, no, I thought it was a
mech and
robot
make
from the
it
back.
a
Turns out he's just caked up
land
hard.
mech, I guess.
So
You sure
it's
about
pretty
this?
sick, though. The Cartoon Network MMOs, Fusion Fall, GameCube Ed, and Eddie, guys. But
What was
Nicktoons
the
Battle
what was the Cartoon Network fucking fighting game that
Volcano
was
Island.
out? What was that? I feel like I've seen it at
I
GameStop
don't know.
18,000 times.
No,
where's
dude,
this
there was
objective?
something so magical about going to GameStop and seeing like a SpongeBob game or like a Cartoon Network game.
Yeah.
And you didn't know it was gonna be bad, you know?
Yeah.
But some of them were good. Like, genuinely, Battle for Bikini Bottom
Was
is
the
just
remake
an
good?
amazing game. The remake was great. It was just the same thing, but it looked and sounded better. And funnily enough, it was within a week that speedrunners figured out how to beat the game in less than 2 minutes.
I think I remember seeing stuff about that. Was it a wrong warp or something?
Yeah, it was just straight from... I think it was straight from SpongeBob's house to the final boss. Did
Were
any
you
of
big
you
on
play?
Were you big on the Mr. Krabs overdoses on ketamine speedruns?
I was not, no. No. Did any of you play Nicktoons, either Nicktoons Unite or the Volcano Island one?
Multiverses was so peak, they killed it. Oh, I forgot. There was like a Smash,
Yeah.
like cloned game that was like bad or good. What did?
I think
Is
it's
that
good,
game
but
still
then they,
going?
update it.
What? LeBron was in there, right?
Yeah, from Space Jam.
Yeah.
No
Also
legs.
Scooby-Doo.
No legs exactly.
Please stand by for appropriate
Wasn't like Rick and
summary
Morty also in it or something?
Thank you for your conformance.
It was all Warner Brothers stuff. And Cartoon Network owns Warner Brothers, so you'd be like Bugs Bunny fighting LeBron James, and Batman.
Who sent me
And
the
then, like,
fucking LeBron
Nick
James dunking on Velma edit? Jinkies!
Oh, man.
And then and it's just like those fucking loud slams every time. No, they killed it? Is it like dead and down? Are servers down for the game now? Or is it just a bad game that's still like running and still doing stuff?
What are some of your guys' favorite niche cartoons that nobody else watched? For me, 3 Delivery and Growing Up Creepy. There was 2 Stupid Dogs, which would occasionally play on Boomerang and Cartoon Network. And I always loved that because I had a dachshund at
What's
the time.
a niche one?
It was like him. But
I'm
I'm sure
looking
there's
up
a
a-
lot.
List of
I feel
old
like anything you name
Cartoon
off of like
Network
Boomerang will be fit into that
shows.
category. Stream reactions to all Dude What Would Happen in Destroy Build Destroy. I remember even as a kid, I was like, this is kind of stupid. But I like Dude What Would Happen. But it was like the worst acting ever. They'd be hanging out on the couch, acting like bros. They're like gaming and they're like, oh dude, I killed you, huh? Dude, what would happen if I killed you IRL?
It's so staged.
Let's test it.
Yeah.
Hole in the wall, chat. Hole in the wall. Bring back hole in the wall. I had the game on Connect. Bring
Hole
it
in the
freaking
wall,
back,
bro.
chat.
7. Hasn't just one 7.
Oh my gosh, why does this guy need so much stuff? Oh my gosh, it's the worst mission I've ever seen.
What am, dude,
Yo,
the
Thunder
mission
Pika, how you
objectives keep
doing?
confusing me. Okay, we have multiple missions
3 Delivery
going
was
on.
about 3 Chinese food fast workers who fought for an ancient Chinese recipe. You know, Duck, I was never much of a Johnny Bravo watcher. Unfortunately. Destroy Build Destroy is the first time I ever understood why people like sports. Is it a sport?
All right. Tell me if this is a hot take. Tell me if this is a hot take. My gym partner's a monkey. Bad.
Oh. No, it was kind of a really mid show, honestly. I mostly just remember it because Tom Kenny's in it, and I like Tom Kenny. Since Tom Kenny is like the voice of all the best everything. And bro is Patchy the Pirate. Guys.
I've never watched Ren and Stimpy, but every time I see one of those clips from that show, I'm just like, no, this is like nightmare fuel.
Yeah, I wasn't allowed to watch it, and for good reason. Did you guys like the Patchy the Pirate episodes of SpongeBob? Because as I've gotten older, I've learned that a lot of people don't, but those are some of my favorite ones, even rewatching them.
I think one of my favorite episodes, I think it might have been Apache the Pirate, but it's like at the end of the episodes, they're about to like reveal like the Krabby Patty secret formula. They're like, da, 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 and then at the end it's, it is, and then it goes to commercial. That's one of my favorite ones.
Yeah, the Krusty Krab training video. That's one of the best ones, and it doesn't follow any formula of SpongeBob. But guys, there's like the gag.
Does
during
anyone
the-
hate, like, does anyone have a movie they hate that would come on one of their channels?
Why did they get turned off in the first place?
Camp Rock? Camp Rock comes on, I'm like, I'm swapping to Nick. I'm swapping a Nick. No, there's the Patchy the Pirate one where Patchy gets mad at Body and then pulls on his strings and brings down the marionette actor, you know? It's just so good. But I guess people don't like the Patchy ones. It's because they're pseudo-intellectuals and not real intellectuals like us.
It's crazy.
They're Reddit intellectuals.
I watched My Gym Partner's a Monkey. Did you like it? I felt like that's something you'd be like, ew, I don't like this guy. Because you don't like monkeys.
No legs. Mighty B, bro. Mighty B.
I don't know who that is.
I watched a lot of Mighty B. It was a Nickelodeon show starring Tina Fey. It didn't air for super long. Do you guys remember Chalk Zone?
I have vague memories of Chalk Zone. Camp Laszlo. People like Camp Laszlo?
Oh, Camp Laszlo's so good. And Tom Kenny's in it, bro. I'm telling you, anything with Tom Kenny's good. Camp Laszlo is a good show.
I don't remember much of it. I remember, what's his name? Clam? I think I like Clam.
And Laszlo.
He's in there too?
He is, yeah. It's his camp after all.
I keep running in circles. Where are you at? You're doing the mission.
Yes, I am. Nobody talks to me about American Dragon Jake Long, dude.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Was that the like skateboarding Disney one? Okay, guys, American
What was
Dragon
that one
Jake
about
Long
the fucking
or Johnny Test?
What was the kid with the fucking helmet on fucking Disney? Like Disney XD or something.
Oh, I forgot Disney XD existed, but I know I was thinking that was. I'm thinking of that one. I'm thinking of that one.
Was it like Kick Butowski or something?
Yep, that was it. That was it. Kick Butowski. I'm amazed they got away with that on Disney.
Was Rocket Power actually good?
Was good?
I never really watched it.
Sweet Life on Deck, guys. Sweet Life on Deck or Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. Leave it in the VOD. Don't leave it. Don't tell us now, but like leave it in the VOD.
No, Zach and Cody bad show.
Zach and Cody bad screen, man.
I only ever see Zach. I only ever see Zach, but they're two sometime. Stupid show. Where Cody?
Sweet Life was 100% better. Okay, Sweet Life on Deck or Sweet Life of Zach and Cody.
When you ask two versions of a yes or no question, they say yes.
Discover all name locations in Dominion. Okay, that's what I thought. I think that the reason Sweet Life on Deck
that's gonna unlock
is because people
stuff.
grew up with it. Fortnite battery dispensers are now unlocked.
Yeah, that was blocking me from getting some of the collectibles.
Are those the ones where it's just like the like batteries that you put in stuff?
Yeah. You can even chuck them in.
I noticed a part earlier that needed one of those, but I figured I wouldn't pay mind to it. Sounds like it's good that I did it. Aren't they the same show, basically? Yeah, basically. But one of them is on Deck, and one of them...
How are those two guys doing right now?
I can Cody. I think Zach's doing well. I'm pretty sure Cody, I mean, he was in Riverdale, and I think he became, like, one of those guys who, like, smokes cigarettes on podcasts, because he's, like, deep.
Are you sure you don't want to launch your mech?
Okay. If you guys are deep, leave it in the comments. I remember both Fuchi. The biggest thing
I imagine that one setup.
There's an age difference.
TX, if you have to ask which is better, you're not a Sweet Life fan. I think he's asking the crowd. I think he knows his answer.
There's a hater.
I heard you perk up when we ticked off the order.
Imagine how you'll feel when you blast
Imagine
the
being
hell off
rich
of this
enough
planet. Now
to be
let's
able
get
to
that
live in a
sexy
hotel
McGickle
full
space
time and then
where
on
it
a cruise ship
belongs.
full time.
You're right. Men like
Dylan Sprouse owns a microbrew place, and Cole is still a famous actor. Yeah.
Did one of them play Jeffrey Dahmer, or am I tripping?
I think you're just being racist against blondes right now.
Probably. My bad. And you want to watch Ben 10? Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit earlier.
Started when an alien device did what it did.
How many different versions of Ben 10 are there? I remember
Ben 10,
the
Ben
original,
11, Ben 12, Ben 13.
Ben 10,000.
Lost it.
That's the type of thing a kid would say too. You'd be like,
Why do I
watched the new Ben 10 Ultimate Universe. I watched Ben 10,000. It's not even out yet.
Who's the fucking squid guy at the end? Why do I think his name is Orgax? What was the main villain in Ben 10's name? It's not Orgax, right? I'm close. Orgax sounds terrible though.
Snorlax?
No. That's the LilGax. Oh my god. Wow.
LilGasmask?
If I lose my husband, I'll
LilGasmask.
dating scene, which
LilGasmask? How to Train Your Dragon? Did you just ask if any of us remember that? That's still relevant, I think. I've never watched it though. Oh, are you talking about the show? Was there a show of that?
Okay.
Which Dahmer is he talking about? There's two. I don't know. Is one of the Sprouses in either of the two?
Oh yeah, you the riddle pervert.
How about if
Sorry, I forgot to say happy birthday beginning of Subathon, so happy birthday!
Rugrats
Now
was
give me
always
another
good.
2 weeks for getting to say happy birthday.
You guys watch Zoe 101? Oh my gosh. No, Nick had such good ones. though, bro.
Siakova.
Cat dog? Cat
Thank you,
freaking
Quad.
dog?
How'd he die?
Cat Dog has one of the best theme songs of all time.
Was anyone else like low-key freaked out by like what was their name in the Powerpuff Girls? It might be my crab thing, but the
Mojo
like
Jojo?
crab hand. No, Mojo Jojo's a goof.
Oh, the crab hand guy?
Was their name him? I forget. But it was like literal demon and the most like spooky voice sounding. Alyssa likes Powerpuff Girls. Do you remember?
I remember Powerpuff Girls. No, but that guy from a Disney actor did play one of them. Oh,
A Disney. Okay, that might be what I'm thinking then.
Cow and Chicken was a show that existed. IR
I just got a
Baboon
world
was a show
drop.
that existed.
Heavyweight. Wait. That might be big. Heavyweight shield.
Wait, a heavyweight?
Is that good?
What's the effects on it?
Let me see. Let me pick it up. I'll show you in a moment. I'm dying.
What does this guy want us to do? Oh, something in here. Okay, well, I'm glad I went back in then.
Barrel and bean noises.
Lost Lynch. Hey, yo.
Grapple the thrusters for some thrust!
Alright, heavyweight. On melee hit, consume an armor segment. And get 100% melee damage. And then it has Spunky. Grants up to 30% damage dealt, scaling with broken armor segments.
Trust me.
Does it have anything else?
Nope. Just those. It's a 4-section.
I guess I'll keep mine. What's the capacity on that one?
Like 8,000, I think.
I'll keep mine,
8,365.
but it's a really good shield, so you'd use it.
Codename Kids Next Door. Ooh, that one was a good one.
Yeah, him was just straight up the devil. What was just said.
Spooky.
You guys like Wallace and Gromit? That's so bright. Oh my gosh. This is, I'm wondering because
I don't
this
know.
is just Wallace and Gromit right
Claymation
here.
just doesn't.
We forgot the cheese. Apparently they made a new movie. They made a new Wallace and Gromit this year. Vexing, what's your favorite obscure cartoon of your childhood? I'm sorry, Vexing. That's a rough life.
Went to Max Handsome. Max Charming? Max? No, those are all bad.
Love the commitment to self-care. Enjoy this break.
I don't know where this Echo is. It's underneath him. It's underneath
Always use
this
protection.
thing. But where? If anyone knows, leave it in the comment. Courage? I don't think Courage would count as obscure, but that is still a good show that I was never allowed to watch. Dog with a Blog. Oh my gosh. Bro, was that another Disney show?
That was
I remember
a Disney
Dog
show.
with a Blog existing.
I watched that once.
Disney
I'm like,
had
what
the
is
worst
going
shows.
on?
I'm not gonna lie, no offense. Disney had the worst shows and a few good ones.
Man, you're just a Disney hater, dude.
I literally don't know where these things are.